Old Lady Lu immediately got angry. People say it's better to tear down a temple than to ruin a marriage. If it weren't for your instigation, our Su Cheng wouldn't have run away. Someone nearby agreed. That's right. How can neighbors do such things? Isn't it true that couples argue at night but make up by morning? She's been living with her parents long-term and took the kids away. How can that be okay? Fang Wanwan looked at the group of angry people and asked Old Lady Lu, "So, what do you want me to do? If you don't give her a job, how can she stay at her parents' house? Isn't that just making her come back?" Old Lady Lu said confidently. Fang Wanwan sneered and asked, "And then?" "Then, he came back to serve the man of the house, mother-in-law," Old Lady Lu answered without hesitation. Fang Wanwan looked at Old Lady Lu with a slight smile. "Does your family pay her 50 yuan a month?" Old Lady Lu opened her mouth wide. Why would she need money to take care of the family? 50. Everyone was surprised to hear that Yang Qin earned 50 yuan a month and couldn't speak. Hearing everyone's exclamations, Fang Wanwan looked up and asked, "If it were you, could you do this?" Suddenly, the place fell silent. Not even Chun Xiuzhen spoke. If someone could earn 50 yuan outside each month, who would want to come home every day to be scolded by the mother-in-law and taught by the husband? Men earning 50 yuan a month would be considered important figures. Does this mean Chenggang doesn't need to support the children anymore? Someone asked. They've been back to their parents' house for almost 2 months, and no one has come to visit. Yang Shiqing really has grown up. Anyway, if it were me, I wouldn't come back. I work at home all day, and don't even have decent clothes to wear. Yang Shiqing is pretty lucky. The scene suddenly changed unexpectedly. Old Lady Lu's face changed when she heard the gossip. She was about to turn and leave when someone asked, "Mrs. Chun, I heard that Chenggang plans to find a new wife when he goes back to his hometown?" Hearing this, Old Lady Lu's face darkened. Nonsense. Shiqing and Chenggang haven't divorced yet. Don't spread rumors that could ruin the military marriage. I only heard it from Sister Xiuzhen, someone said. Chun Xiuzhen, feeling guilty, looked nervously at Old Lady Lu and quickly said, "I didn't say that. Don't spread false rumors. I'm busy every day and have no time for such things." She finished and left with her rice bowl. Fang Wanwan found it funny and quickly said, "During the New Year, my family bought lots of peanuts and sunflower seeds. We have few people at home, and many are left uneaten. I'll bring some out for everyone to try." She went inside, took out a big fruit tray, brought out a chair, and placed the tray on it. "Help yourselves." Old Lady Lu was truly exhausted. She was about to leave, but a group of people gathered around her, and she felt she gained nothing. She was angry and frustrated. Just as she was about to speak, someone asked about Chenggang finding a new wife. Everyone around here knows that Lu Laotai and Chenggang used to look down on Yang Shiqing. They bossed her around all the time. Initially, Fang Wanwan and the others didn't like her either, often hiding inside their houses and dressing up like fairies. Men still thought highly of Lu Laotai, so whenever there was entertainment, they would come. But they didn't expect Fang Wanwan, who usually doesn't do much, to find a job for Yang Shiqing. Someone was trying to get close to Fang Wanwan. Lu Laotai was asked by a group of people, "Didn't you say you wouldn't come back after this trip?" She replied annoyed, "I'm just worried about my son. I haven't seen them get along well, so I feel uneasy." "Is it true that you're looking for a new wife for Chenggang?" Lu Laotai, with a stern face, explained, "What are you talking about? Marriage can't be broken just like that. It's just a joke to scare the daughter-in-law. You all took it seriously?" She picked up her cane and quickly got up, then carried the chair she was sitting on back into the house. Everyone grabbed some sunflower seeds and dispersed happily. Seeing the show was over, Fang Wanwan clapped her hands, picked up the fruit tray from the chair, and carried her chair back into the house. As she turned around, she saw Chinya smiling and giving her a thumbs up, saying, "Great job." Fang Wanwan lifted her chin and said, "So." One old lady couldn't handle it, so how could she survive in this place? After putting things away, she heard Chinya talking about moving to the county town. Fang Wanwan agreed, saying, "I didn't expect Feng Yuan to be so brave. I have a good partner I can introduce to you. Would you be interested?" Chunya was happy to work with Fang Wanwan. Doing business isn't just about making money, especially when the business grows big. Having some influence behind you makes things much easier. Although they didn't need Su Cheng to do anything for them, the ID card was there. So many people wouldn't dare to act recklessly. The current business environment was just beginning to take shape and wasn't as strict as in later times, so some background was necessary.
Great.
Working with you is the best, Chunya said happily. Fang Wanwan smiled and said, So, are you planning to join us or just work for me? Let's be clear about the deal. We shouldn't let personal feelings ruin the business in the future. The more important the partnership, the clearer the rules should be. Chunya understood and smiled, asking, First, tell me about the project Fang Yuan will handle. I want Fang Yuan to go to Yangqing 13 Rows to buy goods. It's a physically demanding task that also requires courage and good judgment. Chunya guessed what Fang Wanwan wanted him to do. Go pick up fabric for making clothes? Fang Wanwan nodded. I will open a fabric shop. If I hire someone, I'll pay him 120 yuan a month, with 3 to 4 trips each month. If I do it myself, then each of us will own 50% of the business. This fabric shop will supply fabric to my workshop and also sell to outsiders. The prices in Yangqing are much higher than in our county.
Chunya understood.
I'll invest. Fang Wanwan smiled. Okay. Chunya added, I'll cover 80% of the capital and we'll split the profits equally. Seeing Fang Wanwan look a bit confused, Chunya explained, since we're partners, especially given our relationship, we should be open and clear about everything. You know, in the village, doing business often depends on the village chief's approval. In the county or city, it's even more about background. In this matter, we'll have the advantage. Even though Fang Yuan and I could handle it alone, it would take more effort and time. But don't misunderstand, we won't ask Captain Su to do anything against his principles to help us. Fang Wanwan smiled. I understand. She also used her identity in Su City to secure a mortgage with Chen Jinming. After they agreed, Fang Wanwan wrote a long contract on a notebook. Chunya carefully checked each clause, adding or removing parts until both were satisfied, then signed it. Seeing Chunya's serious attitude, Fang Wanwan teased, Do you trust me so little?
Chunya smiled.
I trust your character, but in business, you have to be careful. The last lease contract I signed with Fang Yuan looked like he got the better deal, but actually, he has no say over that house now. Even if he resigns, he won't dare claim ownership of the house. Of course, contracts should be written from your own perspective. Think about it, if I don't set the penalty high enough and I've invested so much, losing the house would be a big loss.
Chunya nodded.
That's why you're a good businesswoman. She clearly separates personal feelings from profit. You wouldn't give the house back just because you feel sorry for Fang Yuan not having a place to stay. I want to follow you. Fang Wanwan felt she had truly found a worthy opponent. Thank you for your trust. The next day, Fang Yuan went to the county town to look for a house, while Chunya was already waiting at the supply and marketing cooperative entrance for a ride. Fang Yuan, having already written his resignation letter, decided to sit with Chunya. Most of the people on the bus were from the military district and Shangyang village, and some villagers who knew him saw what happened. Such shamelessness. He's a soldier, too. He used to cling to Lu Dongxia, and now he just dumps her when he wants.
Exactly.
Men change their minds faster than they change faces. He's so old, still trying to steal someone else's man. Truly shameless. Hearing this, Fang Yuan immediately stood up. No matter how Chunya pulled him, he couldn't be stopped. He walked a few steps to the middle-aged woman speaking. Miss, what do you mean by shameless? She's not married yet, and I'm not married either. Why can't we date? The woman looked up and was startled by Fang Yuan's expression, then nervously said, Weren't you planning to be with Lu Dongxia? That's all in the past now. Who says dating has to lead to marriage? Besides, I can't afford the 1,000 yuan bride price Lu Dongxia asked for, Fang Yuan said firmly. There were other men on the bus who didn't know Fang Yuan. Hearing about the high bride price, they sympathized and spoke up. It's all about mutual choice. No need to curse. If this brother can't pay the bride price, he should have other options. Exactly. The woman didn't say anything more. Fang Yuan continued. What do you mean by so old? Are you older than me? Some old people are sensible, but others are just old and love causing trouble. The woman's face turned pale with anger. After a moment, she snapped back. What's it to you if I bully a woman? I haven't bullied you. I'm just speaking facts, Fang Wanwan said firmly. And you need to apologize to her. The woman looked a bit wronged, glanced around and said, It's not just me saying that. I don't mind the first two comments, but I really mind that last one, Fang Wanwan insisted. The person who made the first two sarcastic remarks sighed in relief and didn't say another word, even avoiding eye contact. I won't apologize, the woman said. Fang Wanwan's tone was strong. All I can say is that some older women really talk badly without knowing it. After saying this, he turned back to his original seat. He said she could, but Chenya couldn't. Chenya kept her eyes fixed on the young man in front of her. Although she often thought his actions were childish and impulsive, they always touched her deeply. Even after many years, she couldn't forget him. At this moment, she felt she hadn't loved the wrong person. Although he was younger than her, he was braver. After sitting back down, he didn't speak to her again, but Chenya felt a warm feeling inside. When the bus arrived in the town, they got off and walked for a while. Once the crowd dispersed, Chenya stopped and waited for Fang Wanwan to come closer. Xiao Yuan, thank you. Chenya looked up and smiled at him. Fang Wanwan quickly took her hand. Why are you thanking me? Didn't we agree I would come alone today? Why are you still here? It's so cold. Chenya told him everything about her promise with Fang Wanwan and how she planned to do her project. Fang Wanwan listened excitedly. We can definitely do it. Then he hesitated. It will cost quite a bit to do this. I'll cover the costs. You just focus on earning it back, Chenya said, pulling a cloth-wrapped object from her black bag and handing it to Fang Wanwan. Find a quiet, hidden place to open it. Although curious, Fang Wanwan obediently followed Chenya to a small alley they often used when doing business together. He opened the cloth and was stunned. Gold bars.
There were 3 gold bars inside.
Where did you get these? I brought them from my hometown. I exchanged my house and shop for gold bars, Chenya explained. Fang Wanwan's hand froze as he held the gold bars. He looked at Chenya and said, I will make sure to earn back 100 times what these are worth. He promised he wouldn't let her regret coming back to find him. Chenya smiled and nodded. Let's go find a jewelry store and them. They found a jewelry shop and exchanged the gold bars for 5,000 yuan. Chenya looked at the money and sighed. If these gold bars were in the future, they would be worth at least 10 times more. But that didn't matter now. Once they earned more money, they could keep saving gold. Chenya now had 5,000 yuan in her hand, plus the remaining money, totaling about 5,006 or 700 yuan. They continued to look for a house. Without a real estate agent, they had to ask around, mostly private landlords. After some searching, they finally found a suitable small house. It had 4 rooms, a living room, and a separate kitchen with a yard. Though a bit old, it was spacious. The rent was 8 yuan a month. Chenya asked the landlord for a receipt and paid a year's rent up front. Compared to staying in a hotel in Kyoto, this was much more affordable. There are some old pieces of furniture inside, like tables and beds. Although they are worn out, they are still usable. After renting the house, Chenya said she wanted to eat the noodles from the stall. Fang Wanwan didn't hesitate and took her to the same stall where he used to buy soap and noodles in the county town. When the steaming noodles were served, the stall owner surprisingly recognized Fang Wanwan. His good looks made him memorable. Little Foam? Fang Wanwan nodded. The owner immediately looked happy. I knew it. You used to come every 2 or 3 days. Why haven't you been here for years? Fang Wanwan smiled and said, Something came up, so I didn't come. The owner glanced at Chenya, but didn't say anything. She was delicate and fair, clearly from a scholarly family, unlike the more open girl from before. But the way this young man looked at her was no different from how he looked at the girl before. He was still polite, offering her tea and water. As Chenya enjoyed the familiar taste, she couldn't help but feel that although cars and transportation are slow in this era, everything changes very gradually. Not only was this noodle stall unchanged, but the surroundings hadn't changed much either. She liked this slow life, which made her feel peaceful. After finishing the noodles, she remembered Fang Wanwan and her 2 children needed dinner. She had left early in the morning and didn't know what they had eaten for lunch. Thinking of this, she bought a few steamed buns and some cakes before heading back with Fang Wanwan. At home, she discovered Fang Wanwan had learned to make steamed eggs. For lunch, the children's dish was this simple meal. Fang Wanwan looked at Chenya's surprised expression. It's just a steamed egg, no need to be so amazed. The kids think it's pretty good, salty and not too bland. Chenya took out some buns. Fin and Hang hurried over and grabbed them eagerly. Chenya joked, Aunt Fang's steamed eggs didn't fill you up? Fin blinked with big, adorable eyes, shaking her head, but Hang said obediently, it's very tasty, but the buns are good too. Fang Wanwan patted Hong's head. Go get the buns. At such a young age, he's already learning to tell white lies. It's quite a burden for him. After that, she showed off 2 more buns herself. Chenya told Fang Wanwan about renting the house in the county today and planned to let Feng Yuan and Granny Feng move in first. You're not going? Wait until your husband comes back. I'll move then. I've withdrawn the money, and tomorrow I'll ask him to check out the shop. Can you ask your partner in Yangqing to help with the first trip? Fang Wanwan happily agreed. The next day, Fang Wanwan took the 2 little ones and went to the county town with Chenya. When Wang Yongqiang heard that Fang Wanwan planned to open a fabric shop, he immediately wanted to cry. He had already thought out the work plan. Fang Wanwan smiled and said, you can open it in Lin County, with a bigger layout. With such a large market, how can one person do it all alone? Only people who know each other well can avoid price wars. Don't you think so? Wang Yongqiang immediately understood and gratefully said, you are really insightful. He agreed right away to take Feng Yuan to Yangqing. Once everything was settled, he asked Lu Chunmei to find out where suitable shops for rent were. Lu Chunmei, a local who grew up here, knew the area well and agreed on the spot. On the way back, the 4 of them each ate a bowl of noodles at Lu Chunmei's noodle shop. Over on Feng Yuan's side, the leader saw his resignation letter and shook his head. Feng Yuan, is it so hard to admit a mistake? Admitting a mistake is easy, but I can't change. If I can't change at all, isn't that deceiving the organization? Feng Yuan was determined not to stay. The leader took a puff of smoke, then asked after a while, have you thought it through? Yes, I have. The leader signed the resignation letter with some regret. That night, Feng Yuan came to find Chenya after taking the letter, saying he planned to move to the county town early the next morning. Since it was his first move, Chenya naturally went along. She prepared dinner that night, put it in the fridge so Fang Wanwan could just heat it up the next day for the children. Early the next morning, she cooked eggs and noodles. After eating, she packed up with Feng Yuan and headed to the county town. They took 3 days to settle everything completely. Once the house in the county town was fully arranged, Chenya couldn't catch the bus back that same day. Grandma Feng looked at the tidy house and her own separate room and saw the 2 children busy inside and out for several days. Besides feeling heartache, she had no other emotions. After washing up at night, everyone went back to their own rooms to rest. Chenya also had her own room, where she bought a desk and a dressing table. She was someone who cared about the details of life. Her desk was neat, and she bought a vase with a bouquet of flowers. After a few days of exhaustion, she took off her clothes and was about to go to bed when suddenly there was a knock on the door. She quickly got up and opened it. Feng Yuan entered.
Chenya Fronet.
Call me older sister. Feng Yuan smiled. Chenya, older sister. After a few days of fussing, aren't you tired? Chenyashin had a bad feeling in her heart. Recently, she felt that he was no longer as obedient as before. Not only had he learned to stand up for himself, but he also.
Feng Duan approached Chenya.
Seeing his intense gaze, she couldn't help but step back twice. Big sister Chenya. He called again, moving 2 steps closer, with a very aggressive look. Chenya was a bit in disbelief. How did she think this guy was honest before? He suddenly hugged her tightly, not allowing her to resist, holding her firmly in his arms. Xiao Yuan. He responded softly, lowering his head to hold her face, pressing close. Have you become braver? Does big sister like that? Fang Wanwan asked in a deep voice. After asking, sensing his cooperation, she knew he understood what she liked. The next morning, when Fang Wanwan got up, Chunya was already awake. Fang Wanwan needed to visit Lu Chunmei to ask about the shop. Chunya went to buy vegetables on the street and prepared lunch, waiting for Fang Wanwan to return. Mrs. Fang looked at the delicious, fragrant meal on the table and wiped her tears.
샤오야, I wronged you.
No wrong, Chunya said with a smile. At that moment, Fang Wanwan also came back. Chunya quickly went to the kitchen to serve the rice. The three sat down to eat and talked about the shop. I looked at a shop today.
It's a bit small, she said.
She said there are 2 more shops I can see this afternoon. Chunya nodded. Location is the most important. Small size doesn't matter. Good. Mrs. Fang watched the 2 young people with full enthusiasm and felt very happy. After finishing the meal, she turned and went to her room. She took out a small, faded cloth bag and handed it to Chunya. This is the money saved over the years for Xiao Yuan's wedding. You'll need a lot of money for your career. I'm giving this to you. Use it as you see fit. Chunya looked at Mrs. Fang's wrinkled wallet and said, No need, Grandma. We don't need this money. The shop is a partnership with the leader's wife. She has money. She then put the wallet back into Mrs. Fang's hand. After eating, Chunya thought about going back home. She bought some more vegetables on the street and waited for the bus. On the bus, she saw the middle-aged woman again. The woman glanced at her, but said nothing. When she got home, it was already dark. She found out that the military district's cafeteria had opened. She went there to get some food and came back. Chunya let out a sigh of relief. Fang Wanwan watched as she carefully packed the groceries into the refrigerator, smiling and asking, Are you always this worried about everything? After filling the fridge and closing it, Chunya looked at Fang Wanwan with envy. I'm different from you. Since I can remember, I've had to worry about every little thing around me. Hearing this, Fang Wanwan thought again about her past life. But seeing that Chunya's face showed no sadness, she felt a bit relieved and said, Tomorrow, I need to take Hanghai to register and find a school for myself. I plan to take the college entrance exam. Chunya looked her over and nodded. You're quite lucky with your age. Fang Wanwan touched her nose and explained, I'm not that old anyway. Entertainment News says that the rising star Fang Wanwan is already 29, Chunya teased. Fang Wanwan. That evening, after washing up, Fang Wanwan finished telling stories to Fin and Hanghai. She then discussed with the 2 little ones, who wants to sleep with Annie Chun. Sleeping 3 on one bed is a bit crowded. Hanghai stayed silent, while Fin raised her hand. I'll sleep with you, and let my brother and Andy Chun sleep. Fang Wanwan glanced at Hanghai. Despite being only a few years old, he was calm and reserved, which made it hard to ignore his gender. Hanghai sensed Fang Wanwan's gaze and said seriously, Annie Fang, Dad said I am a real man. Fang Wanwan. All right. She turned and took out a mat and a quilt from the cabinet, laid them on the floor, and made a bed. Then she smiled sincerely at Hanghai. Then you can sleep with your sister and protect her, okay? Hanghai looked at Fang Wanwan. She sat on the floor bed, pulled the quilt over her feet, and after thinking for a moment, refused. I'll sleep on the floor. Fang Wanwan was surprised. It's a bit cold on the floor. Can you handle that, little kid? Hanghai was momentarily stunned by the nickname little kid, but quickly reacted. I don't like sleeping with my sister, because she kicks the quilt. I don't get cold wearing clothes. After saying this, he walked over and sat on the floor bed, pulling the quilt away from Fang Wanwan. Fin called from the bed, I want to sleep with Annie Fang. Not with my brother. Huh.
Why?
Fang Wanwan looked at little Fin, who was pouting. Because my brother said I kick the quilt. Fang Wanwan smiled, got into the bed, and hugged Fin. She also casually turned on the lamp. Suddenly, everything around was pitch black. Hang was lying on the pillow, closing her eyes, feeling warm inside. The next morning, after breakfast, Chunya and Fang Wanwan took Hang to register at the kindergarten. Then they went to see Commander Wu about the household registration. Commander Wu looked at Fang Wanwan and said, "It's only the start of the year, not so fast. Since the procedures are done, there's no need to worry. Why are you in such a rush to do something?" Fang Wanwan honestly replied, "I want to take the college entrance exam." Commander Wu looked at her with surprise and smiled. "That's good. You have a plan, not bad. It's better than that boy Su Cheng, who also has ambitions." Fang Wanwan was a bit confused. Su Cheng works so hard. How could he not have ambitions? Commander Wu shook his head. "He used to.
But now."
He paused with a meaningful look. Fang Wanwan felt there was more to his words. "What's wrong with Su Cheng? He's only been gone for a short time, but he already made 2 calls back, asking about you." After saying this, he secretly glanced at Fang Wanwan and added, "I told him you're busy, going to Yangtze or the county every day." A few days ago, he even asked his grandfather to leave, and he also took the time to scold Gang's mother. Fang Wanwan's face instantly turned red, and she asked shyly, "Is Su Cheng doing okay over there?" She, who usually had a thick skin, felt a bit embarrassed. After a while, she asked, "Was that old man who came last time really Su Cheng's grandfather?" Commander Wu nodded. "Yes. Seems like he doesn't like me much." Fang Wanwan felt a little upset inside. Commander Wu looked thoughtful and whispered, "I didn't expect him to publish a notice or contact Su Wang's family. Since you already knew Su Cheng had such a grandfather, why did you leave him in the countryside to suffer so much?" Fang Wanwan remembered Su Cheng talking about his relationship with his father and Commander Wu. Commander Wu sighed. "Ask Su Cheng when he comes back. Next time you see his grandfather, try to be polite."
Got it.
"Once we get the household registration, I'll write a recommendation letter for the school." But Fin is still so young. "Are you planning to attend classes at school?" Commander Wu asked. "I'll review at home and go to school during exams. I checked, and as long as my grades meet the standards, it's allowed," Fang Wanwan replied. She remembered that in this story, the heroine Fang Huihui also took the college entrance exam this way. In this era, students are precious, and talented ones are eagerly sought after by schools. "You're quite thoughtful, girl." "Okay. Once the household registration is ready, I'll have someone come to call you." Fang Wanwan thanked Commander Wu, and then turned to leave. On the way back, her mind kept thinking about Grandpa Su. If Grandpa Su decided to bring Su Cheng abroad, what would happen? Thinking of this, her mind felt a bit chaotic. When she had the chance to go back before, although she was reluctant to leave Su Cheng, she chose to go back decisively. If this time Su Cheng decided to follow his grandfather abroad, she wouldn't blame him. Although she felt a little upset about this, her reason told her that they are all adults. If it really happened, she should let go. Su Yanting sat in a room at a guest house, listening to Lu Si's reports from recent investigations. Thinking about his grandson being left in the countryside, suffering so much, he almost had a heart attack out of anger, but mostly he felt heartache. That woman is really too cruel. Thinking of young Manhwa and old Master Su, he couldn't understand. His voice trembling, he asked, why would a woman be so cruel to her own son? If his son's spirit is watching from heaven, he might regret it so much he'd feel sick. Fortunately, young Master Cheng is promising. He became a company commander at a young age, Lu Si said, recalling Su Cheng's appearance with pride. He's quite handsome, taller and better looking than his father was at his age. Hearing this, Su Yanting's anger eased a little, and he asked, how is his wife, Fang Wanwan, doing with the investigation? He can't afford to follow his father's old path, marrying an unworthy wife that ruins 3 generations. Lu Si smiled and said, she's capable. Su Yanting's brow immediately furrowed. Is Yang Wanwan not capable? Lu Si quickly stopped speaking, only saying, she treats young Master Cheng very well. He didn't know exactly how well she treated him, only hearing from nearby people that she did laundry and cooking for him.
Su Yanting glared at Liuchi.
Lu Si suddenly felt a bit flustered. His mind flashed, and he quickly said, she's very willing to spend time on young Master Cheng. She made him new clothes, gave him a watch and a pen. Is that all? Su Yanting, who had been in a high position for a long time, couldn't imagine what material things could truly surprise someone. But hearing that his grandson only received 120 yuan a month, his already stern face tightened even more. Lu Xi looked at Su Yanting's expression and asked, Mr. Su, should we continue waiting here, or go to Pengcheng to find young Master Cheng? I want to see Commander Wu. Please help me arrange a meeting time, Su Yanting said. From the day Commander Wu visited Fang Wanwan's home, he had expected such a day would come. He thought about the disagreements between Fang Wanwan and old Master Su, took a day off, and personally went to visit. Commander Wu was very polite and greeted Su Yanting warmly. Seeing his son's old friend, Su Yanting felt a mix of emotions. If Su Yan was still alive, he would be at this age and in this position. Or perhaps he never returned, and now he should be taking over his career. He shouldn't still be busy at this age without taking charge. His other son was quite peculiar, obsessed with research every day, and mostly unable to help much. Su Yanting saw that his son's attitude was sincere, and most of his anger had faded. He said, If I hadn't come personally, would you have kept my grandson's matter a secret forever? Commander Wu smiled apologetically. How could I hide it from you forever?
I've come to tell you now.
Is it that woman's idea? Or Su Yan's? Commander Wu considered his words carefully. When Su Cheng was young, he had a good relationship with his father. He said he wanted to grow up and do what his father couldn't do. So, this is Su Cheng's decision. Also, you've been living abroad all this time. It's not easy for any of us to find you. Su Yanting squinted and looked at Commander Wu, half believing, half doubting. That woman hasn't contacted Su Cheng? Commander Wu nodded. Not to hide from you, but he only answered her calls once. The money she sent, now all in my name, 15,000 yuan. I had to spend 1,000, and she said she'd pay it back someday. Hearing this, the long-held frustration in Su Yanting's heart eased significantly. Truly, his grandson's spirit was rare and admirable. A rare smile appeared on his face. When will Cheng come back? If everything goes smoothly, in half a month. Su Yanting nodded and sighed. I want to visit Su Yan's grave. When he said this, his old voice seemed filled with loneliness and sorrow. Commander Wu agreed. After lunch at a state-owned restaurant, he sent someone to drive them to the Martyrs Park where Su Yan's grave was. Su Yanting was led to his son's tombstone. Looking at the photo of his son's slender, smiling face, he felt an indescribable sadness. He leaned on his cane, staring blankly at the photo on the tombstone. His son's cheerful face and bright smile flashed through his mind. His son once said he wanted to be a pilot when he grew up. He thought it was just a child's casual remark and nodded in agreement. It wasn't until his son secretly returned to the country with a studying abroad woman that he finally realized the truth. He placed fresh flowers in front of his son's tombstone, then turned to Commander Wu and said, I want to donate an airplane to your unit. As for the model and purpose you can choose, I will pay for it. Commander Wu thought he heard wrong and asked in disbelief, Did you just say you want to donate an airplane? Su Yanting looked at Commander Wu's exaggerated expression and asked, What? Not willing? No, I just want to confirm with you, Wu replied. Such a thing was hard to believe, especially during the early days of reform and opening up when many Chinese overseas were donating money and goods. Most donations went to schools, bridges, and roads. Donating a plane was unheard of, so it was hard to imagine. Su Yanting nodded. Arrange it quickly. Before my grandson returns, find someone to handle it. I suggest buying the plane from my country. I will send a translator to accompany you. Commander Wu didn't dare delay and quickly nodded. Okay. Thank you for your support. I'll write a report immediately. He was deeply shocked. He only thought Su Yanting's family was wealthy abroad, but the idea of such wealth was beyond his imagination. Wu Commander hurriedly called the orderly to bring the car over. After getting into the car, Su Yanting asked, How is Fang Wanwan doing? Commander Wu, knowing Su Old Master's thoughts, quickly recounted how Su Cheng was injured that time, how Fang Wanwan went to the provincial capital to invite Chen Jiming for surgery, and how generous Su Cheng was. Su Yanting had seen many women in his life. Someone like Fang Wanwan with her abilities didn't surprise him much. He only felt a bit grateful because she saved his grandson's life. He would accept this kindness. What worried him more was that his grandson had almost lost his life twice. Back at the guest house, Wu Commander arranged for someone nearby to protect him. The next day, the higher-ups responded quickly, sending specialized technicians, including Old Cheng, planning to go to country together to buy the plane. Fortunately, Su Yanting had enough foreign currency, or buying a plane abroad would have been just a dream. The technicians and procurement staff arrived in country and immediately received a deposit transferred from Su Yanting's funds. Everything went smoothly. In Pengcheng, Su Cheng, and Su Jian's tasks are almost finished, just waiting for the final feedback. Pengcheng has just been designated as a special zone for reform and opening up, full of opportunities and challenges. Many new trends start here first. Su Cheng returned to his home and planned to call Commander Wu, but Su Jian stopped him. Commander Wu is too impatient to answer your calls.
Didn't I tell you?
She's busier than you every day. Su Cheng frowned. Chun Gang's mother is not easy to deal with. Su Jian snorted. You're acting like your wife is easy to handle. I've rarely seen anyone talk as much as your wife.
Suchen stayed silent.
He patted the 1,000 yuan that Fang Wanwan had given him and said, "Take me to the nearby department store to look around." At the department store, the goods were very diverse, especially women's items like jewelry, clothes, and shoes, which were more abundant than in any inland city. He went to a shoe counter and immediately liked a pair of bright red high-heeled shoes. "Boss, do you have this in size 30? The boss quickly nodded and took out a pair of shoes in that size, handing them to Su Cheng. Su Jian looked at them with a look of dislike. "They're a bit tacky." Su Cheng didn't mind.
They look good on your sister-in-law.
Only country girls like to wear such bright red shoes. Most women in Hushi prefer black or dark brown. These shoes look nice in your hand, but they're hard to match with clothes when worn. That's others' business. Su Cheng didn't realize his straightforward taste as a typical straight man. He ignored Su Jian and asked the boss how much. The boss was initially worried that the young man might be influenced by his companion nearby, but hearing his question, he got excited. This pair of shoes had been unsold for a long time. Originally 65 yuan, since you seemed genuinely interested, 55 yuan.
What?
Su Jian looked at the ugly bright red shoes and immediately stopped Su Cheng from paying. That's too expensive. Su Cheng also realized this and started bargaining. 50 yuan. Su Jian felt like vomiting blood. He wanted to say 30 yuan. Since you're sincere, I'll sell them to you for 50 yuan, the boss agreed happily. Just as he was about to pack the shoes, a woman's voice suddenly rang out. 55, I'll take them. Su Ziyun and Su Cheng turned around and saw a beautiful woman with long hair flowing to her waist, graceful posture, and a gentle smile like spring breeze, which brightened everyone's eyes. Boss Zhong was momentarily stunned. "Miss, you're late." This young man bought the shoes. He pointed at Su Cheng. Su Cheng apologized with a nod and signaled the boss to pack up quickly, then stopped looking at her. Su Jian took a while to regain his senses. She was so beautiful, long flowing hair, elegant figure, a face that seemed to smile and not smile, even more attractive than TV stars. Boss Zhong packed the shoes and handed them to Su Cheng. Without looking back, Su Cheng left the department store. When Xian frowned slightly in displeasure, watching Su Cheng's back, then hurried after him. "Sir, I've been looking at those shoes for a long time. Why don't you give me a little more money, and I'll sell them to you?" she said, turning to block Su Cheng's way. "No way."
Su Cheng firmly refused.
When Xian persisted, "Will you sell them for 100 yuan?" Su Cheng ignored her and continued walking, but after a few steps, she stopped him again. Su Cheng frowned slightly and said, "If you really want to buy them, I'll sell them for 1,000 yuan. If you can't afford it, just step aside." As soon as he said that, when Xian and Su Jian froze in place. Su Jian tugged at Su Cheng's sleeve. "They're just ugly shoes. Let's sell them for 100 yuan and then pick out 2 more pairs." Su Cheng glanced at Su Jian. "They're not ugly shoes." He wanted to say it was his way of showing kindness. Enough, enough. Su Cheng couldn't discuss this with Su Cheng anymore. When Xian smiled. So, you're not sincere about selling? Su Cheng nodded. Yes, I see you understand. When Xian stopped talking and watched as Su Cheng and Su Cheng went into a restaurant together. Aunt Yang had earned so much money for their family, yet her son still lived so simply, eating at such places. But she did resemble her mother quite a bit. She had a captivating look. Her waist and long legs seemed perfectly aligned with standard beauty ideals. Looking again, she seemed to understand her father a little more. But her temper was a bit tough. Still, men with fiery personalities are often charming. Just thinking about how he beat up his older brother until he looked like a pig's had made her a little scared. Fortunately, she was a pretty girl. If her father didn't drive this woman away, she wouldn't hesitate to get her son involved. With Hong Kong City's advanced media, just imagining the headlines that could appear made her excited. She took out a small mirror from her bag, looked at herself from side to side, and nodded. The makeup was appropriate, and the smile was charming. Su Cheng finished ordering the food and asked Su Cheng, "Feel free to order whatever you like." Su Cheng had been waiting for this moment. She immediately called the waiter and added a fish dish and braised pork. Su Cheng paused while holding the menu. "Your order is over the reimbursement limit." Su Cheng looked puzzled. "Your wife gives you so much money. Why not spend it?" Su Cheng was speechless, but agreed nonetheless. Su Cheng smiled and said, "In the past, I looked down on you for living off your wife, but now I actually envy you for having this meal." A faint smile appeared on Su Cheng's face. Living off others also takes some skill. Hearing this, Su Cheng almost choked on her words and suspiciously looked at him. Is having a thick skin contagious? Su Cheng immediately looked annoyed. Does his wife have a thick skin? She doesn't behave like that with others. Just as they were waiting for the food to arrive, they suddenly heard loud banging from the neighboring table. They looked over and saw a girl who had been trying to buy shoes earlier, surrounded by several large men.
Susi und Frauen.
A few grown men bullying one girl. What kind of skill is that? Su Cheng calmly pulled Su Cheng down and sat her beside him. Don't move. Although angry, Su Cheng sat down but kept her neck stiff, glaring at the men. Suddenly, the girl screamed and rushed out, looking terrified and pale, standing behind Su Cheng. "Big brother, help me." The men immediately surrounded her, sizing up Su Cheng. "Bro, I advise you not to interfere. This woman just knocked over my big brother's bowl. Let her come and apologize. That's not too much, right?" Su Cheng quickly pulled one Xian out and pushed her in front of the men. "We didn't mean to interfere. Just go and apologize." When Xian was stunned and shouted, "Hey, big brother, they want me to drink with them." Su Cheng couldn't stand it anymore. She took a few steps forward and said to the men, "Just apologize. Forcing her to drink is too much." The man saw this and heavily slapped Su Cheng's chest.
Kid.
"Watch your words. Do you know who you're talking to?" Su Cheng was pushed back several steps by the force. Su Cheng grabbed the man's wrist, pushed him aside, and heard a cracking sound. "Touching and groping. That's your sense of boundaries?" The man grimaced in pain and shook his hand. "Are you meddling in other people's business?" Su Cheng sneered. "Just giving a friendly reminder, and you call it meddling?" At that moment, the customers at nearby tables heard the commotion and gathered around. The tall man looked around, then glanced at one Xian behind Su Cheng. Only then did he speak to the other men behind him. "Brothers, enough talk. If we don't teach this meddlesome kid a lesson today, how will we have face to stay here in the future?" He waved his hand, and the three men behind him moved closer. The crowd watching kept their distance, afraid of getting hurt. The owner, looking worried, ran out and said, "If you cause trouble here, I will call the police." But the big men didn't listen. They grabbed their tools and rushed towards Su Cheng and Su Cheng. Su Cheng was quick and sharp. He dodged the chair swung at him, then grabbed it and smashed at the attacking man's head. The strike was fast and fierce, with no mercy. The man touched his head and saw blood, then collapsed to the ground, scared and weak. Another man tried to kick Su Cheng, but Su Cheng moved quickly and blocked him. He grabbed the man's leg and pulled hard. The man grunted and fell heavily to the ground. When Xian was stunned, wide-eyed. She thought this man looked gentle, but he was surprisingly fierce. Su Cheng looked at the men on the ground and raised an eyebrow. Do you want to leave now or keep causing trouble? The men looked at when Xian behind Su Cheng understood the message and got up. They glared at Su Cheng and said, just wait and see. After they disappeared from sight, Su Cheng returned to his table. Meanwhile, the onlookers quietly left, still curious and sneaking glances at Su Cheng. Su Cheng turned back and smiled at Xian. It's okay now. Let's go eat. Xian gratefully looked at Su Cheng. Thank you, big brother. I'll treat you to this meal. The owner also came over to thank them and brought 2 bottles of beer. That guy was just here to cause trouble. Thanks.
This drink is on me.
Su Cheng pushed the beer away. Thanks, but we don't drink. Su Cheng quickly took the bottles.
Come on.
Then he smiled at the owner. Thanks, but we're fine. He handed the bottle he originally gave to Su Cheng to Xian. He doesn't drink, so you can have it. Hearing this, Su Cheng took the bottle from Xian and said, no need to pay for the meal. Go back to your table and eat. He felt something was off. The big men acted tough, but aside from raising their voices, they didn't say any provocative words. Everyone is unfamiliar with each other, yet they rush over here to seek protection. Do they expect that they and Su Cheng have some skills? From buying shoes to now eating, nothing seems like a coincidence. Su Cheng's professional instinct makes him wonder if this woman might be a spy, trying to get close to gather information. But she also looks a bit naive, so he's unsure.
Wen xin phao wo dong.
She is a proud young lady, beautiful and charming. Which man wouldn't look twice at her? Is this man blind? Or maybe he's like her mother, more interested in money? Thank you for saving me. How about I invite you to the restaurant across the street? Su Cheng has already started eating, while Su Cheng smiles and says, save it for next time. This meal is on Chunga. Xian glances at Su Cheng again. He sits upright and proper, eating calmly and steadily. He eats slowly but efficiently, focused on his food, which is very eye-catching. No wonder Aunt Yang can be so charming even when drinking water. She's eager to pay immediately. Xian feels the same now. Afraid Su Cheng might refuse, she picks up her chopsticks and eats alone. The food doesn't suit her taste. Normally, she wouldn't even look at it. She reluctantly takes a few bites, then puts down her chopsticks. Su Cheng asks with concern, how is it? Not to your liking? Xian smiles and says, it's okay. I'll treat you all to a good meal this afternoon. Hearing this, Su Cheng glances at her and asks, where are you from? Xian sees that he's finally speaking to her directly, so she quickly replies, from Gangcheng, but originally from Pengcheng. I'm here visiting family and just happened to run into this situation. Su Cheng ponders for a moment and then asks, where do your relatives live? Spy agents might fake identities to get close to their targets. He doesn't have time to investigate thoroughly now. He just wants to complete his mission and go home quickly. Xian hesitates and says, not far, just up ahead. Su Cheng doesn't say anything more. Xian feels his question is strange. He's not interested in her and is just probing where she lives. Playing hard to get? She raises an eyebrow, thinking of her mother. Aunt Yang is quite clever. She never flatters her father or tries to please him, always warning her and her brothers not to upset her. Honestly, she doesn't dislike her either. After finishing his meal, Su Cheng stands up to pay. On the way back, he sees Su Ziyun and Xian chatting happily. He walks over expressionlessly and says to Su Ziyun, we're leaving. After speaking, he walked ahead without looking back, and Su Ziyun followed closely behind. When they arrived at the guest house, the guard at Su Cheng's door hurried over and said, Captain Su, the Northwest side asked you to return a call by 7 p.m. tonight. Su Cheng checked his watch and nodded. All right, no need to stay here. You can go back first. The guard looked a bit embarrassed. Our superior said you are here to help us complete the task, so we can't be careless. This was the best hotel arranged for him by the Pengcheng Border Patrol. Su Cheng thought for a moment and said, I feel your sincerity, but I have some matters to discuss with my colleagues. Hearing this, the guard left. The two entered the room. Su Jian couldn't help but ask, What's going on, Brother Cheng? Su Cheng pulled out a chair and sat down. Wenxin is suspicious. I won't attend the dinner this afternoon. I need to make a call.
Suzy und Jucke. Anzai. All right.
Beautiful girls are all suspicious in your eyes. Seeing Su Jian's attitude, he wanted to advise him not to go but hesitated and swallowed his words, finally saying, Be careful of her identity. I'm single, and it's not easy to get a girl to go out for a meal, Su Jian said with a smile. I'm not stopping you from dating. I'm just telling you to stay alert at all times. Su Jian looked at Su Cheng with disbelief. Really? You suspect her? Halfway through, he shook his head. Even I can tell she's very smart. How could she be of that kind of background? Then why are you? Su Jian smiled. I suspect she wants to get my attention. Su Cheng was speechless.
Fine. I've said what I needed to.
What does that look mean? Su Jian was hurt by Su Cheng's disdainful gaze. So, it's okay for you to think about women all day, but I can't? Seeing Su Cheng stunned, Su Jian immediately felt proud and exaggerated. I heard you dream about calling your sister-in-law's name every night. Su Cheng rubbed his forehead. Book another room. Seeing him look so embarrassed, Su Jian's small hurt from earlier instantly disappeared, and he laughed. It's not every night, just once or twice. In the afternoon, Su Cheng went to the senior officer's office at the border station to make a call. When he dialed the number, General Wu's excited voice came from the other end. Su Cheng didn't expect his grandfather to come so quickly, and he even donated a plane. Old Cheng and several technicians had already ordered from e-country. He had never met this grandfather, but he was also shocked by his grandpa's wealth and generosity. 5 days left until the mission ends. Come back soon, Commander Wu ordered. Su Cheng nodded in response, feeling very mixed. He also longed to see his real family, but that woman said if Grandpa found him, he would try to take him away. What about Dad's wish? What about Wanwan? And Finfin and Hanghang? He had kept it secret from Commander Wu before because of Hanghang, Finfin, and Dad's last wishes. Now that Wanwan was here, he didn't want to leave even more. Hearing the hesitation on the other end of the phone, Commander Wu got anxious. What are you thinking? Grandpa is much better than we thought.
Su Cheng responded complicatedly. Okay.
Then he asked, has he met my wife? Everyone who met her would like her. Yes, he has. He likes her quite a lot, Commander Wu said with a smile. Actually, he wasn't sure if he liked her or not, but whenever the old man asked, he always spoke kindly. Su Cheng felt relieved and replied, Good. He hung up and returned to his hotel room. As soon as he entered, he saw a woman who looked familiar yet strange, standing next to Su Jiyun and Wen Xian. Su Cheng's eyes scanned her from top to bottom. It seemed that time hadn't left many marks on her face. Instead, it added a touch of elegance. During his time in the countryside, thinking of her became an obsession. Over the years, his memory of her gradually faded, and he no longer clung to it, even forgetting. Later, he felt dislike and despair. What are you here for? Su Cheng asked coldly. Yang Manhwa didn't remember the last time she saw her son. Now he was tall and handsome, with a face and aura that resembled her. But his personality was more like his father's. She could control Su Yan so naturally, she could control this son too. Ah Cheng, we haven't seen each other for so many years. Is this how you talk to your mother? Yang Wanhua looked very sad as she said this. Su Cheng ignored her attitude, glanced at Wen Xian, and asked, Do you know her? Wen Xian nodded, then stepped forward, took Su Cheng's arm affectionately, and said, By the way, you're my older brother.
Su Cheng immediately understood.
He pushed her away and said, I don't have a sister. Yang Wanhua stood up and approached Su Cheng. You and Mom are returning to Xiangqing. I've already promised Wen Xian to leave the Wen family. Su Cheng was a bit surprised. Then she's more capable than me. When Xian quickly said, I heard Aunt Yang came to Pingcheng. I called her right away and told her to leave the Wen family. I also told her I would tell her where you are. See, she still cares about you, doesn't she? So, you deliberately approached us just to find out where we live? Actually, I was thinking too complicated at first. After changing my mind, I didn't expect it to be so simple, when Xian said proudly. I thought it would be difficult, but surprisingly, Yangwan was easy to handle. She mourned her father for 2 seconds. Although she achieved her main goal, she had new ideas. She also wanted to experience her father's happiness. Just looking at him is enough to make people feel happy. Meanwhile, Su Jiyun was completely discouraged. He had heard about Su Cheng's background before and didn't believe it at first. Now it seems to be true. He heard that the Wen family is a prominent family in the alley city. Such a girl is beyond his imagination. Su Cheng glanced at Yang Wanwa and asked, What are your plans for the future? Yang Wanwa stepped forward, took her son's hand, and placed it in her palm, but Su Cheng subtly pulled it back. Yang Wanhua paused, then earnestly said, Mom wants you to go with me to the alley city. When Xian found Yang Wanhua quite refreshing. With her father's love and favoritism, she always maintained her pride and arrogance. She was quite skilled at balancing both roles. She pretended to be a fair and just elder to her stepchildren, but she had many tricks. Especially after her father gave her the power to manage the family, she often deducted their allowances, acting as if she were the head of the household. Su Cheng immediately refused. I have my own job and family. Why should I go to Hangcheng? It's only temporary, and I'm not stopping you from coming back. Can you listen to your mom this time?
Yang Wanhua pleaded sincerely.
I also have investments there, and I'm doing well.
Come help me.
All of this will be yours in the future. It has nothing to do with me. Su Cheng's expression was calm. After a moment, he added, I told you before, if you leave the Wen family, I can ask my grandfather to forgive you. That hasn't changed. As for everything else, don't even think about it. The money is still with Commander Wu. You can take it. His wife gave him 1,000 yuan, just enough to cover the previous misappropriation. When Xian was surprised. Is this Yang Wanhua's son? He's quite impressive. Seeing Yang Wanhua's shocked expression, she felt secretly pleased. Indeed, one strong person attracts another. Yang Wanhua's face alternated between red and white, and after a while, she said, Acheng, how can you treat Mom like this? Mom has had hardships all these years. Su Cheng slowly looked at Yang Wanhua's face and said seriously, really? You only have hardships, but you don't know that I am truly suffering. This was the first time he spoke of his suffering to anyone. But you can't go back.
Su Cheng smiled slightly.
What does it matter if I go back? With my status, Grandpa wouldn't force me to do anything. Isn't that what you're afraid of? He wouldn't force you, of course, but no one could resist the wealth and status of the Su family overseas. She worked hard to give birth to her son, but he wasn't recognized or respected. Not only that, he had nothing. With the Su family, she looked down on the Wen family. She had hoped that when that old man was on his deathbed, she would bring her son to acknowledge their roots and inherit the family estate. But unexpectedly, she found him so soon. Su Cheng didn't know what Yang Wanwa was thinking, and he thought she was just afraid of Grandpa's revenge. Although he didn't like this mother, his father's death was just an accident, and he couldn't blame her. Su Cheng's face darkened. Don't think too much. I mean what I say. Yang Wanhua said nothing, stood up, and said, Su Cheng, calm down. I'll leave first. I'll come back in a few days. After saying that, she turned and left. When Xian didn't move, but approached him voluntarily. Brother, Aunt Yang is not easy either. She's doing pretty well in the city. Should we go see her? Su Cheng looked at her speechlessly. Don't call out of turn. Then he added, if there's nothing else, don't stay here. Su Jiyun's mouth twitched, unsure what to say. When Xian pouted boredly and made a face at Su Cheng. If you won't call, then just call me Brother Cheng like Su Jiyun does. Su Cheng turned around, his gaze heavy as he looked at Wen Xian. Has your brother not learned his lesson yet? He didn't think when Xian was acting kindly towards him, she was probably upset about something at her mother's place and wanted to take it out on him. Last time her brother was aggressive, this time she was soft. When Xian would never imagine that Su Cheng always thought of her so complicatedly. She now thought she was just following her scoundrel father, acting on impulse. Her angry warning look was so striking. Su Jiyun couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward to advise, "Do you need to talk to the girl like that?" After saying that, he pushed Wen Xian outside. "You should go back first. He's in a bad mood right now." Wen Xin didn't mind and turned her head back to say to Su Cheng, "Brother Cheng, I'll come see you tomorrow." After she left, Su Jiyun closed the door firmly. Because there was so much information, he didn't know where to start asking. Su Jiyun glanced at Su Cheng, his face looking unhappy. Maybe because of his role as a mother, he thought for a moment and said, "No mother ever doesn't worry about her children. She might have her own reasons. But I understand you. All these years, no matter what her reasons are, she shouldn't have left you alone in the countryside without checking on you. I didn't say you must forgive her, just don't be too yourself or let it make you angry." Su Cheng replied calmly, "I'm not angry with her. I just want us to be okay separately." "You're not angry, but you look like you are?" Su Jiyun had known Su Cheng for many years and understood his personality well. "What kind of look do I have to have?" Su Cheng was annoyed by his guess. Su Jiyun suddenly smiled, "At least like the look when you bought shoes for your sister-in-law." Su Cheng was speechless. "What kind of expression can you have when buying shoes?" He slightly smiled, imagining her reaction when she received the gift. Su Jiyun couldn't quite describe that feeling. Seeing that he wasn't saying anything, they brought hot water to wash up. After washing, Su Cheng lay on the bed and pulled the blanket over himself. His eyes closed, but his mind was in turmoil, unable to sleep. He had been lonely for so long, and only when she came into his life did he realize life had another side. That kind of happiness he had never dared to imagine before. He now lacked nothing, so why did they have to intrude into his world? Maybe Grandpa was forced, but as for his mother, when she insisted on forcing him to apologize to her stepson without understanding the full story, he had given up on her completely. No matter her reasons, he no longer wanted to try to understand. He only needed Wanwan. The next morning, Su Cheng went out again to carry out a mission, leading a small team for obstacle training. In the past few days, they had been indoors learning about shooting ranges and ballistics calculations, but today was about environmental adaptation training. Pengcheng is near the sea and mountains, and these are common hiding places for targets. Besides Su Cheng, there are other experts from his team. Su Cheng mainly focused on practical combat drills and sharing experience for unexpected situations. After this session, there would be physical and mental training. For this part, Su Cheng basically didn't need to participate. Su Cheng, dressed in a professional uniform with equipment, looked serious and cold. Standing on a reef by the sea, he loudly said, "Since this is a combat drill, it is the same as real combat. There must be no luck or complacency. Stay highly focused. Right now, I am your target for practice. Who is willing to challenge me?" A soldier stepped forward. Su Cheng nodded with satisfaction and said, "Begin." He added, "Stay safe." Once the drill started, everyone dispersed to find hiding spots. Su Jiyun followed behind Su Cheng. When they reached an empty area, Su Jiyun patted his shoulder and said, "Don't try too hard to fight these kids. Finish quickly so we can go back and see the wife." Su Cheng looked at him and said, "Focus. Even if it's just a simulation, getting hit still hurts." Su Jiyun glanced at a nearby rock and said nonchalantly, "Are you afraid of them?" After a long time with no movement, Su Jiyun grew disappointed and said, "See? Your observation skills aren't good enough." Bored, he got up and walked to the sea behind the rocks to enjoy the view. Suddenly, he heard a muffled sound behind him. Turning around, he saw Su Cheng lying on the ground. Before he could check on him, a wave swept over. Su Jiyun ran desperately towards Su Cheng. At that moment, the wave receded, and Su Cheng was gone, leaving only a small bloodstain that hadn't been washed away.
Su Ji-un panicked.
He ran frantically toward the rising tide, then back again, ignoring being hit by multiple targets, and rushed to the commander's office. Breathless, he said, "Someone used live ammunition and hit Commander Su. Hurry! Hurry!
Get someone to save him."
The commander's face changed quickly. "Where is he?" "He was swept away by the wave. Send a boat to rescue him immediately." Su Jiyun was so panicked he couldn't finish his sentence and added, "Find out who used live rounds. We must not let him escape. Seal the scene and search everywhere." Everyone in the office was immediately sent out to find him. Su Ziyun was left trembling in place, stunned. Just then, the comrade who had been carefully warning him earlier was now gone. He reached out and touched his head, feeling like he was dreaming. Su Cheng definitely wouldn't be hurt. He was lucky and had survived many dangerous situations. He would come back, he had to. Su Ziyun, who never believed in ghosts or gods, started praying to the heavens and all the deities. After calming down for a while, she ran out quickly. All day long, 3 ships and over 50 people searched the sea for Su Cheng, but they couldn't find any trace of him. The team members involved in the drill were checked one by one. No one used live ammunition. Clearly, someone had leaked the training location, and outsiders had sneaked in. By the 3rd afternoon, there was still no news. Su Ziyun finally couldn't hold back and called Commander He. Hearing this news, Su Yanting, who was waiting in the city for Su Cheng to return, couldn't stand it and almost fainted. His son was in trouble, and his grandson was involved too. He was immediately taken to the hospital. When Fang Wanwan heard this, she didn't believe it at first. "Commander He, I need to go to Pingcheng. Don't be impulsive. The person hasn't been found yet, and it's too early to draw conclusions," Wu Commander said with a serious face, trying to comfort her. Chunya was also stunned nearby, unsure how to comfort Fang Wanwan, who looked dazed. Wu Commander had heard of Chunya because her Feng Yuan had left the army, so he didn't have a good impression of her at first. But seeing her genuine concern for Fang Wanwan, he said before leaving, "Please watch over her. If anything happens, come find me." Wu Commander's mood was also very heavy. This young man had escaped death several times, and he dared not send him on dangerous missions anymore. The training task was supposed to be a chance for him to shine, but it turned out like this. He felt regretful and looked back at Fang Wanwan before leaving. "Your household registration will be processed in the next couple of days. Take it and get an ID card." Fang Wanwan could no longer hear what Wu Commander was saying. She only felt her back go numb, as if she was frozen, and her ears were buzzing. After a long while, she mechanically turned around. She didn't know how she managed to sit down in the room. Turning her head, she grabbed Chunya's hand tightly. "This must be a dream, right?" Chunya stroked her shoulder, pulled her head into her embrace, and comforted her. "Su Tuan's good luck will see him through. He'll be fine." No one wanted to admit this outcome, but everyone hoped that after being shot and swept away by the waves, there would still be a way to survive. Finfin didn't understand anything. She just looked at Fang Wanwan with wide eyes. She had never seen Aunt Fang cry before, but now she was crying so sadly. Confused, she asked, "Is Dad not coming back?" Fang Wanwan didn't move. Chunya gently touched Finfin's fluffy little head and comforted her. "Be good, Finfin. Go play over there." Finfin nodded obediently and ran to play on the nearby bed. In the afternoon, Hang Hang came home from school and saw Fang Wanwan sitting quietly by the desk. He remembered passing by Tiniu's house earlier and proudly called out to himself, "One dad is gone, another dad is gone. From now on, I won't be afraid of you anymore. Bring me something to eat, so I will protect you." Finfin saw Hang Hang and quickly ran over, making a shushing gesture. "Brother, come play with me. Don't disturb Aunt Fang." At this moment, Fang Wanwan finally regained her senses, wiped her tears, and smiled. "It's nothing. Your dad probably isn't in trouble. You're hungry, right? Eat some hot food." Chunya quickly stood up and helped Fang Wanwan sit in a chair. "I'll do it." She didn't know how to help Fang Wanwan, so she hurried to share some visible chores. Chunya heated the food and brought it to the table. Then she went to the room to call the 2 little ones. Finfin saw that Fang Wanwan was still sitting, so she pulled her hand and led her to the table. Fang Wanwan, for the first time, understood what it meant to have no taste in food. Tears silently fell into her rice bowl, without her noticing. Chenya looked at Fang Wanwan eating silently, sighed, and took the bowl from her hand. If you can't eat, don't force yourself. I'll take care of the children. She then took the rice bowl from Fang Wanwan's hand and placed it on the table. Fang Wanwan finally came back to her senses and looked at Chenya. Thank you so much. She turned around and went back to her room, covering herself with the quilt and crying loudly. At this moment, she felt like the sky was falling. For the first time, she realized how important Su Cheng had become to her. Hang Hang is a very sensitive and smart child. He didn't need to ask much to understand what had happened. His father was the same 2 years ago. Now, Aunt Fang looks just like his mother did back then, sad and lost, wandering aimlessly. He wondered where he and his sister would go this time.
To their mother?
But if their mother took care of them, she wouldn't be able to work. Without a job, there would be no income. Chenya looked at his small, serious eyes and couldn't help but ask, "What are you thinking about, Hang Hang?" Hang Hang shook his head. "It's nothing. I think this must be fake news. The real situation is that my dad is on a secret mission." He wished it were true. He and his sister liked their dad very much. Chenya gently patted Hang Hang's head with sympathy. Yes, that's right. That night, no one in the family spoke much. Fin also became much quieter and more obedient. The next day, Hang Hang went to school as usual. When Fang Wanwan woke up, her eyes were swollen. Chenya was supposed to go see the shop because Lu Chunmei had found 3 shops and Feng Yuan had chosen one, but Chenya needed to go and make the final decision. Seeing Fang Wanwan's sad expression, Chenya felt a bit worried and softly comforted her, saying, "Even Commander Wu hasn't made a decision yet. Let's wait until Su Cheng comes back." "Chenya, I want to talk to you about something," Fang Wanwan said seriously. "Go ahead. I want to go to Pingcheng. Can Fin and Hang Hang help take care of things here?" Chenya sighed. "You want to go to Pingcheng alone? This time isn't like our old days. I don't look down on women, but here, it's dangerous for a woman to be outside alone without a man." Fang Wanwan didn't say anything. After a while, Chenya said, "Wait a few more days. Once the shop is settled, Feng Yuan and Wang Yongqiang will go to Pingcheng to buy supplies. You can go with them." Fang Wanwan thought for a moment and replied, "Okay." Then she remembered something else. "I have a batch of custom goods that need to be delivered to the provincial city. Do you want to go and take a look?"
It can be done in a day.
Fang Wanwan believed Chenya could handle this. Her speaking skills and experience were perfect for talking with those people. This was something she had already planned. That would be great.
happily.
Chenya went to the county town, booked the shop, and returned by bus that evening. Fang Wanwan went to Shengyang village to ask Yang Shichin to help pick up Hang Hang. She waited at home for her and Chenya to come back. Early the next morning, Fang Wanwan talked to Hang Hang, gave him $1 and told him that if he was hungry, Yang Auntie could take him to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy food. When Hang Hang finished school in the afternoon, he went home as usual. He waited a long time, but didn't see Yang Auntie. He then took his $1 and bought a bag of egg cakes at the supply store. Afraid others might see, he didn't eat on the street. When he passed by the Iron Bull's gate, he was stopped again. "Hang Hang, what did you buy at the supply store just now?" Hang Hang looked at him cautiously. "Nothing much. I just wanted to see what was there so my auntie could help me buy it." Iron Bull saw him hide his hands behind his back and step closer. He pulled something out and asked, "What is this?" Hang Hang tried to pull his hand away, but Iron Bull was bigger and stronger. "Iron Bull, let go." Seeing Hang Hang struggle, Iron Bull smiled and said, "If you don't let go, give me what's in your hand, or I'll hit you." Hang Hai shouted angrily, "How dare you? What's there to be afraid of?" "I used to be scared of your dad, but now there's nothing to fear," she said, snatching the paper bag from Hang Hai's hand before releasing her grip. "It's an egg cake. TSK, your stepmother is really rich." She took a piece and stuffed it into her mouth. Soft and fragrant. "If I didn't have a mom, I'd really want a stepmother like you." Then she added, "Oh, By the way, my uncle just lost his wife. It would be nice if she could become my aunt. Then I could wear new clothes and eat egg cakes like you. As soon as she finished speaking, the egg cake in her hand was suddenly knocked to the ground. Immediately after, she was punched in the face. Iron Neo reacted quickly, pouncing on Hang Hai and forcing him to the ground. His fists rained down on Hang Hai's head and stomach. In a frenzy, Iron Neo shouted and hit, "You brat, I've been annoyed with you for a long time. Do you think just because you have a dad in the group, you're so great? Wearing new clothes, carrying a new backpack, playing with new toys, and eating delicious food every day. Don't you think about sharing with your friends? And your stepmother always showing off in front of my mom. Now I'll teach you a lesson." Hang Hai was no match for Iron Neo and quickly couldn't defend himself. "Do you want me to give you your building blocks?"
Iron Neo had wanted them for a long time.
He heard that the stepmother brought them back from the provincial city, but he only played with their Zhu and never got to play with them himself. Hang Hai's lips were cut and bleeding, and Iron Neo grabbed his hair, pressing him to the ground, but he still stubbornly said, "Dream on. Even if you throw me away, I won't give them to you." Iron Neo slapped Hang Hai again. "I told you to stop talking back. This time, I'll beat you into submission." At this moment, Yang Shiqin rushed over, pushing Iron Neo far away, then helped Hang Hai to his feet and held him in her arms, feeling guilty. "I'm sorry, Auntie. I got held up with something," she said. Hang Hai didn't speak, glaring fiercely at Iron Neo. Iron Neo got up from the ground, pointing at Yang Shiqin and scolding, "You, an adult, bullying a kid. What kind of skill is that? Just wait and see." Then he ran off. Yang Shiqin heaved a sigh of relief, holding Hang Hai's hand. "Let's go home." When they returned, she waited for Fang Wanwan to come back. Thinking Hang Hai might be hungry, she took out 2 eggs and handed them to him. Hang Hai took the eggs from her hand. "Thank you, Auntie Yang." Yang Shiqin patted his head and said, "What are you thanking me for? If Annie had come earlier, Iron Bull wouldn't have bullied you like this. All right, eat quickly." Hang Hai cracked the egg, peeled one, and chewed carefully. Yang Shiqin watched the child quietly, but upon closer look, she saw he was still crying. Just as she was about to squat down to wipe his tears, she noticed his mouth and forehead were also scraped and bleeding. She hurriedly became worried. "Does it hurt? Auntie will take you to the clinic to check." Hang Hai shook his head. "No, Annie. It doesn't hurt at all." Yang Shiqin looked at Hang Hai's gloomy expression and thought that although this child usually carried worries, he shouldn't look so downcast. "Then tell Annie what happened?" Just as Hang Hai was about to speak, a loud, rough voice came from outside the door. "Well, Yang Shiqin, you haven't been back for a long time, and now you come back and hit my son." Yang Shiqin turned around and saw Qin Xiuzhen walking in fiercely. She quickly pulled Hang Hai behind her. It was Iron Bull who bullied Hang Hai first. "I didn't hit him, I just pushed him away from Hang Hai." "Push him away? With how much strength? My son is strong too. He's probably hurt inside. If anything happens to him, I won't let you get away with it," Qin Xiuzhen said domineeringly. Yang Shiqin still felt a bit afraid of Qin Xiuzhen. "What right do you have to scold me? It was your Iron Bull who started it." Qin Xiuzhen sneered. "It seems you still don't know. Don't think anyone will support that little troublemaker Fang Wanwan. The squad leader sacrificed himself." She said this proudly. Yang Shiqin was stunned on the spot. After a moment, she reacted, "Qin Xiuzhen, I tell you, food can be eaten randomly, but words can't be spoken carelessly. TSK. You've been getting your paycheck for a few days, and your tone is so arrogant. Well, I'll tell you, without squad leader Su, who will still care about that troublemaker, I think you won't have this job for much longer." After saying this, Qin Xiuzhen saw Yang Shiqin standing frozen and chuckled. "It seems that little troublemaker hasn't told you this news yet." Yang Shiqin took a long time to recover and said, "Watch your mouth. Don't talk nonsense here if you have nothing to say." Qin Xiuzhen said, "Make Hang Hai come out and apologize, just like her Zhu did before. Otherwise, I might call you mother-in-law." Just a few days ago, she was embarrassed by Fang Wanwan right at the door. Yang Shiqin is not a strong person. She only tightly protects Heng Heng behind her and can't say much. She can't believe Su Cheng has really gone. If that's true, Fang Wanwan wouldn't be able to stay here at all. Soon, all kinds of strange people would come out. An apology? A familiar voice sounded. Yang Shiqin looked up and saw Fang Wanwan walking in with a bag in her hand, followed by Chenya holding Finfin. Chun Xiuzhen turned around and saw Fang Wanwan's cold eyes. She instinctively felt a little afraid, but then thought that her husband was gone, so there was nothing to fear. She was small and weak, not her match. Fang Wanwan put her bag on a nearby table and approached Heng Heng. She saw his lips purple and a bump on his forehead. She was immediately angry. Chun Xiuzhen, if you want Heng Heng to apologize to Tiniu, bring Tiniu here. Chun Xiuzhen snorted. My son isn't feeling well now. He's lying in bed. You don't have to apologize. I'll pay 5 yuan and take Tiniu to see a doctor myself. Fang Wanwan sneered. That's fine too. I still say bring Tiniu here. Let's see who is more hurt. If he's badly hurt, I will pay. If not, you have to pay for our child's medical expenses. Chun Xiuzhen shouted. Yang Shiqin is so strong. One punch knocked my son out with internal injuries. Your Heng Heng only has a small scratch. Fang Wanwan nodded. All right, then both of us take our children to the hospital for an examination. Otherwise, I won't let you go. Seeing Fang Wanwan still threatening, Chun Xiuzhen got angry quickly. Do you think you can still bully us? What do you mean by bullying? You always start the trouble first. I'm just fighting back. Seeing Fang Wanwan refuse to back down, Chun Xiuzhen decided to show her some color. She hurried to Chen Gang's door and shouted, Lu Dama, Chen Gang, Yang Shiqin is back. They're all at Fang Wanwan's house. Haven't you gone to see her? Is your marriage over? Old Lady Lu heard Yang Shiqin was back and was so excited she grabbed her cane and came out. Chen Gang, not even finishing his meal, followed. He seemed to hear a quarrel next door, but didn't expect it was Yang Shiqin. Old Lady Lu, despite her legs being inconvenient, grabbed Yang Shiqin's hand and shouted loudly, Shiqin, you're finally back. Yang Shiqin trembled in fear and took a step back. But Old Lady Lu held her tight, almost pulling her over. Grandmother Lu shouted to Chen Gang, Gongzi, what are you standing there for? Take Shiqin back home. Chen Gang was about to step forward when Yang Shiqin said, you must agree to all my conditions, or if you pull me back now, I will still leave. Besides, with your status, you can't force me to stay locked at home. Chen Gang was stunned. Grandma Lu cried, Shiqin, I, as your mother-in-law, apologize to you. Your scarf and face cream haven't even been touched and are still in your room. Go check. And, at my age, I want grandchildren. How can Heir Zhu stay at his grandmother's house forever? Yang Shiqin felt very annoyed. She forcefully pulled away Grandma Lu's hand and said to Chen Gang, think carefully before you come looking for me. Chun Xiuzhen couldn't stand it anymore. Chen Gang, are you a real man? Your wife has been gone for months and now she's back and you don't even try to keep her. Instead, you're letting her cause trouble. I tell you, she won't be able to work at Shangyang village for long, and you know about Su Cheng's situation. Chen Gang looked at Chun Xiuzhen without replying but said to Grandma Lu, Mother, you should go home now. Chun Xiuzhen couldn't understand Chen Gang at all. What do you mean? Are you planning to listen to Yang Shiqin? A grown man. Aren't you feeling humiliated? Chen Gang took a deep breath with a calm face and said to Chun Xiuzhen, it's none of your business. Did you really think that once Su Cheng died, no one would care? Fang Wanwan hasn't divorced yet, and Su Cheng's grandfather just donated a plane to the military district.
Not many people know about this.
Who dares to ignore Su Cheng's widow? And the official documents for her sacrifice haven't come through yet, so everyone is just waiting. Chen Gang neither liked nor disliked Su Cheng, but he definitely didn't like his wife. Since she arrived, she had caused a lot of trouble for his family. Hearing this, Chun Xiuzhen was speechless. Yang Shiqin went to Fang Wanwan and said, I'm going back now. If you're unhappy here, come stay at my house for a while. How long you stay here depends on how long Xiao Hong and I stay with you. She added, When I arrived, I saw Taiju riding on Hang Hang and hitting him. I pushed him in a panic, but I didn't hurt anything. But Hang Hang was the one who suffered. Fang Wanwan was furious when she heard this. She walked over and grabbed Chen Xiuzhen's collar. Did you hear that? All I want is an apology. If you're late, don't blame me for taking revenge. Yang Shiqin saw Fang Wanwan so angry that her eyes turned red. She whispered, sorry, I was in a hurry to send out 2 more pieces of goods, so I was late. Fang Wanwan said to Yang Shiqin, it's not your fault. You can go now. Yang Shiqin turned and left. Chen Xiuzhen was surprised to see Fang Wanwan speak so harshly and with such a serious expression. She paused for a moment, then pushed Fang Wanwan's hand away. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Fang Wanwan turned to the kitchen, grabbed a knife, and slammed it onto the table. Then try me. Seeing how serious Fang Wanwan was and how a bit frightening she looked, Chen Xiuzhen's lips trembled as she said, just a small argument between neighbors. Do you really want to cause a serious fight? After speaking, she hurriedly ran away without looking back. Once she left, Fang Wanwan let out a sigh of relief. She finally understood why there are so many loud women in the countryside. They are pushed to it. Only simple and direct methods work on such people. Chunya then approached Fang Wanwan. You did very well. I haven't handled such people so efficiently before. After saying that, she went to the kitchen to prepare hot water for Fang Wanwan and the 2 children to wash and bathe. Fang Wanwan took Hang Hang in front of her, squatting down to look at him. Before she could speak, Hang Hang asked, Did I cause you trouble? His big eyes were filled with a thick layer of tears, and as his eyelashes drooped gently, the tears fell. Fang Wanwan reached out and wiped his tears. No, tell me how you fought with Tiniu. Hang Hang carefully explained everything that happened. Fang Wanwan was so touched by the little boy that she almost cried. You were angry because he asked you to be his aunt and hit him. Hang Hang nodded. Dad is the person he treasures most. How can he earn money for that old man? Fang Wanwan suddenly smiled. Do you know that his uncle is an old man? Look at how old his dad is. His uncle must be even older than his dad. Fang Wanwan patted his head. That's true. The small child knew how to defend himself, which made Fang Wanwan feel warm inside. She also touched his mouth and asked, Does it hurt? No, it doesn't. Fang Wanwan looked at him seriously. Hang Hang is great, but he made a mistake in one place. Where did I go wrong? I will fix it. You're younger and weaker than him. How can you win if you fight him head-on? Hang Hang's eyes suddenly lit up. Then what should I do? Wanwan saw his eager expression and smiled. I don't have many good ideas, but I definitely can't use my fists. You can bite his arm, twist his ear, or pick his nose. Think about which part hurts the most, and go for that. When she was young, she couldn't beat the boys next door, so she used these tricks. After she finished, she added, but you need to be quick and clever with these moves so you can get close and aim well. Chunya finished boiling water and led Finfin out, just in time to hear this. She was shocked. Wanwan, is it really okay to teach kids like this? What if something bad happens? Chunya is quite traditional. She thinks adults can do anything, but kids are still young and shouldn't be taught to fight badly. It's nothing bad, Wanwan said. I grew up like this, and I turned out fine. Sometimes, the world for kids can be even harsher than for adults. Chunya sighed and stayed silent. Wanwan was worried about Hang Hang. She said, Listen to Auntie Wanwan. If someone dares to hit you, fight back. If it gets serious, tell me. If the difference in strength is too big, just pretend to give up first, then come back and tell me, okay? Hang Hang looked into Wanwan's bright eyes and suddenly felt more confident. Seeing his admiration, Wanwan wanted to say more, but suddenly his expression darkened. She asked, What's wrong? He knew he shouldn't bring this up now, but he couldn't help himself. Do you think Dad will come back? Wanwan took a deep breath. Yes, he will. But she wouldn't believe it until she saw Su Cheng. If Dad can't come back, where will my sister and I go? Hang Hang finally asked bravely. He didn't believe his mom would take him and his sister away. Besides, they now liked staying with Auntie Wanwan more. Wanwan gently pulled him into her arms and hugged him for the first time. If you want, you and your sister can stay with me. Chunya is an orphan. She understands Hang Hang's feelings and feels very touched when she sees Fang Wanwan. Wanwan, I'm here for you. No matter what, I will stand by your side. Fang Wanwan nodded. Thank you. Luckily, there is Chunya. No matter how strong she tries to be alone, she still doesn't feel confident enough. I have an idea I want to share, Chunya said. Go ahead. Let's transfer Hang Hang to the county. We can afford the tuition. You should also leave. After saying this, she was worried Fang Wanwan might misunderstand. I know you're not afraid of them and can handle them, but it's very tiring. I've tried. Fang Wanwan thought for a moment. It was a possible solution, but when she looked at the room, she felt reluctant to leave. She remembered how he used to cook, boil water, and do laundry for them every day at home. From the kitchen to the hall and the rooms, it felt like Su Cheng's presence was everywhere. If they just moved away, it would feel like her heart was hollow.
She didn't want that.
As long as she didn't see Su Cheng's body, she would wait for him here. There was also the workshop in Shangyang village, which had taken so much effort from many people. They couldn't just stop because it was troublesome. What about Yang Shiqin and Lu Xiaohong, who had been busy these days? There was also Wang Yongqiang. Although she didn't have strong feelings for him, honesty and cooperation was important. She thought for a while and then told Chunya her idea. I'm not afraid of being tired. Living is just suffering. After saying this, she turned to look at Hang Hang. Do you want to go to the county to study? If you want to go, you can stay with Aunt Chen. I'll pay for your food and tuition. Hang Hang shook his head. I want to wait here with you until Dad comes back. Chunya understood and didn't persuade her anymore. Instead, she said, I'll come often to cook for you. Fang Wanwan thought for a moment. Why don't you teach me? She had said this before, but it was just words. Now that she had no support, she had to rely on herself. In the future, Chunya would not only help run the fabric shop but also deliver custom-made clothes to Linqing. Naturally, she wouldn't have much time to stay at the military district. And there were always people pointing fingers at her. That night, after washing up, everyone lay on the bed. Except Finfin. No one was asleep. Even Hang Hang was tossing and turning on the ground.
Hang Hang.
Fang Wanwan called. What's wrong, Aunt Fang? If next time you beat Tainyo, I will reward you with a new toy. Okay. Hang Hai likes this auntie and surprisingly knows what he's thinking. He dares to gloat about his dad's sacrifice and has silly ideas about the other auntie. He's just too hateful. Fang Wanwan smiled and said, Good. Go to sleep now. Tomorrow you will go to school again. After school, I will train you. The next day, Fang Wanwan indeed went to pick up Hang Hai. When they returned, she told him to put down his school bag immediately. Before eating, they started practicing in the hall. Hang Hai, you need to observe carefully. Look, you were slow again just now. When rushing over, it's not about strength, but quick reflexes. If you rely only on strength, you'll never catch up with Auntie. She then called Chunya over to demonstrate. Chunya was both amused and helpless. She had never heard of or seen someone so dedicated to teaching kids how to fight. Chunya was about the same height as Fang Wanwan but a bit thinner. Fang Wanwan easily grabbed her target. Finfin clapped and cheered from the side, but Fang Wanwan thought Chunya was too weak and didn't show a good example. After a few rounds, they stopped and suddenly noticed a few people standing at the door. Commander he was helping Su Yanting come in, with Lu Ci and another man behind him. Fang Wanwan quickly stopped her training, held Hang Hai's hand, and awkwardly greeted, Commander he Mr.
Su.
Su Yanting looked much more tired than before. He looked at Fang Wanwan with a heavy gaze. What are you doing? Fang Wanwan and Hang Hai didn't answer. Chunya was at the back, and Finfin raised her hand and said, Grandpa, Annie Fang is teaching my brother how to fight. Commander he widened his eyes, looked at Fang Wanwan, and said sternly, How can you teach children like that? He then helped Su Yanting inside and asked the man behind him to bring 2 chairs over. Both Commander he and Su Yanting sat down and looked at Fang Wanwan carefully. Fang Wanwan wanted to reply but saw Su Yanting's obviously tired face and Commander He's bloodshot eyes. She swallowed her words and kept quiet. Hang Hai quickly said, "It's me who wants to learn." Commander He waved at Hang Hai. "At such a young age, you should learn to read and write, not fighting. And what's wrong with your forehead and mouth?" Hang Hai didn't move, but stared steadily at Commander He. "I was hit." "Who hit you? Why did he do that?" "He gloated about my dad's sacrifice and was rude to the auntie." Hearing this, Commander He and Su Yanting fell silent. Su Yanting took a long time before finally speaking. "That definitely deserves a beating." Commander He unexpectedly glanced at Su Yanting, then turned to Hang Hang and asked, "But you lost, right?" Hang Hang nodded. "Yes, Aunt Fong taught me a method. Next time, I will definitely win back." Su Yanting nodded heavily. "Yes, win it back." At this moment, he genuinely agreed with Fang Wanwan's approach and felt a bit impressed. The little child, unlike adults, wouldn't hesitate to face others, but children have no words for each other. Commander He thought that old Master Su's few words were just angry talk and paid no attention. Instead, he looked at Fang Wanwan and asked, "Do you have any plans?" "Not much. Just take care of the children and wait for him to come back." "In a few days, I plan to go to Pingcheng," Wanwan said calmly. Commander Wu hesitated but finally sighed. "Don't go."
Why?
Fang Wanwan's eyes immediately reddened. Commander Wu opened his mouth but took a long time to speak. "The army will arrange things well for you and the two children." He spoke as gently as possible. Hang Hang tightened his grip on Wanwan's hand and said to Commander Wu word by word, "I don't want to be separated from Aunt Fong. She said that as long as my sister and I are willing, we can stay with her forever." Hearing this, Hang Hang understood, and tears fell from his face like beans. Commander Wu looked at Fang Wanwan silently, then said, "You are only 19. Didn't you just say you wanted to go to university? You should think about the future." When he said this, Commander Wu also felt very sad. He brought Old Master Su here because Su Old Master volunteered to take the two children abroad to raise them. I still say the same thing. As long as Hang Hang and Finfin are willing, I will take them. I will go to university, and about the future, we will see, Fang Wanwan replied. Su Yanting was surprised again. She was tougher and more responsible than he had imagined. She was completely different from Yang Manhwa. He regretted judging her by her appearance when they first met. Then he relaxed his expression and said to Fang Wanwan, "If you have any difficulties, tell me." She was a bit surprised by his sudden change. Maybe, like her, he thought of the people from Su City. This elder was not entirely unreasonable. She was willing to be understanding for the sake of Su City and politely said, "Not right now." Su Yanting nodded. "If you encounter any difficulties, come to the Huame building in Kyoto to find me." He then looked at Lu Ci behind him and said, "Write down the phone number there for her." Lu Ci quickly took out paper and a pen from his black leather bag, wrote down a phone number, and handed it to Fang Wanwan. Fang Wanwan took the number, sincerely said, "Thank you, Mr. Su." Su Yanting did not respond immediately. After a moment, he finally spoke. "I heard you've drawn many portraits of a Cheng. Could you show me some?" Fang Wanwan glanced at Commander Wu. It seemed he had told Mr. Su a lot about herself and Su Cheng. She didn't say anything and turned to take out her sketchbook from the room, handing it to Su Yanting. After a while, Fang Wanwan returned with a photo of Su Cheng in her hand. "Here, you can keep this." Su Yanting took the photo from Fang Wanwan and looked at it repeatedly. Tears suddenly filled his eyes. Yang Wanhua was not completely useless. His grandson looked very good. Although his appearance and features resembled his mother completely, his expression and temperament were very much like his father's, especially the small black mole on his nose. This was a black and white half-length photo, taken when he first became a battalion commander, and it had been stuck on the wardrobe in his room all along. "Thank you." Su Yanting kept wiping tears while looking at the photo of Su Cheng. Fang Wanwan suddenly felt a bit sympathetic toward him. It's said that losing a loved one is a great sorrow, but he had experienced it twice, and his grandson had never even seen his face. She didn't know if Mr. Su had other sons, and she didn't dare to ask. Su Yanting handed the photo of Su Cheng to Lu Ci.
Put it away.
Thinking about how the money he previously offered to the two children was rejected, Su Yanting didn't know what else he could do. He heard Commander Wu say that this girl was good at making money. Finally, he flipped through the sketchbook again. It contained drawings of not only Su Cheng but others as well, but the best was still his grandson. After a while, he closed the book and handed it to Fang Wanwan. Thank you for your hard work. As I said before, if you and those two children have any difficulties, feel free to call me. Fang Wanwan looked at him. Are you leaving now? Lu Xi quickly said, Mr. Su hasn't been feeling well these days. The doctor he brought is still in Kyoto. Then I wish you a safe journey. If Su Cheng returns, I will definitely take him to see you. Hearing this, Su Yanting, who had been about to leave, froze in place. After a moment, he said, all right. Commander Wu's eyes reddened, but he said nothing. He only told the soldier behind him, send Mr. Su back carefully. Yes. Commander Wu did not leave. He knelt down and held Hung Hong's hand. Tell me, which child is it? The kid next door, Tai Nyo. Commander Wu nodded. Do you want to beat him yourself, or do you want Uncle to help? Didn't you just say I might teach him bad things? Why are you offering the option to beat him yourself? Commander Wu stood up and said, I follow the rule of the majority. Hang Hang looked at Commander Wu. Aunt Fong, and I still need to stay here. I won't always come to you. I'll handle it myself. Commander Wu patted Hung Hong's head.
Good.
Finally, he said to Fang Wanwan, any ideas, just come find me. Your household registration is transferred, so you can get your ID card at the town police station. If you like a particular high school, I can write you a letter of recommendation. A recommendation letter can only suggest. Whether they accept you depends on your skills. Fang Wanwan gratefully said, okay. After giving these instructions, Commander Wu left. Chen let out a breath of relief, walked over, and pulled Fang Wanwan. Things aren't as bad as I thought. Just stay here. She then went to the kitchen, reheated the food, and served it again. Fin was very hungry. As soon as she sat down, she picked up a bowl of plain rice and started eating eagerly. The next morning, after Fang Wanwan sent Hang Hang to kindergarten, she went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy vegetables. On her way back, she overheard some gossip behind her. Did you hear? Chen Xiuzhen and her family were moved to the military housing in the west because she argued with Fang Wanwan. It's full of mosquitoes in summer there. Wow, is this how a widow of a hero is treated?
Exactly.
Be careful in the future. If you offend someone unknowingly, you might not even realize how you died. Someone backing you up makes a difference. Who's backing her? Who knows? She looks quite sly. Fang Wanwan felt that Chen was right. Strange and tricky people were everywhere. But as long as they didn't cause trouble openly, she had nothing to lose. She didn't bother to pay attention to them. When she got home, she started choosing vegetables with Chen. Seeing her face looked bad, Chen probably guessed what was going on. Just remember, when you get the chance, give her a good slap in the face. Fang Wanwan was suddenly amused by her words. All right, I won't take it to heart. If we start arguing over this again, we'll be busy fighting every day. I have many other things to do. Later, I'll go to Shangyang village to see how the goods are doing. I also need to go to the town to get my ID card. When it comes to ID cards, Chen Ya's eyes lit up. Congratulations. In the future, if you want to go somewhere, just get a certificate, carry your ID, and you can leave. Talking about getting a certificate, Fang Wanwan looked a bit sad again. You heard yesterday, Commander Wu won't let me go to Pengcheng. Without his approval, I can't leave. Then wait for Su Jian to come back. Chen thought for a moment and cautiously asked, why do you insist on going to Pengcheng? Fang Wanwan was momentarily stunned, trying to understand her own feelings. Honestly, she just didn't believe it. I always feel that Su Cheng is still alive. Chunya didn't say anything and gently comforted her. All right, there are other people in the military district who can issue certificates. I'll ask Chen Yuan later. Okay. The two women finished choosing and washing the vegetables. Chunya then began to teach Fang Wanwan how to cook step by step. Every time Fang Wanwan was startled and stepped back because of the splashing oil, Chunya couldn't help but laugh. It's not that scary. Just add water quickly when cooking vegetables and the oil won't splash. She demonstrated patiently, and after showing her, she let Fang Wanwan try. After some effort, Fang Wanwan managed to cook a simple dish of shredded pork with carrots. She then thought of Su Cheng. She had also said before she wanted to learn from him. But when she was coughing from the fumes or got oil splashed on her hand, he would pull her away and say, "Just watch. The more you watch, the better you'll get." Fang Wanwan found it amusing. Watching did help her understand, but her hands still didn't cooperate. Chunya saw the rare smile on Fang Wanwan's face and asked, "How is it? Do you feel a sense of achievement?" Fang Wanwan finally snapped out of her thoughts. She picked up her chopsticks, took a bite, and nodded. "Yes, except that the color isn't as good as yours. The taste is pretty similar." Chunya took her chopsticks, picked a piece of food, and tried it herself. She smiled and said, "How can you say that? You need more practice. But for a first try, it's not bad." Fang Wanwan received encouragement and, under Chunya's guidance, made 2 more simple dishes. After dinner, the two went together to Shangyang village. At the workshop, Lu Xiaohong and Yang Shiqin immediately came to greet them. Especially Lu Xiaohong. Since the day before yesterday, when her older sister brought the news back, Fang Wanwan hadn't come for 2 days, which made her very worried. "Wanwan, are you doing okay these days?" Lu Xiaohong asked with concern.
I'm fine.
"Let me see how many clothes you've made recently. If it's enough, I'll have someone find buyers." Hearing this, everyone relaxed and took a breath. They all knew she originally came from Kyoto and had come here with the army. Now that the man was gone, no one knew how many more days she would stay. She finally had a peaceful job, and now it was gone. No one wanted to see her leave. Yang Shiqin quickly took Fang Wanwan and Chunya to another room. "In these 2 weeks, we've made over 150 pieces. We were slow at first, but recently we can make more than 20 pieces a day. For other sisters are learning too. If they get the hang of it, our daily output will be much higher." Fang Wanwan and Chunya each took a few pieces of clothing to check. Since the styles were simple, they looked good. Fang Wanwan carefully put the clothes away and said to Lu Xiaohong, "Try making about 10 of those cloth bags I asked for last time. I want to test the waters. Tomorrow, I'll have someone bring the clothes to the county town to sell." She then took a pound of fruit candies from the cloth bag and placed them on the table. Everyone worked hard. "Take these and share them. If the clothes sell well, we can add more styles." The girls looked at the candies on the table, but didn't dare to take any. Chunya grabbed a handful and placed it in front of Feng Qiuhua, smiling and encouraging her, "Sister, keep going." Feng Qiuhua had never used a sewing machine before. It took her several days just to get comfortable with it. She was one of the 4 who hadn't learned how to use it yet. Feeling a bit shy, Feng Qiuhua looked at Fang Wanwan and said, "It looks pretty simple. I didn't expect it to be so tricky, but I think I'm almost there." Fang Wanwan nodded. "It's okay. We're not in a rush right now. Just focus on building a good foundation."
All right.
After leaving the workshop, Chunya joked, "You really have the look of a female factory boss." Fang Wanwan smiled. "Not bad, right? Since I've started, I want to do it well." The next morning, Fang Wanwan and Chunya, along with Finfin, went to the county town early. They asked Wang Yongqiang to bring people to move the clothes there. When they heard the clothes were ready, Wang Yongqiang was very excited. Feng Yuan's cloth shop was rented, waiting to buy supplies in Yangcheng. After Wang Yongqiang transported the clothes from the countryside to the county, he planned to set up a stall outside Feng Yuan's shop. He also encouraged his wife and younger brother to sell in other places. Fang Wanwan smiled and said, "That's not a good idea." Wang Yongqiang had always done business this way. He didn't realize it wasn't right at first. "What else can I do?" Fang Wanwan said, "You need to learn how to run your business." Wang Yongqiang only heard that long-distance truck drivers called running business, but he didn't understand how selling clothes could be considered running a business. Fang Wanwan gathered Wang Yongqiang, Feng Yuan, and even Lu Chunmei at Feng Yuan's shop to teach them how to run a business. "Our position is as wholesalers. We can take sample clothes to various clothing shops in different counties and encourage them to buy our clothes in bulk, turning them into long-term partners," Fang Wanwan explained. "That might be a bit difficult." Fang Wanwan smiled and said, Starting is always hard. This time, when we approach them, once they make money and succeed, they will come to us on their own. Running a business was still a new thing in this era, and Fang Wanwan thought it wasn't too hard. Wang Yongqiang had never done business before. He usually waited for customers to come to him. He couldn't quite imagine how approaching others could lead to recognition. Fang Wanwan understood their hesitation and looked at Chunya. How about we demonstrate once ourselves? This way they could see what running a business involved. Chunya agreed immediately. Fang Wanwan took sample clothes and went to a department store to buy a few packs of cigarettes, mid-range brands, about 5 yuan each. Even in this era, 5 yuan was considered a decent gift. A few people were taken by Lu Chunmei to a clothing store she often visited. Fang Wanwan told them, "Just watch here for now. Don't go over yet." She then spoke a few words to Chunya. Fang Wanwan took one cigarette and handed the others to Lu Chunmei to hold. Holding the cigarette, Fang Wanwan approached the shop, stopped, looked around, and the female shop owner, seeing a pretty girl, quickly greeted her warmly. "Looking for clothes? Come in and take a look." Fang Wanwan smiled and said, "I'm not here to buy clothes." Hearing she wasn't there to buy, the shop owner immediately put on a fake smile that disappeared in an instant. "Why are you standing here if you're not buying clothes? I'm here to give you something good," she said, waving the cigarette in her hand. When the shop owner saw the cigarette, her eyes lit up. "Is there something I can help you with?" Since it was their first meeting, the female shop owner was still cautious. Fang Wanwan unfolded 2 styles of clothes she had just made. "Take a look at the style. What do you think?" "Oh, you're trying to sell me clothes by pushing your own? Are you joking?" Fang Wanwan placed the cigarette on the table and straightforwardly said, 9 yuan per piece. "If you want, I'll give you the cigarette as a gift." The boss was momentarily stunned. At that moment, a quiet girl approached. She first looked at the clothes in the shop, frowned. Then her gaze fell on one of the garments in Fang Wanwan's hand. Her eyes lit up instantly, and she quickly asked, "Boss, do you still have this piece of clothing in stock?" The boss remembered Fang Wanwan just mentioned that it cost 9 yuan each, and he quickly replied, Yes. She's just looking. If you want it, she can let you try it on." Fang Wanwan cooperated by handing the garment to Chunya. Chunya then asked the boss, "Can I try it on?" The boss pointed to a corner behind a fabric curtain and said, Yes, go ahead." Chunya came out wearing the clothes. The boss's eyes brightened. Such a simple outfit, it didn't look special in the hand, but when worn, it looked really good, simple and nice. "How much for one?" Chunya asked. The boss smiled. 12 yuan.
Chunya shook her head.
"That's a bit expensive."
10 yuan.
"I'll buy it." Clothes in that era didn't have the profit margin split in half. Earning 1 yuan was already considered a good profit. "Are there other colors?" Chunya asked again. The boss looked hesitant. "This is the last one. But there's another style." Fang Wanwan didn't hand over the remaining style but smiled and said, "Why don't you come back tomorrow? We'll have more stock then. There's also a light blue one." The boss watched Chunya pay and nodded quickly. "Come back tomorrow." Chunya paid 10 yuan to the boss and took the clothes, then left. After Chunya left, Fang Wanwan spoke honestly, "We have a small clothing factory. Recently, we released this new style. It looks simple, but you can see how good it looks when worn." The female boss immediately understood. "Oh, so that's why you went around in circles. Just say it earlier." "If I had said it straight away, you might have gotten impatient and chased me out," Fang Wanwan said with a smile, then added, "This style of clothing isn't available elsewhere except from us. It's one size fits all, so you don't need to stock a lot of different sizes. If you're unsure, you can try buying 3 or 5 pieces first to see how the market responds. The supplies are all in our county, so no transportation costs, and restocking is easy." In those days, because of the lack of experience and resources, there weren't many overweight people. The one-size-fits-all medium size could satisfy most people. The female boss quickly agreed and said she would have Fang Wanwan deliver 5 pieces first. Wang Yongqiang watched all this in shock. Within half an hour, Wang Yongqiang came over with clothes. After paying 45 yuan, he wrote down his shop's address for the boss, so she could restock after selling the items. When they met again, Lu Chunmei said it was a bit difficult for her to handle. I don't have Sister Chinya. Isn't giving away 6 yuan a loss for us? Fang Wanwan smiled and said, we earn back these 5 pieces of clothing. This is just a way to get closer to customers, not necessarily using Sister Chinya. Chinya smiled and said, I'll teach a simple and practical method, but you need to hold back some money for stock. This works well for established, reputable shops, as it minimizes risk. Are you willing? Nowadays, purchases are paid in cash immediately. No one offers monthly payments. But since it's all within this county, although there is some risk, it's manageable. Fang Wanwan said, rules can be changed. For the first time, you can operate like this. As long as the goods sell well, accepting cash payments later is also possible. Chinya found a large shop that had been open for over 10 years. She went in with clothes to negotiate, and without bringing anyone else, she secured the deal. Small shops used Fang Wanwan's method, while big shops used Chinya's approach. They quickly gained clients from 4 or 5 shops. Later, Fang Wanwan and Chinya went directly to visit customers, bringing sample clothes and cigarettes. Finally, they returned to Wang Yongqiang's shop. Fang Wanwan spoke again. Main business is handled by brother Yongqiang. Lu Chunmei and Feng Yuan, when they are free, go out. If not, that's fine. For each successful sale, you'll get 10% profit from 1 piece of clothing. Feng Yuan understood immediately and accepted. Lu Chunmei was still a bit confused. She couldn't handle business negotiations as generously as Fang Wanwan and Chinya. But she didn't want to miss this money-making opportunity. In the end, Fang Wanwan taught her a direct sales model, one-on-one customer service, which could also develop into a downline. However, in this era, there was no WeChat. Communication relied on word of mouth, so efficiency was slower. After finishing these tasks, Fang Wanwan planned to go to the shoe shop to pick up Finfin and go home together. Before leaving, Feng Yuan pulled Chinya aside. The day after tomorrow, I will go to Yangcheng with brother Yongqiang. Although he spoke softly, Fang Wanwan heard him clearly. Sister Chinya, you don't need to go back today. Stay and guide them in running the business. Chinya looked at Feng Yuan, a little shy, and nodded.
All right.
Be careful on the way. Fang Wanwan didn't dare to delay much, worried that Hang Hang might be alone at home after school and could be bullied. She quickly took Finfin to buy some buns and waited at the city gate for the bus. Because the bus schedule was fixed, we arrived home late. As soon as we reached the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative, I hurried home. When I entered the room, I saw Hang Hang sitting properly at the desk, writing. Fang Wanwan let out a sigh and handed him a meat bun. Are you hungry? Hang Hang took the bun from her, his eyes shining. Fang Wanwan asked again, is there something you want to tell me? I fought with someone at noon today. Did you win or lose?
Fang Wanwan only cared about that.
Of course I won. Hang Hang bit into the bun proudly. Just see who dares to say I mid-sentence. He realized something and quickly swallowed both his words and the bun. Fang Wanwan patted his head.
Good job.
Hang Hang then said, I got all the answers right in mental math today, and I'm the top in the class. Fang Wanwan smiled. What reward do you want? I don't want any reward. I just want you to be happy. He often ranked first but didn't say it. For the first time, Fang Wanwan realized that this little guy was surprisingly warm-hearted. She smiled and replied, I'm very happy. Keep it up. Tomorrow, Andy will buy you some braised pork. Is Annie Chen not coming today? No, she isn't coming today. Hang Hang was silent for a moment. Don't be afraid. My sister and I will stay with you. When I grow up, I won't join the army. Why not? After a pause, Hang Hang whispered, to stay safe and be with you forever. Fang Wanwan was touched by his words and suddenly felt like crying. She used to think Hang Hang was a bit of a little adult, always serious. Now she felt this little guy was very warm. Fan Fan also hugged Fang Wanwan's face and gave her a big kiss. I don't want to be one either. Fang Wanwan tried not to laugh.
All right.
Then what do you want to be? Suddenly, Hang Hang stood up and ran to a corner of the room, pulling out a small handmade airplane he had folded before when he visited his mother in the county. You said before that maybe such weapons might appear in the future, right? Fang Wanwan tried to recall and remembered. That time, Hang Hang fell while chasing after Chen Xuexiang. She nodded. Yes, that's possible. He asked, you said that if I study hard and learn enough related knowledge, I could create such an airplane, right? Fang Wanwan scratched her head. She wondered if she had made such big promises to a 5-year-old. But clearly, Heng Heng listened carefully. He nodded. Yes. Heng Heng smiled. Dad also likes these things. In the future, I want to learn about this. Fang Wanwan gave him a big thumbs up. Okay, I support you. When you become an engineer or expert in this field in the future, that will be amazing. Heng Hai nodded. After a while, Heng Hai suddenly said to Fang Wanwan, no matter what happens in the future, I will never leave you behind. Fang Wanwan was stunned for a moment and only understood what this little guy meant after a long pause. She took a deep breath, held back her tears, and smiled. Thank you, Heng Hai. Heng Hai stepped closer. Then can you also hug me? When Commander Wu asked Aunt Fang about her plans, she chose not to push away her brother and sister again. He decided that from now on his mother would be her. This was the most peaceful night Heng Hai had slept in days. The next morning, after Heng Hai went to school, Fang Wanwan took Finfin to the town to get her ID card. It would take at least 2 months to get the ID card after applying. She felt a bit worried. Would it take so long? Was Su Cheng waiting for her? Finfin looked at Fang Wanwan's dazed expression and asked, Annie, are you thinking about Dad? Seeing the worried look on Finfin's face, Fang Wanwan squatted down, gently tickled her little nose with her finger.
Just a little bit.
But I'm not thinking about it now. It's better not to let the little one's mood be affected. After getting the ID, she planned to ask at the only high school in town. The school's teachers saw Fang Wanwan holding her child as she came to inquire. Though a bit puzzled, they still welcomed her. When they heard that Fang Wanwan only planned to take the college entrance exam and wouldn't attend classes, the teachers felt it was a bit unreliable. But seeing her confident look, they thought it was better to find a teacher from the graduating class to talk with her. This high school in the town had few students, and the graduation rate was quite average. Being able to send 1 or 2 students to university each year was already impressive. If they could attract talented students, it would also help improve their graduation rate. Ms. Wang, a female teacher in her 40s, taught the senior class. She wore a rough cloth shirt, glasses, and looked very kind. She glanced at Fang Wanwan and admired her for coming to ask about studying while holding her child. Teacher, because I need to take care of my child, I don't plan to attend school regularly. I will only participate in the exams. If I don't pass a subject, you can require me to make up the lessons until I pass it. I will pay the same tuition as other students, no less. Fang Wanwan straightforwardly explained her situation to Ms.
Wang.
The teacher thought the problem was not serious. Although the school had not received such requests from students yet, it was not impossible to make an exception. Studying at school was for achieving results, and if she had the ability, she could do it. Did you bring your household registration booklet? Fang Wanwan nodded and handed the booklet to Teacher Wang. Upon seeing it, the teacher was surprised. Are you from a military family? Fang Wanwan hesitated for a moment and nodded again. All right, I was planning to ask the principal for permission to have you take some test papers. Since you're from a military family, you can find someone to write a recommendation letter for support. Teacher Wang said enthusiastically. Fang Wanwan thought since she was already here and had no other plans, she might as well settle everything at once. Please help me ask the principal. That way, I can also understand my own level. Teacher Wang glanced at the young girl standing beside Fang Wanwan. She was well-behaved, quiet, and didn't make a fuss. The adults had been talking for a while, and she hadn't spoken a word. Teacher Wang nodded and said, Okay, I'll wait a little while. Then, Teacher Wang took Fang Wanwan's household registration booklet to the principal's office. After hearing Teacher Wang's explanation and report, the principal agreed immediately. Teacher Wang prepared monthly exam papers for Chinese, math, and English for Fang Wanwan to take in the office. She led Fang Wanwan to her desk, handed her a pen and some scrap paper, and said, If you get restless, I'll take you outside for a walk. Fang Wanwan smiled and replied, Thank you, Teacher Wang. She's very well behaved. She then took a piece of candy from her pocket and placed it in Finfin's hand. Fang Wanwan spent about 2.5 hours working on the 3 test papers. Math was the hardest for her. When teacher Wang finished grading the papers, it was almost time for Hang to finish school. Teacher Wang brought the graded papers to the principal, looking excited. Look at this. Her English score is perfect, her Chinese is quite good, and she only just passed in math. With this foundation, it wouldn't be hard for her to get into a second-tier university. Second-tier university? Fang Wanwan felt a bit disappointed. In her previous life, she had attended a key university and even earned a master's degree. How could she only get into a second-tier university in the 1980s? The principal nodded. If she can improve her math, she might even have a chance at a first-tier school. Teacher Wang came back to Fang Wanwan and said, "Did you hear that? If you have free time, you can come to school and listen to math classes." Fang Wanwan gratefully nodded. Okay. Teacher Wang also said, "Come tomorrow to handle the enrollment procedures and file. The school has already started for many days, but I really admire your daughter's idea of wanting to study." Fan asked with a smile, "Thank you, Teacher Wang. I will come tomorrow to take care of the paperwork." On the way home, Fan held Fang Wanwan's hand and asked, "Auntie, why do people admire girls who want to study?" Fang Wanwan thought that Teacher Wang probably meant that, now in the 1980s, it's common for married women to continue studying. She didn't want to explain too much because Fan might not understand, so she just nodded and said yes. Fan smiled and said, "Then I want to keep studying forever." Fang Wanwan looked at her watch and told Fan, "We need to walk faster. Brother is finishing school soon." Fan made a running gesture and ran ahead. When they reached the military area, it was already late. When they got home, they found someone else inside. Next to Su Cheng was a box. Seeing this box, Fang Wanwan's heart sank. She had a bad feeling but didn't want to admit it. She didn't understand why they kept trying to make her accept it. Hang Hai was the first to see Fang Wanwan and quickly stood up and asked, "Auntie, are you back?" Su Cheng turned around and saw Fang Wanwan. She was holding Fan's hand, with red eyes and her lips trembling slightly, as if she had been holding back tears for a long time, but couldn't anymore. Su Cheng didn't know how to speak. After a long pause, she finally called out, "Sister-in-law." Fang Wanwan looked at the box. "Are those things from Su Cheng?" Su Cheng nodded, yes. Fang Wanwan couldn't hold back her tears anymore and cried, "Why are his things being brought back by you?"
Why?
Can't he bring them himself?
I'm sorry.
Su Cheng had been feeling lost lately, as if everything happening wasn't real. Fan suddenly burst into tears, something she had never seen before, her aunt crying so loudly. Fang Wanwan realized she had lost her composure. She gently patted the little girl's head and said, "Auntie was wrong. I shouldn't have shouted so loudly at Uncle." She slowly stepped forward, opened the box, and saw that it contained Su Cheng's daily items, including clothes and a pair of bright red high heels. Fang Wanwan took out the high heels, looked at the size, and recognized they were hers. Tears fell like beads breaking off a string, landing on the ugly shoes in her hand. After a while, she stood up, checked the contents inside again, and carefully packed everything back. She looked at Su Cheng and asked, "Can you tell me more specifically?" Su Cheng paused for a moment and said, "Someone shot him with live ammunition during a training exercise by the sea." "Where was he shot? Did he receive rescue? Was the suspect caught?" Fang Wanwan asked quickly. Su Cheng took a deep breath. "He was shot in the left shoulder and chest. Before we could rescue him, he was washed away by the seawater. The suspect has not been caught." Su Cheng lowered his head, feeling very guilty. Softly, with a crying tone, he said, "Sister-in-law, you can scold me. It's my fault for not watching over Brother Cheng. In the past few days, he felt almost overwhelmed with guilt. Every night, he would have nightmares about that scene, and he even considered quitting the army after helping to catch the suspect." Fang Wanwan didn't say anything. "The gunshot wound isn't fatal. Why do you think he's dead?" Su Cheng opened his mouth but couldn't explain. Despite the many people involved in the rescue, working day and night without any clues, the entire golden rescue period had passed. Although no one said it openly, everyone knew the situation was serious. Seeing Su Cheng silent, Fang Wanwan continued, "Can you find someone to help me get a certificate? I want to go to Pingcheng."
Su Cheng bisa ke.
Without support from the organization, what can you do alone there? If I can't find Su Cheng, I at least want to catch the suspect. That's too dangerous. Leave it to professional investigators, Su Cheng said. He thought Fang Wanwan was smart and insightful, but this wasn't something a little cleverness could handle. Brother Cheng cares a lot about her. He knew that. He didn't protect Brother Cheng, but he couldn't let anything happen to her. Fang Wanwan guessed his intention a little. Otherwise, I can't rest easy. Su Cheng thought for a long time before finally saying, "Then I'll go with you." "Thank you." The next day, Fang Wanwan went to the high school in town to handle her enrollment and then return home. As soon as she arrived, she saw Chinya, who was cooking in the kitchen. Fin had walked a long way and felt tired, so she went back to her room to rest. Only the two of them were left in the kitchen. I didn't expect Wang Yongqiang to be quite talented in business. Yesterday, he sold out all the clothes the village brought up, and he even hired his brother-in-law and younger brother to handle cash collection in Lin County. Fang Wanwan was preoccupied and didn't feel much about this good news. She only responded, "That's good." Chinya finished cooking a bowl of vegetables and placed it on the table. But when doing business with someone like him, you have to be more careful. Don't give him everything. Fang Wanwan forced a smile and said, "Design and production are in my hands. He's a smart person and won't have other ideas. Even if he does, I'm not afraid. It's not easy for him to find a partner to replace me, but I can find partners like him easily." After saying that, she asked, "How is Feng Yuan doing?" When mentioning Feng Yuan, Chun Ya's smile deepened. "He's very good at business. Half of the goods are already sold through him." Fang Wanwan understood. That's why Wang Yongqiang pushed him to involve his relatives and friends. Chunya didn't deny it. Fang Wanwan smiled. Feng Yuan is just riding on his face. Most clothing store owners are women. With his looks, he can say a few nice words, give gifts, and it's not hard to get things done. She added, "From now on, let Feng Yuan handle cash transactions." Chunya felt a bit helpless. She shouldn't have shown off. Later, Fang Wanwan talked about her high school registration. Chunya asked, "Why didn't you ask Commander He to write a recommendation letter for you?" "I don't attend classes anyway. Passing the college entrance exam is enough. Besides, it's been days since the enrollment and I asked around, someone is still there to receive us. I think it's fine. The most important thing is that it's close by. Traveling back and forth from the county takes a whole day on the bus." Fang Wanwan had her reasons. Chunya listened and thought she was quite thoughtful. After lunch, Su Cheng came again. "Commander, he has issued a certificate. When do you want to leave?" Chunya only then realized that Su Cheng had returned last night and brought back all of Su Cheng's things. Fang Wanwan was a bit surprised. Why is he so easy to talk to this time? "Your father called and said he would come to see you in a few days," Su Cheng said, then secretly observed Fang Wanwan's expression. "Fang Qingshan?" Fang Wanwan was truly surprised. Her father, so far away 1,000 miles, cared so much about her? She couldn't understand why this profit-driven father suddenly wanted to find her. Was it because he heard she could make money? Besides that, Fang Wanwan couldn't think of any other reason. It seemed Commander He still had some humanity. Fang Wanwan glanced at Fin and Hang. "Once I settle Fin and Hang, I will leave." Chunya quickly said, "Leave it to me. Tomorrow, Feng Yuan and Wang Yongqiang will go to Yangcheng to pick up goods. I will bring her mother here to stay for a while." Fang Wanwan gratefully looked at her.
Can you do it?
Chunya smiled and said, "There's nothing wrong. I am taking care of Hang Hai and Fin. If anything happens, Commander, he will still take care of it." Fang Wanwan didn't know what grateful words to say at first. She walked up to Chunya and hugged her tightly.
"Thank you."
Chunya smiled and said, "You're welcome. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even know where I was." That evening, Hang Hai returned home. Fang Wanwan called Chunya and asked him, "Aunt Chunya, can you take care of Hang Hai for a while?" Hang Hai looked at Fang Wanwan with big eyes and asked cautiously, "Are you going to find Dad?" Fang Wanwan nodded.
"Yes."
Hang Hai thought for a moment and nodded. Okay. Fang Wanwan gently patted his head and said, Don't worry. Andy will come back for sure. I and my sister will listen to Aunt Chinya, Hang Hai said. The next morning, Chinya went early to the county town to pick up Granny Feng. When Feng Yuan saw Chinya return, he felt a little worried and said, Are you tired from running around all the time? Chinya smiled and said, I'm only tired when I have nothing to do. Wanwan hasn't had it easy these days, so I just wanted to check on her. After that, she also told Feng Yuan about Wanwan's plan to go to Pingcheng. You're planning to bring Mom back to the military district to take care of Hang Hai and Finfin? Feng Yuan thought for a moment and said, That will be tiring for you. I'll only be gone for a few days. I'll ask Brother Yongqiang's wife to come and help me watch over things every day. Chunya hesitated for a moment, but agreed. In the afternoon, she bought some groceries and returned to the military district. As soon as she arrived home, she heard Fang Wanwan praising Hang Hai loudly. That's right. From now on, let Iron Bull watch over you, and he will steer clear. Chunya put the groceries in the fridge, then asked in the hall, What's going on? Did you argue with Iron Bull again? Fang Wanwan smiled and said, Yes, when I'm not at home, I teach Hang Hai like this. If there's a problem, go find Commander He. Commander He. Before leaving, Fang Wanwan left 500 yuan for Chinya, telling her to buy whatever was needed at home. With Yu Jian there, buying train tickets was no problem. After a 2-day journey by train, they finally arrived in Pingcheng. Pingcheng now is completely different from the Pingcheng of Fang Wanwan's time. Although lively and full of energy, it is not nearly as prosperous as in later years. Yu Jian found her the best guest house in this area, the same one he and Su Cheng stayed in last time. The two of them each had a separate room. The climate in Pingcheng is very nice. It's not cold at all. Fang Wanwan took a shower, changed into new clothes, and decided to invite Su Jian to dinner. She specifically came along to thank him. Actually, Fang Wanwan isn't very familiar with Pingcheng now. Neither the streets nor the shops are the Pingcheng she once knew. Su Jian took her to a restaurant they often visited in Su Cheng. After ordering food, they sat at a table. Fang Wanwan then asked, Can you tell me everything about Su Cheng before he was assigned his mission? Su Jian cooperated and told her all the details about Su Cheng's past. This was the first time Fang Wanwan heard that Su Cheng's mother had married into the Wen family in Ali City. The book described the Wen family as a wealthy and influential family in Ali City, often featured in gossip news. However, due to less developed media now, news from there rarely reached the mainland. They ordered 3 dishes, most of which Su Jian ate. After finishing, Fang Wanwan asked to meet the local leader here. Su Jian didn't refuse, but looked a bit hesitant. After thinking for a moment, he said, Give me some time before you meet the leader. How about I take you to the seaside for a walk first? Fang Wanwan happily agreed. At the seaside, she sat on the nearby beach, gazing at the endless ocean, but she didn't feel any joy. Instead, her mind kept drifting to the descriptions of the Wen family in the book. She never expected that the second wife of the Wen family's old master was actually Su Cheng's mother. Since Su Cheng didn't appear later in the story, their relationship wasn't directly described. The book mentioned that the Wen family's second wife was very beautiful in her youth, but her appearance in photos didn't look like a real person. Fang Wanwan had only read about her beauty in words, which was considered more refined than the descriptions of the original protagonist's looks. Thinking about Su Cheng's social connections, Fang Wanwan first ruled out personal grudges. Besides his family in the countryside, she had never heard of him having conflicts with anyone else. But that family didn't have the power to come to Pingcheng. In this era, buying real guns and ammunition requires not only money but also connections. Ordinary people can't buy them unless they are extremely wealthy and powerful. This idea suddenly made Fang Wanwan think of the book's description of a Wen family's children and their fierce inheritance disputes with Su Cheng's mother, the second wife. The protagonist kept her business in Ali City and even collaborated with the Wen family, partly because this cooperation helped resolve the inheritance conflict. This highlight made the female lead famous in the Ali town for a while. However, at that time, Su Cheng was no longer around. Now, If Su Cheng is still alive, would the other children of the Wen family, who dislike Yang Wanhua, target Su Cheng? We will see after meeting the leaders at the border camp. Su Jian saw Fang Wanwan sitting lost in thought, looked at the time, and said, "Let's go back." Fang Wanwan stood up and asked, "You said you met Wen Xian, the daughter of the Wen family. Do you know where she lives? Can you arrange for us to meet her?" Su Jian hesitated and asked, "What do you want to do with her?" "Nothing much, just want to find out about Su Cheng's mother." "Didn't she say she was leaving the Wen family?" Fang Wanwan asked. Su Jian thought for a moment and said, "I have her mother's phone number." Fang Wanwan quickly stood up. "Let's go. I'll call Su Cheng's mother." Back in the main city, Fang Wanwan found a phone booth and called Su Cheng's mother. She learned that she wasn't in the alley town, so they agreed to meet for breakfast at a local tea house the next morning. Yang Wanhua's voice on the phone sounded unwell, but she still agreed. To see Yang Wanhua, Fang Wanwan specially dressed up and wore her red high heels to the agreed tea house. When she entered, she saw Yang Wanhua immediately. Her features and demeanor were exactly like Su Cheng's, but without his firmness, more gentle and graceful, beautiful, elegant, yet full of a fragile charm. Fang Wanwan approached Yang Wanhua and saw her eyes swollen and her face pale, probably upset over Su Cheng. She politely greeted, "Hello, Aunt Yang." Although Yang Wanhua looked tired and sad, she still maintained a lofty attitude when seeing Fang Wanwan. She nodded faintly and said, "Sit down." After sitting, Fang Wanwan began ordering food. Yang Wanhua, noticing her familiarity, remembered that she was also raised in the military district of Kyoto. She couldn't help but scrutinize Fang Wanwan again. This woman was the one her son had always cared about. Compared to her son, she was somewhat different in both status and appearance. Fang Wanwan was unaware of Yang Wanhua's thoughts and spoke gently, "Aunt, how have you been these days? With a chum going through such things, how could I be well?"
Yang Wanhua sighed deeply.
She was truly heartbroken. She loved her son and husband sincerely, but she loved herself even more. Is it wrong to feel that way? Why does heaven punish her like this? Fang Wanwan first placed the shrimp dumplings brought by the waiter in front of Yang Wanhua and said, "You still need to take care of your health." Because of this action, Yang Wanhua's good impression of her slightly increased, and she smiled. "Ah Chung is already like that. What can you do now? Didn't he have 2 children?
Who is taking care of them now?"
Seeing Yang Wanhua's attitude, Fang Wanwan's heart sank suddenly. Is this what a mother should say? Her son died mysteriously, and instead of trying to find out the truth, she was here giving up. Although she felt unhappy inside, she didn't show it on her face. She smiled and replied, "I want to see the person who harmed Su Cheng brought to justice. Also, I haven't seen Su Cheng's body, so I can't believe he's really gone. As for the 2 children, I have entrusted them to my friend, and she will take good care of them." Yang Wanhua sighed bitterly. "You are quite persistent." Fang Wanwan asked again, "I heard you have 3 stepchildren and a stepdaughter in Hong Kong City?" Yang Wanhua looked at Fang Wanwan in surprise. "How do you know that? Did Su Cheng tell you?" Fang Wanwan neither confirmed nor denied but continued to ask, "Have you left the Wen family now?" "How do you know I want to leave the Wen family? Did Su Cheng's friend tell you?"
Fang Wanwan smiled. "Su Cheng told me."
Yang Wanhua was a bit incredulous. "He told you about all this too?"
"Yes."
"I was planning to leave, but without Su Cheng, what reason do I have to stay in the Wen family?" Yang Wanhua seemed to be asking herself. Fang Wanwan stared at Yang Wanhua's face without blinking and asked, "Do you know that Su Cheng never held grudges against anyone before? Do you know who might have hurt him?" Yang Wanhua lowered her eyes. "Besides handing this matter over to professional investigators, we can only wait."
"Who says?"
"We can provide any suspicious clues to the investigators, can't we?" Fang Wanwan said again. At this moment, a tall, beautiful woman approached. Seeing Yang Wanhua, she complained, "Aunt Yang, why didn't you say hello when you came out? If I got lost here alone, how could I explain it to my dad?" Yang Wanhua looked at Wen Xian with a cold expression and simply said, "Is there something you need?" Wen Xian sat down next to Yang Wanhua and looked at Fang Wanwan with a smile, asking, "What is your relationship with Aunt Yang?" I am Su Cheng's wife. Based on her figure, appearance, and age, Fang Wanwan roughly guessed this person's identity. Compared to the other stepchildren, this stepdaughter was the most innocent. When Xian listened and couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. Then she pouted her lips and quietly said, "She's just okay." Fang Wanwan pretended not to hear her muttering and asked, "Have you met Su Cheng?" Hearing Su Cheng's name, when Xian's heart sank. She replied, "Yes." "Why are you so interested in him?" Fang Wanwan asked. Hearing this, when Xian explained, "Because I'm curious." "Is there a problem?" Fang Wanwan didn't give her a chance to think. "He doesn't interfere with you at all. Why are you curious about him?" "It does interfere. Last time, he beat up my older brother so badly he looked like a pig's head," when Xian said, then regretted it a little. "But I don't hold any hostility toward him." Actually, she liked him quite a lot. Now that something like this happened, she felt sad. "But you guys started the trouble first," Fang Wanwan said firmly. She believed Su Cheng was not someone who would pick fights randomly. But this information was very important to her. When Xian stopped talking, Fang Wanwan asked again, "Is your older brother in Pengcheng now?" When Xian raised her chin. "So, what if he is? This matter has been over for a long time. Aunt Yang also made Su Cheng apologize to my brother."
Stop talking.
Yang Wanhua tugged at when Xian's clothes and then turned her face away uncomfortably. "Why should Su Cheng apologize to your brother?" Fang Wanwan asked when Xian, but her eyes were on Yang Wanhua. After a while, Yang Wanhua responded weakly, "Hitting someone is wrong." Hearing this, Fang Wanwan's last bit of goodwill toward Yang Wanhua completely disappeared. She stood up, grabbed her bag, paid at the service desk, and left without saying a word. Finally, she understood why Su Cheng, despite having a mother, had always stayed in the countryside at the Su family and never mentioned his mother. Fang Wanwan felt very upset. When she returned to the guest house, Su Jiyun told her that the local military leader wanted to see Fang Wanwan. At the leader's office, Fang Wanwan shared her doubts and thoughts. "Qin," the leader, looked thoughtful and replied after a pause, "With his current status, it might be difficult to investigate. But don't worry, we won't overlook any suspicious person. Thank you for giving us a new lead." They had already checked other directions, but so far, they had no clues. Fang Wanwan left Director Qin's office, feeling heavy-hearted about Su Cheng's mother. She wondered how desperate he must have felt back then. If he truly was the eldest son of the Wen family, she definitely wouldn't let him go easily. Su Jiyun asked her, "Are you really going to wait for the results? How long will that take?" Fang Wanwan brushed her wind-blown hair nervously, feeling anxious inside. She couldn't really keep Chinya waiting at home forever. "It won't be long. If it doesn't work, I'll hire someone to investigate," she said. Su Jian looked at her in surprise. "You're going to do it yourself?" Fang Wanwan smiled. "What's wrong? With money, you can do almost anything, haven't you heard? You want to hire someone to find out?" Su Jiyun was amazed. Fang Wanwan glanced at him. "Is that not okay? If you know someone in that field, the price is negotiable." Su Jiyun took a deep breath and thought for a moment. "Actually, we could try asking Chen Kai for help."
Kanki. Suzy will not that.
He's good at analyzing cases and investigating. We've worked together before. He's reliable. Fang Wanwan considered it. "Maybe you should look for someone else? Are you still worried about what happened before?" Fang Wanwan frowned. "Who's still worried? He has a bad temper."
All right.
"I'll think of other ways," Su Jiyun said. But not long after they returned to the guest house, a messenger from Commander Qin's staff came to call Fang Wanwan and Su Jiyun to go back. Fang Wanwan wondered if there was news so soon. The efficiency was impressive. She and Su Jiyun turned back and went to Commander Qin's office. As soon as they arrived, they saw Chen Kai sitting upright nearby. Fang Wanwan was surprised and greeted him, and Chen Kai responded calmly. "Why are you here?" Fang Wanwan suspected Su Jiyun had secretly called him. "Uncle Fang said you came to Pingcheng, so I volunteered to see if I could help," Chen Kai said confidently. "When did you get so close to my dad?" Fang Wanwan quickly corrected herself. "Are you on such good terms with my dad?" Chen Kai understood her feelings and replied patiently, Actually, we've always gotten along well. Fang Wanwan was momentarily speechless, then said, "Thanks for your help." Chun Kai nodded and asked her to explain her thoughts from start to finish, even asking about small details she didn't understand. "You say Su Cheng's mother is the second wife of the Wen family in Gangcheng?" Chun Kai looked surprised.
Yes.
"So, it might be difficult to find the eldest son of the Wen family," Fang Wanwan said worriedly. Chun Kai thought for a moment and looked at her. "Why would it be difficult? Just follow Wen Xian and Yang Manhwa. Wen Xian can have a chance encounter with Su Cheng and Su Zhiyun, so I naturally can meet them too." Fang Wanwan slapped her forehead. How did she not think of such a simple solution? She shouldn't have fallen out with that mother and daughter. Chun Kai discreetly glanced at Fang Wanwan. It had only been a short time since they last met, yet she looked so much thinner. Could it be that she really has a good relationship with Su Cheng? Fang Wanwan gratefully said, "Thank you for your help. I didn't expect you to become more polite and courteous after not seeing each other for a while. That's all my doing, so you don't need to thank me." Chun Kai didn't like her formal manner. Fang Wanwan thought that willingly didn't seem to match Chun Kai's personality. But since he came to help, regardless of his purpose, she felt she should thank him. After thinking for a moment, she asked, "Is there anything else I need to do?" "Just find a way to get Yang Wanhua and Wen Xian to meet again, then tell me the address." "Okay." After they agreed, Fang Wanwan and Su Zhiyun left the office. "I want to go to the department store to look around," Fang Wanwan suddenly said. Su Zhiyun happily agreed. Both of them felt heavy-hearted, and they hardly spoke on the way there. At the department store, Fang Wanwan chose a necklace and a small wallet. They spent a total of about 150 yuan. Su Zhiyun finally couldn't hold back and asked, "Sister-in-law, this necklace isn't made of gold. Why spend so much money on it?" "You'll see in a moment." After leaving the department store, Fang Wanwan went to a phone booth and called Yang Wanhua. "Aunt Yang, I found a necklace and a small wallet in Su Cheng's bag. They look quite old. I wonder if they are for you. Do you want to come and see?" There was a hesitation on the other end of the line, and her voice sounded a bit disappointed. "He wouldn't give me anything. It should be for you, right? I never wear jewelry. He gave me a pair of shoes, those I wore when I came to see you yesterday. Besides, this necklace clearly isn't suitable for my age. With his awareness, he wouldn't buy such things for another woman. I think it must be for you." Yang Wanhua finally couldn't hold back and quickly said, "Okay, I'll come to see. Let's meet at the usual place." Fang Wanwan finished speaking and added, "I have a colleague who wants to meet Miss Wen Xian. Why don't you come together?" "I'll ask her," Yang Wanhua replied. "All right, see you tomorrow." Fang Wanwan hung up, and Su Zhiyun finally understood what was happening. "Would you like to visit Commander Qin's office again now?" Fang Wanwan asked Su Zhiyun. Usually, Su Zhiyun would complain a bit if he went, but now, as long as it helps with the Su Cheng case, he wouldn't hesitate. He might not be able to help with everything, but running errands is no problem at all. Su Zhiyun went to report to the chief's office, told Chun Kai the address Fang Wanwan had arranged, and asked for Chun Kai's address. "I just arrived today, and haven't found a place to stay," Chun Kai replied. "Why not stay at our guest house? It's easier to discuss things," Su Zhiyun suggested. Chun Kai nodded, without hesitation. After finishing the discussion, he followed Su Zhiyun to the guest house. When Fang Wanwan saw Chun Kai, she jokingly asked Su Zhiyun, "I just asked you to pass on a message, not to invite him over." "He doesn't have a fixed place to stay," Su Zhiyun explained. "He's here, and if we need to discuss anything, it's convenient." Fang Wanwan thought for a moment and nodded. That makes sense. Chun Kai went to check in and got a room right next to Su Zhiyun's. That night, Su Zhiyun couldn't sleep, so he knocked on Chun Kai's door. The door opened, and Chun Kai, just out of the shower, was wearing a loose sleep robe, lazily sitting on the bed, smoking a cigarette. "What's up?" Chun Kai asked. "Can you really help find the culprit?"
Su Zhiyun asked.
Chun Kai exhaled a smoke ring, holding the cigarette in his hand. "I'll do my best." "Then I'll leave it to you," Su Zhiyun said sincerely. Chun Kai smiled. "Honestly, I'm quite envious of Su Cheng." Su Cheng was puzzled, but didn't ask. He couldn't guess what these people were thinking all day. But one thing was certain, coming here gave him a good chance. Seeing Su Cheng silent, Chen Kai added, whether it's women or friends, they really try their best for him. Calm down a bit. You'll have that too, Su Cheng suddenly advised him, though he didn't know what Chen Kai was worried about. He looked like he was worrying over nothing, just complaining without reason. If someone else had his conditions, they wouldn't have any worries. Hearing this, Chen Kai was a bit surprised. What does that have to do with my temper? A bad temper can affect your relationships. Su Cheng thought that was simple. Who says I have a bad temper? Chen Kai said, feeling fine. He had been like this since he was young, and no one had any complaints. Su Cheng smiled. Before you arrived, I suggested to Fang Wanwan that she ask you to help. She refused. I thought she still cared about your relationship, but she said it was because of your bad temper. Chen Kai stopped speaking, appearing polite on the surface, but holding an opinion inside. Seeing Chen Kai's change in expression, Su Cheng suddenly felt he might have said something wrong and quickly tried to make amends. Please don't mind. Maybe my brother Cheng has such a good temper that anyone compared to him seems a bit irritable. Is Su Cheng really that patient? Chen Kai didn't think so. Although they didn't meet often, he knew Su Cheng was not someone to be messed with. Chen Kai responded calmly, it's nothing. Su Cheng made another request, and only then did he leave. The next day, Fang Wanwan woke up early. She changed into a new outfit, put on her red high heels, checked her watch, and went to knock on Chen Kai's door. Chen Kai, still sleepy, opened the door, and was about to complain about waking up early when he remembered someone said he had a bad temper. He quietly asked, didn't you say 8 o'clock yesterday? That tea restaurant requires waiting in line. To find a good spot, you need to come early. Fang Wanwan was about to knock on Su Cheng's door when she suddenly saw him standing behind her. The two followed Fang Wanwan to the tea restaurant and saw people lining up. Su Cheng muttered, people in the countryside can't even get enough to eat, but here, they really know how to enjoy life. Fang Wanwan explained, there are many people in Pengcheng who go hungry, but this is the best tea restaurant in the city. Only those with money come here. Fortunately, they arrived early, and Fang Wanwan quickly found 2 suitable seats. Chen Kai chose a table diagonally across from Fang Wanwan. Yesterday, she mentioned a friend wanted to meet Wenxin, and that friend was naturally Su Cheng, so Su Cheng sat next to Fang Wanwan. Fang Wanwan looked at her watch again. There was still some time before her appointment with Yang Wanhua. She called the waiter to order a few dishes for Chen Kai. Eat your fill first. Chen Kai was touched. Just as he was about to speak, Fang Wanwan added, when they arrive later, don't just focus on eating. Chen Kai wanted to be sarcastic but remembered someone said he had a bad temper, so he held back, smiled, and nodded, okay. Fang Wanwan skillfully ordered dishes, custard buns, fish porridge, chicken feet, stir-fried shrimp, and a plate of char siu, without even glancing at the menu. Chen Kai looked at her suspiciously. You're very familiar with this place. Fang Wanwan realized and replied, no, I just remembered what I ordered yesterday. Chen Kai didn't expect Fang Wanwan to have such a good memory. After ordering food, he generously started eating, tasting each dish and finding the flavors quite good. Soon, Yang Wanhua and Wenxin arrived. Fang Wanwan politely invited Yang Wanhua and Wenxin to sit down. Yang Wanhua spoke first, no need to order too much. We're not hungry. Show me a Cheng's things. Fang Wanwan had observed Yang Wanhua's style. She liked bold jewelry with a touch of extravagance. Fang Wanwan placed the necklace and small wallet she bought in front of Yang Wanhua. When Yang Wanhua saw the necklace, she paused for a moment. It was a large, white pearl necklace and a brown leopard print wallet. She held the items in her hand, took a deep breath, and quietly fought back tears. Although her son was often cold to her, she still cared deeply. Thank you, she sincerely said to Fang Wanwan. Wenxin glanced at Su Cheng. Did you want to see me? Su Cheng hesitated, then nodded. Is there something you want to ask? Su Cheng thought for a moment and said, I just wanted to see you, nothing else. Wenxin understood. Although she had no romantic feelings for him and didn't like him much, She could see the genuine kindness and respect on his face from their first meeting. That's why she came to see him today. Wenxin smiled. Since you've seen each other, do you have any questions? Su Cheng shook his head. Fang Wanwan smiled slightly. Since you're here, there's no need to be shy. I just want to ask when you'll return to Hong Kong City. Maybe we'll have a chance to meet again. Wenxin didn't think much and answered honestly, in a few days, after my brother finishes his work, I'll go back. Chen Kai looked at Fang Wanwan with surprise. Fang Wanwan subtly tested. Does your brother also have business here? Wenxin proudly replied, my family has businesses around Hong Kong City. Fang Wanwan responded with an O, but didn't seem surprised or envious. She understood Wenxin's boastful expression just now. There was no malice in her bragging. She just wanted others to admire her. Wenxin seemed a bit displeased with Fang Wanwan's reaction and said, the biggest shopping mall under construction in Fuku is invested in by my family. Wenxin.
Yang Manhwa interrupted her.
She clearly saw through Wenxin's little scheme. Wenxin didn't say anything and secretly rolled her eyes at Yang Wanhua. Fang Wanwan smiled. The eldest son of the Wen family is quite capable. I heard from a friend before that I really admire him. Yang Wanhua frowned and said displeasedly, Wanwan, is that the reason you invited me here? Wenxin suddenly understood. Su Cheng was really blind. Just after her death, his wife was already thinking of climbing higher. Fang Wanwan didn't want this mother and daughter to misunderstand, so she smiled and said to Yang Wanhua, and Yang, give me a chance. Yang Wanhua was so angry she stood up immediately, took her necklace and purse, and left without looking back. Wenxin's eyes flicked as she secretly slipped a business card in front of Fang Wanwan and made a funny face. Then she hurriedly followed Yang Wanhua. After everyone had left, Su Cheng looked at Fang Wanwan with a serious expression. Fang Wanwan, what do you mean? Brother Cheng just. Chen Kai, who was passing by with his coat, quietly said to Su Cheng he's gone. Once Chen Kai disappeared, Su Cheng left without looking back. Only Fang Wanwan was left sitting alone, stunned. She wanted to say, sorry, Su Cheng. If you could appear right in front of me now, I wouldn't do anything to embarrass your mother. She hadn't planned to do this initially. It was Wenxin who brought up the topic, and she didn't want to miss this chance. Thinking that Wenxin and her brother probably disliked Yang Wanhua and might use her to provoke her, she saw an opportunity to get close to the eldest son of the Wen family. She angrily finished her remaining snacks and then slowly went to the front desk to pay. The staff told her table had already been paid for by someone else.
Who was it?
The staff recalled, a very handsome man. Such a person was very eye-catching and unforgettable. Fang Wanwan asked again, was he wearing a dark blue double-breasted coat? Yes. Yes. Very tall. That was Chen Kai. Fang Wanwan thanked her and left the tea restaurant, heading straight to the phone booth downstairs. Wenxin answered the call. Do you really want to see my brother? Yes, I've heard about him and admire him a lot. From admiration to respect, Wenxin guessed right. She thought she could use this to make Yang Wanhua angry and leave.
All right.
See you at our usual place tomorrow. After hanging up, Fang Wanwan returned to the guest house and saw Su Cheng and Chen Kai blocking her way. Su Cheng, probably after hearing Chen Kai's explanation, looked guilty and said, Sister-in-law, don't do this. If Chengji were here, he definitely wouldn't agree. It has been 5 days since Su Cheng woke up. A few days ago, he couldn't move at all. Today, he feels like he can walk, so he tries to get out of bed and leave the house. As soon as he steps outside, he sees the endless sea across the way. He realizes that this is a small fishing village.
Oh.
How are you feeling? Anton, who is drawing fishing nets at the door, sees Su Cheng and quickly comes over to ask with concern. Su Cheng gratefully glances at her. I'm fine now. When will Uncle Yang and Brother Yang come back? Aunt Anne's wife watches the man in front of her without blinking. She walks over carefully and asks, Are you waiting for my son Anzi for something? Su Cheng says if Brother Yang likes watches and pens, I'll take him to buy some later. Lu Chunfeng thinks about the 1,000 yuan Su Cheng has on him. Besides paying for his medical bills, her husband took most of it. There's hardly any money left to buy watches and pens. He just likes that watch. He keeps turning over in bed at night, looking at it. Su Cheng frowns, but doesn't say anything. He turns and goes back inside. In the afternoon, Yang's father and son come back from fishing. They see Su Cheng standing in the hall and are momentarily stunned. When the boy is asleep with his eyes closed, it doesn't seem strange. But sitting here, he gives off an inexplicable feeling of insecurity. "Comrade, are you feeling better?" Yang cautiously approaches and asks. Su Cheng nods and glances at the watch on his hand. "This watch is worth over 500 yuan. And that pen in your pocket is worth 10 yuan. Return them to me, and I'll send you to the border patrol in Pengcheng. How about I give you 1,000 yuan? This family isn't bad, just a bit greedy." Yang hesitates and asks, "Really?" He's even more foolish than that, not knowing how he managed to put on that military uniform. When his father found him, he was wearing a full military uniform. He decided to send him to the hospital, thinking that when he woke up, he would get some recognition or reward. But when they changed his clothes, they found he had real money. That's when they gave up on the idea of awards and chose something more practical. Yang hesitates, and Su Cheng speaks again. "I keep my promises." Yang's father pushes his son. "Give the watch back to comrade Su Cheng." He originally didn't agree with this, thinking it wasn't right. But their family had lived in this small fishing village all their lives and had never seen 1,000 yuan. Reluctantly, Yang takes off the watch and hands it to Su Cheng. He also takes out the pen from his pocket. Su Cheng takes the watch, wipes it carefully, and then gently puts it back on his wrist. The same goes for the fountain pen. Yang thought about Su Cheng's injury. The bus was shaky and often full. "Comrade Su Cheng, our village chief's son has a motorcycle, but he's out now and will return in 2 days. Do you want to wait?" "No need to wait. I'll take the bus tomorrow morning." Including the time spent in a coma, he had been here for 12 days. Wanwan must be going crazy with worry. Yang thought for a moment and said, "All right then." The next morning, Granny Yang got up early, made fish soup for Su Cheng, and then went to wait for the bus. Finally, the bus arrived after a rough ride. As soon as he got on, it was crowded. Yang spotted a familiar face and quickly called out, "Aunt Wang, could you please give a seat to my guest?" Su Cheng's old military uniform was torn, and he was wearing Yang clothes, which didn't fit well. He wore them just to get by, but his appearance still drew attention. Everyone's eyes focused on Su Cheng, tall and handsome. Did he really need to be asked to give up his seat? Aunt Wang didn't move at all. Yang smiled again. "I'll pay for the fare if someone gives me a seat." He was worried that if he fainted again at the destination, the doctor said he still had old injuries that couldn't be ignored. An elderly man beside Su Cheng quickly stood up. "Young man, sit here." Su Cheng was feeling very uncomfortable. He gratefully smiled at the old man. "Thank you." After sitting down, he felt a little better. After over an hour of bouncing, they finally arrived at Pengcheng border station. When Su Cheng appeared before Commander Qin again, Qin was so excited he couldn't speak. He immediately embraced him tightly. Everyone in the office was also excited. Su Cheng was held tightly and couldn't move. He bit his lip and said, "Can I borrow some money from you?" Commander Qin finally snapped out of his shock, released him, and said loudly, "Sure, I can lend you some." 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan? Qin reached into his pocket, fumbled for a while, and pulled out 100 yuan, handing it to Su Cheng. "Take it first. Help me gather some more. My wife has money and can cover it. I'll call her later," Su Cheng said sincerely. Commander Qin believed that Su Cheng's wife was really wealthy, staying at a guest house, eating at a tea restaurant, all paid for by her. "I also have 100. I have 30, 50 colleagues in the office chipped in, totaling 500 yuan. The remaining 500 yuan, Qin said to Su Cheng. "Wait here. I'll be right back." Yang, feeling a bit nervous, stepped forward and said, "Forget it. 500 is enough." Seeing the joy of this group of people upon meeting Su Cheng, he was also infected and quickly searched Su Cheng's pocket, finding 1,000 yuan. He felt that making money was too easy. But now, at the office, he realized how hard it was to gather that much money. He didn't have much sense of pride, but he knew these people were really struggling. Su Cheng handed the 500 yuan he had to Yang and finally said thank you. When Commander Qin gathered another 500 yuan, Su Cheng said, "Thanks, but it's not needed anymore." At this moment, Commander Qin snapped out of his excitement. "Your wife is here, with Su Jiyun." Su Cheng's heart skipped a beat. "Where is she?" "At the guest house where you used to stay, but..." Before Qin could finish, Su Cheng ran without looking back. He went straight to the service desk at the guest house, asked for Su Jiyun's name, found her room number, and then hurried to Fang Wanwan's door, knocking non-stop. Since he could remember, she had been in his thoughts. He told himself he absolutely couldn't die, he just couldn't. He couldn't bear her loneliness for a lifetime, nor see her embraced by another man. So his only choice was to stay alive. He knocked many times but got no response. His heart suddenly filled with panic. Just then, Qin's soldier hurried over, panting, "Sir, you didn't finish talking before you ran off. Your wife went out for some errands. She'll be back later?" "Where to? What for?" Su Cheng asked. "I'm not sure either. You just have to wait. If you have nowhere to go now, sit in the office for a while and have some tea." Su Cheng shook his head. "You can go back now. Be careful. If you need anything, just come find our commander." After the soldier left, Su Cheng leaned against Fang Wanwan's door. He hadn't seen her for 2 months and 8 days. He was almost going crazy with longing. He wished she would appear in his arms at any moment. He looked around the corridor multiple times, but there was no movement. He kept checking the time, half an hour. What was she doing that took so long? Just as he was feeling anxious, someone appeared in the hallway. Su Jiyun saw Su Cheng's back and froze completely. Her blood seemed to freeze. After a moment, she pinched herself and whispered, "Chengge, is it really you?" Su Cheng slowly turned around. He rushed over and hugged her tightly. A man nearly 1.8 meters tall cried like a child, "You're alive? You're really alive?" He held Su Cheng until his crying stopped, then spoke, "I'm still alive." "That's great. That's great." Su Jiyun was so excited he didn't know what to do. After a while, he calmed down and realized something. He quickly searched his pocket for the key, opened the door, and welcomed Su Cheng into the room. "Are you hungry? I'll go downstairs and buy some food for you to eat here." "Don't go. Just take out whatever you have here to fill my stomach." Su Jiyun placed a bag of oranges on the table. "My sister-in-law bought these. They're very sweet." "Where is my wife?" Su Cheng asked after holding back his emotions for a long time. Su Jiyun hesitated for a moment, then carefully told Su Cheng everything about Fang Wanwan's recent days. After hearing this, Su Cheng felt his chest tighten, and he felt both sour and soft inside. His wife was so good to him, but he was very worried. "Take me to see her." Su Jiyun looked at Su Cheng and asked, "Do you think you can see her like this?" "I'm worried about her," Su Cheng replied without thinking. Su Jiyun smiled and said, "Don't worry, Chen Kai is with us." "Chen Kai is here?"
Su Jiyun not dead.
"Yes, I forgot to tell you earlier." Su Cheng felt a little uneasy. Just as he was about to speak, Su Jiyun added, "Take a quick shower. Otherwise, when your wife comes, she might be turned off by the smell." Su Jiyun also started teasing Su Cheng playfully. "Bring me a set of your clothes," Su Cheng said. Su Jiyun rummaged through a box and threw a few pieces of clothing onto the bed. Su Cheng went to the bathroom to take a shower. When he finished, Su Cheng looked at his watch. "You just said I smell like something, right? A salty, fishy smell. Come here and smell. Do I still have it?" Su Cheng beckoned him.
Su Jiyun smiled.
"No, it's gone." Su Jiyun kept glancing at his watch during their casual chat. He cleared his throat and said, "During the time you were gone, your wife lost quite a bit of weight. Where did you go? Who saved you? Tell me everything." Su Cheng pursed his lips and calmly shared what had happened to him over the past few days. "Really, 2 fishermen saved you?"
Su Jiyun asked.
"No wonder we sent out boat after boat and heard nothing from you." Su Cheng was about to explain when he suddenly stopped talking. His ears moved, and he quickly got up, opened the door and ran out. Su Jiyun was confused. He followed and saw Su Cheng knocking on Fang Wanwan's door. "She will call me to dinner when she comes back," Su Jiyun said, feeling quite speechless. But Su Cheng was always very alert. He turned around and told Su Jiyun, "I heard the sound of her door lock turning. You should go back now." Just as Su Jiyun felt helpless, the door suddenly opened. Fang Wanwan saw Su Cheng and immediately her eyes filled with tears. A mix of happiness and sadness overwhelmed her, and she couldn't speak. Su Cheng quickly hugged her tightly, then turned to close the door. He held her very close, as if that was the only way to feel real. He didn't know what to say, so he let go and lowered his head to kiss her lips. The familiar feeling didn't lessen his longing. In fact, it made it even stronger. Fang Wanwan felt a little breathless, but didn't resist at all. After a while, she realized this was real. His eyebrows, nose, and lips were all very close, filled with passionate intensity. His long eyelashes fluttered constantly, and the small black mole near his nose appeared very clear and even more attractive. Su Cheng reached out and closed her eyes gently. "Wanwan, I miss you so much." It was as if he wanted to turn all his longing into something real. Fang Wanwan liked to see him so absorbed that his heart pounded, crazy but controlled, gentle yet commanding. She closed her eyes again, feeling everything about him. After a long while, Su Cheng stopped and looked at the woman in front of him. He reached out and gently touched her face, his voice a little hoarse.
"Sorry."
She really looked thinner. When she lowered her head, her watery eyes looked at him with disbelief and joy, mixed with unspeakable sadness. Fang Wanwan leaned back into Su Cheng's arms, feeling wronged and whispering, "You really went too far." Su Cheng felt her body trembling slightly in his arms. He parted his lips and said again, "Sorry." "Sorry for what?" "For making you worry." Fang Wanwan rubbed against his chest and said softly, "That's not all. Tell me and I'll change. Why are you so good? So good that I can't imagine life without you in the future? These days have been a blur. I dare not think about the past or the future." She mumbled softly. Hearing this, Su Cheng's heart felt both sour and tender. He couldn't express himself well but felt that all his luck in life had been to meet this girl. He rested his chin on Fang Wanwan's head, not knowing what to say for a long time. Fang Wanwan reached out and patted his chest. "Say something." Suddenly, Su Cheng let out a sharp sound, and Fang Wanwan quickly pushed herself away from him, looking nervous. She asked, "Your injury isn't healed yet, is it?" Su Cheng looked down and saw her red high heels. A faint smile appeared on his lips, and he thought she looked very nice in them. At that moment, Fang Wanwan heard his stomach growl and glanced at his mismatched clothes. She smiled and asked, "Have you eaten?" Su Cheng had only drunk some fish soup in the morning. Now it was almost 3 p.m., and he had only eaten an orange. "No," he honestly replied. Fang Wanwan took his hand. "I'll take you to eat and buy some clothes." Su Cheng obediently followed her, and they stopped outside a seafood restaurant. "Why don't you come in?" Fang Wanwan asked him. "I've been feeling sick after eating fish lately," she said, glancing at him. Her handsome face looked a little tired. She added, "Let's go get some plain chicken and roast goose instead." "Just eat noodles." Su Cheng hesitated. "The 1,000 yuan you gave me is gone, and I owe a big debt to Commander Qin." "How much?" 500 yuan. Fang Wanwan smiled warmly and said generously, "Don't worry about 500. I'll pay back 5,000 if I need to. Let's go." As soon as she spoke, passers-by at the restaurant looked at Fang Wanwan and Su Cheng. Su Cheng felt a bit uncomfortable being stared at, but Fang Wanwan was confident. She took his hand again and led him to another Cantonese restaurant. She casually ordered some traditional signature dishes: plain chicken, roast goose, and a hearty soup. Su Cheng looked at the dishes and asked, "Is there anything you like to eat?" There was no spicy food. "I've already eaten," she replied. Su Cheng watched her, noticing how familiar she was with the menu, and remembered she had said she was coming to Pengcheng. He became more sure that Wanwan was originally from this city. Fang Wanwan saw his hesitation and ordered a plate of chili peppers. She smiled and said, if you prefer a milder taste, dipping in chili makes it better. Su Cheng nodded, took a bowl of soup, and started drinking. It was definitely better than the fish soup they had at the Yang family today. He tasted a piece of plain chicken, which was delicious with some sauce. Su Cheng hadn't felt this full in many days. After eating, Fang Wanwan took him shopping for clothes. Not buying the wrong ones, only the expensive ones. Su Cheng's figure was good, and as long as they fit, he would look good in them. Wanwan, one set is enough. Su Cheng feels like his wife is spoiling him too much. Fang Wanwan is unhappy and says, I love watching.
Su Cheng stops speaking.
Fang Wanwan has a very good eye for matching clothes. A simple outfit on Su Cheng attracts many people to buy the same style. After choosing the clothes, Fang Wanwan says to the shop owner, I've brought you so much business. How about giving me a discount? Most clothing stores in Pengcheng are owned by private individuals. The owner is a woman in her 40s. She replies, I'll give you a 10% discount. I must say, girl, you have a good eye for men, and even better for choosing clothes. Su Cheng feels a bit shy, but Fang Wanwan lifts her chin and says, that's right. After buying the clothes, the two hold hands and return to the guest house. Fang Wanwan places the clothes on the bed, picks out one set, and puts it in front of Su Cheng. Once you're dressed, I'll take you to see Commander Qin to settle the debt. Su Cheng nods and hesitates. Do I need to change my base layer too? He is still wearing Su Ziyun's shirt underneath. No need. The inner clothes should be washed before wearing again. Su Cheng obediently changes his jacket and pants, puts on his shoes, and looks at Fang Wanwan with a gaze full of admiration, no longer hiding anything. Since his wife likes to watch, he lets her look more. After dressing, Su Cheng goes out and sees Chen Kai standing at the door. He stares straight at Fang Wanwan and Su Cheng holding hands tightly. After a while, Chen Kai says to Su Cheng, you're back. That's good. Thank you for coming all this way to help me with the case. I appreciate it. Chen Kai's gaze briefly sweeps over Fang Wanwan. His usually dull face suddenly becomes lively, and a faint smile appears at the corner of his mouth. He subtly withdraws his gaze and responds to Su Cheng, it was my uncle who asked me to come. He's worried that Fang Wanwan can't handle things alone. Fang Wanwan rarely smiles at Chen Kai and says, anyway, thank you. I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow. Chen Kai gives a lonely smile. Why do you love to invite people to eat? It seems you've made quite a bit of money in the Northwest. When it comes to making money, Fang Wanwan feels her pockets might be under the watch of Fang Qingshan. She modestly says, not much, just that I like to repay kindness and am quite generous. Chen Kai nods. All right, see you tomorrow. After speaking, Chen Kai takes out his keys, opens the door, and enters. He closes the door behind him and sits on the bed feeling somewhat disheartened, experiencing a strange, bittersweet feeling he has never felt before. Oh well, whether or not it's because of her, he is interested in this case. The eldest son of the Wen family, Wen Han, does seem somewhat suspicious. Fang Wanwan said she guessed based on her sixth sense. Are women's sixth senses really that accurate? The two arrived at the office door. Fang Wanwan hesitated before releasing her hand. Commander Qin looked at the refreshed Su Cheng and asked, did your wife buy this for you?
Su Cheng nodded, yes.
He then added, my wife came to pay back the money. Fang Wanwan took out 550 yuan from her bag and placed it on the table. Please use the extra 50 yuan to buy some food. Thank you all for helping Su Cheng with the money. Oh, Commander Su really is showing off bringing his wife along, huh?
A colleague teased.
Su Cheng's lips curved slightly.
No.
He had just seen Chen Kai looking at Fang Wanwan in the hallway of the guest house, which made him feel very uncomfortable. He wanted to hide her away. But since she came for her own case, even with those strange feelings, he had to hold back. So, he didn't want to show her off. Commander Qin patted Su Cheng on the shoulder. All right. Just call Commander he yourself. I already made a call earlier. Su Cheng nodded, picked up the phone on Qin's desk, and dialed. When Commander he heard Su Cheng's voice, he choked up. It's really you, kid. You're lucky, your wife didn't go wrong. But no matter what, I must catch this case so I can come back. I've already told them to cooperate fully. It's too bold to attack a soldier.
Okay.
And the two kids at home? Don't worry, someone's watching over them. Commander, he quickly replied. They finished the call. At this moment, Chin spoke again. Your wife has given us a new lead on this case. Chun Kai from Kyoto is investigating it now. If there's anything you need, just ask. Thanks. Su Cheng then took a small object wrapped in craft paper from his inner pocket and placed it in front of Chin. Please send someone to check where this type of bullet is made. I've also written the compatible gun models on this paper. You should find out where those guns are produced. In China, the sale and control of guns and ammunition are very strict, so it's not hard to investigate. Chin took the craft paper with a serious look. Don't worry. Once I get any news, I'll have someone bring it to you. After leaving Chin's office, their hands naturally found each other again. Back at the guest house, Su Cheng closed the door. Fang Wanwan spoke softly. Leave this matter to me. You just wait here. Fang Wanwan thought for a moment. It was hard enough to get close to Han. It's a shame to give up now. Su Cheng looked at her. Even if we can't find out, it's not a big loss. In the past, he would have gone to any lengths to uncover the truth, but now his wife's safety was more important than anything else. Fang Wanwan looked into Su Cheng's eyes, which were so gentle they seemed to melt her. Usually, she was thick-skinned, but she couldn't help lowering her gaze. Suddenly understanding his meaning, she nodded and agreed, okay. Then she remembered something else. Your grandfather came to see me. He really wants to meet you. Last time, I heard you sacrificed yourself, and he was sick for several days. I think he truly wants to acknowledge you as his grandson.
Su Cheng nodded.
I know. Would you like to call him? Su Cheng thought for a moment and asked, how does he feel about you? Fang Wanwan smiled. He doesn't like me much. I was teaching Hang Hang how to fight when he and Commander he caught us. Teaching Hang Hang to fight? Su Cheng wasn't surprised. That was something his wife would do. But he was curious. How exactly did she do it and why? Fang Wanwan hesitated for a while, but didn't speak. Su Cheng couldn't wait any longer. Why don't you say more? Forget it. Don't ask. Fang Wanwan turned around and leaned back on the bed. Su Cheng moved closer, drawn by her. Her white swan-like neck and the rise and fall of her chest immediately caught his eye. At that moment, his blood seemed to awaken. Unable to resist, he leaned in again and wrapped her in his arms. His voice was low and deep. Tell me. Startled by a sudden move, Fang Wanwan struggled slightly. You're hurt. Don't move around. Su Cheng didn't want to move either, but his body didn't listen. The woman he missed day and night was right in front of him, and he couldn't control himself. Feeling his hot breath, Fang Wanwan knew what he was about to do. She reached out and held his face. It's not the right time now. I'll tell you about Hang Hang. She remembered he used to say, don't worry, I won't hurt you.
But now, Su Cheng didn't say that.
Instead, he continued to hold her, looking down at her. His voice was deep but carried an irresistible charm. Go ahead, I'm listening. This made Fang Wanwan think again about when Han telling her at the dinner table that Su Cheng's face was as charming and captivating as a seductive beauty, just like the tempting face of a mythic figure. She felt like scolding him. He appeared serious outwardly, but deep inside, he was secretly mischievous and intense. When Fang Wanwan first heard this, she was so angry she wanted to step on him with her high heels. But seeing the slight hurt in Su Cheng's face, her hand was restrained from hitting him, though her voice and breath still carried her frustration. With great willpower, Fang Wanwan shook her head and said, You're hurt. But you will. Fang Wanwan. She thought, enough, I shouldn't have tolerated his injuries and spoiled him last time. Actually, she did care about him and wanted to be with him. Later, he held her in his arms. Tell me now, I'll listen. Fang Wanwan exaggerated her story about the day Hang Hang was bullied. Hang Hang's forehead was swollen from a big bump, and his lip was cut and bleeding a lot. I was so angry. That Qin Xiuzhen even dared to come to us and ask us to apologize to Hang Hang? Hearing this, Su Cheng tightened his embrace and said, Good job. Fang Wanwan smiled softly, thinking, that's decent. If she dared to criticize him like Commander humph. Afterward, Su Cheng asked, so, did your grandfather criticize you? Fang Wanwan nodded. At first, I was very upset. But after understanding the whole story, I didn't say much. Still, my first impression of him wasn't very good. Do you want me to visit your grandfather?
He's genuinely worried about you.
Call him and find some time to visit him. Fang Wanwan hoped there would be more people in this world who truly cared about Su Cheng.
Su Cheng hesitated.
I can give him a call, but visiting him, that's something I'll think about. He hadn't met his grandfather because his mother said his grandfather was quite strong-willed. If they had to send him abroad, what then? Though unlikely, it was still possible. Fang Wanwan smiled and said, okay. She wanted to mention Yang Manhwa, but, recalling her attitude that day, she decided not to. The next morning, Su Cheng got up early and went to find Chen Kai and Su Jian. Chen Kai told Su Cheng if it weren't for Fang Wanwan, Hanwan would have left Pengcheng today and gone back to Hong Kong. It would be hard for us to find him then. Su Cheng pursed his lips. He wants to leave, but it's not that easy. Do you have a plan? Su Cheng's cold, calm eyes showed no emotion. He simply said, Su Jian will accompany me tonight to the building where he's investing. Chen Kai did not expect that Su Cheng would be bolder than him. That might not be appropriate. Su Jian did not understand. What's not appropriate? It was only when Su Cheng took him out of Chen Kai's house to buy tools that he finally understood. The next morning, when Han discovered that the signed documents in the office were missing, he immediately sent people to look everywhere. Since the matter wasn't resolved, he couldn't go back. He decided to wait for the results while doing other things. Back at his place, he called Wen Xian. Go and invite Fang Wanwan out for me. Although he had only met her twice, he had a good impression. Since when Han had many women, having one more Fang Wanwan didn't matter much. He hoped she could make Yang Wanhua angry and leave. Once he got Fang Wanwan, he told Yang Wanhua to watch how he treated her, especially how he humiliated her son, who was very dear to her. Soon, when Xian called back, brother, Fang Wanwan said she's not feeling well and didn't come. She also said she plans to pack up and go home in a few days. That's not good. Did Aunt Yang say something to her? When Han naturally thought of Yang Wanhua. She hasn't gone out these past 2 days. It looks like she wants to complain to Dad, when Xian added exaggeratedly. Don't you know where she lives? Go and invite her out for me, when Han ordered. Any reward? 500 yuan, when Han replied impatiently.
Deal.
When Xian tidied up and went to the guest house to find Fang Wanwan. She only knew which guest house Fang Wanwan stayed in, not her specific room. After asking around at the front desk, she finally found Fang Wanwan's room. She knocked on the door and Fang Wanwan opened it. Seeing Wen Xian, she was startled. How did you find me here? You don't have a phone. My brother wants to see you. Fang Wanwan explained, I thought about it all night and finally realized I was mistaken before.
When since my
brother doesn't think that way. He's thinking of you now. Come on, let's go have dinner. Fang Wanwan looked at her watch. According to Su Cheng, he might be back in about half an hour. If Wen Xian met him, what would happen? If when Han was behind this, knowing Su Cheng was still alive, he might do something again. She hesitated and said, wait for me. She turned around, changed her shoes, casually tied her hair, and followed Wen Xian. Wen Xian took Fang Wanwan to a high-end Hong Kong-style tea restaurant. She smiled and said, this restaurant is also managed by my brother, and it's the only one in Pengcheng. Wang Wanwan briefly looked around the restaurant. For this time period, it was quite nice, but the Hong Kong-style tea restaurant she visited in her past life was much more upscale. Even the buffet at her family's hotel was more luxurious. It's just a matter of different eras and no real comparison. At that moment, when Han walked over carrying a black bag, he was not tall and looked ordinary, but his background gave him great confidence. When he reached Wang Wanwan, he appeared aloof and proud. He sat across from her, smiled, and tapped his finger twice next to his teacup, waiting for her to pour him tea. Seeing her not move, He frowned slightly, but didn't show it. Instead, he snapped his fingers and called the waiter. Seeing a guest here, no one comes to serve water?
He said.
Fang Wanwan looked a bit uncomfortable but smiled politely. I'm not upset. How about after we finish eating, we go shopping at the department store? He usually used this way to make women happy. Fang Wanwan glanced at him. I'll treat today's meal. She was now a small business owner. Her business was just starting, and she also dealt in antiques. She had once been a wealthy young lady. Now, she wanted to make up for her previous efforts to please him. When Han was surprised. Oh, really? Someone is already supporting you so quickly? Fang Wanwan smiled. I don't lack that little money. After this meal, we won't see each other again. When Xian looked confused. Wanwan, what's wrong? Weren't you quite fond of my brother before? It's nothing. I just got disappointed after meeting him twice.
Vien han frågade.
What do you mean? Fang Wanwan said, my friend exaggerated your reputation too much. After meeting you, I saw that besides money, you have nothing else. And I don't lack money either. At this moment, the waiter had already served all the dishes. Fang Wanwan stood up. These dishes are on me. After saying that, she went to the cashier to pay. She left when Han stunned. Just then, a young man whispered to Han, Brother Han, Zhao he has been caught? When Han frowned and quickly stood up, saying to Xian, I'll be outside for a moment. You can eat slowly. When Xian felt confused by all this. When Fang Wanwan returned to the guest house, Su Cheng was about to look for her. Seeing her come back, he finally relaxed and teased Su Jin behind him, saying, I knew it, with sister-in-law's cleverness, she definitely wouldn't be in trouble. Su Cheng glared at Su Jin, who immediately shut up and turned back to his room. I just asked the front desk clerk. She said you went out with a girl named Xian. What did she ask you to do? Su Cheng asked with concern. This information was left for Su Cheng by the front desk staff at Fang Wanwan's request. As Fang Wanwan entered the room, she replied, her brother asked me to meet him. Su Cheng took her bag from her hand and placed it on the table. He won't get another chance. Fang Wanwan was surprised. So soon? Su Cheng nodded and closed the door. Thanks to you. Is it really Han?
Yes.
Fang Wanwan was very curious. She had been trying to investigate based on suspicion for days, but there was no progress. She didn't expect Su Cheng to solve it so quickly after returning. She couldn't help but ask, how did you find out it was him? I kept the bullet and traced the source. In our country, gun and ammunition control is very strict. We identified the sales channel by the bullet's model. They cooperated very well and provided a list of recent buyers. Chun Kai also checked everyone who had contact with Han in the past few days and questioned the suspicious ones. Su Cheng explained briefly. The person who shot isn't Han, right?
He was hired by him.
He has already confessed. Fang Wanwan felt like she was dreaming. That was so fast. Su Cheng smiled. They've been free for so long. It's not fast at all. We can go back tomorrow. Won't you see Han being punished in person? Su Cheng paused. I trust them. They hired a proxy lawyer, and Su Jiyun was a witness. He wrote a report requesting that he not appear in court, citing his injured body as the reason. Fang Wanwan smiled. I didn't mean that. You've suffered so much injustice, you should. Let's leave quickly before she finds out, he said, fearing Yang Wanhua might come to plead for him. Fang Wanwan understood his meaning and felt a pang of sympathy.
All right.
Finally, she added this time, she probably won't support him anymore.
Su Cheng sighed bitterly.
Maybe. After saying that, Su Cheng said nothing more. Fang Wanwan sat beside him, unsure of what to say. After a moment, Fang Wanwan finally spoke, saying, actually, she does not love you. Fang Wanwan tried to comfort Su Cheng. She just loves herself more. But you still can't let go of her, right? Now that this has happened, she probably can't return to Hong Kong City at all. Su Cheng turned around and hugged Fang Wanwan tightly. It's not that I can't let go. Having you is enough. Sometimes I think, if I hadn't gone through so much, maybe heaven wouldn't have sent you to be with me. Fang Wanwan was surprised and quickly looked up at him. Su Cheng, you're really good at talking. Su Cheng's eyes flickered, and he didn't quite know what to say. After a moment, he said, "That's what I really think." Fang Wanwan smiled. "When your grandfather came to find you, I was worried you might leave.
Why?
You might not realize how rich your grandfather is." Su Cheng thought for a moment. "Actually, I can't even spend my salary and I have a wealthy wife." Su Cheng was a simple person who didn't desire much. He loved his job, loved Wanwan, and felt responsible for their 2 children. After hearing this, Fang Wanwan carefully looked at the man in front of her. It seemed he could eat anything and wear anything. Hearing this, Fang Wanwan smiled. "Then you have to be my strong backup in the future so I can earn more money, okay?" Seeing his wife so happy when talking about making money, Su Cheng nodded obediently. "Okay." Fang Wanwan thought of something and said, "I've really offended Sister Yang's mother-in-law this time." Su Cheng smiled. "I heard Commander Wu mention it." Fang Wanwan looked at Su Cheng. "You're not worried and even smiling?" When it came to worry, Su Cheng remembered how his wife had played tricks on Lu Laotai to teach her a lesson, and he felt confident that his wife wouldn't suffer losses dealing with such people. But when he wasn't around, he still worried. Although she was clever and could talk well, it was dangerous if anyone started a fight. "Su Cheng, I'm hungry." She had been busy showing off her style at Wanhan's place and hadn't even eaten. Su Cheng quickly stood up. "What do you want to eat? Let's go out for a meal." "Has Chen Kai come back?" "He said yesterday he wanted to treat us to dinner." Fang Wanwan thought since she was leaving tomorrow, and he had helped her so much, she should keep her promise. Su Cheng lowered his gaze, hiding the emotions in his eyes, and replied softly, "Okay." He didn't know when he had become so petty. Clearly, Wanwan didn't have much feelings for him, and he should be grateful to others. Fang Wanwan stood up and pulled Su Cheng along, saying, "Let's go." After leaving the room and calling Su Jian, they went to knock on Chen Kai's door. "Chen Kai, thank you this time. Feel free to order whatever you want, no need to be polite." Chen Kai was seeing Fang Wanwan smile sincerely for the first time, but it was for the man beside her. "Let's go. Let's go to the tea house you took me to the first time." Su Jian quickly disagreed. "We've already eaten there. I want to try the Cantonese restaurant that Chengge has been to. Since we're in Pengcheng, we should experience it." Fang Wanwan smiled and said, "You and Chen Kai can discuss it. Captain Chen, we've eaten at that tea restaurant several times. Chengge told me their roast goose is very good." "All right." Chen Kai agreed. Chen Kai and Su Jian walked ahead, while Su Cheng gently took Fang Wanwan's hand. She twitched her lips but said nothing, thinking maybe it was because they hadn't seen each other in a long time, so the affection hadn't faded. Who could guess Su Cheng's little thoughts? Actually, Su Cheng also disliked who he was now, but he couldn't control it. They arrived at the Cantonese restaurant and found a seat. The waiter quickly brought menus. Fang Wanwan handed the menu to Chen Kai, saying, "Take a look and see what you like." Since he was a guest and had done a great deed, he deserved the best treatment. Chen Kai took the menu from her hand and ordered braised pigeon, then handed the menu to Su Jian, who ordered more dishes, roast goose and plain boiled chicken. He had been feeling too oppressed lately, and finally let go. He wanted to enjoy a good meal. Once the dishes arrived, Fang Wanwan said, "If you want spicy food, just ask for it." Su Jian looked at Chen Kai, asking, "Do you like spicy food?" Chen Kai casually picked up a piece of roast goose and put it in his mouth, replying, "Anything is fine." After chewing, he nodded repeatedly, eating like this is pretty good. He didn't expect Cantonese food to suit his taste so well. Finally, his gaze fell on the chili sauce just served to Fang Wanwan. His earlier suspicion about her grew a bit more, since most people in Pengcheng don't eat spicy food. Thinking for a moment, he said, "Wanwan, Uncle Fang misses you a lot." After hearing about Su Cheng, he personally went to the northwest. Later, he asked me to help out. Fang Wanwan was about to speak, but Su Cheng interrupted, "Please thank Uncle Fang for me. If I get a chance to go to Beijing, I'll visit him." "All right," Chen Kai replied quickly. After dinner, they returned to the guest house together. Just as they arrived at the door, Fang Wanwan saw a familiar person standing outside her door. Wenxin? Wenxin glanced at Su Cheng, then looked back at Fang Wanwan. "Fang Wanwan, you only invited my brother for your own purpose, right?" You've suspected him all along, haven't you? That's why you suddenly acted cold toward my brother, because Su Cheng has returned, right? Fang Wanwan couldn't deny it. During their time together, Wenxin had some vanity, but wasn't truly bad. She also didn't regret using her. Sorry, Miss Wenxin, if your brother hadn't done this, he wouldn't have any problems. But if he tries to harm Su Cheng, what does my deception matter? But he's my brother, and I am the one who hurt him, Wenxin cried. Then she grabbed Su Jiyun's arm. Is Su Cheng okay? Can you please ask him to withdraw the lawsuit? Su Jiyun pushed Wenxin's hand away. Miss Wenxin, if Su Cheng hadn't been so lucky, he would have died long ago. Even if I could ask, I wouldn't be able to help you. Wenxin was stunned, placing her last hope on Su Cheng. She became emotional and said, let him go. We'll pay whatever it takes. Is 100,000 enough? If not, 200,000. Su Cheng coldly said, go back. No matter what I think, he can't escape this time. Seeing Su Cheng so ruthless, Wenxin felt deeply disappointed. She rushed back in front of Fang Wanwan again. I shouldn't have known you. Trusted you, you're a liar. Don't let me see you in Pengcheng again. Or, I won't let you have a good ending. Su Cheng pulled Fang Wanwan behind him and said to Wenxin, feel free to try. Don't think a little money can make you do whatever you want in Pengcheng. He has violated Chinese law, and he will be punished. Wenxin was frightened by Su Cheng's commanding presence. She could tell he was truly angry. She stepped back 2 paces and weakly asked, can't you give him a chance to change? Su Cheng gesnated. Didn't I give him a chance last time? But that only made him worse. Wenxin said nothing. If Su Cheng were an ordinary person, a little money could fix things. But he was an officer, with no room for their interference. Their plan was rushed and swift, leaving no time for reaction. This showed how powerful his connections were behind his status. Su Cheng held Fang Wanwan's hand and let her pass Wenxin, opening the door and going inside, then shutting the door behind them. He let go of Fang Wanwan's hand, sat silently in the chair, covering his face with his hands, and said nothing. After a long while, he looked up at Fang Wanwan and said, I'm sorry. Fang Wanwan approached him, squatted down, looked at his face, and said, there's nothing to be sorry for. Have you heard a saying? Su Cheng didn't answer. No matter how powerful the Wen family is in Hong Kong City, they're just a wealthy family in Pengcheng. Being rich isn't a big deal. I will be rich someday too. Don't you think so? Su Cheng was suddenly amused by his wife's words. He doubted that she really understood what it meant to be wealthy. She was holding 2,000 yuan and acting as if she were very rich. Seeing her confident expression, Su Cheng nodded and said, okay, I believe you. Seeing Su Cheng in a better mood, Fang Wanwan stood up, pressed her ear to the door, listened for a while, then turned around and smiled at Su Cheng, saying, there's no more noise outside. Wenxin has left. You can relax now. Since Wenxin came in person, it meant she had already gone to see Yang Manhwa. It was probably after Yang Wanwan refused that Wenxin decided to come herself. Su Cheng thought it was adorable how she was crouching and listening at the door. He walked over, pulled her into his arms, and gently stroked her hair. Rest early. We leave at dawn tomorrow. When he mentioned resting, Fang Wanwan remembered something else. Did you put back Chen Kai's files? If someone found out it was them who did it, it would be trouble. After all, these files weren't evidence. Su Cheng felt that his little wife worried so much for him. After kissing her on the forehead, he said, yes, I put them back. Only then did Fang Wanwan feel relieved. Perhaps because everything was settled, Fang Wanwan finally had her best sleep in a long time, and Su Cheng slept well too. Early the next morning, the two of them got up early, packed their things, washed up, and then Su Cheng went to buy breakfast. He also bought some for Chen Kai. When he went to knock on Chen Kai's door, Su Jiyun came out and said, that guy got up early and left. He's probably in a hurry to go back to Beijing to write a report and take credit. Su Cheng handed her the package, saying, this is for you. Su Jiyun looked at the 3 buns inside and frowned. It's still more comfortable to be with sister-in-law. Though she complained, she quickly took the package. After breakfast, They went to the train station, bought tickets, and boarded the train. After 2 days and nights on the sleeper car, they finally arrived. When I arrived home, it was already evening. I had called Commander He before coming. Now, Commander He, Chenya, and their 2 children are waiting at home for Su Cheng. Hang Hai ran happily to Su Cheng the moment he saw him and hugged his leg tightly. Fin isn't very mature yet. She just thinks that Dad often goes on business trips and has come back, so she's not very excited. But she also tries to be like her brother and runs over to Fang Wanwan, reaching out to hug her. Fang Wanwan picks her up and says, "You've gotten heavier. Did Aunt Chen's cooking make you grow?" Fin holds her face and kisses her hard. "Yes, it's tastier than yours." Commander He walks closer to Su Cheng, wanting to hug him but feeling shy. He finally wipes his eyes secretly and laughs. "I told you, kid, you're lucky and strong. Nothing will happen to you." Su Cheng teases, "Didn't you say the same thing not long ago?" Commander He glances at Su Cheng and asks, "What did I say?" Su Cheng isn't afraid of him and imitates Commander He's regretful tone. "Su Cheng, why are you so unlucky?" Commander He doesn't reply. Su Cheng walks up to him with a slight smile and says, "Commander He, don't forget what you promised me." Commander He frowns and asks, "Can't you stay a bit longer in the Northwest? Your wife still needs to take college entrance exams here. Who knows where she'll get into? Pengcheng doesn't have good universities." When the topic turns to college exams, Commander He remembers something and tells Fang Wanwan, "I'll write the recommendation letter for you tomorrow." Fang Wanwan smiles and says, "I've already enrolled in a high school in town. How can a town high school be good enough?" Commander He bought a house in the county specifically so his daughter could attend high school there. "I think it's suitable for me. I've talked to the teachers there. I'll review at home and go for exams," Fang Wanwan replies. Commander He considers this and thinks that if that's the case, there's no need to go to the county. He has seen Fang Wanwan's English skills and remembers she was educated in Kyoto since she was young. He nods in agreement. Fang Wanwan feels good and glances at Chenya, who is busy serving dishes, then says to Su Cheng, "Tonight, you take Hang Hai to Su Ziyun's place to sleep. There isn't enough space at home." Su Cheng purses his lips and agrees, "Okay." Commander He looks at the table full of food and says to Su Ziyun, "Let's stay and eat together." Fang Wanwan quickly walks over to Chenya and whispers, "Thank you for your hard work. Just talking about it isn't enough." Chun Yao smiled and said, Fang Wanwan patted Chun Yao's shoulder, "I remember your matter. Later, you'll see me hinting about it at the dinner table." Chun Yao glanced at Commander He and said, "I'll go to the fridge and take out the leftover wine from New Year." She turned and went to the kitchen, then returned and placed the wine on the table. Fang Wanwan quickly grabbed 2 cups and set them in front of Commander He and Su Ziyun. Commander He glanced at Fang Wanwan and asked, "Still watching Su Cheng drink wine?" Su Cheng looked at Fang Wanwan, who was starting to look like a little wife, and smiled. "I'm injured. The doctor advised me not to eat any spicy food." Then he pulled Fang Wanwan to sit beside him. Commander He couldn't bear to watch, poured himself a glass of wine, and placed the bottle next to Su Ziyun, joking, "You better hurry up, or you'll only get to watch the 2 of them show off." Su Ziyun took a sip of wine and smiled. "I'm used to this in Pengcheng." Fang Wanwan felt she had become bolder, as the man sat there calmly while Commander He and Su Ziyun teased him, without blushing or feeling awkward. She watched Commander He finish his wine and pour himself another, then smiled and said, "Commander He, we also have another gain from this trip to Prung." "Another gain? Tell me." Su Ziyun also wanted to know what else he didn't know. Su Cheng actually has a sister. Hearing this, Su Cheng was startled. He saw Fang Wanwan pull Chenya and continue. She was kidnapped by human traffickers when she was young, and only just escaped now. Su Cheng immediately understood but didn't speak, letting his little wife tell the story. After all, she was very good at this kind of thing. Su Ziyun looked at Chenya and said, "But she looks much older than Chingji." As soon as he said that, Chenya felt embarrassed. Fang Wanwan glared at Su Ziyun. "With someone like Chingji, no one can tell the difference in age when we walk together." Su Ziyun looked at Su Cheng suspiciously, thinking that anyone who couldn't tell was truly blind. Honestly, Qingji is very fair-skinned, not tanned at all. Commander, he put down his wine glass, giving a look that said he was skeptical of their story, and responded thoughtfully. Is that so? Fang Wanwan nodded. Can you help her successfully recognize her family and register her household registration under Su Cheng's name? Chinya quickly served a bowl of soup and placed it in front of Su Cheng, joking, Brother, I've had a tough time living outside all these years. Su Cheng nodded awkwardly, then looked at Commander He and asked, Can you help solve this? Only Su Jian looked at the first three people like watching a show, then took a sip of wine and ate some small dishes, relaxing and carefree. Commander He thought to himself that he shouldn't have stayed for this meal. He took a deep breath, feeling it was troublesome, but seeing Wanwan and Chinya's sincere eyes, his reluctance turned into, Su Cheng, go write a report and find some witnesses. Hearing this, Chinya almost wanted to hug Fang Wanwan and spin her around. After dinner, Fang Wanwan washed the dishes. The men in the hall chatted, and Chinya quickly went out to buy a pack of cigarettes from the supply store, placing it in front of Commander He with a sincere attitude, saying, Sorry to trouble you. Commander He refused. Let's talk after the matter is done. Chinya didn't take back the cigarettes. It's nothing much. I'm not giving it to you to ask for favors. I just think you're a good person. Su Jiyun teased from the side, If you don't like it, you can give it to me. Commander He patted Su Jiyun's shoulder. You really think you're so clever. He took the cigarettes and left. Su Jiyun looked at Su Cheng. Want to go together? Su Cheng whispered, Wait a while. At this moment, Fang Wanwan finished washing the dishes. Su Cheng walked over and said, Wanwan, I'm going to Su Jiyun's place. Fang Wanwan nodded, Go ahead. Hang, take him with you. He hasn't seen you in a long time and misses you a lot. Hang looked at Su Cheng and nodded heavily. So, Su Cheng held Hang's hand and followed Su Jiyun. That night, Hang slept beside Su Cheng. Su Cheng asked, Dad isn't here. How have you all been? Hang thought for a moment and said, Not very good. I heard you got into a fight? Hearing this, Hang became nervous, thinking Su Cheng was going to scold him. He explained aggrieved, Tainyo should have fought. He said that since you're gone, his uncle from the countryside can marry Aunt Fang and let her earn money for their family. Then, he can eat well every day and have new school bags and toys like me. Su Cheng's breath caught. His heart felt sour and painful. So, when he was away, these people were humiliating his wife like this. Feeling Su Cheng's mood, Hang quietly asked, Dad is also very angry, right? Yes. Su Cheng replied, then added, But you lost the fight. Hang smiled just once. Now Tainyo avoids me when he sees me. A smile appeared at the corner of Su Cheng's mouth. Not bad. Hang thought he heard wrong. Dad doesn't blame me? No blame you. Su Cheng finished speaking and then said, Even though you can fight now, you shouldn't bully those who are weaker than you. Hang carefully replied, Annie taught me that fighting is only to protect myself and the people I want to protect. The father and son talked for a while longer before finally falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, Su Cheng woke up early. He took Hang to kindergarten and stood outside Qin Xiuzhen's door for a while. When Chen Yao got up to catch the bus, she saw him and greeted him, Brother, what are you doing here? Su Cheng felt a bit awkward and said, From now on, just call me Su Cheng.
Chen Yao nodded, Okay.
Su Cheng glanced at the closed door of Qin Xiuzhen's house and asked, Where did this family go? Chen Yao smiled. Commander He moved their family to the military housing area in the West Front. Su Cheng understood and said to Chen Yao, Thank you. No need to thank me. I also asked you to help me with something. Well, I'm going back now. You should head home quickly. She then carried her small bag and left. Back home, Su Cheng saw Fang Wanwan stretching her hand out from the kitchen and yawning. He walked over, holding her cold little hand in his palm, and asked, Have you made breakfast? Fang Wanwan smiled. Chen Yao is going to cook, but I told her to sleep a little longer. It's been hard for her these past few days. Su Cheng nodded and went straight to the kitchen. He opened the fridge, which contained meat, ribs, a prepared chicken, and eggs. He took out some meat to make shredded chicken and egg noodles for Fang Wanwan. Fang Wanwan followed him and said, I've learned quite a bit from Chin Yao. Let me do it today. Since the weather was cold, and she had injuries and had traveled by train for 2 days, Su Cheng refused, no need. I'll be quick. You stay in your room and wait. He hadn't seen his wife eat his homemade food in a long time. Seeing his firm attitude, Fang Wanwan hesitated for a moment, then turned and went into the room, taking out her textbooks bought from Kyoto to review. Finfin obediently sat nearby, flipping through the picture book that Hang Hai had read to her countless times. About half an hour later, Su Cheng finished the noodles and called Fang Wanwan into the room. When he saw her and Finfin sitting quietly, reading, he felt that familiar feeling return. Wanwan, the noodles are ready. Come out and eat with Finfin. Fang Wanwan responded, closed her book, got up, and took Finfin's hand. She smiled and said, let's go try Dad's cooking. It's been a while since he cooked. I wonder if he's improved or not. Finfin smiled and said, okay. Then, the big and small followed Su Cheng to the kitchen, brought out the noodles, and sat at the table to eat. After taking a bite, Finfin gave Su Cheng a thumbs up. Dad, your noodles are still so delicious, even better than Aunt Chinya's. Fang Wanwan looked at the little kid with some suspicion. Really? Finfin felt a bit shy and said, almost the same. Anyway, Aunt Chinya isn't here now, so praising Dad won't hurt.
Su Cheng smiled warmly.
They taste good.
Eat more.
After finishing their noodles, Su Cheng got up to wash the dishes. Fang Wanwan went to her room to read for a while. She thought about visiting Shangyang Village's workshop again. She hadn't been there for many days. She wondered how things were going now, how the business in the county was doing. But since Su Cheng had just returned on his first day, it didn't seem right for her to run around so much. While she was thinking, there was a knock on the door. Fang Wanwan thought it was Su Cheng and said, come in. The door opened, and she saw Yang Shichin's anxious face. Fang Wanwan quickly stood up and brought her a chair. What's wrong, Sister Yang? If it wasn't urgent, she wouldn't come to the military area, especially with Chin Gang and Grandma Lu nearby.
Yang Shichin looked upset.
30-some rolls of fabric in the room were stolen. It's all my fault. After work last night, I didn't send anyone to watch over it. What should we do now? Fang Wanwan was surprised. Is it the batch of fabric that Fang Yuan and the others brought back?
Yang Shichin nodded.
That boss Wang only came here yesterday morning to deliver the goods. He said the sales in the county are very fast, so we need to speed up. Now, without fabric, what can we make? Her eyes turned red with frustration. She knew Fang Wanwan had invested a lot of money, several hundred or even over 1,000 yuan, transported from so far away, and it was said that the train ride alone took 2 days. Fang Wanwan looked at Yang Shichin's guilty expression and comforted her. Don't worry. I'll go with you to check it out. When Fang Wanwan stood up, Yang Shichin finally realized. You're back now? What about Su Cheng? Fang Wanwan smiled.
He's fine.
He's in the backyard washing dishes. Yang Shichin was excited. Really? That's great. That's wonderful. A few days ago, someone had come to cause trouble at the workshop, making sarcastic remarks about why only they were hired since the workshop was in the village. Lu Xiaohong went to see the village chief, who only gave a few gentle words of advice. The troublemakers didn't leave, and she left first. If Su Cheng were here, who would dare cause trouble like that? Fang Wanwan understood Yang Shichin's meaning. Sister Yang, Su Cheng is injured. I can go if you want. Just as she was speaking, Su Cheng came in from the backyard. Hearing the noise, he hurried into the room and greeted Yang Shichin, Sister Yang. Yang Shichin was so happy to see Su Cheng that she didn't know what to say, only murmuring repeatedly, "That's great, that's great." She genuinely felt happy for Fang Wanwan. Fang Wanwan said to Su Cheng, "There's a small issue at the workshop. I'll go check it out." Although Su Cheng couldn't tell any emotion from Fang Wanwan's expression, he could see from Yang Shichin's face that they were likely in trouble. He nodded and said, "I'll go with you." Fang Wanwan took Finfin and held her in front of Su Cheng. "Watch Finfin for a bit. I'll be back soon." Yang Shichin also nodded and added, "It's just a mistake with the wages. None of us are well educated, so some people got upset." Su Cheng relaxed a little and nodded, "Be careful." So, Fang Wanwan followed Yang Shiqin to Shangyang village. On the way, Yang Shiqin told her about recent days. Now, 10 people at the workshop were working, producing about 35 to 40 items a day. Every day, Wang Yongqiang and Feng Yuan cleaned everything up. Yesterday, they were still urging us. Today, we have no fabric left. What if they come back tomorrow and can't get the materials? This business was hard to start, and we can't afford to lose it. Hearing this, Fang Wanwan thought about how to find out what happened to the missing fabric. She also considered whether they should expand now that the business was picking up. She never expected that in just over 10 days, Wang Yongqiang and Feng Yuan would slowly open up the market. Another important reason was that in this era, resources were limited. Anyone with good, affordable goods wouldn't miss the chance. In her previous life, Fang Wanwan remembered her father saying that back then, many suppliers in Pengcheng would go directly to factories with money to buy goods. But that was in Pengcheng. They talked along the way, and Fang Wanwan roughly understood the situation. She planned to go to the county tomorrow to ask more about sales. When they arrived at Shangyang village, Yang Shiqin took Fang Wanwan straight to the workshop. Because there was no fabric, everyone sat anxiously in front of sewing machines. Lu Xiaohong quickly stepped forward to explain. Yesterday afternoon, someone saw Wang Erxi from the village walking around in front of our place several times. I suspect it was them. A few days ago, were there any troublemakers who might be him? Feng Qiuhua remembers this very clearly. Yes, he was there. His wife caused the most fuss, saying that Feng Yuan and Boss Wang always pass by their house, and their bicycles crush the flowers and plants at the door. I think they came just to cause trouble. Those flowers are wild and probably aren't worth much money. Anyway, they just felt uncomfortable inside. Another girl from the same village added. Fang Wanwan thought for a moment and said to Lu Xiaohong, "Can you invite Yang Erxi's wife to come out and talk with me?" Lu Xiaohong quickly stood up and agreed, then pulled Feng Qiuhua aside. Sister Qiuhua knows her better. Can I go with her? Fang Wanwan nodded. Sure, but don't argue or mention the fabric. Just say I want to talk to her. Lu Xiaohong understood and took Feng Qiuhua to Lu Erxi's house. Lu Erxi's wife, Wang Qingqing, was sitting on an old wooden chair, leisurely eating sunflower seeds. When she saw Lu Xiaohong and her, she looked surprised. Oh, why are you here today? Feng Qiuhua smiled. Are you busy lately? Wang Qingqing glanced at them. Busy? You've seen for yourself. We're just idle people, not like you workers who get paid. Miss Wang, we mainly came to ask you something. Can you stop being sarcastic? Lu Xiaohong said. Wang Qingqing looked at Lu Xiaohong. That day at the workshop, she was the fiercest, but now she and her older sister-in-law are in charge there. She thought for a moment and asked, "What is it?" "Our boss is here. We want to talk to you." Wang Qingqing was puzzled. "Didn't you say your boss died and went to another place? Even if I'm free now, I can't just fool around." Lu Xiaohong frowned. "Can you stop talking nonsense? Are you coming or not? Give me a clear answer."
Going.
Going. Going. Wang Qingqing spat out the sunflower seed shells and patted her, getting up. Lu Xiaohong, noticing her rough attitude, warned, "Be quiet when you talk to her later." Got it, got it. City folks are so particular, Wang Qingqing said impatiently. The three arrived at the workshop. Lu Xiaohong led Wang Qingqing to Fang Wanwan. Fang Wanwan looked at Wang Qingqing and smiled, calling out Miss Wang, "Hello." It was the first time Wang Qingqing saw Fang Wanwan, a young female boss from the city. Young, pretty, and probably proud. But surprisingly, her attitude was quite friendly. At first, I was a bit uncomfortable with the tone I used, but I forced a smile and awkwardly replied, "Hello." Fang Wanwan had someone help remove a chair to sit down and asked, "I heard you want to come work with us?" Wang Qingqing nodded. The others from nearby villages have already been hired. What's the problem with adding one more? She was referring to Yang Shiqin, whose sister was married in the neighboring village. Fang Wanwan thought for a moment and said, "I didn't consider this carefully. Our workshop is too small now, and we don't need so many people. So, why did you call me here?" Wang Qingqing's face immediately fell. Fang Wanwan smiled and said, Hiring 2 more isn't a big problem. Wang Qingqing immediately perked up. Really? Do you have a special teacher to teach sewing on the machine? The teacher I hired is only for a month. Those who come later can learn from the earlier workers. Wang Qingqing finally relaxed, thinking that perhaps her earlier troublemaking had worked. As the saying goes, the crying baby gets the milk, and it was true. She quickly stood up and asked, "When can I start working?" Fang Wanwan looked at a few employees sitting by the machine who weren't working and said with a smile, "You're not the only one causing trouble that day. If I only hired you, the others who weren't causing trouble might cause even more chaos." Wang Qingqing was confused. "What do you mean? We lost some fabric here. Anyone who reports and exposes the thief can have a family member come work here, and they'll get a reward of 50 yuan. Wang Qingqing looked around and saw everyone's eyes on her. She suddenly understood. "Are you saying that the fabric is missing, and you suspect me? I want to tell you, I may be a bit fiery, but I wouldn't steal or do sneaky things." Fang Wanwan stepped closer and spoke softly to comfort her. "I won't just question you alone. Anyone who caused trouble that day will have a chance to explain." Hearing this, Wang Qingqing finally relaxed a little. "So, has anyone reported it?" Fang Wanwan smiled and said, "Not yet. I want to give that person a chance. If they can return the fabric within 3 days, we'll pretend nothing happened. Working peacefully in this village is best. After 3 days, we'll have to ask the police to get involved." Hearing this, Wang Qingqing felt nervous and wiped her forehead with a shy smile, saying, "All right, I'll go find out." Fang Wanwan nodded and reminded her, "And don't forget, there's also a 50 yuan bonus for the work." After Wang Qingqing left, Fang Wanwan asked Lu Xiaohong and a few other employees to share the content of her conversation with Wang Qingqing with the group that caused trouble that day. In this era, there were no mobile phones or WeChat, so messages relied on people personally delivering them. When Lu Xiaohong and the others returned, it was almost evening. Fearing that Su Cheng would wait too long, Fang Wanwan told Lu Xiaohong and Yang Xiqin, "If there's any news, you can come to my house to find me." Using the power of the crowd, it shouldn't be hard to find that person. When Fang Wanwan got home, Su Cheng came out of his room. "You've been gone so long. Did you encounter any trouble?" "It's okay. It should be almost resolved in a couple of days," Fang Wanwan replied, then took off her bag and hung it in her room. When she came out again, Su Cheng had already brought the food to the table and served her. At that moment, the 2 little ones also gathered around. Fang Wanwan rubbed her hands and sat down to eat. "It's so nice to have Su Cheng here. Everything at home is well organized. Breakfast and dinner are different every day, and even though she faced worries outside, they all disappeared now." Seeing her smiling so happily, Su Cheng also felt better and asked, "Can you tell me what exactly happened?" He knew his wife was very smart and could handle many things on her own, but he was curious and wanted to know everything about her, as if that would bring them closer. Fang Wanwan picked up a piece of carrot and shredded pork, thought for a moment, and said, "A batch of fabric in the workshop was lost. Is it a lot?" Fang Wanwan looked into Su Cheng's caring eyes and smiled. "Not too much." He didn't know how much money Fang Wanwan invested in this business, so he paused before speaking. "I called Grandpa. He will come over in a couple of days." "Is his illness better?" "It's better now. Grandpa donated a plane to the Northwest Military District, probably for Dad. He had been looking for her all these years because he was afraid he would take her away from this land. Since they had never met, he didn't know what kind of family he would face. He hadn't responded until now, but after hearing Wanwan's advice, he felt a little more hopeful. Fang Wanwan was happy for him. "You have another family member now." Su Cheng slightly curved his lips into a faint smile. "Yes, I'm thinking of giving us a wedding later." Hearing this, Fang Wanwan was momentarily stunned. She had forgotten about this matter, but since she had decided to spend her life with Su Cheng, having a wedding would be wonderful. "Sure, I'm waiting patiently. When the time comes, everyone will envy me for my gentle and kind Wanwan. How good is her taste in choosing men, haha." Su Cheng's smile never faded as he lowered his eyes and ate his rice. After dinner, Su Cheng tidied up the dishes. Fang Wanwan went to her room to review her lessons. Hang Hang mimicked her, holding a notebook and writing nearby. Fin Fin obediently played by herself. After washing up at night, Fang Wanwan continued reading and doing exercises. She didn't know how long it had been when there was a knock on the door. She closed her book and got up to open it. As she opened the door, she saw Su Cheng's dark eyes. He stood straight at the door and softly asked, "Is Fin Fin asleep?" Fang Wanwan looked at Su Cheng with a meaningful gaze and whispered, "Yes, she is." Su Cheng pursed his lips, his eyes flickering with hesitation. "Can I carry Fin Fin to my bed to sleep for a while?" Fang Wanwan let him in and said, "Be gentle. Don't wake her up." Then she winked at Su Cheng. His ears turned red instantly. His wife hadn't wanted him these past few days, and it made him feel sad. Su Cheng carried Fin Fin to Hong Hong's side, helped cover her with a blanket, and then returned to Fang Wanwan's room. He saw her looking at him with a half-smile. Feeling guilty, he said, "I just want to hug you, nothing else." Otherwise, his wife would say his injury hadn't healed yet. Fang Wanwan chuckled softly and nodded, "Come here then." Hearing this, Su Cheng felt like he had received an order. He took off his coat and got into bed, then quickly pulled Fang Wanwan into his arms. Fang Wanwan felt the warmth from him and reached out to hold his waist. They didn't do anything further. Su Cheng lowered his head, close to Fang Wanwan's face, and whispered, "I won't do anything else." Fang Wanwan almost wanted to laugh, thinking she had made him braver, but it was still far from enough. She leaned up and pressed her lips to his. The moment she did, it seemed as if a trigger had been pulled inside him. Suddenly, Fang Wanwan was enveloped by his hot breath. But he kept his promise and really didn't do anything else. Fang Wanwan didn't dare tease him, especially since she was injured. After enough kissing, Su Cheng held her for half an hour before slowly getting up and bringing Fin Fin over. Fang Wanwan cuddled Fin Fin, feeling warm and sleepy, and slept soundly until morning. When she got up to go to the kitchen to brush her teeth, she found that Su Cheng had already taken Hang Hang to kindergarten. The breakfast was also prepared, and he was kneading dough. After Fang Wanwan finished washing up, she went into the kitchen and found that Su Cheng had once again cooked century egg and lean pork congee. "Today, I'll make dumplings for you," Su Cheng said. Fang Wanwan felt that life was really happy. She smiled and said, "Great. But how long will this pretend holiday last?" "At least until my injuries heal," Su Cheng replied. Hearing this, Fang Wanwan thought Su Cheng was really going through a tough time and suddenly felt pity. She said, "I'll help you make dumplings later. Didn't you say yesterday you were going to the county town?" Fang Wanwan raised her watch. The bus left early. "Maybe tomorrow." After saying that, she remembered something else. "Su Cheng, once we make some money from this batch of goods, how about I buy a motorcycle? When you're free, take me for a ride." As soon as she said this, Su Cheng immediately thought of something and quickly agreed, "Yes." After breakfast, Fang Wanwan thought she couldn't go to the county town, so she decided to visit Shangyang village to see the situation. She told Su Cheng, and then left the house. Before leaving, Fang Wanwan passed by the supply and marketing cooperative, bought a few pounds of oranges and fruit candies, and just finished paying when she saw Qin Xiuzhen leading Tinyu in. Qin Xiuzhen glared fiercely at Fang Wanwan. Fang Wanwan was too tired to care. Anyway, she had been transferred to the Western Military Housing Area by Commander He because she disturbed neighborhood harmony. That area was poorly lit, and many discarded trash was left there. It was winter, so it was okay, but in summer, mosquitoes and rats would appear. Seeing Fang Wanwan ignoring her, Qin Xiuzhen spat on her back and sneered, "You're such a little troublemaker, great at seducing men." Hearing this, Fang Wanwan frowned, turned around and warned Qin Xiuzhen, "Stop spouting nonsense. Are you still not satisfied with the lessons you've had? Don't think that just because you're aggressive elsewhere, you can continue to show off in front of me. I, Fang Wanwan, won't take your nonsense." Qin Xiuzhen, noticing someone was shopping, deliberately raised her voice and said, "Do you think your man is back? Now you can bully others again. If he knew that during his absence, another man was standing up for you, what do you think he would feel?" Fang Wanwan heard the hidden meaning in her words and stepped in front of Qin Xiuzhen to ask, "What do you mean by that?" "What I mean you know very well. Usually neighbors argue and kids fight. These are normal. But why is it that when it happens to you, someone uses their position to make a big deal out of it? And it's not just Tiniu who hit Hang Hang. As she pushed the iron bowl forward, she pointed to the bruise on his head and said, "Look at this. My son was also beaten by Hang Hang. Why hasn't anyone fought for our family?" As soon as she said this, the crowd erupted in chatter, casting strange looks at Fang Wanwan. She was really pretty. No wonder people say you can make money. But who knows where that money comes from? Su Cheng really has a hard life. Such a good person, married to a woman like that, always out and about, bringing all kind of people into the house. What do you mean? Who did she bring home? This is a military family compound. Some people misunderstood and couldn't believe anyone would have such boldness. So, what if it's a military family? Haven't you heard? Someone is backing her. A woman named Chen Ya caused Feng Yuan to lose his military status. Feng Yuan? I know him. He was a decent young man. It's true, people tend to stick with those like themselves. Fang Wanwan sneered loudly. What do you mean by common? Well, everyone thought my husband had died. You said you wanted to marry me to your rural uncle who lost his wife. If I don't report this to the authorities and have you transferred away, won't I be bullied and controlled by you later? As soon as she said this, everyone's eyes immediately turned to Qin Xiuzhen. This is too much. Even if her husband isn't dead, or even if he just died, you shouldn't have these thoughts. The mood quickly shifted to support Fang Wanwan.
Exactly.
We're neighbors. Even just comforting her would be fine. But to have such bad ideas? Qin Xiuzhen's face suddenly looked embarrassed. What are you talking about? When did I say anything like that? Fang Wanwan smiled. You didn't say it, but your family's iron bowl told Hang Hang himself. Otherwise, why would they have fought that day? The crowd gasped at her words. Fang Wanwan immediately pressed on. That day, your iron bull beat Hang Hang until he was bleeding. Not only did you not apologize, but you came to my house causing trouble, demanding compensation. When you didn't get what you wanted, you even brought out old lady Lu from next door to help you. If Su Cheng were here, would you dare? Thinking I don't have a man now, so you think you can bully me? Qin Xiuzhen wanted to speak, but she noticed the unfriendly looks from others nearby. No wonder. This is just kicking someone when they're down. People like her deserve it. Qin Xiuzhen's confidence waned. She forgot to buy her things and hurriedly pulled Iron Bowl away to leave. Fang Wanwan turned her head, smirking proudly, and walked away with her things. When they arrived at Xiangyang village, Yang Shiqin and Lu Xiaohong were very anxious, like ants on a hot pan. Seeing Fang Wanwan approach, they hurried to meet her. Still no news. What should we do? Soon Feng Yuan and Boss Wang will come to pick up the goods. I heard they now pay a deposit in advance. The other workers also looked at Fang Wanwan with hope. Fang Wanwan placed the oranges and candies on the table and said, "Don't worry yet. It's not the right time. Just hold on to these oranges and candies for now." Since it was like this, no one felt like taking them. Wanwan, why are you buying things again? Yang Shiqin thought it was too wasteful. Fang Wanwan smiled and said it's nothing. When we grow bigger, there will be this kind of benefit every month.
But now,
Lu Xiaohong felt no mood for it. Fang Wanwan patted Lu Xiaohong on the shoulder. Take these things and share them out. When we go back later, let's promote our benefits more. No need to hide, and we should also talk about our wages. After saying this, she turned to Yang Shiqin and said, Sister Yang, please go call the village chief. If there are other respected elders in the village, invite them too. I have a few packs of cigarettes to give them. Then she waved to Feng Qiuhua, took 15 yuan out of her bag, and handed it to him. Big Sister Feng, help buy a pack of cigarettes quickly. 15 yuan to buy cigarettes? That seemed too luxurious. Fang Wanwan nodded. Yes, buy the best. Feng Qiuhua took the money and left the workshop, heading straight to the supply and marketing cooperative. They hadn't received their wages yet, and with the end of the month approaching, this situation made Feng Qiuhua feel very uncomfortable. The village chief was very clever, but most of the other elders were old men, and it was hard to explain things to them. Spending so much money on cigarettes might be a waste if they couldn't help much. as it might be like throwing money away. But it was really not easy for a young girl to run a business. Although she didn't understand everything, seeing her achieve such success, Feng Wanwan admired her. She didn't delay on the way and went straight to the supply and marketing cooperative. She told the clerk she wanted to buy the best cigarettes. The clerk handed her a pack of Daekyuman cigarettes and took 12 yuan. She quickly got 3 yuan back and hurried back to the workshop, where she saw Fang Wanwan talking with the village chief and a few elders. Fang Wanwan took the cigarette from Feng Wanwan's hand, unwrapped it, and then distributed 2 packs to each of the 5 people. Only then did she speak, "Village chief, if our workshop can keep operating steadily like this, I might need to buy more machines and hire more people in a couple months. If we expand like this, who knows, maybe we can even build a factory someday." Building a factory? Hearing this, the village chief's eyes immediately lit up. He knew that for villagers to get into a factory, they would have to go to the county town, use connections, and go through backdoor channels. Before the village chief could speak, another elder spoke up. Building a factory isn't that easy. He thought this young girl, who didn't seem very old, was quite ambitious. It seemed a bit unrealistic. Fang Wanwan understood. Was she aiming too high? She paused for a moment and then said, "Yes, it's not easy. We need everyone's support. Everything has to be done step by step. I can't do it alone, so I plan that once we make some money, we will help a few good students in the village go to school every year to prepare talent for building a factory in the future." Really? Helping village kids go to school? Someone's mind shifted. This wasn't a difficult task for their small workshop, and it could be done immediately. If she could do it, that would be wonderful. Whether or not they join her so-called factory, having 2 college students in the village would be a big deal. Fang Wanwan smiled and said, "Yes, after we finish these batches of goods and settle the profits, I will set up a scholarship fund in the village and find someone suitable to oversee it." That would be great. Fang Wanwan continued to inspire them. "If our workshop can operate until the end of the year, I plan to repair the bridge over the river in front." These were real promises, and they would benefit all villagers. No one would disagree. Seeing that everyone was now more motivated, Fang Wanwan smiled again. "The only condition is that our workshop can keep running and make money." The village chief understood. "Don't worry, we will find out about that batch of cloth as soon as possible." After the village chief left, Fang Wanwan told the workers to finish their work and go home. She handed out candies and oranges, then shared what she had said today. She wanted to plant this big plan in everyone's heart so that everyone felt involved. Only then could the workshop gain everyone's support. As expected, within 2 hours, the village was buzzing. What? Donating 5 good students to study every year? Also repairing the bridge. And building a factory in our village. Oh, don't go off topic. The recruitment will soon expand. I heard working there is very good. Today, they just sent some fruit candies and oranges. Feng Yuan and Wang Yongqiang heard these words as soon as they entered the village. When they reached the workshop, they saw no employees, only Fang Wanwan, along with Yang Shiqin and Lu Xiaohong, counting the remaining fabrics. When they heard the fabrics had been stolen and that there was no stock today, they immediately felt like deflated balloons. Especially Wang Yongqiang. "Comrade Wanwan, you don't know. Now, we no longer do monthly payments. People come directly to my shop in advance to pick up their orders. Look, I've already collected several hundred yuan in deposits." Feng Yuan looked at the remaining fabrics and said, "My shop still has stock. I'll go back and find someone to bring it over." Fang Wanwan waved her hand. "You two should go back and patiently explain to the customers. If necessary, just refund their money first."
Why?
Wang Yongqiang asked anxiously. "If we don't solve this problem, it will happen again. To ensure our workshop can continue smoothly here, we must fix the root of the issue. Right now, the scale is small, easy to change, and we can afford the losses. But if we expand later and invest more, and something like this happens again, can we still afford to delay?" Fang Wanwan said very seriously. Feng Yuan thought carefully and nodded. "Okay." Wang Yongqiang had never earned such good money before. He paused, feeling it was a big loss and very regrettable. Fang Wanwan saw his thoughts. "If we can't solve this in Shangyang village, we will face more trouble later. We need to learn to cut losses in time. If Shangyang village isn't worth working with, we should move immediately. Why not bring your husband here? Fang Wanwan smiled. To solve the problem fundamentally. There will be many small and big issues in the future. We can't always rely on him for everything. Of course, Fang Wanwan didn't deny Su Cheng's role. His mere presence served as a warning to those around. Even if someone wanted to cause trouble, they wouldn't dare openly challenge her, at least within the rules of this society. As long as she mastered the system, she could control these people. Just like her workshop, no one dared to openly claim ownership, nor threaten her to force her to hire someone or explicitly demand money for something. Don't think the law can protect you. It might, but you would spend a lot of time and effort going to court, gathering evidence, and dealing with the police. When you're exhausted, you might not even get a result. Wang Yongqiang unexpectedly glanced at Fang Wanwan, feeling that his way of doing things and speaking style didn't seem appropriate for someone his age. There are many talented people in this world, so it's not surprising. However, he's still worried. What if he sold the stolen cloth? Fang Wanwan smiled and said, "It's not that fast. I came here yesterday. Once the news spreads, many eyes will be watching. With so much cloth, it's not easy to transport it to the county. Rest assured, there will be results tonight." Are you so confident? Fang Wanwan smiled and said, "If you're not in a hurry, just wait here for the results. Meanwhile, tell us about your business in the county." Talking about recent business, Wang Yongqiang was immediately happy. "I haven't even started developing Lin County yet. Business in this county is very steady every day. We hardly need to go out. But spring is coming soon, so we need to change our styles." Feng Yuan nodded and added, "We roughly calculated that in half a month, our profit is about 1,000 yuan. If nothing else happens and everything goes smoothly until the end of the month, we should make around 2,000 yuan. In the first few days, production was slow. If next month continues like this and the trend stays the same, profits could exceed 3,000. Next to them, Yang Shiqin and Lu Xiaohong were stunned by these impressive numbers. Fang Wanwan smiled and said, "That's about it. The person hasn't come back yet, but it will be soon." Everyone's face lit up with excitement when talking about making money, especially Lu Xiaohong. Fang Wanwan had set a base salary plus commission for them, but they didn't know how much they would actually get each month. Feng Yuan and Wang Yongqiang looked even more excited, as if they had forgotten about the cloth theft issue that still hadn't been resolved. At this moment, the village chief led Wang Erxi to their door. The village chief pushed Wang Erxi forward and said, "You tell them yourself, or else if someone reports to the police, it will be trouble." Wang Erxi stood in front of Fang Wanwan, shrank his neck, and stammered, I didn't do it." Fang Wanwan looked at the village chief, who then said, "Hurry up and tell the truth. Don't be like a girl, hesitating here." Wang Erxi hesitated before speaking. "It was Brother Lu from the Lu family who asked me to come here to gather information, to see when Fang would be gone." "Which Lu family?" "Lu Dongxia's family." Wang Erxi knew that the young female boss in front of him often went to Lu Dongxia's house to buy antiques. Fang Wanwan frowned and asked, "Are you saying that Lu Dongxia's brother stole this batch of cloth?" "Isn't his brother?" "Did you go to jail?" The village chief said, "Yes, big brother." Fang Wanwan took a deep breath and thought to herself, "This family really is something." Wang Erxi saw that Fang Wanwan's face looked bad and quickly promised, "The cloth is still hidden in his cellar. I will bring it back tonight. I just ask for." Fang Wanwan understood him. "Did you voluntarily confess to the village chief?" Wang Erxi nodded. Several women saw him, and the story was spreading wildly. The village chief wanted to search every household. If they found it in Lu's house, what would happen if Lu Dahu refused to cooperate?
He decided to turn himself in.
Not to mention the 50 yuan reward. Maybe he could get his wife a job. Fang Wanwan nodded. The village chief added, "Dahu's days haven't been easy either. They already separated, and his wife scolds him every day. They can't even get enough food, and the children are young. Can we give him a chance? If we give him a chance this time, what about next time?" Fang Wanwan didn't want to forgive such a person so easily. The village chief smiled flatteringly. I'll warn him and report to the whole village. From now on, everyone will watch him, and he won't dare to do it again. Fang Wanwan thought this method might work. After all, her workshop was doing very well now, and taking it to the police station wouldn't be good. She nodded, then thank you, village chief. After dealing with this matter, everyone felt relieved. When the village chief and Wang Erxi left, Wang Yongqiang immediately gave Fang Wanwan a thumbs up. You're really impressive. Not only did the problem get solved, but you also gained people's trust. Feng Yuan also learned that if he wanted to grow his business, solving problems fundamentally was key. His methods were even better than Sister Ya. Although they didn't get the clothes, they were completely convinced. They each rode their bikes back to the county town. Feng Yuan's bike was also bought with investment from Chinya. When he got home, Chinya had already prepared the meal. His mother was sitting nearby. He quickly went inside to wash his hands and then went to the kitchen for bowls and chopsticks. When he sat down and picked up his bowl, Chinya asked, "Did you see Wanwan today?" Feng Yuan took a few bites of rice and smiled. "Yes, I saw her." Then he recounted everything that happened in Shangyang village today, and Chinya listened with admiration. No wonder she comes from a big business family. Although Mother Feng didn't understand everything, she knew that after her son had been in business for a while, he seemed like a different person, full of energy. After finishing the meal and clearing the dishes, Chinya didn't say much and went straight back to her room. Feng Yuan was very sensitive to Chinya. As soon as she was a little unhappy, he could feel it. After washing the dishes, he went to Chinya's room. "Yeah, what's wrong?" Chinya was tidying the bed cover and didn't look up. She said calmly, "It's nothing. If you're tired, you should rest early. Today's fabric shop business was pretty good. I kept the accounts.
If you want to see, you can go check."
Feng Yuan stepped closer and hugged her waist from behind, resting his chin on her neck. "Are you going to tell me?" Chinya took a deep breath. "Today, a woman came to find you to buy goods. She said you promised to take her to the movies." Hearing this, Feng Yuan thought for a moment. He wasn't sure which woman he had said that to. He asked, "What does she look like?" Chinya broke free from his embrace and pushed him away gently. She said calmly, "She looks about 20, quite fair, with 2 braids, an oval face, quite pretty." Feng Yuan tried to recall. "Is her name Xingfeng?" Chinya rolled her eyes and softly said, then continued tidying the bed sheets. "She asked me to invite her to the movies. I didn't agree," Feng Yuan honestly replied. After saying that, he sat on the bed Chinya had prepared, facing her. "If you're unhappy, let Changge handle the family's business from now on." Seeing her eager and loyal expression, Chinya felt her frustration melt away. After a moment she said, "If there's nothing else, just keep working." Feng Yuan smiled. "I don't lack customers now. I'll talk to Changge tomorrow." He didn't want Chinya to misunderstand anything. Chinya looked at him, feeling he seemed so open. She wondered if she was overthinking and didn't trust this little man enough. She felt a bit shy and said, "Sorry." Feng Yuan pulled her into a hug again. "What are you sorry for? I shouldn't be so petty." Feng Yuan stood up and buried her head in his chest. "I like that you care so much about me." Chinya was speechless. "Once I save enough money, we'll go back to the village and have a wedding banquet. After you get your ID card, we can reapply for the marriage certificate," Feng Yuan said again. He wanted his wife to have everything others had, so he needed to earn more money. "Have you decided?" Feng Yuan laughed. "Why do you always ask that?" "I decided years ago. I want to marry you." Chinya didn't reply, but her heart was sweet. When I looked up again, I met Feng Yuan's gaze. I didn't know what to say. This guy is full of energy and passion, and I worry that if we keep going like this, things might get out of control. I didn't take the contraceptive pill that Fang Wanwan gave me last time, because I have a cold. I was afraid it would make it harder to get pregnant later. I thought I would just wait until after marriage to conceive naturally. If I can have children, I will. If not, I will adopt. Feng Yuan didn't wait for me to avoid him. His lips pressed forcefully against mine. His big hand tightly held my waist, preventing me from moving. My mouth was invaded forcefully, making it hard to breathe. I could only let out soft, muffled sounds, which he quickly swallowed. My body was so weak that I had no strength left. I could only cling tightly to the man. Seeing my response, he became even more reckless. After a while, he finally let go of me. I pouted and said, "All right, go back to sleep now. Mom is still outside." Fang Wanwan reluctantly returned to his room. He lay on the bed, imagining how much money the workshop would make once it was running. He also thought about Fang Wanwan's idea to start a factory. Others didn't believe it, but he only listened to her plan. After Fang Wanwan finished her drawing and went back, Su Cheng had already prepared the meal. It had cooled down, so he reheated it. The family then started eating together. Sitting at the table, Finfin looked a bit unhappy and touched her stomach. "Annie Fang, can you come back earlier next time?" Finfin wouldn't be hungry then. Fang Wanwan glanced at Su Cheng, feeling both amused and helpless. This man is really stubborn. "Didn't I say you don't have to wait for me to eat?" Su Cheng placed a bowl of soup in front of her. It wasn't long. After eating, Fang Wanwan went back to her room to review her lessons. That night, Su Cheng came again. He looked at Finfin sleeping on the bed and quietly asked, "Wanwan, will you be this busy every day from now on? Have you solved the fabric issue?" Fang Wanwan closed her book, pulled the man who had been neglected all day into her arms, and pointed to Finfin on the bed. "Hold her." I didn't mean that." Su Cheng's face was still shy. Fang Wanwan nodded. "But I do." Hearing this, Su Cheng no longer hesitated. He immediately picked up Finfin. When he came back, he saw Fang Wanwan sitting on the bed, looking at him with a half-smile. This expression was very familiar to Su Cheng. His lips curved slightly, and he quickly took off his clothes and lay down beside her. Fang Wanwan gently opened his arm and snuggled into his embrace, softly comforting him. "My dear, you've worked hard at the back. Tomorrow, I will stay at home to keep you and the children company." When Su Cheng heard this, his heart warmed instantly. Why is his wife so likable? She is also tired. "It's not hard," Su Cheng replied, then added, "Grandpa is coming the day after tomorrow. There's no space at home. I want to go to the county town tomorrow to buy some bedding and sheets. We can sleep on the floor. Is that okay?" Fang Wanwan smiled and said, "Of course, I'll go with you." After saying that, she thought of something else. Grandpa is coming, but she doesn't know how long he will stay. Will it be inconvenient for her and Su Cheng to do things later? Thinking of this, she reached out and touched Su Cheng's wound, asking, "Are you feeling better?" "Much better," Su Cheng replied. Then, he instinctively looked at the person in his arms and saw her mischievous face, and he understood immediately. His wife is really wonderful. Taking control of the situation, Su Cheng stayed up late, playing around with the person in his arms until he finally was willing to let go. The next morning, after sending Hang Hang to kindergarten, Su Cheng took Fun Fun and went to the county town to buy things. They bought fruits, snacks, bedding, sheets, and vegetables. On the way back, they also bought some carrot-filled buns. They couldn't carry any more, so they waited for the bus to go home. Fang Wanwan looked at the fridge full of meat and vegetables and decided to go to Shengyang village to buy some greens. She thought the elderly would really like that, but considering the time, maybe she should wait for another day. Su Yanting was driven to the door by Commander He's driver, accompanied by Uncle Liu. Uncle Liu was the first to get out of the car. When he helped Su Yanting down, he saw Su Cheng standing at the door. Su Yanting had seen the photo and immediately recognized the young man as his eldest grandson. He was so excited he froze in place. Su Cheng also froze, but Fang Wanwan pushed him gently. "That's Grandpa. Hurry and help him inside." Su Cheng looked at the stern old man in front of him, feeling a bit dazed. His father really looks like him. He stepped forward a few steps, helped Su Yanting with his arm, and said, "Let's go inside." Su Yanting grabbed his arm and turned to look at the tall man before him, repeatedly saying, "Good, good, good." He looked even better than in the photos and paintings, simple but showing their good traits. Then, holding Su Cheng's hand, he entered the house and sat on a chair. Even sitting down, he didn't let go of Su Cheng's hand. The feeling of regaining someone he thought he had lost felt like a dream. Su Cheng was first looked at with such excitement and emotion. His hand was grabbed, leaving him unsure whether to move forward or back. Feeling a bit uncomfortable, he asked, "Have you eaten yet?" Su Yanting finally came back to himself, quickly withdrew his hand, and gently smoothed Su Cheng's wrinkled clothes. After a long moment, he managed to say, "Grandpa finally found you." His grandson was not only good-looking, but also so talented. He had worked his way up from a poor mountain village through his own ability, and Su Yanting felt very proud. Su Cheng sat down in front of him. Not knowing what to say, he only saw Fang Wanwan pour a cup of tea and place it in front of Su Yanting. Su Yanting looked at Fang Wanwan again, then slowly spoke, "I know about what happened in Pring City. Commander, he told me everything. I won't forgive your mother, or the Wen family." Su Cheng hesitated for a moment and said, "I once told her that if she left the Wen family, I would ask you to forgive her. I told her that my father's death wasn't her fault." Seeing that Su Cheng didn't even want to call her mom when he said this, Su Yanting guessed that the child must have suffered a lot at her hands.
But she was too cruel to you.
She didn't want to raise you herself, nor let me find you. Su Cheng bit his lip and said, "Actually, I have my own reasons." Surprised, Su Yanting asked, "Why?" "I don't want to leave here. This place is where my father and I shared our dreams, and it's also where the most important person in my life is." Su Cheng finished and looked at Fang Wanwan.
Su Yanting understood. "So, you don't want to go with Grandpa?" "Yes." Su Yanting sighed.
His grandson was just like his own son had been, whether in attitude toward women or dedication to work. He helplessly took off his glasses, wiped his eyes, and said sincerely, "Grandpa won't force you." Seeing his attitude, Su Cheng's heart softened. He added, "I heard from Dad that I have an uncle." Hearing this, Su Yanting's expression immediately turned to one of dislike. He still isn't married and is doing research in a city in Country A.
"I hardly see him once a month."
One son was love-struck and the other wasn't married. He had already given up on this nearly 50-year-old son. Su Cheng said nothing. After mentioning his eldest son, Su Yanting looked at Su Cheng with a gentle, loving gaze. "Grandpa is old now. I've worked hard in a foreign country all my life." He couldn't finish his words. Su Yanting had always been lucky in everything he did, but how had he ended up with two rebellious sons? Su Cheng was momentarily at a loss for words. Su Yanting didn't want his grandson to feel uncomfortable, so he said, "All right, I won't push you. Take your time to think. If you need help, just ask me." If Su Cheng understood things clearly, he would go back with him. At worst, he would accept this wife. "Grandpa," Su Cheng finally called out, "I want to hold a wedding ceremony for Wanwan. Would you be willing to stay and be our witness?" He wanted to give Wanwan a proper ceremony, with elders and guests present. Su Yanting was surprised. "What happened between you two before?" Su Cheng briefly told him about his and Wanwan's past. Actually, Su Yanting had already heard most of it. The grandfather and grandson chatted for a while about other things, and then Su Cheng was about to get up to cook. "I'll cook a meal for you myself," Su Cheng said, wanting to leave a good impression on Grandpa about Wanwan. Su Yanting didn't think much and agreed. At dinner, Su Cheng prepared a hearty meal with chicken, duck, fish, and meat, but his favorite dish turned out to be the greens Wanwan picked from the countryside garden. After dinner, Su Yanting called Su Cheng into his room and handed him a passbook. "This is a little gift from me.
Please accept it."
"Grandpa, I don't need money," Su Cheng said.
Su Yanting chuckled.
"How can you rely on women all the time?" He then told him the password. Su Cheng didn't say anything. He took the passbook and thanked Su Yanting. Su Yanting stayed for 7 days, during which Su Cheng personally cooked every day. The old man was very happy. Since he had many things to handle, he decided to return to Kyoto for now. "Su Cheng, I invested in a shopping mall in Kyoto. There are many things to take care of there. When you're done with your work, come visit me. Don't rush to hold the wedding. Wait until I finish my tasks." Su Cheng nodded. "Okay, take care, Grandpa." Su Yanting patted his shoulder and then, reluctantly and loosely, got into the car arranged by Commander Wu. After Su Yanting left, Su Cheng truly felt that he had gained another family member. No one forced him to do anything he didn't want to, and he was very caring. Most importantly, he accepted Wanwan. Back in his room, he saw Wanwan sitting at the table waiting for him. How was it? Isn't it as bad as you thought? He quickly pulled Wanwan into his arms. Thank you, Wanwan. Since she came into his life, everything had changed dramatically. Once, he didn't know how to face Wang Xuexiang, nor how to face his mother and grandfather. Now everything is settled. Fang Wanwan hugged his waist. How should I thank you? Su Cheng quickly handed her the passbook his grandfather gave him. Here, this is for you. Keep it for yourself. Seeing she wouldn't take it, Su Cheng pressed his lips and said, I like the feeling when you send me money and buy things for me. He had never experienced this before. Since Fang Wanwan came into his life, she bought his socks, pens, clothes, and watch. Her taste was good. Whenever others asked where he bought these things, he would say, my wife bought them. Fang Wanwan accepted the passbook. A few days later, she went to the county town to pick up a custom-made dress and checked her bank balance.
She was shocked right then.
50,000? Of course, Fang Wanwan wasn't unfamiliar with large sums of money, but in this era, it was simply unbelievable. The pocket money she casually gave Su Cheng was 50,000. If it were 3 or 5,000, she would have taken it without hesitation. With her antique collection, she had that kind of wealth. But 50,000? In this era, that was an astronomical figure. Fang Wanwan could have used this money to invest in property or stocks and just relax. She dared to say she would be the richest person in the entire county. That night, lying in bed, she kept tossing and turning and couldn't sleep. Su Cheng had given her the money, but did he know how much it was? Money can be very tempting, and this was no exception. Even in her past life, Fang Wanwan had seen much more money, but she still felt tempted. If she took this money, she might never want to work hard again. But so many people were counting on her to keep dreaming big. Thinking of this, she knocked on Su Cheng's door. Although Su Cheng was sleeping soundly, he was always alert. Hearing the noise, he immediately woke up. He got up, turned on the light, looked at his watch. It's 3 a.m.
Su Cheng.
It was Wanwan's voice. Su Cheng quickly got up and opened the door. Wanwan, what's wrong? Fang Wanwan took out the passbook and handed it to him.
Keep this.
Su Cheng was puzzled.
Why?
Do you know how much money is in there? Su Cheng thought for a moment. It should be money I can't possibly spend all at once. He wasn't stupid. His grandfather could donate airplanes to the military and make young Wanwan both afraid and worried. It must be more than what the Wen family had. Fang Wanwan saw that Su Cheng didn't respond, so she put the passbook into his chest pocket with a smile, saying, there are 500,000 yuan. I'm worried that so much money might weaken my determination to work hard. You can keep it. If I need more later, can I give it to you again? Su Cheng was surprised and didn't know what to say. It seemed like his wife didn't need anything from him, but he needed her in every way. Can I go buy a car? Su Cheng asked. Fang Wanwan thought to herself that men all like cars, and she smiled, sure. Su Cheng was thinking about how convenient it would be if his wife could handle things easily in the future. I don't know how long we'll stay here. Do you think we should buy a house like Commander Wu? He asked. No need. Let's decide about buying a house later, Fang Wanwan replied. They planned to buy the car at the beginning of next month. Since the month was almost over, they needed to calculate this month's profit, pay the workers, and arrange for buying new machines. Wang Yongqiang heard that Fang Wanwan wanted to expand the team and agreed immediately. He and Feng Yuan decided to put all this month's profit into Fang Wanwan's hands. The total was 3,500 yuan. After subtracting Feng Yuan's and Wang Yongqiang's sales commissions of 680 yuan, wages of 700 yuan, and other expenses like rent and utilities totaling 20 yuan, there was 2,100 yuan left. This 2,100 yuan was split equally between Wang Yongqiang and Fang Wanwan, giving each 1,050 yuan. This month, Feng Yuan earned 380 yuan in commission, while Wang Yongqiang earned 300 yuan in commission plus 1,050 yuan in profit. Both of them had never earned so much in a month before. When it was time to buy machines for expansion, Fang Wanwan used the profit she just received and handed it to Wang Yongqiang to buy the machines. Feng Yuan thought about Fang Wanwan's plan to open a factory in the future and saw great potential. He asked Wanwan, "Can I also buy a stake in the company this time?" Wang Yongqiang immediately became alert. He saw that Feng Yuan's sudden interest in joining the sales team was partly because of Fang Wanwan's support, and the same went for the fabric shop. He wasn't very happy about it. "Brother, if it was at the beginning, that would be fine. But now that you're joining later, it's hard to calculate the accounts." Fang Wanwan had other ideas. She valued Feng Yuan's ability. He was a young man with no connections in the county, but his sales performance was better than Wang Yongqiang, who had been in business for many years. He was ambitious and not satisfied with the current situation. He was quick to accept new ideas. If she didn't bring him into her team, once he accumulated capital, he might start his own business. However, Wang Yongqiang clearly disagreed. Feng Yuan had just spoken a sentence when Fang Wanwan sensed Wang Yongqiang's resistance. Currently, she and Wang Yongqiang are partners, and his opinions cannot be completely ignored. She thought for a moment and said, "If there's a chance, you can start working on it. After expanding recruitment, the production will definitely increase. Then you can also visit nearby towns." Wang Yongqiang saw that Fang Wanwan did not directly refuse Feng Yuan. He felt a bit uncomfortable inside but didn't say anything on the outside. After settling the bills, the three of them took their money and went home separately. This was Feng Yuan's first time earning 380 yuan. He finally realized how money could be earned. In the future, he wanted to earn 3,800, 38,000, or even more. Since he had money but no opportunity to invest, he decided to buy some things for his wife. He went to a department store and bought a watch for 120 yuan and a pair of shoes for 30 yuan. When he got home, Chinya hadn't returned yet. After greeting Aunt Feng, he planned to go to the fabric shop to find Chinya. The fabric shop and his home were about 20 minutes away on foot. He left his shoes at home, kept the watch in his pocket, and rode his bicycle out. When he arrived, he saw the shop in trance crowded with people. He hurriedly parked his bike and rushed inside. He immediately saw Chinya arguing with a woman. "Look at this. The fabric is not only faded but also stained other clothes. So now you not only have to pay for the fabric but also for my clothes," a chubby woman said fiercely, pointing at Chinya's nose. "Miss, this fabric wasn't bought only by you. If there's a problem, someone would have reported it earlier. We've been selling this batch for a long time," Chinya patiently explained. But the chubby woman wouldn't listen and kept arguing. "What do you mean? Those who like to complain without reason haven't come to you. Are you in the right?" She reached out to push Chinya. At this moment, Feng Yuan pushed the woman away and said, "If you're talking about fairness, then stick to it. Why are you touching her?" Seeing Feng Yuan's stance, the woman realized he wasn't someone to mess with and started crying and yelling, "Oh, look at this. Buying this junk and not being able to get justice. Saying a few words and then being so fierce. Is there no justice anymore?" At this time, a bystander said, "Doing business means being honest. If this fabric really isn't good, just give them a refund."
Exactly.
With this attitude, who would dare to buy from you next time? Feng Yuan glanced at the colorful fabric the plump lady was holding, then turned around and found the same fabric in the shop's storage. He cut a piece and loudly said, "If it really fades, I will pay double." After that, he went to the backyard to get a basin filled with water. He put the fabric in the water, added some laundry powder, and placed it in front of everyone. He rubbed it vigorously several times, but the water in the basin showed no sign of changing color. After washing, Feng Yuan stood up and said, "Who wants to try? If it fades, I'll pay 1 yuan. A middle-aged man immediately stepped forward and said, "I'll try." The brightly colored fabric was something Qian Wanwan had already warned them about. When he came back, he had already tested it. The middle-aged man rubbed the fabric with all his strength several times, but there was no reaction. He put the fabric down and said, "It really doesn't fade." The plump lady's face suddenly changed. She hesitated and asked, "Are you selling me defective fabric?" Feng Yuan looked at her and raised his chin. Bring me that stained piece of clothing. If the color isn't from this fabric, I'll call the police. The plump lady pointed at Fang Yuan's nose and said, "What are you so proud of? I'll go back and bring it here for you to see." She hurriedly grabbed her fabric and left without looking back. Fang Yuan looked at the crowd watching and asked, should everyone wait here for her to come back, or come inside to see the fabrics? All our fabrics are new from Yangcheng, cheap in price and of good quality. If any fabric fades, we will warn everyone.
Just wash it separately after buying.
Hearing this, the crowd shifted their attention to the various fabrics in the shop. The colors and styles were really diverse. Many patterns were not available in other fabric shops. Some couldn't help but come closer to ask about the prices. Surprisingly, the prices were even cheaper than elsewhere. Those who initially had no intention of buying couldn't resist and started choosing fabrics. Taking advantage of the moment, Chenya quickly started promoting. She took out a piece of cyan-colored fabric and showed it to an elderly lady. "Madam, this fabric is durable and easy to clean. It's suitable for making jackets or pants. The color will suit you. Would you like to buy a yard?" "Young lady, this yellow velvet fabric makes a long coat. It's very high quality and looks great on your skin," another customer said. Soon, 4 or 5 customers bought fabrics. After about half an hour of browsing and choosing, someone suddenly remembered. "Where's the plump lady? Why hasn't she come back yet?" Someone chuckled and said, "They must have something on their mind. Since the shop just opened, people think it's a scam." That's really. Some onlookers couldn't wait any longer and started to leave. As the sky darkened, Chenya saw that it was getting late. When all the customers had gone, she closed the shop. On the way home, Chenya sat behind Fang Yuan on his bicycle, thinking about how much this young man had improved. It seemed that whether in the army or running a business, it was very good training. Fang Yuan pedaled ahead and said, "Yaya, I got my paycheck today." "That's great. How much did you get?" 380 yuan, Fang Yuan replied honestly. Chenya smiled and said, "That's quite a lot. If you keep working for half a year, maybe you can buy a house in the county." Chenya didn't have as many big plans as Fang Wanwan. She just wanted to live a simple life with Fang Yuan in this small town. She had already seen and struggled through the busy city life. She liked this slower pace. Fang Yuan didn't answer right away about buying a house. After a while, he asked, "Do you know how much Fang Wanwan and Chang'e made?"
"Tell me."
"Chang'e's commission is less than mine, only 300 yuan. But he previously invested with Fang Wanwan, and their profit was over 1,000, Fang Yuan explained. "So, you want to join in too?" Chenya asked back. Fang Yuan nodded honestly. "I think making money should be like Fang Wanwan's way." Chenya didn't deny it. "But you're new, and you have a fabric shop. I don't think Chang'e will agree. Just save your money for now, focus on the present, and if there's a good chance later, we can think about it." Chenya understood Fang Wanwan's business mindset, but she also understood Wang Yongqiang's thoughts. "Okay, I trust you. I just spent over 100 today." Chenya was curious. "You really know how to spend. What did you buy?" "You'll see when we get home," Fang Yuan said mysteriously. Chenya didn't bother guessing and quietly sat behind the bicycle, feeling the gentle breeze, and her mood was quite good. When they arrived home, Chenya and Granny Feng greeted Fengda and then went to the kitchen to cook. Feng Yuan also wanted to come, but Granny Feng stopped him, saying, "Xiao Yuan, you go to the countryside every day. Have you visited your sister? How is she doing lately?" Feng Yuan sat on a small stool in front of Granny Feng and smiled. "Mom, don't worry. My sister is working at a workshop, and she's getting paid today."
"What?"
"She just started learning. She's been working for over 10 days, Feng Yuan replied. Mrs. Feng relaxed her worried heart and asked, "How much can it be sent out?" Because of Feng Qiuhua, Feng Yuan specifically asked Fang Wanwan, 28 pieces. Mrs. Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. "How many?" 28 pieces. Feng Yuan repeated loudly. Mrs. Feng didn't speak for a long time, then wiped her eyes and said, "All right. Find a time to bring your sister to the city for a meal." Afterward, she was a bit worried and asked, "How much did you earn?"
200 yuan.
Feng Yuan thought for a moment and said, He didn't want his mother to know he had just spent over 100 yuan from his earnings.
Then,
Maybe you can also bring your 2 nephews. She was worried that her son didn't earn much, and with her daughter and nephews coming, her daughter-in-law might feel uncomfortable. Fang Wanwan smiled and said, "Big sister might not be free. They now earn a base salary plus piecework pay." Several times when the workshop was closed, she applied for overtime. Mrs. Feng didn't speak but felt very happy inside, finally no longer living in poverty. However, she's still worried. When she gets her salary, her brother-in-law might take it again. Hearing this, Feng Yuan couldn't help but frown. "I'll ask about it tomorrow." At this moment, Feng Qiuhua looked at the 28 yuan salary in her hand, trembling with excitement. She had only been working for half a month. After the excitement, she looked at the salaries of others nearby. The highest was 85 yuan, earned by Lu Xiaohong, followed by Yang Xiqin with 80 yuan. Others earned between 50 and 70 yuan. This was actually higher than the wages of factory workers in the city, especially Lu Xiaohong, who counted her money repeatedly and asked Fang Wanwan, "Did you count it wrong?" Hearing this, the other workers in the workshop immediately laughed. Wanwan is from the city and educated. How could she count wrong? Fang Wanwan looked at Yang Xiqin, who was wiping tears and counting money, and smiled. "Sister Yang, if you're so upset, maybe we should pay you less so you can handle it." Hearing this, Yang Xiqin quickly folded her money and put it in her pocket. "I can handle it. I can handle it." Suddenly, everyone in the workshop burst into laughter again. Fang Wanwan divided 10 packs of red sugar on the table, saying, "Thank you for your hard work. We plan to recruit 10 more people for the next batch. Besides Qingqing Lu, there are 9 spots. Everyone can spread the word. I will personally come to recruit tomorrow noon." That day, after the employees received their wages and went home, the whole village was buzzing. "Really? Over 50 yuan a month? The highest is over 80 yuan? Isn't this higher than wages in county factories? This old Yang family has really become wealthy. When you look down on their daughter returning to her family, now see who is better off. Isn't that right? I heard they are hiring 10 more people." The next day, when Fang Wanwan arrived at the workshop, she saw a long line outside the door, about 200 people from nearby villages. Fang Wanwan thought it was unbelievable. After asking, she learned that people from several neighboring villages had come. She underestimated everyone's enthusiasm and quickly said, "Today, we will only hire 9 people. Yes, you outsiders should go back now and not waste our time." Someone started to complain when Fang Wanwan spoke. "We traveled so far and have been standing here without even drinking water," another added. Suddenly, the crowd began to push and shove. "People from other villages are just wasting our time," someone said. "What do you mean wasting your time? We didn't know you weren't hiring outsiders before we came. Now you're starting to chase people away. That's just playing tricks on us," Fang Wanwan said loudly to calm everyone down. She explained, "Sorry, I didn't communicate clearly earlier. Thank you for supporting our workshop. This time, I will only hire villagers first. Others, please register with us now. When we hire again, we will give priority to those registered. Is that okay?" Someone asked eagerly, "When will you hire again and how many people?" Fang Wanwan patiently explained, "We will take it step by step. If business is good, we will try to hire more. Next time, we will notify you based on the registration list." As soon as she finished, people started whispering among themselves. Lu Xiaohong quickly stepped forward and said to Fang Wanwan, "I didn't expect the news to spread so far. Do you want me to help? Let the villagers stand aside. I will do the interviews. Outsiders, please come and register," Fang Wanwan replied. Lu Xiaohong looked at the noisy crowd and said worriedly, "I'm afraid they won't listen." Fang Wanwan thought for a moment and decided to handle it herself. She loudly announced, "Those who can sew, come to the left." This time, no one argued. Soon, 7 people stepped forward. Fang Wanwan asked Lu Xiaohong to take these people to try working with the sewing machines. Among these 7 or 8 people, 2 were villagers. No one dared to object this time. For the remaining 2 spots, Fang Wanwan said, "The last 2 will be chosen based on their education level." In this way, Fang Wanwan unexpectedly hired one middle school student and one elementary school student. Middle school students are from outside the village, while elementary students are from the local village. Most others have only studied for a few years or haven't gone to school at all. The remaining unselected candidates realized that learning a skill or having some education is quite useful for women. After finishing the recruitment, Fang Wanwan asked them to register at Lu Xiaohong's place. Since the machines would only arrive in 2 days, she told them to come back in 3 days. The selected people were very excited and, following Fang Wanwan's advice, all went home to prepare well. After they left, the original workers relaxed, especially those who didn't know how to operate a sewing machine or had no education. Those who came early would not qualify under the current standards. Fang Wanwan sat in one of the rooms, observing the space. Originally, 10 people worked in the hall, with one room holding fabric and other materials. Now only one room remained, which could hold 10 machines. If more workers were recruited, this space wouldn't be enough. Also, with twice as many people, conflicts would likely increase. It was time to train a manager. Fang Wanwan called Lu Xiaohong and asked, "Would you like to learn management?" Lu Xiaohong had never heard this word before and felt it was far from her. She hesitated and asked, "Can I do it?" Fang Wanwan smiled and said, "Try it, and you'll see." She had also considered young Su Cheng, but her gentle nature made her unsuitable for the role. The position of checking and counting was just right for her. "Okay, I'll learn." Fang Wanwan liked her proactive attitude. She placed a piece of paper with some messy information in front of Lu Xiaohong and said, "Organize this person's details, record your work hours each day, and I will buy a clock to hang in this room. If they have any needs that can't be solved, they can come to me." As the team grew, rules and standards were necessary. Okay. Lu Xiaohong thought this task was not difficult. Afterward, she remembered something else and said, "Wanwan, I think Sister Chihuahua seems a bit down today. She just received her wages yesterday. She should be happy." Fang Wanwan nodded with a smile and said, "Ask her after work." Okay. After finishing her work, Fang Wanwan went home. At the supply and marketing cooperative, she bought some ribs, 10 preserved eggs, 10 eggs, and a jean of filled biscuits. She heard the filled biscuits were new stock and bought them to let Hang and Fin try. When she got home, it was noon at 2 o'clock. Su Cheng heard the noise in the hall and hurried out of his room. "Wanwan, have you had lunch?" Wanwan Fang shook her head gently, pretending to be pitiful. "No, I don't have it." "Then I'll cook you a bowl of noodles," he said, taking the things from her hand. He looked at them and added, "I just bought century eggs, and I plan to make century egg and lean pork porridge for you tomorrow. It's okay, raw is also very tasty. Go rest in your room. I'll call you when it's ready," Su Cheng said, then took the things and went to the kitchen. About 20 minutes later, a fragrant bowl of shredded pork and egg noodles was ready. Fin also smelled the aroma and said, "Daddy, I want to eat too." Su Cheng took out the sandwich cookies Wanwan bought. "Eat this," he said. Fin took the cookies and stopped fussing. She immediately went back to her room. Wanwan sat at the table eating noodles. Su Cheng sat across from her. Seeing his hesitant look, she asked, "What's wrong?" "Your dad called. He said your mom is sick and wants you to come back and see her," Su Cheng said. He wasn't sure if this was true. In his mind, Fang Qingshan might have other thoughts about Wanwan, but what if it was true? Although Wanwan didn't have much feeling for her mother, outsiders would think that the Fang family raised Wanwan for 18 years. If she was seriously ill, she couldn't just ignore her. Wanwan paused while eating her noodles and muttered softly, "Why is he bothering me from so far away?" Su Cheng pressed his lips and comforted her. "They will pass away someday." Hearing this, Wanwan almost spat out the soup she just drank. Su Cheng was good at comforting people. Looking at the indifferent man in front of her, who was staring at her foolishly and asking, "Did I say something wrong?" Wanwan took a few more bites of noodles and replied, "You're right." Seeing that Wanwan was no longer upset, Su Cheng felt relieved. His wife was really easy to comfort. A few words and she was fine. "Are you going to see her?" Su Cheng thought that if Wanwan refused, Fang Qingshan's call would become known to everyone. Wanwan thought for a moment. Aren't we planning to buy a car? I also need to go to school to ask about the entrance exam. If my mom really has an emergency, he will definitely call again. No rush for now. Su Cheng agreed, but he still needed to tell his wife. Wanwan finished eating and planned to wash the dishes, but Su Cheng took her directly to the kitchen. She had to return to her room, lie on the bed, and feel her exhaustion fade away. She felt extremely happy. She hoped Su Cheng would always stay by her side like this. Su Cheng finished washing the dishes and returned to the living room. Seeing no one there, he remembered that his wife had been busy these days, often coming home late. After dinner, she would go straight to sleep. He couldn't help but push open Fang Wanwan's door. After entering, he closed it behind him again. Fang Wanwan was lying sprawled on the bed. When she saw Su Cheng come in, she quickly got up. Su Cheng gently picked her up and put her back on the bed. "Don't get down." Fang Wanwan was surprised and said, "Your injury is better now?"
Yes.
Fang Wanwan pretended to be worried and said, "Then you probably have to go to work." Although he was still at the military district, he was reluctant to leave. He just wanted to come back anytime he could see Su Cheng and eat the meals he cooked. Su Cheng seemed to understand her feelings and smiled. "How about you wait for me at home?" Fang Wanwan immediately became alert. "That's not possible." Su Cheng thought for a moment and said, "In the second half of the year, I can send Finfin to kindergarten. I still want to buy a house in the county town so they can have their own rooms. Having a car would also be very convenient. After work, he could drive his wife and children back to the county town together." Fang Wanwan understood what Su Cheng meant and smiled. "Okay, we can keep this place too. Then tomorrow, I'll ask Commander He to take me to see if there are any suitable houses," Su Cheng said. Just as they were discussing, Su Cheng was about to hug his wife and hold her when he heard Finfin's voice. "Aunt Fang, I want to eat." Feeling a bit awkward, Su Cheng got up and said to Fang Wanwan, "I'll go check on her." Fang Wanwan quickly grabbed him and kissed his face. "I'll go see her. She's calling me. Tonight, when she falls asleep here, you can come again." After Fang Wanwan left, Su Cheng touched the spot where his wife had kissed him and smiled. In the afternoon, Fang Wanwan took Finfin to pick up Hang Hang from kindergarten. Su Cheng stayed home and cooked. After dinner, Su Cheng took care of the children while Fang Wanwan reviewed her lessons. Until Finfin fell asleep, Su Cheng came over. The next morning, Fang Wanwan woke up early, bought cookies, egg cakes, a bag of brown sugar, and 5 packs of cigarettes at the supply and marketing cooperative, then went to the high school in town. Finfin was taken to the county to look at houses by Su Cheng, so she was free and relaxed. At school, the gatekeeper immediately recognized Fang Wanwan and called Teacher He. Teacher He came out and saw the things Fang Wanwan was holding. He quickly understood and said, "School staff are not allowed to accept things." Fang Wanwan smiled and said, "I'm not asking you to do anything. Just handle it officially with the principal. These little things aren't worth much. Just take it as a thank you." While speaking, she took out a pack of cigarettes and placed it on the security guard's desk. "You also have one. Thank you for not turning me away that day." Teacher He paused for a moment. This girl really remembers small things very clearly. Fang Wanwan handed Teacher He some eggs, cookies, and brown sugar, smiling. "Don't take it. I'll give everything to the security guard." Teacher He hesitated briefly and accepted the items. Fang Wanwan then placed 4 remaining packs of cigarettes in Teacher He's hand. "This one is for the principal." Teacher He nodded, led her into the office. There were no other teachers inside. He put the cigarettes on the principal's desk and tidied up his own things before letting Fang Wanwan sit beside him. "There's a basic test at the end of this month. You should review carefully. If anything is unclear, you can come to school for extra lessons." "Okay, thank you, Teacher He." Teacher He then took 3 exam papers from his drawer. "These are just for a class assessment, no rankings. You can take them home and practice." Fang Wanwan held the papers, noticing a strong ink smell. "Thank you, Teacher He." "No need to thank me. But I do want to remind you, try to dress more simply when you come to school next time. It's not that I think it's wrong, but it's better to be a bit more modest." Teacher He spoke gently. This girl was very beautiful, and her style was quite fashionable. Most of the students who could take the college entrance exam were boys, all in their puberty stage. If anything happened, it could be troublesome. Got it, teacher, Fang Wanwan understood. After their conversation, Fang Wanwan took the exam papers and left. At home, Su Cheng didn't return. Fang Wanwan sat at her desk and started working on the 3 papers she brought back: Chinese, math, and foreign language. She had recently studied math intensively and wondered if she had made any progress. After finishing, she decided not to let Su Cheng see the papers and handed them directly to Teacher He that day. Teacher He was in class when the security guard placed the papers on his desk. Fang Wanwan left. When Teacher He finished class and returned to his office, he saw the exam papers Fang Wanwan handed in. He was quite surprised. He hadn't expected her to be so attentive. Since he teaches Chinese, he kept the Chinese paper and handed the English paper to 2 other teachers. The English teacher was a young male teacher named Wang. Seeing Fang Wanwan's English paper, he was surprised. "Is this the paper you asked me to grade last time?" "Yes, last time I told her to come pick up the test paper today. I didn't expect she would come today, take the paper without saying anything, and then do the test right away and bring it back." Teacher Wang smiled and said, "She has potential. Her handwriting is very neat. I heard she is quite pretty too." Math teacher Mr. Liu, an older man, shook his head after grading. "It's okay. She improved a little since last time." Teacher He said, "As long as there's progress, that's good. Her grades are enough to get into a second-tier university." Teacher Wang smiled and said, "Our class's English level isn't very high. When she comes back next time, maybe she can teach her classmates some English learning tips." Teacher He smiled and replied, "She has children to take care of, so she might not have time." Teacher Wang was surprised. "Is she married?" "Yes, she married a man from the nearby military district," Teacher He honestly said. This young teacher, Wang, was transferred from another county. Because English teachers are rare, the whole school is quite respectful toward him. A hint of disappointment flashed across Teacher Wang's face, but he didn't show it. Instead, he said, "Try to talk to her. If she's busy, forget it. The monthly exam is coming soon, and compared to other schools, her English still needs improvement." Teacher He didn't think much and said, "Okay, probably she'll come again tomorrow to ask about the exam results." Sure enough, early the next morning, Fang Wanwan arrived. Today, she wore a gray jacket, her hair tied in a loose ponytail, and old cloth shoes on her feet. Because Teacher He mentioned her yesterday, Teacher Wang specifically asked the security guard to keep an eye out. When he saw this transfer student, he immediately went to inform Teacher Wang. When Wang Qingyan arrived at the office, he saw Teacher He explaining the test paper to Fang Wanwan. "Hey, you must be Fang Wanwan, right?" Wang Qingyan greeted. Fang Wanwan was a bit surprised. Teacher He quickly introduced her. "This is your English teacher, Teacher Wang. He speaks very highly of your English skills." Fang Wanwan politely greeted, "Hello, Teacher Wang." The moment she looked up, Wang Qingyan was stunned. He had heard she was pretty, but didn't expect her to be this beautiful. In this remote mountain area, such a girl with such beauty was rare. Fang Wanwan frowned slightly and said, "Teacher Wang." Wang Qingyan quickly responded with a smile, "Your test paper, I graded it. It's a perfect score again. Yesterday, Teacher He and I wanted to ask if you could share your learning experience with our class. Do you have time?" Wanwan Fang hesitated for a moment, then apologized, saying, "I need to ask my family about taking care of the children first. Can I decide later?" When Wanwan Fang returned home, Su Cheng had not yet come back. She searched through all the English review materials she bought from Kyoto and read them again. Actually, she didn't have any special insights. If anything, she was just lucky from her past life. Wanwan Fang is not naturally talented in studying. She made progress gradually through consistent effort. In her previous life, she attended an international school in middle school and studied abroad after university, so her English is quite good. If she were to share something, it would only be these review materials from Kyoto. She can explain anything she doesn't understand. By around 4 p.m., Su Cheng returned with Finfin, driven back by Su Jiun. Wanwan Fang told Su Cheng about school matters. Su Cheng smiled and said, "Go ahead. It's not easy for children from the countryside to go to school. He understands this very well, especially with English. Luckily, at that time, he was recommended by the military and didn't have to take an English exam, or he wouldn't have done well either. Then I'll go tomorrow. How's the house viewing going on your side? Wanwan Fang asked. Commander, he has some connections in the county. After hearing Su Cheng, he immediately sent someone to inquire. By lunchtime, they had responses. 3 houses were found. Apart from staff dormitories, there are no commercial buildings in this county, only private houses, including both apartment buildings and single-story houses. Su Cheng naturally prefers to buy an apartment building. All 3 houses are in good condition, small 2-story Western-style houses. Wanwan, you can go see these 3 houses when you're free. Once you decide, I'll buy one, Su Cheng said. Wanwan thought for a moment. How about we go see the houses tomorrow? I'll handle the school matters the day after tomorrow. She still needed to carefully recall her English study tips and think about what methods her teachers taught back then.
Su Cheng naturally agreed.
The next morning, the 2 of them, along with Finfin, took a bus to the county seat and visited the agents who introduced the houses, viewing each one. One house was near Hisi's place, and Wanwan Fang decided to choose that one because it was close to the school and the busy city center. The house had 3 rooms upstairs and 3 downstairs, plus a bathroom. The kitchen was separate. Wanwan Fang was very satisfied. Even though it was a little old, a renovation would fix that. The total price was 3,500 yuan. Su Cheng withdrew 5,000 yuan that day, paid a 30% deposit, and waited for the transfer to complete before paying the rest. After finishing these tasks, Fang Wanwan checked her watch and saw that it was still early. She decided to visit Chunya. She had the address from last time but had never actually gone to see her. Su Cheng also agreed happily. The 2 of them, along with Finfin, asked around and finally found the place Chunya mentioned. Fang Wanwan arrived at the door and called out Sister twice. She was greeted by a familiar voice from inside. Feng Qiuhua ran out and warmly welcomed her, saying, "Oh, Wanwan, come in and sit." It was the first time Fang Wanwan saw Su Cheng. He was holding the child, tall and handsome. Not knowing how to greet him, she just smiled and said, "Sorry for the sudden visit. I'll go call the person back later." They went inside. Feng Qiuhua called Aunt Feng, who thanked Fang Wanwan and Su Cheng repeatedly when she saw them. She also asked Feng Qiuhua to give Finfin some of the pastries Chunya bought. Feng Qiuhua quickly went to the kitchen to pour water. Fang Wanwan was a bit surprised by her warmth and said, "Aunt Feng, you don't need to be so busy. We'll go to the shop later to see Chunya and check how she's doing. We'll leave soon." Aunt Feng held Fang Wanwan's hand and said, "I really don't know what to say. Our Xiao Yuan and Qiuhua are lucky to have this job." Her words were simple, but made Fang Wanwan feel overwhelmed. She replied, "They are hardworking and excellent themselves." She looked at Feng Qiuhua, who had red eyes, and remembered to ask, "Why didn't you go to work today?" Usually, she would ask for leave if she was sick or had other reasons. Feng Qiuhua's mood suddenly sank. "I asked for a day off," she said. "What's wrong?" Fang Wanwan remembered Lu Xiaohong mentioning that Feng Qiuhua seemed upset lately. Feng Qiuhua hesitated, and Aunt Feng couldn't bear it anymore. "There's nothing much to say. Qiuhua's salary was taken by Yang Xiong right after she received it. The next day, she went to town to eat and drink with her friends, and even bought herself new clothes. She didn't leave enough money for rice. This morning, I told Xiao Yuan to handle it." Just then, Feng Yuan came back. He was carrying a big bundle of clothes on his bike, probably the goods for today's customers. Seeing Fang Wanwan and Su Cheng, he looked surprised. "Why are you here?" "We're in town handling some matters. Since we had time, we thought we'd come see you. I heard about your sister-in-law's situation. How are you handling it?" Speaking of Feng Yuan, he was very angry. "I gave him a good beating. I don't know where he learned it from, but he said women with money turn bad and will not return to their in-laws, just like Yang's eldest daughter. What a fool." Feng Qiuhua quickly handed Feng Yuan a cloth to wipe his sweat. "How are the 2 children?" "They're both in school. After dinner, I will take you back. Next month's salary, I will have Wanwan give directly to me. When needed, you can come to pick it up." Does that work? Fang Yuan said. Fang Wanwan also thought this was a good idea. Feng Chihua thought for a moment and agreed. Seeing that the issue was settled, Feng Yuan, knowing that Fang Wanwan mainly came to see Chinya, said, I'll take you to the fabric shop to look around. The group followed Feng Yuan to the fabric shop. As soon as they arrived at the door, Fang Wanwan saw Chinya surrounded by a group of customers, busy and lively. Looks like business is good. Fang Wanwan said with a smile. It's okay. I'll take over for her, Feng Yuan said, then went inside and called Chinya out. Chinya hadn't seen Fang Wanwan for many days and was happy. Let's go. I'll treat you to a bowl of tofu pudding at the shop in front. There was no milk tea or coffee around now, so tofu pudding was a good choice. Plus, Fin could eat it too. When they arrived at the shop, they ordered 4 bowls of tofu pudding. Chinya then started to report on the shop's situation. Business at the fabric shop is good, but the profit isn't as big as making clothes. I kept a ledger and calculated last month's earnings. The total profit was over 300 yuan. After deducting rent and utilities, it was about 260 yuan. Since I need to restock soon, I haven't settled accounts with you yet. Fang Wanwan, who wasn't short of money now, said generously, You decide what to do. Do whatever you think is best. But I have a small suggestion. Since you've moved to the county town, you could try making handmade soap. Foreign brands haven't fully entered the market yet, so it's a good opportunity for you to show your skills. Chinya smiled and said, We're both almost too busy now. Let's talk about it later. I don't have many demands. I just want to live a steady life with Feng Yuan here and don't want to go anywhere else. Fang Wanwan respected her opinion.
Okay.
Then Fang Wanwan also mentioned buying a house in the county town to Chinya. Chinya was happy. That's great. It will be much easier for us to meet in the future.
Chinya also wanted to buy a house.
She had enough money, but it was clear Feng Yuan was eager to prove himself through his own efforts. So, she decided to wait. With Feng Yuan's ability, he should be ready by next year. After the conversation, Fang Wanwan went to the department store again. She bought a colorful and stylish outfit commonly worn by local girls, along with a pair of old-fashioned cloth shoes. Su Cheng found it quite strange and couldn't help asking, Wanwan, do you like wearing this kind of clothes? The clothes Fang Wanwan designed herself looked much better than the ones she bought. Fang Wanwan politely explained what teacher he had said. Su Cheng smiled and said, Teacher, he is quite thoughtful. But even if her wife wore this outfit, it wouldn't matter much. She would still look beautiful and unique. The next day, Fang Wanwan wore this outfit and shoes, along with the study materials she bought in Kyoto, and went to school. When teacher he saw Fang Wanwan, he was surprised, not expecting her to be so obedient. He smiled and said, Very good. Teacher Wang had just finished class and was resting in his office. When he saw Fang Wanwan, his eyes lit up again. Even in simple clothes, she still looked very striking. Seeing Teacher Wang, Teacher, he quickly greeted her warmly. Fang Wanwan brought some materials to share with her classmates. Why don't you take her to the classroom so she can meet everyone? Teacher Wang smiled and said, Sure, since my next class is coming up. Most of our students are very honest and eager to learn. Wanwan, don't hide anything from them. He patted Fang Wanwan on the shoulder. Fang Wanwan felt a bit uncomfortable and stepped back slightly, still politely replying, No, as long as it helps my classmates, I will share everything without reservation. Soon, the bell rang again, and Fang Wanwan followed Teacher Wang into the classroom. When Teacher Wang brought her to the podium and she introduced herself, the students all gasped. She was very beautiful, fair and clear skin, and her Mandarin was very standard. Her fluent English was even better than Teacher Wang's, almost like the recording they had listened to. After finishing her self-introduction in both Chinese and English, Fang Wanwan began sharing her experience with learning English. She didn't tell the truth exactly. Luckily, she had spent yesterday trying to recall and briefly explained, focus on pronunciation, build a good vocabulary, and learn basic grammar. To do all this, you need to read a lot, memorize, practice, and speak. There are no other tricks. Regarding reading and practicing, she shared a few sets of materials she often used, leaving them here for everyone to share and borrow. She took out all the materials she brought from her bag. Teacher Wang took one of the books and directly placed it on the desk of a handsome boy named Guahong. Guahong, everyone keeps praising your English skills. This time, you might be up against a real expert. Take this material home and see if you can match Fang Wanwan's level. Guahong secretly glanced at Fang Wanwan, and his face turned bright red. Fang Wanwan stood on the stage, watching from afar, feeling a bit amused. High school students in this era are so innocent. A brave girl raised her hand, eager to speak English with Fang Wanwan. Fang Wanwan responded patiently. After struggling to speak clearly and falteringly, she gave up, and another student took her turn. Everyone saw that Fang Wanwan was very friendly and approachable, with no airs. A few boys, feeling bolder, also raised their hands to speak with her. But after a few rounds, they all gave up, their faces showing embarrassment and shyness. Fang Wanwan was mature and calm, so she naturally showed patience and humility toward these inexperienced students without a trace of pride. By the end of the class, everyone had a basic impression of Fang Wanwan, the transfer student. In the next class, everyone realized that Fang Wanwan was no longer there. Guahong looked at the book Fang Wanwan had left behind, feeling a bit distracted. He had never seen such a confident girl, speaking smoothly, without hesitation, like a teacher. Even when a student misread a word and everyone burst into laughter, she remained calm, smiling faintly. After the second class, students started talking among themselves. That new girl only attended one class and then disappeared. I heard she was just here to take an exam for our school.
Why?
She paid the tuition, and it's such a pity she's not staying. I heard she's married and has 2 kids at home. As soon as this was said, it caused a stir among the students. The boys who had just admired Fang Wanwan felt disappointed instantly. She looks pretty young, someone said. I heard she married a soldier, another added. No wonder, someone else said. Married and still taking college exams? That's so unnecessary, a girl muttered. This girl was Wang Lulu, the class beauty. When Fang Wanwan was absent, everyone paid attention to her. They couldn't understand why, even with a family and children, she still wanted to attend university. The country doesn't say women can't go to college after marriage, Yang Guahong quietly said. Lulu Wang looked at Yang Guahong, who usually didn't speak much, and said impatiently, Hey, as soon as I arrived, your title as the top English student was taken away. And you don't even come to class, yet you're still defending others. Yang Guahong was not good at arguing with girls, so he stayed silent. At this moment, someone added, I heard he's only good at English, but his math isn't that great. Yang Guahong didn't say anything more and went back to Shangyang village after class. When he got home, he saw his sister run out of the house. Brother, I heard from the villagers that our village's clothing workshop wants to help students who do well. Mom told you to apply and see if there's a chance?
Yang Guohong nodded softly.
How is Mom? Ingmei, his sister, looked worried and said, She still hurts, and Dad went out drinking with some troublemakers and hasn't come back yet. Yang Guohong went to his mother's room and heard her coughing continuously on the bed. He called out, Mom. Lu Qingmei looked at her thin, frail son and struggled to get up from the bed. Guohong, did you hear what Ingmei just said? Yang Guohong didn't really want to think about it. His mother was seriously ill, and his father not only ignored her, but also spent any money they had on drinking and gambling. It had been a long time since the new semester started, but the tuition still hadn't been paid, and he wasn't confident about the college entrance exam. Although he was the best student in the school, only 2 students from their high school usually went to university each year, sometimes none. Even if he got into college, where would the tuition money come from? There had been college students in the area before, but they were supported by their whole families. Their family was struggling just to eat. He had heard about the workshop when he returned from school last time. Cloth was stolen. The village was complicated. Maybe today the cloth was missing, tomorrow the sewing machine disappeared. How long could they survive like this? Yang Guohong didn't have much hope. Seeing his son silent, Lu Qingmei became anxious. Did you hear what Mom said? Just because someone said that, you believe it? Yang Guohong said unwillingly, then added, "If I leave, what will happen to you and Ingmei?
Don't worry about me.
Anyway, Mom won't have much longer to live. Ingmei will be sent to Uncle's house to be raised," Lu Qingmei said, starting to cry. "I'd rather go home and take care of you and Ingmei." Yang Guohong couldn't imagine sending his sister away. She was raised by him from the start. "No, I won't let that happen." Lu Qingmei firmly refused, saying, "You don't need to care whether it's true or not. You must try, or else Mom will die right in front of you, so you won't be a burden." If her son stopped studying and stayed in this home, his life would be over. After speaking, she started coughing heavily again. Yang Guohong couldn't resist Lu Qingmei's insistence and said gloomily, "Then I'll try tomorrow. Tomorrow is the weekend. I heard you need to write some report or application. Ask the village chief's family how to do it," Lu Qingmei reminded him again. Thinking about going to the village chief's house gave Yang Guohong a headache. If he asked for help without any benefit, he would drag his feet and take a long time. He didn't go immediately, but turned around to the kitchen to cook and feed the chickens. There are about 20 chickens at home, fed daily by him and his sister. They are the only source of income for the family. These chickens lay about 10 eggs a day. On weekends, when they collect enough, they ask Grandma to sell them in town. They earn over 20 yuan a month. All the money for Mom's medicine, living expenses, and school fees comes from here, sometimes supplemented by Grandma's family. His shoes fell apart last month, but he hadn't said anything and just kept wearing them. After cooking, he brought a bowl of food to Lu Qingmei. The rest he and his sister ate together. After eating, he went back to his room, sat at the desk, and opened the book brought by Fang Wanwan to read. The book looked brand new, with no signs of being read before. Was he really so good because he did all these exercises? This question flashed through his mind, but then he immersed himself in the sea of questions. The next day, before dawn, 7-year-old Yang Shimei took 10 eggs in a basket. "Brother, take these to the village chief's house. You'll definitely succeed. No one in our village is better at studying than you. When you get into college in the future, Mom and I can live a good life." Yang Guohong looked at his sister's bright, black eyes and felt uneasy inside. He took the basket from her hands, placed it on the table, washed his face in the kitchen, and then headed out with the eggs. But not far into his walk, he saw a woman carrying a basket fall down. He hurried over and found it was Lu Xiaohong. He helped her up, grabbing her basket. "Big sister Lu, are you going to work so early?"
Liu Xiaohong recognized Yang Guohong.
She had twice been asked to stop studying, and teachers had come to visit her. Then she remembered something else. "Guohong, where are you going?" Yang Guohong was a bit surprised, feeling for the first time that his luck was so good. "Are you and your sister working in this workshop?" Lu Xiaohong smiled. "Yes, I am. My sister-in-law is here too, and there are a few others from nearby villages." "What about the application form?" Lu Xiaohong grinned. "Many people in our village can vouch for your situation. Once our boss arrives, he can speak for you. You should take the eggs back first, don't waste them." Lu Xiaohong knows well how the village head tends to do things. She's familiar with his habit of taking small advantages. Things that should be done by him often get delayed unless there's some benefit. Yang Guohong tightened his basket in his hands. "Thank you, Sister Lu. I don't know when I'll hear any news. Have you eaten lunch?"
"Don't go anywhere else.
"I'll let you know when I get news," Lu Xiaohong said cheerfully. She felt quite sympathetic toward Yang Guohong. After Yang Guohong left, Lu Xiaohong kept this matter in her mind. Around 10 o'clock, Fang Wanwan still hadn't come, which made Lu Xiaohong a bit anxious. She decided to visit her home during the lunch break, but just as she was about to go, Fang Wanwan arrived.
Liu Xiaohong briefly explained Yang Guohong's situation.
Fang Wanwan felt the name sounded familiar and asked, "Is it the boy from the Weihua High School in town?" Lu Xiaohong nodded repeatedly. Fang Wanwan remembered. She didn't expect this shy, gentle boy to come from such a poor family, and she had heard he was a top student in his class. She immediately agreed to the sponsorship, saying 60 yuan a month, support until he finishes college. "Don't tell him my name, and don't let him come to the workshop often. Children at this age are very sensitive." If he finds out they're in the same class, it could be awkward. Won't others talk about it? Lu Xiaohong thought this might be unrealistic. Fang Wanwan thought for a moment and said, I'll donate in my husband's name. Don't include it in the workshop. She could afford this small amount. Lu Xiaohong smiled. Why not? Wouldn't that be a shame for you? He's at the sensitive age, especially since he's doing well. His pride is very strong, Fang Wanwan said, then took 80 yuan out of her bag. Use the remaining 20 yuan for him to buy clothes or shoes.
Okay.
From now on, you can come here each month to pick up the donation and deliver it, Fang Wanwan added.
Great.
Lu Xiaohong truly admired Fang Wanwan. Thinking about his father, who is an alcoholic and prone to violence, he said, Don't tell anyone about this money, especially not his father. You really think carefully, Lu Xiaohong replied as she took the money from Fang Wanwan and quickly went to Yang Guohong's house. Just as Lu Xiaohong arrived at the door, she saw Yang Guohong standing there politely. When he saw her, he stood up and greeted, Sister Lu, you're here. Lu Xiaohong pressed the 80 yuan Fang Wanwan gave her into Yang Guohong's hand. I just visited our boss's house. The boss's husband is in the military. He heard about your situation and wants to secretly help you. You can't tell anyone, especially your father. If he finds out, this money won't be safe. Yang Guohong was surprised that the helper was so thoughtful. He felt a strange feeling inside and was happy that his plea for help was finally answered. Can I go thank him? He asked. He's busy with work, but I will personally deliver 60 yuan to you every month. This 80 yuan includes an extra 20 that you can use to buy clothes or shoes. Yang Guohong had never received so much money before and was so shocked he couldn't speak. So much? Lu Xiaohong frowned. Who wouldn't want more? You have a sister and a sick mother to take care of. If you really feel bad about it, work hard in the future and maybe learn more. Yang Guohong took the money, and Lu Xiaohong reminded him, don't tell anyone, to avoid trouble. This isn't a donation for a workshop.
Yang Guohong nodded.
Thank you, Sister Lu. At that moment, Yang Shimei came out after feeding the chickens. Seeing Lu Xiaohong, she quickly brought out a chair. Annie Hong, I heard your workshop pays well. How can I join? Lu Xiaohong looked at the thin girl with big eyes full of hope. She thought for a moment and said, You should be at least 16.
You're only 8 now.
Go to school first. Our workshop now hires skilled and educated workers. Yang Shimei also wanted to join, but her brother needed to go to school, and there was no one to care for their mother at home. They didn't have extra money. I don't like school. Do you have any suitable work for me? I don't need much pay. No, that's not possible. Even regular workers find it hard to get in. Anyway, focus on studying with your brother. I have work to do, so I have to go now. After Lu Xiaohong left, Yang Guohong took his sister inside. How about I take you to register for school tomorrow?
Yang Shimei stepped back.
Brother, you're not going to school? Yang Guohong smiled and said, Read it all. Yang Shimei didn't understand what her brother meant, so she was pulled into the room. Yang Guohong glanced at Lu Qingmei and said, Mom, I want to discuss something with you. If Dad found out that someone was donating such a large amount of money every month, he would definitely cause a big fuss. He needed to think of a way. Lu Qingmei looked at her son's good mood and quietly asked, Is everything settled? Yang Guohong paused for a moment, then carefully explained about Lu Xiaohong sending money, and then warned Yang Shimei not to tell anyone. Finally, he shared his idea with Lu Qingmei. I want Uncle to take you and your sister over in his name. He can give 20 yuan each month for your living expenses, and your sister can go to school there. Grandma can also help take care of things. Lu Qingmei took a while to recover from her shock. She had suffered most of her life and rarely had good luck. Suddenly, she encountered such a good thing, and it felt like a dream. Are you telling the truth?
Yang Guohong nodded.
Lu Qingmei thought that her and Shimei's monthly food expenses were at most 10 yuan, and she could take another 10 yuan to her mother as a hardship allowance. She would be very happy to do that. Then hurry up and take some eggs to Uncle and Grandma. Lu Qingmei was worried her husband might come back. Yang Guohong took the things and went to Grandma's house outside the East Village. When he returned, he also brought Uncle along. When her husband, Yang Donglai, came back and heard that his brother-in-law wanted to take his wife and daughter home to care for them, he was very happy. He quickly helped pack things and then sent them away. After they left, Yang Donglai called Yang Guohong over. Do you have any money on you?
Yang Guohong looked at Yang Donglai with dislike.
I didn't sell eggs today, so where would I get money? Why not sell eggs?
Yang Donglai asked irritably.
I'm going to the village chief's house to ask him to do something. Yang Guohong was unhappy and asked, for that donation quota?
Yang Guohong nodded.
Yes. It'll be full this afternoon. Why go now? You can't even catch up with the heat. I think you should stop reading that broken book. Boys your age are already working outside to earn money. Look at you. You're just staring blankly and not much strength to work. Yang Donglai, upset about not getting money to buy eggs, scolded him on the spot. Yang Guohong didn't want to argue, so he ignored him and planned to go into the room to read. He needed to finish his book quickly because he was going to school tomorrow and other classmates were waiting for him. Who knew that Yang Donglai suddenly said, "The sewing machines in the workshop are said to be very valuable. Uncle Zhao said no one is there late at night. Come with me, and let's get two of them." Yang Guohong immediately stopped in his tracks and said, "I'm not going. Last time, I stole some fabric and had to return it. You're such a kid. Have you gone crazy from studying? After the lesson last time, no one would hide stolen goods at home. We stole some ourselves and sold them that night. We've already arranged the sale." Yang Guohong ignored Yang Donglai and went into his room, shutting the door loudly. Angry, Yang Donglai picked up a stool and pounded on the door. "You brat, do you think you're so tough now? Dare to ignore your father? Today, I will teach you a lesson and show you who's boss." Yang Guohong was fed up with the noise. Luckily, his mother and sister were not at home. He annoyedly pulled the door open. Yang Donglai nearly fell but quickly reacted, raising the stool to hit him. Yang Guohong frowned, turned aside, and the stool missed. Yang Donglai, furious, yelled, "You little brat, so you think you're tough now? Dare to ignore me?" He swung the stool again at Yang Guohong. Unable to bear it anymore, Yang Guohong grabbed the stool from Yang Donglai and, using the momentum, knocked him to the ground. "How dare you hit your father? Have you gone mad reading so many books?" he said, then got up to strike again. Yang Guohong didn't want to spoil him anymore. Seeing him reach for the stool again, he kicked it far away. When Yang Donglai tried to come closer, he pulled him down to the ground. Yang Donglai, lying on the ground, felt numb all over and took a long time to recover. When he looked at his son again, he saw him clenched fists and glaring fiercely, as if he was about to swallow him alive. At that moment, he realized this boy had grown up. Now, there was no one in the family who could control him, but he didn't want to lose face in front of Yang Guohong. He stood up and said, "I'm going to tell the village chief right now. At such a young age, you dare to hit your father. Have you read so many books that your brain is full of nonsense?" Without waiting for a reply, he ran out.
Yang Guohong followed calmly.
"Yang Guohong, this brat hit his father." Yang Donglai shouted as he ran, attracting villagers to come and watch. At this time, filial piety was still very strict. A single word could make all children tolerate their parents endlessly and dare not resist, especially among scholars. When they reached the village chief's house, it was already crowded. The village chief came out, saw the crowd, and immediately looked serious. He spoke loudly. "What happened?" Yang Donglai was looking a bit battered and swollen, appearing somewhat embarrassed. "That brat Yang Guohong actually dared to fight me." Someone knew Yang Donglai's character and asked, "Did he do something to your wife again?" Yang Donglai grimaced and shouted, "Lu Qingmei has been taken back to her mother's house to recover. I didn't mean to scold her. I just told this boy that our family is in trouble and asked him to stop studying, but he turned around and attacked me. You're not a good father either." Someone honestly said, "If I'm not good, then he's my son. How can he just attack me?"
Exactly.
The boy looks thin and weak, but he's surprisingly fierce. He's read so many books he's like a dog's stomach, and he dares to fight his own father. At this moment, someone noticed Lu Guohong walking over from behind, and they quickly made way for him. A person eager to teach others said to Yang Guohong, You've read so many books. How come you still fight your father? Yang Guohong looked cold and didn't answer immediately. Instead, he walked up to Yang Donglai and asked, "Is it you who said it or me?" Everyone gasped at his tone. Nothing like what a son should say to his father. The village chief also came over with a stern face and said to Yang Guohong, "Guohong, everyone used to praise you for being studious and sensible. How could you hit your father? A scholar should use reason to persuade others. Apologize to your father now. As for your tuition, I'll apply for a workshop for you next year." Yang Guohong looked coldly at the village chief. "What am I apologizing for?" The village chief felt this kid was just too stubborn. Even when given a way out, he didn't take it. How could he be liked? The village chief glared fiercely to show authority. "Even if the sky falls, you shouldn't hit your father." Yang Guohong paused for a moment, then finally spoke with difficulty. "What if he forces me to steal?" Hearing this, everyone was instantly curious, and all eyes focused on Yang Guohong. Yang Donglai was shocked that his son brought up this matter and panicked. "Guohong, think carefully before you speak. No matter what, he's still my son." Yang Guohong opened his mouth but only said, "You started it first. I just wanted to take the bench from your hands, and you fell down by yourself." Yang Donglai nodded repeatedly and smiled at the village chief. Yes. I didn't let him study because I wanted him to work and earn money. He refused, so he hit me. This is simply nonsense." The teachers from the town have come several times to praise Guohong's grades, saying he has a good chance of getting into university. How can they just say, he can't study anymore? The village chief scolded, "It's just a matter of money." He looked at Yang Guohong with his hands behind his back. "If you were a bit more sensible and came earlier, I would have already secured a spot for you at Mingfang." He wouldn't even spare a chicken, so what's the use of good grades? Yang Guohong didn't reply to the village chief. He simply walked away from the crowd, thinking to himself that he must pass the university entrance exam this time and never come back to this place. Seeing there was no more excitement, the others dispersed. Yang Guohong circled around and, seeing no one following, secretly went to the workshop. This was his first time visiting the village's discussion center. It was full of women. He couldn't get close, but when he saw Lu Xiaohong busy inside, he just waited there. After a while, Lu Xiaohong finally came out and saw Yang Guohong. She was surprised. "It's so late. What are you here for?" Yang Guohong looked down and whispered, "Be careful with the sewing machines inside tonight. I heard someone in the village has already contacted a seller and plans to steal and sell them. It's best to send 2 people to guard overnight." After speaking, he left. Lu Xiaohong watched his back for a while before reacting. She had wanted to work overtime, but now she had no mood for it. She quickly explained the situation here and hurried to the military district to find Fang Wanwan. When she arrived, Fang Wanwan was sitting in her room with 2 children, reviewing their lessons together. "Did Yang Guohong tell you this?" Fang Wanwan asked. Lu Xiaohong nodded. "It's so late, waiting at the workshop entrance for me all this time to tell me this news. It must be true." Fang Wanwan looked thoughtful. "I understand. You can go back now." Then, "Should I ask my husband to go there and keep watch?" Fang Wanwan smiled. "Hold on for now. Don't let anyone find out there's someone guarding inside. Later, I'll send someone to take over." Lu Xiaohong received the message and left with peace of mind. Fang Wanwan thought about this problem. It seems that just making empty promises isn't enough to deal with the villagers' petty tricks. She needs to give some real lessons. She put down her books and reminded Hang Hai and Finfin to study hard. If they're tired, they should go to bed. Then she left the room, closed the door, and went to the kitchen. She saw Su Cheng washing and tidying up. His tall figure was cast in a warm yellow light, stretching his broad shoulders and narrow waist into a slender shadow on the wall. Fang Wanwan stood behind him for a while, without speaking. With Su Cheng's alertness, he naturally knew someone was behind him. Thinking about his wife staring at him absent-mindedly, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Is he that good-looking? Su Cheng quietly slowed down his movements, feeling a sense of anticipation. After a while, he felt his back soften, and he stopped what he was doing. Why did you come out? Su Cheng asked. I have something to ask you, Fang Wanwan said, pressing her face against his back, feeling very safe. Su Cheng wiped the water from his hands, turned around, and held her in his arms. A strong feeling of satisfaction filled his heart. What is it? Fang Wanwan told him about someone trying to steal the sewing machine from the workshop. After a long time, she still didn't hear any response from Su Cheng. She was worried that Su Cheng might tell her to stop working because it was too troublesome. He now had the confidence to say such things. Su Cheng was afraid that if he agreed, she might break free from his arms. Recently, he felt that his wife was busy with the workshop, custom orders, and exam reviews, and she wasn't as close to him as before. Fang Wanwan leaned her head against his chest, saying, "You don't agree, right?" "Yes, I agree." Su Cheng couldn't resist her urging and agreed immediately. Sure enough, the next second, Fang Wanwan slipped out of his arms. "I knew you were the best. If they catch anyone tonight, we'll send them to the police station." Su Cheng smiled and said, "Okay." At that moment, Fang Wanwan jumped up and kissed his face. "Then hurry up and wash up. Get ready." After saying that, she left. Su Cheng touched the spot where Fang Wanwan had kissed him, a deep dimple forming at the corner of his mouth. After a simple wash, Su Cheng asked Su Jian to drive to the police station. Late at night, Su Cheng and Su Jian stayed up most of the night. A nearby police officer looked increasingly impatient. "I say, Su comrade, making a false report isn't good." Su Cheng patiently replied, "We've already contacted the seller. They won't give up easily. Let's wait a bit longer." Su Jian was also very tired, leaning in a corner of the room, almost falling asleep when Su Cheng patted him. "There's movement." The three immediately became alert. In the hall, 3 men were acting suspiciously. One of them cursed Yang Donglai, "That dog, he's really got no guts. Don't look for him next time. Who knows what he's afraid of? The village chief didn't punish that Lu guy last time. Hurry up. Gao Go is waiting for our goods. We can sell each for 150 yuan." Someone started moving the machines. Zhao Wu. One of the accomplices stammered. Zhao Wu impatiently scolded, "Are you calling for a spirit? You're so scared. Hurry up." Zhao was about to open the door with a sewing machine when he noticed the door was already pressed against it. When he turned around, the light came on. He saw his companion being held from behind by 2 tall men, their faces pressed tightly against the sewing table, making muffled sounds. Who are you?" Zhao quickly put down the machine and asked nervously. Su Jian smiled and said, "We're from the police." Hearing this, Zhao Wu almost peed himself with fear. He put down the machine and said, "Comrades, we didn't mean any harm." The police officer looked serious and said, "No harm? Coming here late at night and sneaking around to move machines?" Zhao Wu couldn't explain himself and stammered, "It's just what? If you can't explain, come with me to the police station to think about it." He then the 3 of them and pushed them against the door. They stayed there until someone came to work the next day. Su Cheng pushed the 3 out and announced to everyone. The village chief also arrived and immediately scolded, "You're so forgetful. You should spend a few days in jail." He faced Su Cheng and quickly tried to flatter him, "Captain Su, I'm really sorry. Whatever punishment you decide, we'll accept it. We won't be lenient." Everyone then looked at Su Cheng. Is he the man behind the workshop's owner? Many had never seen him before, and, hearing he was a military district leader, they didn't dare to look at him directly. "We will send them to the police station, and there will be no mercy. If it happens again, they will face the same consequences," Su Cheng said. He then ordered Su Jian to the 3 to the car, and the police officers took them away together. Seeing this, everyone gasped in shock. Lu Xiaohong's workshop employees were very angry, especially the new workers. They immediately started criticizing, "What a bunch of heartless people, trying to make money the wrong way and targeting our workshop." Exactly. The workshop just sponsored 5 children. They don't want our workshop to succeed. In the future, they don't want our family members to work here, and they don't want the bridge to be repaired. If they have no hope at all, then just give up. The villagers watching also became angry. Those with family working inside hoped the workshop would prosper. Those without hoped it would grow big enough for them to join someday. Another girl who had just been recruited from the nearby village said, "The people in this village are not very kind. If things really can't go on, we might as well open a shop in our village. Our village chief will personally watch over it, and no one will dare steal." As soon as she spoke, the crowd became lively. That can't happen. No matter what, opening a shop in our own village has its benefits. At this moment, someone pointed the finger at the village chief. "Village chief, please say something. This has happened twice now, and you haven't done anything. If it weren't for the boss's husband staying here to guard, the machine might have been sold already." "Yes, where would we find another one then? My younger cousin just received a scholarship. She's in 4th grade now. Later, I'll go talk to her dad to see if she can come help guard at night." "Exactly. My sister's son is in 7th grade, and he hasn't even raised enough for this semester's tuition. He almost couldn't continue school. Luckily, he got a scholarship, 40 yuan a month. I also asked my husband to come." Everyone was chattering and giving ideas. The village chief looked a bit embarrassed, wanting to speak but hesitating, often interrupted. Su Cheng suddenly understood why his young lady, who only needed to do some custom work and sell antiques, could live so well, yet she insisted on opening this workshop. He nodded at Lu Xiaohong and then left. What he didn't know was that after he left, news spread quickly that someone had been caught stealing a sewing machine in the village. It turned out that stealing from the workshop not only brought blame, but could also lead to being taken to the police station. Fang Wanwan saw the tired look on the man's face and hurried to bring hot water to the clean room so he could take a shower. After washing, Su Cheng came out and saw Fang Wanwan bringing out a bowl of noodles. He looked at the milky white broth with a few slightly burnt vegetable leaves floating on top. He pursed his lips and softly asked Fang Wanwan, "Did you make this?" Fang Wanwan handed him the chopsticks. "I made it myself. The taste is okay." When Su Cheng and the others came before, he also tasted his wife's cooking and still remembered it clearly. But since she made it especially for him, Su Cheng took the chopsticks from her hand and started eating quickly. Fang Wanwan stared at Su Cheng without blinking. He felt a little shy under her gaze, swallowed a mouthful of noodles, and softly asked, "Are you asking how things are going?" Fang Wanwan shook her head. "With you here, I'm not afraid of handling it poorly." Seeing his wife's confident face, Su Cheng felt very happy. He hesitated a bit and asked then, "Just tell me, is this noodle good to eat?" Su Cheng nodded and said, "Delicious." He had made great progress. His wife was secretly practicing cooking skills behind his back. What use would he have as a man in the future? After finishing the last sip of noodle soup in his bowl, Su Cheng recounted everything that had happened in the village to Fang Wanwan. "It still requires a combination of kindness and discipline," Fang Wanwan said with a smile. "Just making promises isn't enough." Su Cheng was a bit curious. "But the Yang Guohong you mentioned, his father didn't seem to go." Fang Wanwan thought for a moment. Probably afraid of others being cautious around him. "If things go well in the next 2 months, I plan to recruit a few more people. But Feng Yuan's house might not fit so many people anymore. The factory construction might even happen sooner than the bridge repair. In that case, it would be better to get the village's approval for some land in advance. However, these are plans for a few months from now, depending on the development and profits over the next 2 months." Fang Wanwan decided to put this aside for now. After breakfast, Fang Wanwan took her bowl to the kitchen to wash it. When she came back, she saw Su Cheng had gone to rest in the room. Fang Wanwan returned to her room to continue studying. In the evening, Fin Fin and Heng Heng were already asleep. Fang Wanwan closed her books, gently picked up Fin Fin, and knocked on Su Cheng's door. The door opened, and Su Cheng quickly took the child from Fang Wanwan, placed her on the bed, covered Fin Fin with a blanket, and then came out. He gently carried Fang Wanwan into her room and laid her on the bed. Just as she was laid down, Fang Wanwan couldn't help but ask, "Are you about to go to work soon?" "Yes, but I told Commander Wu that in a few days, once we buy the car and house, we'll settle everything," Su Cheng said with a look full of hope. Fang Wanwan wrapped her arms around Su Cheng's neck and smiled. "Good." Su Cheng was a bit stirred by her actions and deliberately asked, "What do you want to do?" Fang Wanwan's eyes twinkled with a clever smile. "Whether it's to repay or to reward, it's up to you." Su Cheng pulled his wife into his arms without hesitation, feeling more affectionate than ever. Fang Wanwan only felt that the man beside her was like a calm mountain, gentle yet strong, full of tender care for her. The next morning, Fang Wanwan and Su Cheng decided to take Finfin to the provincial city to buy a car. When they heard about the trip, Su Jiyun was immediately interested and took leave to go along. It was perfect for Su Jiyun to go. He could drive the military district's car and return the same day. As soon as the topic of cars came up, Su Jiyun became excited. He kept asking questions on the way. "Brother Cheng, what kind of car are you planning to buy? How much will it cost?" Su Cheng thought for a moment. "A Kyoto Jeep." Su Jiyun was quite surprised. "I heard this brand now has 2 models, and the latest one costs over 30,000.
Su Cheng nodded.
"Then let's buy the one over 30,000. That's more expensive than a house." Su Jiyun exclaimed with envy.
Su Cheng smiled calmly.
"If you like it, you can also get one." Su Jiyun drove to the county town. Su Cheng got out to buy a few carrot-filled buns and also bought 2 eggs for Finfin. They then stopped at the bank to withdraw 35,000 yuan. Back in the car, Su Cheng placed the money and the buns on Fang Wanwan, then said to Su Jiyun, "When we reach the provincial city, let's go out to eat." At the Tianxiang restaurant again? Su Jiyun thought the food there was really good. Su Cheng remembered the incident with Wang Fuchen and hesitated. "Let's choose a different place." Su Jiyun started the car again and raised his voice.
"All right."
After more than an hour of driving, they finally arrived in Lincheng. Su Cheng looked at his watch and decided to check out some cars before mealtime. Although he knew there was a car dealership in Lincheng, he didn't know exactly where. After asking around, they finally found it. Fang Wanwan looked around. The dealership only had a few cars of the same brand. Compared to car dealerships from her time, it was really far behind. But even with just a few cars, the 2 men's excited gazes couldn't be hidden. Although Su Cheng didn't say anything, his expression showed he was eager to try. Su Jiyun, under the service staff's guidance, started test driving each car one by one. Su Cheng tested both models once, and then made his decision. He bought the latest model and paid immediately. The service staff couldn't stop smiling. They had served many customers. Some tried cars for a day, others for 2 days, and some even for half a month. It was the first time they saw such a straightforward customer. Su Cheng had a driver's license. After buying the car and checking the time, he decided it was enough and each drove a car to find a restaurant. Su Jiyun thought that now Su Cheng had money, he should be more generous. He directly inquired about the most luxurious restaurant in Lincheng. At the restaurant entrance, they parked their cars and saw the host waiting. Fang Wanwan sighed. "This is indeed the best restaurant in Lincheng. The service here is just as good as in my time." They were invited upstairs to a room decorated in a magnificent style. The waiter led them to a table, handed over the menu, and Su Cheng handed the menu to Fang Wanwan. "You order." Fang Wanwan took the menu, ordered 2 of the restaurant's signature dishes, and then handed it to Su Jiyun. Su Jiyun rubbed his hands and confidently ordered 3 more dishes. With 3 adults and 1 child, 5 dishes should be enough. Su Jiyun looked at Fang Wanwan and smiled, saying, "Sister-in-law, now that Brother Cheng has money, I think you should stop opening that rural workshop. It's only been a short time, and there are already so many troubles. When it grows bigger, everyone will want a piece of it. That's not good." Su Cheng glared at Su Jiyun. "It won't happen again." Su Jiyun was unconcerned. "We've dealt with people in the countryside before. Most are good, but some troublemakers are really hard to handle. If you meet just one, they can be as troublesome as 10 good people." Fang Wanwan thought for a moment and replied, "But you can't give up 10 good people just because of one troublemaker." She didn't expect to settle down in Shangyang village, but Sister Yang, Lu Xiaohong, Feng Qiuhua, and Feng Yuan trusted her so much. After working so hard for so long, everyone was hoping the workshop would get better and better. Su Jiyun looked a bit helpless. Sister-in-law is still young and quite stubborn. Su Cheng, holding Finfin, glanced at Su Jiyun and said, "That's fine."
Suzy un pautet.
Sister-in-law, do I do anything wrong in your eyes? Soon, the dishes arrived. Fang Wanwan had ordered a steamed base. She tried a bite and found it very good, sweet and fresh. Seeing Fang Wanwan nod in satisfaction, Su Jiyun couldn't hold back and took a chopstick. This tastes really good. It's much better than Chen's Tianxiang restaurant. Coming to a place like this to eat is worth it. As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar voice sounded, "Sorry, this restaurant is also owned by our Chen family." Fang Wanwan turned her head and saw Chenhua, looking proud. Su Ziyun immediately felt awkward. The Chen family's business was really thriving in lynching. Fang Wanwan smiled and nodded politely as a greeting. Su Cheng's lips curved into a faint smile, and he made space beside him. What a coincidence! Chenhua sat down casually in front of Su Cheng, his eyes on Fang Wanwan. "No wonder you canceled my cousin's engagement without regret. You even sold your clothing business to others. You found a good backing." Su Cheng was about to speak when Fang Wanwan gently shook her head at him, then said to Chenhua, "Yes, that's right." Chenhua thought she would defend herself, but she simply agreed softly. "My father went to Kyoto and learned that the most important commercial land was bought by an overseas Chinese at double the price. After asking around, he found out that the overseas Chinese who bought the land was actually Grandpa from Sioux City. He was both angry and surprised, but also had to accept it. The Chen family had been planning for a long time to get this land and was determined to win. Unexpectedly, someone else came out of nowhere and took it. This time, when they met Sioux City, who was suddenly wealthy, they couldn't help but want to get back at him. But now, Chenhua felt like punching cotton. He was a bit annoyed. He then asked, "What are you guys here in the provincial city for?" Chenhua guessed they were here to buy property, but Sioux City replied, "To buy a car." "Buy a car? That really shows he's a new rich. Instead of saving money, he's spending it on enjoyment." Sioux City was just enjoying himself first. Fang Wanwan knew Chenhua was quite temperamental but simple-hearted. She smiled and said, "We bought a Jeep. I don't think your family has one, right?" Chenhua nodded. "We only have a Crown and a Volkswagen, both bought from Kyoto and Shanghai. The Crown is good. It's better at shock absorption than a Jeep and more fuel-efficient." Good taste. Chenhua was suddenly distracted by Fang Wanwan's smooth change of topic. He was so unaware that after a few compliments, he enthusiastically started talking about his cars. Sioux City frowned and thought deeply. His wife actually knew about cars and liked the Crown. Why didn't she tell him? But seeing Chenhua talking nonstop about his cars while Fang Wanwan was eating and responding casually, he immediately understood. After dinner, Chenhua was still talking about his cars. Fang Wanwan smiled and nodded. "I've learned a lot from young Master Chen." "Thanks. We have other things to do, so we'll go now." Chenhua was in high spirits, but Sioux City and the others stood up to leave. He quickly stepped forward and said, "I'll go see your car. If there's any problem, I'll know after trying it." Su Jiyun wanted to say that he and Sioux City weren't any less than Chenhua in this regard. Although they didn't buy a car, they had driven all kinds of vehicles in the army. Sioux City said, "Thanks for young Master Chen's kindness, but we're in a hurry. We won't trouble you." Chenhua was anxious. "No, you came all this way just to buy a car and leave?" Su Jiyun was surprised. "What else would we do?" Chenhua smiled and said, "You should at least look around and buy more things to bring back." Fang Wanwan planned to go shopping, but didn't intend to take Chenhua with her.
Next time.
Now that we have a car, it's more convenient to go to the provincial city. Chenhua finally understood. "Sister Wanwan, you used to be much more enthusiastic about doing business with our family. Why are you so cold now that you've become successful?" Su Cheng didn't want to indulge Chenhua's spoiled attitude and said seriously, "Business is about equality and mutual benefit. Just like today, we're here to eat. After this meal, I won't expect anyone inside to be overly polite to me just because I left the restaurant." Chenhua kept making remarks targeting him and Wanwan, clearly young and impatient. Wanwan didn't know much about the Chen family, but sensed Chenhua's hostility towards her and Su Cheng. Seeing Chenhua's face turn dark, she asked, Is there a misunderstanding? If I've offended you somewhere, just tell me so I can reflect on it. The Qin family had given her first start. Qin Jinming had saved Su Cheng's life, and Manhwa had once stood up for her. She didn't want a misunderstanding to cause a big fight. Su Cheng felt uncomfortable seeing his wife like this. Just as he was about to speak, Manhwa said, "We don't have any issues with you. It's just that Su Cheng's grandfather took away land from our Qin family in Kyoto, which we had prepared for half a year." Wanwan had vaguely heard about this when she was in Kyoto. At that time, Fang Qingshan had tried to get close to this opportunity and even asked her to deliver gifts, thinking it was a done deal. But it turned out Su Cheng's grandfather had snatched it away.
Su Cheng understood.
That's a matter between elders. Now that China is just opening up, there are many business opportunities everywhere. Why focus on that one? Chunhu didn't know how to respond and still felt dissatisfied. Wanwan smiled and said, "There's no need to be upset. When it comes to business, you're younger than me but doing much better. I haven't ever felt inferior to you." Hearing this, Chunhu found himself speechless. Both good and bad words had been said by the couple. He awkwardly scratched his head. "If the car doesn't want me to try, fine. Anyway, there are other things to do." He turned and walked away without looking back. Back in the car, Su Cheng drove his new vehicle to a department store. He said to Wanwan, "Look around and see if there are any jewelry or clothes you like. I don't like wearing jewelry. I can buy 2 sets of clothes and a pair of shoes. If you don't like jewelry, you can keep it for later. Maybe wear it at the wedding. Check what you're missing and buy everything in advance." Su Cheng remembered that some men save money to buy jewelry for their wives when they get married. But now he had money, and his wife could choose whatever she liked. Fang Wanwan saw that he spoke sincerely, so she stopped at the jewelry counter and stood still. There weren't many types of jewelry available now, mostly made of pure gold and quite expensive. Su Cheng liked a heart-shaped gold necklace, pointed through the glass, and asked the clerk to bring it out for Fang Wanwan to try on. Seeing Su Cheng's straightforward taste, Fang Wanwan thought that this style might have been popular decades ago. But then she remembered it was from many years ago and found it reasonable. She asked Su Cheng to put the necklace on her. After trying it on, she took a mirror to look at herself. It seemed to match her outfit well. Smiling and nodding, she said, "Let's get this one." Before the clerk could praise them, they decided to buy it. The clerk enthusiastically recommended rings and bracelets. The matching style and color looked like a set. Su Cheng was very happy and bought all 3 items for over 1,000 yuan. Su Zhiyun was stunned watching this. In the end, Su Cheng also picked out a watch for Su Zhiyun, costing 280 yuan. He usually had a thick skin, but at this moment he felt a bit shy. Then they bought 2 bottles of wine, a few packs of cigarettes, and a leather belt. It was obvious these were for Commander Wu. Fang Wanwan bought 5 bottles of snowflake beer and 5 bottles of shampoo, brought toys and storybooks for Hang Hang, and bought hair clips and small leather shoes for Finfin. Finally, she bought a few kilograms of chocolates from Shanghai. They left the department store and got into the car. Fang Wanwan sat in the back holding Finfin, with a bunch of things beside her, feeling very happy. When they reached the county town, Su Cheng drove to the vehicle registration office to register the license plate. It was 4 o'clock before they finished. Luckily, they came back early, or they wouldn't have been able to pick up Hang Hang. Back home, Su Cheng parked the car at the door. Fang Wanwan went to pick up Hang Hang, while he went to the kitchen to make noodles. When Hang Hang saw the small car parked at the door, he was very excited. He ran around the car several times before asking Fang Wanwan, "Aunt Fang, did Dad really buy this?" Fang Wanwan smiled and said, "Of course." Hang Hang looked at the car thoughtfully. Seeing this, Fang Wanwan asked, "Do you regret not going abroad with Grandpa now?" Hang Hang shook his head. "When I grow up, I want to earn my own money and buy a better car for Andy." He knew he wasn't his father's biological son, so these things didn't belong to him. Fang Wanwan smiled and said, "Good. Our Hang Hang is so promising. Let's go see if your dad's meal is ready." Holding hands, they headed straight to the kitchen and saw Su Cheng almost finished cooking the noodles. After dinner, Fang Wanwan returned to her room to organize the items she bought. Although the jewelry was a bit simple, It was a token of her heartfelt gesture to Su Cheng. She hadn't given him anything this expensive before. She had previously promised herself that once she earned enough money, she would buy him a car, but now it seemed that promise was no longer effective. Sigh, this man now has money, looks, and a good position. It might be hard to manage him in the future. As she was lost in thought, there was a gentle knock on the door. Fang Wanwan looked at Fin, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, then opened the door. Su Cheng came in.
Wanwan, I want to.
Fang Wanwan remembered what happened last night. She still felt some back pain, so she quickly covered his mouth with her hand. You don't want to. Su Cheng was momentarily surprised, then gently took her hand down and looked at her with a faint smile.
What are you thinking about?
Fang Wanwan looked at Su Cheng's expression and felt a bit embarrassed. I wasn't thinking anything. Su Cheng reached out and brushed a strand of hair from her forehead to her ear, softly saying, Don't be afraid. I just want to tell you that the new house is ready. Is there anything you want to add, appliances or furniture? He knew she was tired from dealing with him last night, so even if she wanted to say something, she would consider his feelings. Fang Wanwan thought for a moment and said, Buy a TV, washing machine, water heater, and sofa. Each of us should have a desk too. Then she seemed to remember something. Aren't you going to work soon? Let me handle these things. Su Cheng nodded and took the remaining 2,000 yuan from his pocket, placing it in Fang Wanwan's hand. If it's not enough, I'll go get more. Fang Wanwan accepted the money and agreed with a nod. Okay. After giving instructions, she saw that Su Cheng didn't seem eager to leave, so she immediately understood. She leaned over and kissed his face. Good night. Su Cheng listened to her occasionally saying new words and imitated her, saying good night. Then, he happily returned to his room. Lying on the bed, he felt peaceful and content. Slowly, they were building a small home, and everything was getting better. He didn't know how much time had passed before he finally fell asleep. The next morning, he woke up early to prepare breakfast. He saw Fang Wanwan busy in the kitchen. Su Cheng hurried over. Wanwan, why did you get up so early? Hang Hai isn't even awake yet. Fang Wanwan sighed. This family no longer relies on me to earn money and support us. I don't feel right anymore, just waiting for food and clothing to be provided. Su Cheng looked at his wife's exaggerated expression and felt both amused and helpless. He took the noodles from her hand, unsure of what to say, and then looked at her red, cold hands. He quickly said, Wait in the room, I'll call you when it's ready. Fang Wanwan was just grateful for the jewelry he gave her yesterday and wanted to make breakfast for him. She didn't expect him to refuse the chance. Seeing her standing still, Su Cheng put the noodles on the table, then gently carried her into the room. After that, he rolled up his sleeves and started boiling water and cooking noodles. He didn't know what to say to make his wife feel at ease, so he just took action. When the noodles were ready and Han got up, the family ate breakfast and then went their separate ways. Su Cheng went to work, Han went to school, and Fang Wanwan took Fin to Shangyang village. She brought a pound of chocolate and 2 bottles of snow cream to the workshop and called Lu Xiaohong out. Lu Xiaohong, a bit shy, took the snow cream from Fang Wanwan's hand. Wanwan, you shouldn't always bring us things. It's a bit embarrassing. Fang Wanwan thought it wasn't worth much, just her small gesture. This time, the sewing machine was saved thanks to her quick warning. Then she handed the chocolate to Lu Xiaohong. Give this to Yang Guahong. Don't let anyone find out. Lu Xiaohong nodded. I'm not that stupid. If someone sees me delivering this, they might ask questions. Although a few people had gone to jail, her father was still out there. Before leaving, Fang Wanwan saw Lu Xiaohong quickly go back to her vegetable garden and pick another basket of vegetables to bring back. Early the next morning, she took the chocolates to the road where Yang Guahong was going to school and waited. Yang Guahong looked at the things Lu Xiaohong handed him and was surprised. Yang Jia, this is. Lu Xiaohong smiled and said, Thanks to you this time. Otherwise, those machines might have been sold long ago. Yang Guahong looked at the new, strange candies, resisting the urge to reach out and take one. It's what I should do. Lu Xiaohong pushed the candy into his hand. There's no right or wrong about this. Our boss bought it, So just keep it. Hide it well, and don't let your dad see. I still have work to do, so I won't stay here chatting. After saying that, she turned and left. Yang Wahong looked at the strange candy in his hand. After a while, he carefully took out one piece, peeled off the gold-colored foil, revealing a small black piece underneath. It was thin, round, and his first time seeing something like this. He carefully licked the candy in his mouth. It was very sweet. Then he took a small bite, tasting a flavor he had never experienced before. He slowly finished the whole piece and put the rest into his bag. When he arrived at school, he began morning reading. Wahong, have you finished reading the material Fang Wanwan brought last time? A boy named Wang Wei patted his shoulder and asked. It was break time. Yang Wahong put the material on his desk but didn't give it to him. Almost done, just a couple more days. Another classmate teased Wang Wei. When did you become so interested in English? Wang Wei, with thick skin, replied, I just think Fang Wanwan looks confident when she speaks English.
I really admire that.
The other boy looked at him with a disdainful expression. Come on, I think you're interested in Fang Wanwan herself. Wang Wei frowned.
What are you talking about?
She's married with kids. But she's very pretty, isn't she? The boy said. Wang Wei rolled his eyes at his teasing classmate and stopped talking, no longer mentioning borrowing the material. The teasing classmate added, This is the first time I've seen such a fresh and fair girl from the countryside. Honestly, she doesn't look like someone who's married with children. Hearing their conversation, Yang Guahong felt a bit annoyed.
Class is about to start.
Be careful, someone might hear you. Today's class was with Teacher He, the Chinese teacher. She glanced at the students and said seriously, This month's exam is very important. Everyone needs to review carefully. Pay attention in class and don't daydream. If you don't understand something, ask a top student. Her eyes then focused on Yang Guahong. Guahong, our school's best hopes for going to university are you and the transfer student Fang Wanwan. You need to work harder. Hearing this, the students in the classroom started whispering.
Really?
The ones who don't pay attention are better than us? Maybe teacher, he is just trying to motivate us. How about math? Her math isn't that good, but that's not the same as ours. Teacher, he cleared her throat, and the classroom fell silent. At the end of the school day, Teacher, he handed a Chinese test paper to Yang Guahong. Your family is close to the military area. After school, take this to her. She also told Yang Guahong the address Fang Wanwan had left for her. Yang Guahong hesitated and then spoke. Teacher, He wanted to visit his grandmother's house to bring candies for his sister and others. As he grew older, he was afraid she might not have tasted candy before. Stop hesitating. Just this once. The upcoming monthly exam is important, and classmates should help each other. Teacher, he pushed up her glasses. Yang Guahong had no choice but to accept the test paper and silently put it into his school bag. Yang Guahong is a day student. After evening self-study, it was already 9 o'clock, just like today. He took the test paper, planning to go to the military district first. He didn't have a watch, but he guessed it would be about 9:30 when he arrived. At the military district, a few people were still busy with something. After asking around, he finally found Fang Wanwan's house. When he arrived, he saw a small car parked at the door. Curious, he looked for a while. Their family was quite well off. How could they still think about college? He looked around the door and saw light shining through. He called out loudly, Is Fang Wanwan at home? Fang Wanwan was sitting at a desk, discussing a math problem with Su Cheng. Hearing the voice, she was surprised. Who could be looking for her so late? Are they calling my name? She asked Su Cheng. Su Cheng had excellent hearing and eyesight. He nodded, Yes, calling your name. It sounds like a man.
Fang Wanwan smiled. All right.
I'll go see. If you're worried, you can come too. Go ahead, Su Cheng said with a slight smile. Fang Wanwan stood up and headed to the door. When she reached it, she immediately saw Yang Guahong standing shyly outside, carrying a cloth bag and holding some documents.
Yang Guahong,
she called out. Yang Guahong was surprised. He didn't expect her to remember his name. He quickly handed her the documents. Teacher, he asked me to bring this to you. The exam is at the end of the month. Study hard. Okay, thank you. I'll go back now, Yang Guohong said, and left. Fang Wanwan watched his figure and smiled. She didn't expect her classmates to be so friendly. He even brought her the test papers so late. She turned and went into her room. She saw Su Cheng still sitting where she left him and explained, "Teacher, he asked a classmate to bring the materials." Su Cheng took the test paper from her hand and looked at it carefully. His long eyelashes cast a shadow under the light, and a faint smile played on his lips. "If you can't do these questions, we can hire a tutor." Fang Wanwan looked at him now like a parent worried about their child's studies. Seeing her smile at him, Su Cheng couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" "I did pretty well in Chinese last time at the office, so I didn't think I needed a tutor. I believe I will get into university," Fang Wanwan said confidently. "It's okay if you don't get in," Su Cheng comforted her. Fang Wanwan rolled her eyes. "That's not acceptable. When Fang Huihui gets into university, I must also get in." Su Cheng looked at his wife in surprise. "Why do you compare yourself to her?" Maybe the Fang family still weighed heavily in her mind. "It's not like that. Look, I've come here now. My dad keeps calling, asking Chen Kai to come help, then saying Mom is sick. Since I can't completely get rid of their interference, I'll make sure they have no reason to bother me," Fang Wanwan explained. Most good universities are in Beijing, and going to Pengcheng would mean waiting until graduation. Su Cheng hugged her. "I won't let them trouble you anymore." Fang Wanwan kissed his face. "Thank you, Brother Cheng." It was the first time she called him that, and Su Cheng was amused by her playful tone. The house paperwork will be ready tomorrow, and Chunya's household registration is also sorted. Tomorrow, bring her household book so she can get her ID. Hearing this, Fang Wanwan happily lifted his face and kissed him hard. Brother Cheng is really amazing. Her enthusiasm made Su Cheng blush a little, but he enjoyed it. He unconsciously lowered his eyes and whispered, "I'll go ahead now. Review a bit more, and then sleep. Don't stay up too late." After he left, Fang Wanwan sat at the table again, looking at the test papers sent by Yang Guohong. She found them not too difficult, and then went to sleep. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Fang Wanwan took Finfin and went to the supply and marketing cooperative to catch the bus. In the county town, she first went to the housing bureau to get the transfer papers, then headed straight to Chinya's shop. When she arrived, she saw Lu Chunmei serving customers inside. Fang Wanwan quickly approached and asked, "Chunmei, why are you at your shop today?" Lu Chunmei saw her and said, "You finally came. Sister Chunya is sick. Brother Feng Yuan is almost going crazy. She's in the hospital getting 4 fluids." "Which hospital?" "Just the People's Hospital in the East District." Fang Wanwan was familiar with this hospital. She and Su Cheng had both stayed there once, and Wang Xuexiang also worked there. She took Finfin and told Lu Chunmei something briefly, then hurried to the hospital. After asking around, she finally found Chinya's ward. As soon as she entered, she saw Feng Yuan sitting anxiously by the bed, watching Chinya, who was sleeping with her eyes closed. "What's wrong with Sister Chinya?" Feng Yuan saw Fang Wanwan and seemed a bit less worried. "Since the day before yesterday, she's been drowsy and hasn't woken up. The doctors checked her thoroughly, but couldn't find anything wrong. I want to take her to the city hospital for a checkup." Fang Wanwan looked at Chinya lying on the bed, her face pale, and her body seemed thinner than when she first saw her. She sat beside Chinya and called twice, "Sister Chinya, I'm Fang Wanwan. I came to see you." There was no response from the person on the bed. Fang Wanwan placed her hand near Chinya's nose to check her breathing. It was steady, and she seemed to be sleeping peacefully. Fang Wanwan's mind suddenly became chaotic. She knew Chinya was unwell, but at least there was a reason. Now, she was just lying there, unresponsive, with no symptoms. What should she do? She glanced at Feng Yuan, whose handsome face looked very haggard from anxiety. Thinking for a moment, she tried to comfort him. "Take Sister Chinya to the city hospital. If money is an issue, I can send some over tomorrow. Her household registration is also ready." She handed Chunya's household registration book to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan took it, thought for a moment, and decided that with his money and his mother's savings, He could afford the trip to the city, so he declined. Fang Wanwan sat by Chenya's bed with Finfin for a while. Then she told Feng Yuan to go home and rest, visit Grandma Feng, and come back later to take over. Feng Yuan felt more at ease with Fang Wanwan. He thanked her gratefully and left. He cooked dinner for Grandma Feng, then went to the shop, counted the goods brought back today, and handed them over to the customers. Fang Wanwan sat by Chenya's bed, looking at her current state. Her mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts, becoming more and more confused. She couldn't help but hold Chenya's hand and say, "Sister Chenya, what exactly is wrong?
Can you talk to me?
We finally settled down, and nothing should happen, right?
Look at Feng Yuan.
He's doing so well now. Maybe you played a big part in that. If you don't want to see him with someone else, please get better soon, okay?" Maybe her words had an effect. Chenya finally slowly opened her eyes, looked at Fang Wanwan holding her hand, and said, "You're here?" When Fang Wanwan saw her wake up, she was so excited she quickly nodded and asked, "What happened to you?" "Feng Yuan is worried to death."
Chenya weakly said, I
had a long dream." "What kind of dream? Like someone was trying to drive me away?" Fang Wanwan found it hard to believe. "Who here knows your identity?" "Ladongxia, Feng Yuan and you. I think if someone has the power to bring me here, maybe someone here also has the ability to send me away." I felt very heavy, like my body was sinking, and there was a voice constantly whispering in my ear, urging me to go back. But I can't find the way back, and I don't want to go back. I had nothing there anymore. Although Fang Wanwan thought Chenya's story was very mysterious, their experiences were already quite strange. Chenya held Fang Wanwan's hand tightly. "When you held my hand, I felt a little better." Fang Wanwan was a bit surprised and held her hand even more tightly. About half an hour later, Chenya let go of Fang Wanwan's hand and sat up. "I'm feeling much better." Fang Wanwan breathed a sigh of relief. "If that's really the reason, I will visit you often. From now on, I'll live in the county town, and we can see each other every day." Chenya smiled and said, "Thank you. I don't really know what caused this, but I truly felt like I could draw energy from you. I just wonder if it might have any effect on you." Fang Wanwan looked at herself and proudly said, "Look at me. I'm only 19, very healthy. I rarely catch a cold, unlike your fragile modern body."
Chenya nodded.
"If you ever feel unwell for no clear reason, you must tell me." "Okay," Fang Wanwan said, then took out a bottle of shampoo and a jar of snow cream from her bag. "I brought these from the city.
Just make do with them."
Chenya took the items from her hand. "Thanks a lot." Fang Wanwan looked at her watch. "Oh, I need to catch the bus. Your little husband better be reliable. Why isn't he here yet?" Seeing Fang Wanwan teasing her, Chenya blushed and said, "You really are." Fang Wanwan smiled. "Don't say it. Your little husband is quite attentive to you. When I came in, I saw him almost cry out of worry, and he even said he wanted to take you to the city for treatment." Seeing her teasing without end, Chenya quickly responded, "What's wrong with my little husband? He has many good qualities. In 4 or 5 years, your big husband will be on the decline, but my little husband is still in his prime." Fang Wanwan listened to Chenya's words and immediately understood. It was just a teasing nickname after all. She unexpectedly responded quickly, showing that you shouldn't underestimate the spirit of any modern, decent person. Is this really something Chenya would say? Seeing Fang Wanwan look at her with strange eyes, Chenya blushed again and awkwardly said, "Cough."
"Cough."
"It's all because of the current environment. No wonder you understand too, right?" Fang Wanwan smiled and said, "All right, I'll go check at the door. If I don't come back soon, I'll leave first. Anyway, you're fine now." As she turned around, she saw Feng Yuan standing behind the door, holding a metal lunchbox.
"Feng Yuan,
You're here?"
Why didn't you say anything?"
Chenya asked. Fang Wanwan also asked, "When did you stand at the door?" "Just when you asked if I was reliable," Feng Yuan said seriously. Fang Wanwan felt embarrassed and quickly left with Finfin. Chenya was even more awkward, hiding her face under the blanket. Until Feng Yuan sat on her bed and pulled down the blanket, Chenya saw she couldn't escape and immediately put on a serious face, acting like an elder sister. It's not polite to eavesdrop on others' conversations. Fang Wanwan admitted his mistake. I won't do it next time. But he wasn't regretful at all. He realized how Chunya truly thought of him. Who would have thought that compared to Su Cheng, in most people's hearts, he was admired. Yet, in Chunya's heart, he was even more impressive than Su Cheng. Chunya. Clearly, children of this era are still naive. She didn't understand at all. Chunya looked at him, seeming as if she hadn't understood, then glanced at the lunchbox in his hand. What dishes did you make today? Fang Wanwan opened the lunchbox, cabbage and a stir-fried radish with meat. I want to eat. Chunya reached out to take the lunchbox from him. Fang Wanwan was still a bit worried. Are you really okay? Chunya nodded. I'm fine. Let me feed you. Fang Wanwan picked up some food with chopsticks and brought it to Chunya's mouth. Chunya felt a little shy. I can do it myself. Seeing her insist, Fang Wanwan handed the lunchbox to her. Chunya took a few bites but couldn't eat anymore. Fang Wanwan quickly took it from her and ate all the remaining food. Mama might move over in a while. When that happens, I'll go help, Chunya said. Fang Wanwan looked at Chunya, who had just regained some strength, and Yudong said, moving things is hard work. I'll do it. Fang Wanwan hadn't thought about moving anything. She wanted to replace everything with new items. She held Fingfing's hand and walked quickly. Feng looked at Fang Wanwan's strange expression and couldn't help asking, Auntie, why are you upset when Annie Chen talks about your big husband and little husband? Fang Wanwan paused, squatted down and pinched the child's face, saying, Am I upset? Feng shook her head. I don't know. I just feel a bit strange. Fang Wanwan picked her up and said, All right, Feng, let's wait for the bus to go home. When they reached the supply and marketing cooperative's entrance, they saw Su Cheng waiting there with Hang. Su Cheng took Feng from Fang Wanwan's hand and walked ahead, while Fang Wanwan held hands with Hang behind them. Suddenly, Feng whispered in Su Cheng's ear, Dad, Annie Chen is sick. She's been lying in bed and sleeping. Auntie Fang saved her. Su Cheng was a bit surprised. Auntie Fang isn't a doctor. How did she save Auntie Chen? Feng stammered. It's just that Auntie Chen said she felt stronger when holding Auntie Fang's hand. Su Cheng found it hard to believe, but he thought children's words might not be true. Seeing that her dad didn't believe her, Feng added, Auntie Chen also said that the little husband is better than the big husband. She said Auntie Fang's big husband will be in decline in 4 or 5 years. The little husband. I can't remember. Feng scratched her head and finally remembered. The little husband is in his prime.
Su Cheng.
Seeing that Su Cheng was silent, Feng clapped her hands and laughed. Hee. Auntie Fang also looked strange after hearing that.
Su Cheng.
What are big husband and little husband? Feng didn't understand. Su Cheng pursed his lips and whispered to Feng, It's just a way of calling someone. Don't ask next time. Feng pouted, Okay, Dad. After dinner at home, Fang Wanwan sat at the table and started listing things needed for the new house. Until Feng and Hang fell asleep, Su Cheng entered Fang Wanwan's room. He found a chair and sat beside her. Wanwan, is Annie Chen Yao sick? Fang Wanwan was momentarily stunned, then quickly covered up. No. She might have low blood sugar, and because she's not feeling well and is overworked, she fainted. She slept for 2 days. She's fine now.
Su Cheng nodded.
That's good. Fang Wanwan showed him the shopping list she had prepared. Su Cheng took a quick look and then handed it back to her. I don't understand these well. You decide. If the money isn't enough, go to the bank and withdraw from the account. Okay. After speaking, Fang Wanwan saw Su Cheng sitting nearby, hesitating to speak. She raised her face and asked him, What's wrong? Su Cheng shook his head, nothing. Fang Wanwan didn't believe him. His expression clearly showed he was hiding something. She wrapped her arms around his waist and said, Come on, tell me. If you don't tell me, I won't be able to sleep tonight. I have to get up early tomorrow to buy some things. While hugging Su Cheng, she rested her head against his chin, making Su Cheng feel a bit ticklish inside. He couldn't help but hold her tighter. Fang Wanwan looked up and met his deep black eyes, instantly understanding what he was thinking. But Su Cheng didn't move. Fang Wanwan pouted and asked, What? What exactly do you want to do? After a long pause, Su Cheng blushed and stammered, Am I getting a bit old? He was 8 years older than her. Fang Wanwan was a little confused by his sudden words and laughed. Where are you old? You're full of youth. Su Cheng gently stroked her head and said, In a few years, I'll be old. Fang Wanwan had just graduated from college, and he was already 32. In this era, men of that age often had children who were almost in middle school. Fang Wanwan frowned, feeling Su Cheng was acting strange today. He had never discussed this before. She thought for a moment and asked, Are you thinking about having children with me? Su Cheng shook his head. We already have Hang Hang and Fin Fin. It doesn't matter whether we have more kids or not. He knew Fang Wanwan didn't want more children. Fang Wanwan looked at Su Cheng with suspicion. That's not okay. We should at least have one. It would be nice if the child looked like her or Su Cheng. Su Cheng suddenly smiled softly and said, Okay. Finally, Fang Wanwan added, Men in their 30s having children isn't old at all. Su Cheng pulled her head closer into his arms and asked softly, Will you regret it later? Regret what? Regret choosing me. Su Cheng's voice was gentle but deep. He was naturally sensitive and delicate, but not good at expressing himself. Fang Wanwan was speechless. Meeting you is harder than winning the lottery. How could I regret? Her words instantly cleared all the gloom in Su Cheng's heart, making the sky suddenly clear. How could his wife be so good at talking and comforting? He couldn't think of a single thing to say in return. He wanted to show his feelings through actions. He looked at Fin Fin sleeping peacefully on the bed and softly asked, Are you tired today? Fang Wanwan let go of him and smiled. Not tired. Until the next day when she woke up, Fang Wanwan realized she had rested for 2 days. Her husband's stamina was truly impressive. Su Cheng prepared breakfast, sent Hang Hang to kindergarten, and then went to work. Fang Wanwan took Fin Fin to the county town. First, they visited Chinya's house, where she was resting at home. Fang Wanwan asked her to accompany her to look at houses, and then buy some things.
Chenda happily agreed.
On the way, Chinya asked Fang Wanwan if she felt unwell yesterday. Fang Wanwan said no. After answering, seeing Chunya's slightly critical expression, she took her hand again. Holding Fin Fin in one hand and Chunya in the other, they walked to the new house. The house wasn't very new, but it was still okay. Fin Fin was excited and ran inside, looking around everywhere. She shouted happily, Aunt Fang, this is the first time I've seen such a big house. Will this really be our home in the future? Fang Wanwan nodded. Yes, it's real. Fin Fin will even have her own separate room later. Fin Fin jumped happily. They cleaned the inside and outside of the house, then went to the county town to order furniture and a bed. Lu Chunmei knew the best places to buy these, so she took Fang Wanwan to find an experienced old carpenter. They ordered some wardrobes, desks, and a bed there. Currently, there weren't many ready-made furniture options available, mostly simple dressers. Since they were custom-made, Fang Wanwan designed them herself. She drew rough sketches, gave measurements, and requested them to be painted white. The old carpenter hadn't made this style before, but it was a big project, so he carefully thought it through. After ordering the furniture, Fang Wanwan decided to look at appliances. She could buy a TV at Wang Yongqiang's shop. Hearing that Fang Wanwan had bought a house in the city and wanted to buy a TV from his store, Wang Yongqiang, knowing she wasn't short of money, smiled and asked, Do you want me to get you a color TV? Fang Wanwan was a bit surprised. Did they have color TVs in this era? If they did, a reasonably priced one wouldn't cost much. She thought for a moment and asked, How much? 600 yuan, 14 inches. Fang Wanwan agreed quickly. However, including the appliances, the 2,000 plus yuan she received from Su Cheng wasn't enough. Luckily, she wasn't short of money herself, and it wasn't difficult to get money from Su Cheng. Since they would definitely eat at the military district, she only bought a washing machine and a water heater, not a refrigerator. These two items cost 1,500 yuan. The washing machine cost 1,000 yuan and the water heater was 500 yuan. Besides these large items, Fang Wanwan also bought a lamp, curtains, and kitchen supplies. Once she had gathered everything, Fang Wanwan checked her watch and realized she was almost out of time for the bus. She hurriedly arranged her things, locked the door, and took Finfin to catch the bus. Fortunately, they made it just in time. After Su Cheng picked up Hang, Fang Wanwan, and Finfin and brought them home, he said, "Wanwan, your dad called again today. He said your mom's condition has worsened and wants us to visit." Fang Wanwan thought for a moment. "I'll go after I finish my exams at the end of this month." "You still want to visit Grandpa, right?" Su Cheng nodded. "Yes, Grandpa has called me several times. He said once he sorts out his current matters, he'll come over too. Let's take this chance to hold our wedding in Kyoto. Commander Wu will go as well. What do you think?" Fang Wanwan agreed. "Sounds good." While they were discussing, someone outside called out, "Su Cheng." Fang Wanwan felt the voice was very familiar. After a moment of thought, she suddenly stood up. "It sounds like your mom." Fang Wanwan immediately felt a headache. She really knew how to find trouble. Su Cheng pursed his lips and said, "I'll go see." Fang Wanwan stopped Su Cheng. "Let me go instead." He was reluctant to face it, probably unsure how to handle the situation. Su Cheng silently nodded, and Fang Wanwan went out. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Manhwa dressed in a creamy white coat, wearing a beret, black knee-high boots, and pulling a suitcase behind her, standing at the door. Seeing Fang Wanwan, she forced a smile and asked, "Where's Su Cheng?" Fang Wanwan led her inside. "He's inside, waiting." Manhwa entered, looked around, and didn't say much more to Wanwan. Instead, she called out again, "Su Cheng." Finally, Su Cheng couldn't stay still anymore and came out. He looked at Manhwa with no expression, only coldly asked, "Why are you here?" Seeing her son's attitude, Manhwa didn't speak further, but tears welled up in her eyes, looking very aggrieved. Fang Wanwan usually used some tricks to deal with difficult people, but when it came to Su Cheng's mother, she felt a bit helpless. She didn't shout or curse, nor did she swear. Even if she made mistakes, she seemed to have her own reasons. You might say she wasn't kind to Su Cheng, but she still sent money to him and bought land for him in Pengcheng. She says she cares about Su Cheng, but she might have thrown Su Cheng into the countryside to get revenge on Su Cheng's grandfather and made Su Cheng apologize to his stepchild. It's quite frustrating. She stands there so beautifully that everyone naturally feels more favorably towards her. Even Commander Wu has never spoken ill of her over the years. I always think she has her own hidden struggles. Sure enough, Su Cheng also feels helpless and finally unlearned, speaking in a gentle tone. "What are you here for, and how long will you stay?" He has completely lost hope for this mother.
Yang Manhwa gently touched his head for a hat.
"Su Cheng, I am hungry and tired." She doesn't want to argue about trivial things. The old man recognized her son, and the large building in the heart of Kyoto is said to be for her son. Although her son is talented, he is like his father, lacking business skills and not sensitive to money, so it's better for her to manage it. Su Cheng takes a deep breath and says, "After you finish eating, I will get you a room at the guest house." Yang Wanhua doesn't argue with him. She lowers her eyes and sighs. Okay. Her submissive acceptance feels like punching cotton, soft and ineffective. Su Cheng goes into the kitchen quickly and cooks a bowl of noodles for her, then brings it out. Yang Wanhua takes the noodles from Su Cheng's hand, sniffs, and her eyes turn red again. She tears up while choking on her tears and eats the noodles with a sob. Fang Wanwan looks at her, seeming very heartbroken, as if she's repenting or feeling emotional. Her heart is overwhelmed with turmoil, unsure of what to do. Su Cheng glances at his wife, gently claps his hands to signal her to go back to her room. She doesn't understand her mother at all. Once controlled by her mother, she would be unable to move, and everything would have to serve her interests. She would have to consider things from her perspective, and even do so willingly. Although he doesn't want to think of her that way, every critical moment, she finds reasons and excuses to put herself at the center of her own interests, ignoring his life and situation. After Fang Wanwan returns to her room, Su Cheng sits opposite Yang Wanhua. Yang Wanhua finishes her noodles, then slowly raises her head to look at her son. She thinks he looks very good, inheriting her good qualities, but unfortunately, He doesn't know how to use them properly. His personality is like his father's, simple and honest, just working hard to climb higher and risking his life to fight for it. Ah, Cheng, since you had that incident, I've come to understand many things. I realize I was wrong before and caused you a lot of suffering. Yang Wanhua begins to appeal emotionally. Although Su City's attitude has softened, his expression remains cold. The past is the past. I am living well now. Yang Wanhua is not in a hurry and smiles sadly. Mom was really naive. If I hadn't married your dad back then, I wouldn't have hidden away or had you, this unfortunate child. Enough. Don't say any more. All the hardships in the past were worth it. Because he met Wanwan and now has a grandfather, he feels very happy. He no longer wants to listen to her. She once threatened that if he acknowledged his grandfather, the grandfather would try to stop Wanwan, the child, and him from being together, and take him abroad. But in reality, the grandfather was not as unreasonable as she said. Yang Wanhua is a patient person, especially in front of her son. She understands her biological son somewhat. On the surface, she appears cold and distant, but inside, she is very soft. She is not angry and still acts like a caring mother. Ah Cheng, if I weren't dying soon, I wouldn't come to see you. Hearing this, Su City's expression flickered, and his voice showed restrained concern. What's wrong? Yang Wanhua places a set of hospital documents in front of Su City. Mom has a tumor in her brain. The doctor said if it's good, I might live for 6 months. If it worsens, only 2 or 3 months. Su City remains silent. Although he hates her, he never thought of wishing her dead. Seeing his face turn serious, Yang Wanhua says, my biggest regret in life is that I didn't raise you myself. Making you suffer so much was my mistake. When a person is dying, their words are kind. Finally, Su City makes a concession. I'll take Hang Hang to stay with friends for a few days. You can sleep in my room.
Yang Wanhua nods quickly. Thank you, son.
He still doesn't call her mom. She takes out 2 land use certificates from her bag. Mom mentioned before that she bought a piece of land in Pengcheng for you. You can develop there in the future. Su City doesn't take them.
Keep them.
Yang Wanhua hurriedly says, with my condition. What's the point of keeping them? Over the years, I haven't remarried because of you. When I die, everything will be yours. And that 15,000 yuan, Commander Wu said you still haven't claimed it. Su City presses his lips. I don't lack money. Your child doesn't lack money? Wanwan doesn't lack money? Yang Wanhua's tone is gentle, but carries a hint of mild reproach. Su City doesn't know how to respond for a moment. After a pause, he says, Wanwan can earn money. Yang Wanhua looks at her son and, in an elder's tone, says, you are a man. Satisfied with just a little money, her ambition is surprising for Yang Wanhua's son. If the old master gave her some power and assets, with her ambition and courage, she would definitely double those assets. But everyone says she is just a woman who should follow the rules, take care of her husband and children, and stay with her kids after her husband passes away. That's what ordinary women do, but Yang Wanhua is different. She is smart and beautiful, and she has a shortcut, so why not take it? In the end, Su Cheng did not accept Yang Wanhua's things. Yang Wanhua called Fang Wanwan and placed the land use certificate in front of her. Su Cheng stuff. You handle it. Fang Wanwan looked at Yang Wanhua's attitude. It seemed she wanted her to become the head of Su Cheng's affairs. She glanced at Su Cheng's expression, unsure of his feelings toward Yang Wanhua at the moment. After thinking, she said, then I'll keep it for now on behalf of Su Cheng. I'm taking Hang Hang to Su Jiyun's place to sleep. She's sleeping in my room, Su Cheng said, pushing Yang Wanhua's suitcase into his room. Fang Wanwan looked up and met Yang Wanhua's smiling face. Tomorrow, go to the county with Mom and see what toys to buy for the kids, she said. Just as she spoke, Su Cheng came out of his room. The kids don't lack anything. You go rest now, he said. At this moment, Hang Hang also came out. Yang Wanhua's gaze fell on Hang Hang. Is this Wang Jie's son? He's already this old? He's well taken care of.
Call me Grandma.
Tomorrow, I'll take you to the county to buy toys, she said. Her silly son was honest. He really took good care of the children. Hang Hang looked at the woman in front of him. She was very young and pretty, and her face was kind and gentle. She was so different from the grandma, he remembered. After hesitating for a while, he managed to say 2 words. Grandma. Yang Wanhua smiled warmly and patted Hang Hang's head.
Good boy, she said.
Su Cheng saw she was kind to the children and lowered his head to Hang Hang. Take Grandma to sit in the room.
I have a few words to say to Aunt Fang, he said.
Yang Wanhua heard her son call herself Grandma and smiled, holding Hang Hang's hand as they went into the room. Su Cheng entered Fang Wanwan's room and saw Finfin sitting on the bed, focused on playing. He said to Wanwan, sorry to trouble you. Wanwan smiled. Why would I be troubled?
As long as you're not, it's fine, she replied.
Su Cheng felt he was indeed troubled. But what could he do?
She's sick.
The doctor said if she's lucky, she can live 2 more years. If she's really lucky, only 2 or 3 months, he said quietly. Fang Wanwan understood. No wonder she had money and free time, but still came all this way to find her son. She is selfish, but not completely evil. Plus, she is Su Cheng's mother. What can she do? Human nature is so complicated. She knows that Su Cheng is actually very soft-hearted inside. Although she is very disappointed in this mother, she is about to reach the end of her life, so she can't bear to be too harsh. Fang Wanwan smiled and said, Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for her. After all, she gave birth to such an excellent husband for me, right? Actually, Fang Wanwan and Yang Wanhua don't have any real conflicts. All her dissatisfaction with Yang Wanhua comes from her attitude towards Su Cheng. Since Su Cheng can let go, she has nothing to hold on to either, as long as she doesn't provoke her. Su Cheng's mood was originally complicated and heavy, but after hearing Fang Wanwan's words, he inexplicably felt relieved. Yes, no matter what, she gave birth to him and raised him for 6 years. Su Cheng hugged Fang Wanwan for a moment, then loosened his arms. I'm taking Hang Hang to see Su Jiyun. Meanwhile, in the room, Yang Wanhua was lying on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Although the room was clean and tidy, the bed was too hard. Even if her son had money, he wouldn't enjoy it. Look at how promising he is, yet he lives like this. Not sure how long passed, but she finally became so sleepy she couldn't keep her eyes open and fell asleep. When she woke up the next morning, she saw Su Cheng busy in the kitchen. Fang Wanwan didn't dare to sleep much longer. After all, her mother-in-law was here. She went to the kitchen to help Su Cheng. He worked efficiently. Wanwan, there's smoke from cooking, don't get burned. Go rest in your room. Fang Wanwan smiled and said, If you don't want your mom's condition to worsen, let me stay nearby. Su Cheng didn't say anything. Su Cheng finished making noodles. Fang Wanwan took the bowls and chopsticks, set them on the table, then went to call Yang Wanhua from the room. Yang Wanhua still pointed at her son and called him Mom, but it was Fang Wanwan. Although she felt a little disappointed, she slowly came out of the room. She sat at the table, with Su Cheng and Fang Wanwan on opposite sides, and Hang Hang and Finfin sitting next to Su Cheng and Fang Wanwan respectively. She watched as her son carefully placed some spicy sauce in front of Fang Wanwan. Yang Wanhua looked at this and wondered if it was the only one made for Fang Wanwan. Fang Wanwan looked at Yang Wanhua's expression and smiled. Mom, these noodles were made by Su Cheng himself. They taste really good. Try some. After saying that, she started eating happily. During this time, although Su Cheng didn't speak to Yang Wanhua directly, his attitude was not as cold as usual when he saw her. After breakfast, Su Cheng saw Hang Hang off to school and then went to work. Fang Wanwan took her 2 children and mother-in-law to the supply and marketing cooperative to wait for the bus. Many people couldn't help but secretly look at Yang Wanhua. Such a beautiful and elegant woman is very rare, and her outfit was also very stylish. Although she looked a bit older, it didn't affect her beauty at all. When she got on the bus, someone voluntarily offered her a seat. Fang Wanwan was stunned. Her beauty was truly a kind of passport. She was also pretty, but she didn't receive such treatment. Yang Wanhua politely smiled at the man who offered her the seat, saying, Thank you, big brother. Her voice was gentle and pleasant, not overly charming. The man looked surprised and flattered. You're not from around here, are you? Yang Wanhua nodded, sort of. Seeing her response, the people nearby were excited. Such a beautiful and noble lady, her outfit from head to toe, even compared to TV heroines, was unmatched. She was very friendly too. Visiting relatives?
Someone asked.
Yang Wanhua pointed to Fang Wanwan, visiting my son and daughter-in-law. Someone recognized Fang Wanwan and suddenly realized, is this Mrs. Su from the city? Oh my. No wonder Commander Su is so lucky to have such a good-looking wife, someone murmured. She looks so young. You can't tell at all. Fang Wanwan rolled her eyes inwardly. She was also very beautiful, once a star in the military district and still young. Why didn't she get this kind of treatment? Fan Fan whispered softly in Fang Wanwan's ear, Aunt Fang is also very pretty. At that moment, the bus stopped, and another group of people got on. Hearing whispers about beauty and similar words, the new passengers were curious and tried to squeeze to the back to get a better look. Fang Wanwan had no seat, and everyone was almost squished flat. Suddenly, Yang Wanhua gently said, Hold Fan Fan for me. She stood up, ready to take Fan Fan. The people pushing from behind were stunned. Really? They'd never seen such a beautiful woman before. They froze in place. Yang Wanhua's lips curled into a subtle smile as she sat Fan Fan on her lap. Someone greeted Fang Wanwan, saying, Fang Wanwan, you're truly lucky. Since returning to Sioux City and buying a car, no one dared to speak sour words to her anymore. Fang Wanwan responded politely with a smile and nodded in acknowledgement. The bus swayed gently. Yang Wanhua hadn't ridden this bus in many years. Although she felt a bit uncomfortable, she enjoyed the attention and admiration she received. When they arrived at the town, Fang Wanwan said to Yang Wanhua, Su Cheng and I bought a house in the town. Yesterday, we bought some things but haven't arranged them yet. I need to go to a friend's house first to organize everything, then we can go shopping for the kids together. Yang Wanhua was interested in seeing the place. She wouldn't make things difficult for her daughter-in-law over small matters. Instead, she would try to leave a good impression. She held Finfin's hand and went to find Chunya. Chunya had agreed yesterday to help tidy up the house, so she was naturally waiting at home. When she came out and saw Yang Wanhua, she was surprised. She looked like a stunning, glamorous woman from the 1980s, a rare sight. With wavy hair, full red lips, and a charming figure. Even though her age was obvious at a glance, it didn't diminish her beauty. In fact, it added a touch of elegance. Seeing her amazed expression, Fang Wanwan quickly introduced, This is Su Chen's mother. Chunya smiled and greeted her politely. Yang Wanhua also extended her hand confidently, sizing up Chunya from head to toe. Her conclusion was that she was quite nice. They went together to tidy up the new house. Of course, Yang Wanhua wouldn't do the work herself. She played with Finfin at the door. Finfin, what is your dad usually like? Finfin liked her pretty and kind grandmother. Dad likes Aunt Fang, Finfin and Hang Hang. And what else? He likes cooking. Anything else? Finfin tilted her head, thought for a moment, then suddenly brightened her eyes. He also likes going to work. Yang Wanhua was speechless. Her son seemed to have no hobbies or ambitions, nothing but kids, women, and work. She secretly looked into the house, seeing Fang Wanwan and Chunya busy tidying up. She then beckoned Finfin closer and asked, When Grandpa saw Dad, did he give him anything? Finfin nodded. He gave him a small notebook. Yang Wanhua's eyes twitched. Finfin, you're so clever. Do you know what that small notebook is for? Finfin shook her head.
No.
Yang Wanhua guessed it might be the ownership rights for the Kyoto building. Seeing her pause, Finfin added, Grandma, Dad said after this month he will go to Kyoto to see Grandpa. When that happens, you can ask Grandpa what's written in that small notebook. Hearing this, Yang Wanhua instantly felt relieved. Seeing them still cleaning inside the house, she asked, Do you like Aunt Fang? Finfin smiled and said, Of course I like it. My brother and I both like it very much. Yang Wanhua was a bit surprised. It seemed her daughter-in-law had some tricks, as she could make other children feel so close and cared for. Then she sat at the door and chatted casually with Finfin. Until Fang Wanwan and Chinya finished tidying up the house, they all went out together to the department store. At the department store, Yang Wanhua bought Finfin 4 sets of clothes and 3 pairs of shoes. Heng also received the same, with nothing missing. She let Fang Wanwan choose freely, and Fang Wanwan only picked a hairpin as a token gift. Yang Wanhua also bought a big bag of things for Chinya, including peanut candy, tangerine canned fruit, preserved eggs, and milk powder. After paying, Yang Wanhua handed the big bag of items to Chinya. Chinya felt a bit embarrassed and said, "I didn't prepare anything for Auntie, so I feel shy accepting your gifts." Yang Wanhua smiled warmly and said, "It's just a small token. I didn't expect Wanwan to have such a good friend here." Chinya glanced at Fang Wanwan, who nodded at her.
"Just take it," she said.
Chinya took the bag from Yang Wanhua and politely said, "Thank you, Auntie." Thus, Fang Wanwan and Chinya each carried a bag and followed behind, while Yang Wanhua held Finfin's hand and led the way. Chinya linked her arm with Fang Wanwan and said, "Your mother-in-law is really nice. She looks good, has money, and is very kind and generous." Fang Wanwan wanted to say she didn't know her mother-in-law's past, but she had heard that when people are nearing the end of their lives, they tend to try to release their kindness. Right now, Fang Wanwan had nothing to say about her, so she nodded and said, "Yes, she is indeed very nice." Chunya smiled and said, "By the way, Su City really looks like his mother. Many people say sons look like their mothers."
"What's so strange about that?"
Fang Wanwan teased. "This mother really looks special."
"No wonder."
Chunya suddenly stopped herself, realizing she might have said too much, and quickly shut her mouth. Fang Wanwan thought about the eldest son of the Wen family in Gangcheng and felt very angry. But now that he had already been executed, she didn't know if old Wen blamed Yang Wanhua for this. After sending Chinya back, Fang Wanwan took Yang Wanhua to wait for the bus. On the way back, Su Cheng was still holding Hong Hong's hand, waiting at the supply and marketing cooperative's entrance. Yang Wanhua looked at her tall and strong son, feeling a mix of emotions. Like his father, he didn't seem to know how to use his advantages to grow his strength. His father only had family background, but now his son has everything he needs. He spends all day around women and children, which is really... Seeing Su Cheng hold Finfin, Yang Wanhua walking alongside him, Fang Wanwan noticed that Yang Wanhua behaved very well the whole way without any fuss, so she quietly took Heng and walked behind. Yang Wanhua looked at Finfin on Su Cheng and smiled. "Do you like the clothes Grandma bought for you?" Finfin replied happily, "Yes, I like them very much."
"Thank you, Grandma."
Yang Wanhua said again, "There are many snacks in the bag. When we go home, Grandma will give you some to eat, okay?" Finfin giggled, Okay. At this moment, Su Cheng finally spoke, "Don't spoil them too much. Kids should eat in moderation." Yang Wanhua smiled and said, "I don't know how long I can keep spoiling them. People, when they get older, realize that those simple, worldly happiness are the most precious." Seeing her suddenly express such feelings, Su Cheng couldn't help but look back at her. But in that glance, he met Yang Wanhua's lonely, sad eyes. He felt a deep sense of pity and softly said, "Stop talking nonsense." "Mom isn't talking nonsense. The hospital in Gangcheng has already issued a diagnosis," Yang Wanhua said with a tone full of sadness. Seeing that Su Cheng didn't reply, Yang Wanhua quickly added, "It's been very hard for me these years. Although I have everything in the Wen family, I have no real feelings for Wen Dizong. I can't let go of your father." Hearing this, Su Cheng was slightly moved but finally couldn't help but argue, "Then why do you keep staying in the Wen family?" Yang Wanhua sighed, "My grandfather's hostility towards me is too deep. I had no choice." Su Cheng was silent for a moment. "Grandpa isn't as bad as you think. I told him your father's death isn't your fault." Yang Wanhua forced a smile. "That's true for you, but if it were me, it wouldn't be so easy to talk to." "Next month, come to Kyoto with me to see Grandpa," Su Cheng said. When Yang Wanhua heard this, a heavy weight in her heart finally lifted. In the following days, she behaved very kindly and generously, reading books daily and occasionally spending time with Finfin. However, Hong Hong's inexplicable wariness of her made her feel uncomfortable. The new house in the county town was ready, with 4 rooms, and the license plates were also obtained. That day, after work, Su Cheng drove his family into the city. This was the first time Su Cheng saw the well-organized house after moving in. The interior of the house is different from Commander Wu's home and their Beijing house. It feels warm and simple. Yang Wanhua saw it and praised, "Wanwan, your home decor is really more fashionable than in the alley city. Where did you buy these furniture pieces? They look nice and practical." She opened a creamy white cabinet, which was neatly arranged with hanging clothes and folded clothes inside. Fan is now 3 years old. Fang Wanwan made a bunk bed, a long desk for her and her brother to write side by side, and a small desk lamp on the table. Next to it is a small bookshelf filled with Hong Hai's toys and storybooks. Fan also has a small white drawer where she keeps her clips and cloth dolls. Blue cartoon curtains hang on the window, and the windowsill is spotless. A world map is also hung on the wall. Wanwan spent a lot of effort finding this map. When she was a child, her room had a world map too. She was very curious and often asked her father about different places, who lived there, and what it was like. Her father always explained everything to her. Later, she learned that a preschool teacher suggested this to inspire children's curiosity and make them interested in the world. In the couple's room, besides the desk and some green plants, the notebooks, books, and backpacks are all neatly organized on a shelf nearby. There is a long clothes rack with Su Cheng's military uniforms and coats, as well as Fang Wanwan's everyday clothes, all easy to take and change. Shoes are arranged neatly on a rack. Su Cheng looked at the pair of red high heels he bought for his wife and his black ankle boots placed together. He felt a special feeling inside. Hang Hai and Fan are excitedly exploring their rooms, while Yang Wanhua is already lying on the bed, sipping tea and reading a book. Su Cheng gently closed the door. Since Yang Wanhua arrived, he hadn't held his wife for a long time. He pulled Fang Wanwan into his arms, holding her close to his chest, and softly said, "You've worked hard." His wife is so capable. The home is arranged better than he ever imagined. Fang Wanwan hugged his waist, her face pressed against his strong chest, and smiled. "Talking about it doesn't count. How do you plan to thank me?" Su Cheng stroked her hair.
What do you want?
Fang Wanwan hadn't decided yet. "I'll think about it later," she said. "Okay." In the evening, because she had a new room and a new bed, Finfin wanted to sleep with Hang. Fang Wanwan thought Finfin was still too young. She should wait at least half a year until she started kindergarten. Su Cheng quickly stopped her, saying, "She will grow up someday. Sometimes she needs to learn to sleep on her own." Fang Wanwan considered that there was still another room at home. When Finfin was a bit older, she would decorate it just for her. That night, Su Cheng finally could sleep comfortably holding his wife. Early the next morning, Su Cheng woke up, went out to buy breakfast, and after eating, asked Yang Wanhua to rest in the new house. He then took Fang Wanwan's 2 children and returned to the military area. Hang went to kindergarten, and Fang Wanwan stayed at home with Finfin to review seriously, as exams were coming soon. She needed to study hard. After the exams, they would calculate the workshop's profit and pay wages. If things went well, they might need to plan building a factory early. Based on current labor and material costs, Fang Wanwan estimated that building a factory that could hold 200 people would cost about 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. Fang Wanwan still had about 16,000 yuan, which she shared equally with Wang Yongqiang. It was completely feasible, and the factory wouldn't be built in a day. During construction, there would still be monthly profits. Thinking of this, she felt a bit more at ease and focused all her energy on studying. On the day of the exam, Fang Wanwan woke up early, changed into the outfit she bought especially in the county, had breakfast, and handed Finfin over to Yang Wanhua before heading to school. She thought she had woken up early enough, but when she arrived, all her classmates were already there. This was her first time taking an exam, because she usually didn't come, so she didn't even have a fixed seat. Teacher He temporarily provided a desk and a chair. Today was mainly the exam with no other classes. The first subject was Chinese. Fang Wanwan sat in the very back, in the right corner. The first exam was Chinese. She read the questions carefully, then started writing. Chinese was not difficult for her. After finishing, she checked her answers again and was the first to submit her paper. After submitting, she went outside to wait. She sat under a tree at school, took out a bottle of water from her bag, and took a sip. Just as she finished drinking, she saw Teacher Wang, the English teacher, walking over. Wanwan, why did you turn in your papers so quickly? Are you done already? Fang Wanwan politely replied, yes, I checked it again before submitting. Teacher Wang's eyes kept flickering around Fang Wanwan, which made her feel uncomfortable. She stood up and said, I just remembered I have something to do. I'll go now. Then she turned and walked in another direction. Wang Qingyan looked at Fang Wanwan's departing figure, feeling a bit distracted. She's just a mother, yet she seems so confident. Until Fang Wanwan's figure disappeared, he snapped back to himself. When he turned around, he saw Yang Guohong standing behind him. Wang Qingyan was in a bad mood and asked, what do you want from me? There's an English test coming up, and I have a question I can't figure out. Teacher Wang, could you help me? Wang Qingyan replied impatiently, think about it yourself. Don't always rely on teachers. If everyone did that, teachers would be exhausted. Yang Guohong took a deep breath, turned around, and went back to the classroom. He glanced back at Fang Wanwan's empty seat, feeling very nervous. He only relaxed when Fang Wanwan re-entered the classroom and sat down. The rest of the exams went smoothly. Today, after the test, there was no study session, so the school allowed students to go home early or stay in the dorms. Fang Wanwan packed her things, preparing to return to the military area. She walked a long way out of the school gate when she suddenly realized someone was following her at a distance. She looked back and saw Yang Guohong. She stopped directly to wait for him. Yang Guohong hesitated and felt conflicted, unsure of what to do. Stopping was not good, so he reluctantly walked toward Fang Wanwan. Yang Guohong reached Fang Wanwan's side, nervously tugged at his school bag, and lowered his head to greet her. Hello, Fang Wanwan. Fang Wanwan smiled and nodded. Why are you following me? Not really. I live in Shangyang Village. Fang Wanwan knew this, but the road to Shangyang Village was definitely not this one.
Could it be?
Fang Wanwan thought she understood. Boys in puberty, right? Just trying to understand. To ease the awkward atmosphere, Fang Wanwan started a conversation. How did you do on the test today? Yang Guohong nodded. I did okay, average. How about you? Fang Wanwan smiled. I'm just better at English, Chinese is okay, but math is worse. If math is difficult, why don't you come to school for lessons? The math teacher is pretty good. As soon as they talked about studying, Yang Guohong became more talkative and relaxed. Fang Wanwan thought for a moment, I usually have to take care of the kids, so I'm busy and don't have much time. Boys are nice, but she shouldn't have any expectations from him. Yang Guohong nodded. You're quite impressive. Here, once a woman is married, she usually doesn't think much about studying anymore. Wang Wanwan smiled and said, of course I will try if I get the chance. Why do you want to go to university? Yang Guohong asked curiously. His family had a small car parked outside, and their conditions were definitely good. At least they didn't have to worry about food or drink. Women also need some knowledge and a diploma. That way, even when teaching children, I can do it better. Don't you think? Wang Wanwan finished and asked him, and why do you want to go to university? Wang Wanwan could guess easily. Of course, it was to stand out and change her fate. Yang Guohong was silent for a moment, then said, I want to be a diplomat someday. A diplomat? Wang Wanwan was surprised to hear this. For a child from a poor family, such an ideal seemed too unrealistic. Seeing her surprised look, Yang Guohong asked again, is that not possible? Wang Wanwan hesitated and replied after a while, it's not impossible, but I feel it's unrealistic? Yang Guohong continued for her. Seeing she didn't answer, he said, it may be unrealistic, but isn't it worth trying? It's not that. I just think it's very hard to achieve. Even if it's hard, it's not as hard as my current life. This dream had been hidden in his heart for a long time. He had never told anyone because he was afraid of being laughed at. He thought Fang Wanwan would be different from others, but now it seemed not much different. Suddenly, he lost interest and stopped walking, saying, "Be careful of Teacher Wang." He was hit by a parent of a female student before. "I'll head back now." He quickened his pace and took another shortcut home. Fang Wanwan understood. He was following her to remind her of this. But what had she done? She misunderstood others and also heard his dream. She had forgotten that in this era, there were no rigid social classes. Everything was in chaos. Capital hadn't entered yet, and over 95% of people were starting from the same line. People's minds were simple. What was wrong with that? Anyway, it was her, burdened with many worries. When she saw him walk away, Fang Wanwan finally picked up her cloth bag and went back. The next day, Fang Wanwan still went to school because she needed to pick up her exam papers. Yang Guohong was first in total scores and Fang Wanwan was third. She was somewhat satisfied with this result, but teacher, he looked a bit regretful. He came to her seat and said, "Wanwan, if you have time, try to review math. If you can improve by 20 points, you could be second." Fang Wanwan frowned. Was the gap really that big? 20 points, how easy was that? She hesitated and said, "I will work harder next time." After class, several classmates approached Fang Wanwan. One boy volunteered, "Fang Wanwan, you teach math. How about you teach me English?" "Go away with your math grades. You're not qualified to show off in front of Fang Wanwan," another boy teased. A girl nearby laughed and said, "I think you two are up to something else. Just go. Go. Go." She then shooed them away. Later, leaning on Fang Wanwan's desk, the girl said, "You might as well come back and listen to the math teacher. I think those troublemakers have bad intentions." Fang Wanwan glanced at the cheerful and confident girl in front of her and nodded politely. "Thanks, I'll think about it." After finishing the exam papers in the afternoon, Fang Wanwan was about to leave. Wang Qingyun didn't miss the chance and hurried to follow her as she left the classroom alone. "Wanwan, you got a question wrong in your English. Come to my office tonight, I'll explain it to you," he said. Fang Wanwan was no longer as polite as before. "Thanks, but no need. My husband is a regimental commander at the front." Wang Qingyun was surprised. "Why are you talking about that all of a sudden?" Fang Wanwan sneered coldly. "I'm not some naive girl who doesn't understand anything. You know very well what I mean. If you want to teach and nurture students here, don't think about messing with me. I'm not someone you can easily bully." She then turned and walked away without looking back. Fang Wanwan thought, it's surprising that someone like him can still stay in the school to teach. Even Yang Guohong knew that teacher Wang had been beaten up by a parent. She didn't believe the principal didn't know. It seemed the school's teaching staff was really lacking. But after confronting teacher Wang directly, Fang Wanwan felt pretty good. If you don't make your stance clear to someone like him, he'll keep testing you in secret. At first, she was worried about overthinking, but when Yang Guohong reminded her, she naturally didn't hold back. Back home, Su Cheng and Hang were waiting for her. After dinner, she packed a meal for Yang Manhwa and Fin in tin lunchboxes and then took a bus home. On the bus, Fang Wanwan sat quietly in the back seat. Su Cheng noticed and asked, "What's wrong? Did you not do well on the test?" Fang Wanwan snapped out of her thoughts and replied, "I ranked third overall." In her previous life, she had never achieved such a high rank. Just as Su Cheng was about to praise her, Hang comforted her nearby. "It's just a little short. But it's okay, there's always next time." Fang Wanwan widened her eyes as she looked at Hang, choking and unable to speak for a moment. After a while, she asked, "Do you know what third place means?" Hang nodded. "It means being worse than first and second place." "Then, that's still good." Su Cheng understood that his wife was seeking praise. He quickly said, "Hang, being first in kindergarten and being first in high school are different. Aunt Fang getting third place is already a very good result." Hang looked thoughtful and smiled. "Aunt Fang is still very impressive." Fang Wanwan then patted Hang's head. "You'll see when you go to high school how hard it is to get third place." Seeing Fang Wanwan's expression soften, Su Cheng felt relieved. He drove the car to the bank entrance and said to Fang Wanwan, "Wait a moment." After returning to the car, Su Cheng took out a large envelope from his pocket and handed it to Fang Wanwan. The stuff at home is definitely more than 2,000 yuan.
This is for you.
Fang Wanwan took the thick envelope, hesitated for a moment, and accepted it. Thank you. Su Cheng stepped on the gas and smiled. You want to buy land and build a factory, right? If it's not enough, I can take some out. Yes. Fang Wanwan touched the thick stack of money, constantly guessing how much was inside. At home, while Su Cheng went to the children's room to take Hang Hang and Fun Fun, Fang Wanwan closed the door and secretly counted the money again, exactly 10,000 yuan. She felt very satisfied. The next morning, Su Cheng took Hang Hang back to the military district for kindergarten, while Fang Wanwan stayed in the county with Fun Fun. She planned to find Wang Yongqiang and Feng Yuan to calculate last month's profits and also distribute the workers' wages. Yang Manhwa said she felt dizzy and wanted to rest, refusing to take Fun Fun with her. Fang Wanwan didn't think much about it, just thinking she was unwell. She held Fun Fun's hand and left. When they arrived at Lu Chunmei's noodle shop, Lu's father and mother still warmly served Fun Fun a bowl of shredded pork noodles, topped with a mountain of meat and a marinated egg. Lu Chunmei went to call Feng Yuan, and then they all went to Wang Yongqiang's backyard. Wang Yongqiang and Feng Yuan each had a ledger, and Fang Wanwan brought Lu Xiaohong's sales ledger. After about an hour, they finally finished calculating. Feng Yuan had developed the Lin County business and was doing very well. Wang Yongqiang used relatives and friends to promote his work. Although his results weren't as good as Feng Yuan's, they were still quite good. Feng Yuan's commission this time nearly doubled, earning 950 yuan, while Wang Yongqiang also earned 500 yuan. Lu Chunmei made over 80 yuan by selling products directly following Fang Wanwan's method. After deducting workers' wages, fabric costs, and support for 5 children, the remaining profit was 3,800 yuan, which Fang Wanwan and Lu Yongqiang split equally. Thus, Wang Yongqiang received 2,400 yuan from commissions and investment dividends, the most among everyone. Lu Chunmei was stunned. Although her commission plus salary was over 100 yuan, much higher than her peers, seeing Feng Yuan and Wang Yongqiang earn so much made her feel a bit restless. She said, Wanwan, I want to start my own business next month. Fang Wanwan smiled and said, sure. Wang Yongqiang laughed and said, running a business is very hard, and you need to be brave. As a girl, earning so much is enough. Lu Chunmei raised her head and said, no, that's not right. Wanwan and Sister Chinya are women too, and they are so capable. Fang Wanwan glanced at Wang Yongqiang and said, let Lu Chunmei try. If we want to grow bigger, we'll need to organize a sales team. Wang Yongqiang widened his eyes and asked, grow bigger? Fang Wanwan nodded and said, yes, I want to buy land and build a factory. Wang Yongqiang was surprised and asked, is what you told the villagers last time true? Of course. Isn't it the same now? When the business gets bigger, we'll continue to expand our support. Does that mean we'll really build bridges for them? Wang Yongqiang felt uncomfortable about donations. Although only 100 yuan was shared, that was still money. How many TVs would they have to sell to get that? All of that was given away for free. And Feng Yuan, who hadn't contributed anything, was almost earning nearly 1,000 yuan in commission, more than him. He felt uneasy. Isn't this just making others do the work for free? Fang Wanwan nodded and said, if we want to grow our business here, we need to use benefits to keep the local people tightly bound. Only then can we have lasting success. Mutual benefit is the long-term way to run a business. But those villagers haven't brought us any real benefits, Wang Yongqiang said, genuinely confused. If it weren't for them opening workshops there, many people wouldn't find such good jobs. Fang Wanwan smiled and said, the villagers and the houses are part of it.
How can that count?
We paid for everything, Wang Yongqiang argued. Fang Wanwan nodded and said, on the surface, that's true. But without the people here, even if you have money, who would work for you? People and things once gathered cannot be seen as individual entities. They grow up here, survive here, and have deep connections with everyone in the village. At the same time, they also form various interests and relationships. Even if they move elsewhere, the situation remains the same. Perhaps other places are better, but they also require sharing benefits to sustain long-term growth. Wang Yongqiang didn't understand and wasn't convinced. He could accept small donations, but buying land and building factories is a big investment. He needed to think carefully. Money in his own hands felt more real. If he kept investing and ended up losing everything, it would be like helping others make money. Lu Chunmei was even more surprised. She didn't understand completely, but trusted Fang Wanwan. Feng Yuan understood. Ordinary people see benefits as Wang Yongqiang did, but Wanwan's view of benefits is real, even if they don't want to admit it. The whole village is a system of interests. Even if they leave the village, her sister still influences and is influenced by the villagers. Wanwan, think again about building the factory. It's not a small investment. Honestly, if we want to expand, we can rent another space and buy some machines. There's no need to go through the trouble of building a factory. When you said that, the villagers didn't believe you, Wang Yongqiang advised. Fang Wanwan admired Wang Yongqiang's ability to handle things and patiently explained again, our clothing business can't stay a small workshop forever. In the future, we want to build a brand that everyone knows. Currently, domestic clothing brands are not common, and Wang Yongqiang couldn't imagine how to turn these clothes into a brand. But he knew that Fang Wanwan, though just a young woman, was determined once she made up her mind. If her idea was right, that would be a good thing. But investing so much money could be risky if she was wrong. Everything could be lost. Fang Wanwan smiled and said, no rush. Take your time thinking about it. Let me know when you decide. Feng Yuan was thinking about how to build his team if the factory was established, but his capital was too small. Wanwan, can you wait a few more months? Building the factory doesn't require such a large investment all at once, and it won't take too long. Maybe 3 to 5 months at most, she replied. Okay. Feng Yuan answered, then asked, how much does my sister earn this month? Fang Wanwan opened her notebook and looked, 53 yuan. Then she remembered something and said, let me pay you. She took out 53 yuan and handed it to Feng Yuan. After dividing the money, everyone was very happy, especially Feng Yuan, whose heart was pounding with excitement. He never imagined that in 1 month he could earn what he had made in the past 2 years. Holding the money, he happily rode his bicycle toward the fabric shop. When he arrived at the fabric shop and saw Chinya greeting customers, Feng Yuan got off his bike, parked it, and walked into the shop quietly without disturbing Chinya. He went to the backyard, drank a glass of water, and then counted the money he had brought out of his pocket. Only when the shop was quiet did he come out from the back. Chinya saw Feng Yuan smiling and asked, are you happy about something today? Feng Yuan handed her the commission he earned that day. I never thought I could make so much in a month. What do you want to buy? Chinya smiled and said, I don't need anything right now. Keep it for yourself. She's probably going to reinvest again. See if there's a chance to buy shares. Feng Yuan looked at his wife and chuckled. You know her well. She does have new plans. She wants to build a factory. He then explained the detailed plan for Fang Wanwan. I want to invest, but building a factory is a big investment. Even Brother Chong hesitated, and I don't have that much money, Feng Yuan said regretfully. Chinya thought for a moment and said, she's not saying to do it right now. Yeah, maybe in 3 or 5 months we can decide. Feng Yuan still wanted to build his own business team. Next month, you'll probably have more money. Save it first. If an opportunity comes, you can invest slowly, 3 or 5,000 first, then 1,000 or 2,000 later. Our fabric shop business is enough for our lives now, and we have some savings, Chinya suggested. Encouraged by Chunya's support, Feng Yuan felt full of energy. Yeah, since you got the household registration, let's go get the marriage certificate. Chinya thought about her strange illness. Can she really live long in this world? Feng Yuan saw her pause and grew anxious. Are you unwilling? He was getting impatient. Chinya thought about how she had left before. That silly boy waited for years, and in the end, she nodded and said, okay. Hearing her answer, Feng Yuan was so excited he couldn't hold back. Then we'll go early tomorrow morning. Let's ask Lu Chunmei to come and help us look at the shop. Chunya agreed again. The next morning, the two went to the Civil Affairs Bureau, completed the procedures, and returned. Feng Yuan felt very happy. He looked at the marriage certificate again and again. Yeah, pick a date, and let's hold a wedding banquet. After saying that, she remembered something else. After all these years, besides my sister and cousin, we don't have any other relatives in the countryside. It might not be very lively. Chunya didn't mind this. Don't make it complicated. When you have free time someday, just invite them all to a state-run restaurant for a meal. Fang Wanwan looked at Chunya with some guilt. Is that really okay? There's nothing wrong with it. As long as I marry you, Chunya said with a smile. Just then, Chunya suddenly felt her foot go weak, almost losing her balance. Fang Wanwan quickly held her and asked nervously, is it happening again, like a few days ago? I'll take you to the city and province to see a doctor.
Chunya varit her hand weakly.
No need. Did Wanwan go to the countryside today to get her salary? Fang Wanwan nodded. Yes, she's been busy these past 2 days. After she comes back tonight, call her over. I have something to tell her, Chunya instructed. Fang Wanwan looked at Chunya with concern. All right, but can I take you to the hospital to check? Chunya knew that even if she went to the hospital, they wouldn't find anything. She just shook her head and said, I'll go home and rest for a while. If Wanwan comes back, ask her to check on me. Though feeling anxious inside, Fang Wanwan still followed her advice. That evening, Fang Wanwan closed the shop and looked at the sky. It was about the time Chunya mentioned, so he went straight to Fang Wanwan's new house. It was his first time there, but the address Chunya gave made it easy to find. Soon, he arrived and saw a small car parked at the door, indicating they were back. Fang Wanwan stood at the door and called out twice. Fang Wanwan came out. Why are you here at this time? Have you eaten? Come in and sit. Fang Wanwan felt anxious and asked, Yaya asked you to come. She's not feeling well. Can you go see her? Fang Wanwan slapped her forehead, realizing she had forgotten about this. She quickly said, I'll go inside and tell Su Cheng. I'll come with you right away. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Cheng came out from the inner room. Fang Wanwan told Su Cheng, Chunya asked me to come look at her. I'll go see her. Su Cheng nodded. What's wrong? I'll go with you. Fang Wanwan quickly waved her hand. It's nothing serious. You stay home and take care of Ban Hang and Fun. I'll be back soon. Okay, Su Cheng agreed. After Fang Wanwan followed Fang Wanwan away, Su Cheng watched their disappearing figures and thought for a moment. He then returned to the children's room, picked up Fin, and brought her to his own room. He asked her, Fin, can you tell me what Aunt Fang and Aunt Chen said that day? Remembering what Fin had told him that day, Fang Wanwan suddenly appeared, looking anxious. He felt uneasy for no clear reason. Fin thought for a moment and said, Aunt Chen said someone wanted to drive her away. Then Aunt Fang asked if anyone knew Aunt Chen's identity. Aunt Chen mentioned 3 people, including Uncle Fang Wanwan, Uncle Feng, and one more. Who is the other one? Fin scratched her head, thinking hard. It seems to be someone named Xia. Is it Ludong Xia? Yes, that's the name.
Fin remembers now.
Su Cheng's heart sank. He remembered that Fang Wanwan also had dreams, but she was fine after waking up. They didn't really belong to this world. He didn't dare to think further. Seeing Su Cheng's worried face, Fin quickly comforted him. Dad, don't worry. Aunt Fang is very powerful. How is she powerful? Aunt Chen said that holding Aunt Fang's hand can make things better. At first, Aunt Chen was worried that something might happen to Aunt Fang, but after so many days, nothing has happened. Hearing this, Su Cheng felt a little relieved. He patted Fin's head and said, Fin, you can't tell anyone about this, okay? Fin nodded, seeming to understand but unsure. After washing the 2 children, Su Cheng let them sleep in the children's room and sat in his room waiting for Fang Wanwan to return. It was not until 10:30 p.m. that Fang Wanwan came back. Hearing the noise, Su Cheng came out and saw her looking exhausted. What's wrong? Su Cheng felt a strange ache in his heart. Fang Wanwan smiled softly. I ran around all day. I'm a bit tired. She went to the bathroom to wash up, then lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Su Cheng lay beside her, but couldn't fall asleep. He listened to her steady breathing and thought he was overthinking. Since leaving early in the morning and busy until now, no wonder he's tired. He reached out to tuck her in and gently kissed her forehead before lying back down. The next morning, Su Cheng deliberately woke Fang Wanwan early. Are you going to the military district with me today? Most of the work there is done. You just need to take Hang Hang to school. Aren't you planning to go to Kyoto? Maybe we can prepare in advance. Fang Wanwan found that the longer she charged Chinya, the longer she could stay normal. Today, she decided not to go anywhere and instead stay with Chinya. Yang Manhwa occasionally went out for a walk, very quietly, and did not interfere with the couple's life at all. This made Fang Wanwan very happy. It was quite good that her mother-in-law could do this. After spending so many days together, her impression of Yang Wanhua gradually improved. Today, when she went to Chinya's house, Yang Wanhua didn't ask many questions. After Fang Wanwan took Finfin out, she sat in the living room watching TV. Life was going pretty well. In the evening, Fang Wanwan and Su Cheng returned home almost at the same time. Su Cheng reheated the meals he brought from the military area and shared them with Fang Wanwan, Yang Wanhua, and Finfin. Later that night, after returning to their room, Su Cheng told Fang Wanwan, I've already taken leave. I'll be gone in about 20 days. I'll work 2 more days before leaving. Do you want to tell the school too? Fang Wanwan smiled. You're so thoughtful. Last time, teacher, he asked someone to bring me some test papers. I'll go and talk to them tomorrow so that if anything happens, no one will be caught off guard. I'll go back to the military area with you tomorrow. Just as Su Cheng pulled Fang Wanwan into his arms, there was a knock on the door. Fang Wanwan quickly got up. It must be Finfin. I'll go open the door. She quickly put on her clothes and opened the door, only to see Finfin standing there looking upset. Fang Wanwan hurriedly pulled her inside. What's wrong? Finfin? Did your brother bully you? Finfin shook her head. No. Finfin hasn't slept with Auntie for several days. Auntie doesn't want Finfin anymore. Fang Wanwan immediately picked her up. No. Auntie likes you the most. Finfin hummed softly. That's not true. Auntie only sleeps with Dad now. Auntie likes Dad more. Fang Wanwan. Su Cheng felt a bit awkward and stood up, putting on his clothes. He walked over to Finfin and squatted down. The reason Annie doesn't sleep with Finfin is because Finfin has grown up. Finfin turned her head away. That's not true. You're so big now, why don't you sleep alone? Fang Wanwan couldn't help but laugh and cry, saying to Su Cheng, then you should go sleep in another room today. I'll stay with Finfin. Su Cheng didn't move. Instead, he took Finfin from Fang Wanwan's hands. All right, Finfin, be good. Dad has something to discuss with Annie Fang. Can you learn to sleep alone? Annie has been with you during the day, right? This was the first time Su Cheng spoke to her in such a gentle tone. Finfin was a little confused. It seems so. During the day, she stays with her. Aunt Fang still likes her very much. She nodded and smiled, saying okay. Then she kicked her little legs, indicating she wanted to get down. Su Cheng put her down, and Finfin said to Fang Wanwan, I need to be fair. Aunt Fang holds Finfin during the day, and I hold Dad at night. After saying that, she ran off on her short legs. Fang Wanwan looked up at the man in front of her. Su Cheng suddenly felt a bit unsure and explained, Finfin will learn to sleep on her own eventually. She's doing fine now. Fang Wanwan squinted her eyes and waved at him. Come here. Su Cheng moved closer. Fang Wanwan took the opportunity to wrap her arms around his neck and whispered, Carry me to bed. Su Cheng pursed his lips, bent down, and gently carried her like a princess, placing her on the bed after a few steps. His Adam's apple moved as he asked softly, Can I do it today? Fang Wanwan pulled her arms tightly around his neck and asked sharply, What are you asking for? Suddenly, Su Cheng was caught off guard and pressed down on her. Recently, the editors are quite strict, so everyone can imagine the rest for themselves. The next morning, the two of them got up early because they had to go to school. Fang Wanwan handed Finfin over to Chinya and then left with Hang Hang. When they arrived at school, the security guard at the gate already recognized Fang Wanwan. She went straight to Teacher He's office. Teacher He didn't say much, just reminded her that she must come back for exams at the end of the month. If she had time, she could attend a few more math classes. Fang Wanwan gratefully agreed. After leaving the office and passing the open field on the playground, she saw a girl from her class walking straight toward her. This girl was the one who had teased her that day to help her out, making some boys who wanted to tutor Fang Wanwan give up. Fang Wanwan remembered her name was Lin Qingyue. She happily greeted her, but to her surprise, Lin Qingyue only nodded faintly, her eyes red and swollen, as if she had been crying. Fang Wanwan thought about her enthusiastic attitude that day and how different her current attitude was. She couldn't help but step forward and ask, "What's wrong?" Hearing this, Lin Qingyue suddenly stopped walking. She hesitated, looked around to see if anyone was nearby, then cried, "I don't really know how to say this." She couldn't find anyone to talk to or figure out how to start. She just felt very upset about what had happened. She hadn't been able to focus on her classes from yesterday to today. She glanced at Fang Wanwan, thinking that since she didn't come to school often and had little interaction with other students, she weakly asked, "Can I tell you something?" "You must not tell anyone." Fang Wanwan nodded, "Okay." Then she took a few steps forward and held Lin Qingyue's hand. "Now you tell me." It was clear she felt very helpless at this moment. Lin Qingyue pulled her to a tree with no one around and hesitated for a while before saying, "Teacher Wang." While no one was around, he touched me, and he asked me to go to his house today to help me with English. If I didn't go, he said I was trying to him. She almost cried as she spoke. What should I do? I didn't try to him, I just asked him a few questions. Just then, the school bell rang. Lin Qingyue wiped her tears and said, I need to go to class." Fang Wanwan quickly grabbed her wrist. "Are you able to focus in class now? Why don't I go with you to teacher he and ask for leave?" Lin Qingyue hesitated, then nodded, "Okay." Teacher he was sitting at his desk grading papers when he saw Fang Wanwan and Lin Qingyue come in. He looked surprised. "What's wrong?" Lin Qingyue wiped her tears again. I don't feel well. I want Fang Wanwan to take me home to rest." Teacher he looked at her pale face and seemed to realize she wasn't feeling well. He nodded. "All right. If you can't hold on, go see a doctor. Rest up and come back to class as soon as you're better. We're in the final year, so we can't afford to fall behind." Then he said to Fang Wanwan, "Helping classmates is good. You're doing well." Fang Wanwan hadn't heard such praise in years. Though she felt a bit embarrassed, she nodded and said, "It's what I should do." Fang Wanwan helped Lin Qingyue out of the office. Just as they left, they happened to meet Wang Qingyun. He paused in front of them, looking upset. Lin Qingyue looked up and saw his warning gaze. She was so scared, she quickly stepped back and stammered, "W. Wang. Teacher Wang." Then they hurriedly left, holding hands. Teacher Wang's expression was still visible to Fang Wanwan, and she cursed him silently. How could such a beast be a teacher? She knew she had to find a way to get him fired. She wondered if the principal would believe her. Outside the school gate, Wang Yueqing finally let out a breath. "Fang Wanwan, what should I do? He just warned me. We're about to graduate and I really can't afford to skip school. My family tightened their belts to send me to school. Although I didn't have much hope of going to college, I still believed I could get into a vocational teacher training program. But now, oh no." Fang Wanwan felt her heart ache. "Would you be willing to report him to the principal and get him fired?" "Report him?" Wang Yueqing shook his head like a rattledrum. "That would ruin my reputation. No one would want to marry me after that. In this era, people's thoughts are still very conservative. Fang Wanwan can understand that. But if that's the case, it's a dead end. Don't worry yet. When we get to my house, we can think of a way. If you have trouble with English questions, I can teach you," Fang Wanwan comforted him. "Okay." Lin Qingyue nodded. As they walked along a quiet path, suddenly someone called Lin Qingyue's name from behind. Hearing the voice, Lin Qingyue reflexively hid behind Fang Wanwan. Turning around, Fang Wanwan saw Wang Qingyun walking toward them slowly. "Lin Qingyue, why are you taking leave without a reason?" He approached and looked at Fang Wanwan's chest. Fang Wanwan was immediately angry. "Teacher Wang, as a teacher, how can your morals be so low?" Wang Qingyun smiled and said, "What do you mean low? What have I done?"
Tell me.
Don't you know what you've done? And students still respect you so much? Fang Wanwan said angrily. Wang Qingyun looked greedily at Fang Wanwan. I warn you, keep your mouth shut. Don't think about complaining to the principal or the head teacher. I'm the only English teacher in this graduating class. I won't do anything to you. But you all, forget about studying. After saying that, he looked at Lin Qingyue again. If you're sensible, pretend nothing happened. Go back and tell teacher here illness is cured. Go to class. After evening self-study, obediently come to my house for tutoring. Otherwise, you won't pass English this semester. Lin Qingyue suddenly broke down. I won't go back. I won't. Get lost. Wang Qingyun looked around and saw no one nearby. He then said to Fang Wanwan, don't think just because your man is an officer that he's impressive. When faced with someone like this, a man's first reaction is to think his wife is dirty. I think he's just looking for an excuse to replace his wife. Isn't that right? Fang Wanwan had never seen such a shameless, lecherous man. She immediately took the cloth bag from her shoulder and threw it at Wang Qingyun's head. Go to. You disgusting, lecherous man. She shouted as she hit and kicked him. Wang Qingyun didn't expect Fang Wanwan to make a move. He quickly stepped back, grabbing Fang Wanwan's bag, intending to tear her clothes, but Fang Wanwan kicked him hard in a sensitive spot. Wang Qingyun covered his pain and angrily said, You good-for-nothing Fang Wanwan. If I don't teach you a lesson today, my name isn't Wang. He then rushed forward. Lin Qingyue watched the scene in shock. Seeing Fang Wanwan about to be hit, she quickly reacted and kicked Wang Qingyun. Wang Qingyun was caught off guard by the sudden kick and was stunned. He couldn't straighten his back for a long time. All right, Lin Qingyue and Fang Wanwan, I see you two don't want to study at our Manhwa anymore. Wang Qingyun stood up again. Fang Wanwan picked up a dry branch nearby and rushed over, saying, You weakling, still dare to threaten me. She noticed he was short and thin, so she dared to take action and teach him a lesson. At this moment, Lin Qingyue also forgot everything else. She found a branch and, together with Fang Wanwan, started hitting Wang Qingyun. Both attacked him, leaving Wang Qingyun completely unable to fight back. He retreated while running away, shouting, Don't let me see you two at school again. Watching Wang Qingyun run away with his head down, Lin Qingyue felt very happy. She had a nightmare all night yesterday, didn't dare to tell anyone, and felt lost and confused. Now she finally felt relieved. Fang Wanwan picked up her bag that had fallen nearby, put it back on her shoulder, brushed off the dust from her hands, and then turned to Lin Qingyue, saying, Let's go. Lin Qingyue felt a little guilty. Fang Wanwan, did I cause you trouble? No, I've wanted to teach him a lesson for a long time, Fang Wanwan said angrily. After feeling satisfied, Lin Qingyue was still worried. So, what should we do next? Fang Wanwan said, Let's go find teacher he. Lin Qingyue was still worried. Teacher, he doesn't have much authority, and we lack suitable English teachers here. Fang Wanwan thought for a moment. There will be a way. Seeing Fang Wanwan so confident and knowing she came from the capital, Lin Qingyue felt a bit more at ease. She followed Fang Wanwan to her military district house. Lin Qingyue stopped under a small car parked outside Fang Wanwan's door. Wanwan, does your family have a car? Fang Wanwan smiled. Yes, we bought it not long ago. Lin Qingyue gave her a thumbs up. Looks like your husband is quite impressive. Fang Wanwan nodded. Yes. No wonder you married so early and had children. If it were me, I would too, and I'd still want you to keep studying. Lin Qingyue suddenly forgot the earlier discomfort, and the conversation all centered around Fang Wanwan. Let's focus on studying first. Lin Qingyue thought Fang Wanwan was upset and advised, men tend to get more caring as they get older. That's what my mom says, and she's usually right. Fang Wanwan blinked, wanting to say that Su Cheng was not very old, but compared to them, he was a bit older. Still, she asked curiously, How do you know my man is older? Someone who can be an officer must have worked hard for many years. Lin Qingyue thought he was at least over 40. Fang Wanwan didn't deny it. She led her into the room, took out her English book and other review materials, and said, Don't talk about me. Look and see if there's anything you don't understand. I can explain it to you. I'll take you home later. Lin Qinghua opened her English book and found the key points she didn't understand, asking Fang Wanwan to explain. This lesson lasted over 2 hours, and Lin Qinghua listened very attentively. After finishing, Lin Qinghua praised, Fang Wanwan, I think you explained much better than that Wang Chunyun. I understood right away. If you have time, you could help classmates with their questions. You'd solve so many problems for them. Then they started discussing some math problems. Lin Qinghua looked at the sky outside and said, I might need to go back now. Just then, the door was pushed open, and a tall, handsome man with a little boy stood at the door. Lin Qinghua looked up and was stunned. Lin Qinghua froze for a while until she heard Su Cheng speak and snapped back to reality. Wanwan, are there guests at home?
Su Cheng asked.
Yes, a classmate from Weihua High School. There was a small incident at school today, and she's feeling unwell. I just happened to meet her and brought her back, Fang Wanwan said with a serious look. Su Cheng checked his watch and asked, It's getting late. Does her family know? Fang Wanwan smiled. I was just waiting for you to come back. I was going to send her home too. Su Cheng thought for a moment and said, Okay, I'll go cook first. He then took Hang and left the room. Fang Wanwan closed the door again and turned around to see Lin Qinghua hurriedly lowering her head. Lin Qinghua looked like a child who had done something wrong, afraid to look at Fang Wanwan. She sat nearby and said, Wanwan, I want to go back by myself. She had never known that looking at a man could make her chest race and her face heat up uncontrollably. Fang Wanwan asked her, How long will it take you to walk back? It will take about an hour, maybe a little more. I don't have a watch, so I'm not sure, said Lin Qinghua honestly. Eat first, then go. Your husband will drive you back, and it's only 20 minutes away. Lin Qinghua kept waving her hands. No need for a special ride. Fang Wanwan chuckled softly. What are you thinking? It's just convenient. We also need to go back to the county town. If it were a private ride, I would have already taken you back. Lin Qinghua didn't say anything. About 40 minutes later, the food was ready. Fang Wanwan pulled Lin Qinghua out of the house to call Hang in the room. The 4 of them sat at the table eating. Lin Qinghua didn't dare look up at Su Cheng again. She had never seen such a handsome man before. So good-looking it was almost unbelievable. He could cook and prepare meals. She thought he was older, but he was surprisingly young. And the food he made smelled really good. After eating, everyone got into the car. Su Cheng turned around and asked Lin Qinghua, Which village do you live in? How do I get there? Lin Qinghua looked up and saw his long fingers gripping the steering wheel. His skin was fair and slim. Even without seeing his face, she felt very nervous. Luyang Village.
6th group, she replied.
Fang Wanwan smiled. You don't need to be so scared. Don't judge him by his serious look. He's actually very kind. Not all men are like that bad guy Wang Chunyun. Hearing his wife's compliment, Su Cheng's lips curled up slightly, but then he quickly asked, Who is Wang Chunyun? Fang Wanwan glanced at Lin Qinghua. Can you tell my husband about this? As a young girl, Lin Qinghua couldn't keep talking about her family, like she was chatting with an older woman, saying things like my man all the time. She nodded.
Yes.
Fang Wanwan told him everything about Wang Laoshi and her situation with Lin Qinghua. Su Cheng frowned and his voice turned serious. How can someone like that still stay at the school? That's what I wonder. But he hasn't actually broken the law yet. If we judge him by morals, no one dares to speak up. The school needs an English teacher and the principal might not replace him. Fang Wanwan explained. The most important thing is to find a replacement for his English class. Su Cheng stepped on the gas pedal. I'll talk to the principal tomorrow. Lin Qinghua quickly said, Can we not mention my situation? Su Cheng thought for a moment. That's okay. Finally, Lin Qinghua breathed a sigh of relief. After Su Cheng took her home, they both returned to the county town. Su Cheng brought back the food and gave it to young Manhwa, then told Fang Wanwan, I'm going to see 2 friends. After you pick up Funfun, come back and rest. Fang Wanwan was a bit surprised. You have other friends here? He usually just goes home after work, either with Su Jiyun or Commander He. It's rare to see him socializing with others around here. But then she remembered that when he was in Beijing, he suddenly mentioned a friend who worked at the TV station, and she felt reassured. After washing up Hang Hai and Fun, Fang Wanwan didn't see Su Cheng come back. At this point, Yang Manhwa started to feel restless. She came out of her room and asked Fang Wanwan, "Why isn't Su Cheng back yet? It's almost 11. Did he say where he was going?" Fang Wanwan wasn't really in the mood to sleep either, but she wasn't worried. Su Cheng had been here for a long time, so she believed he was safe. "You should go rest now. Nothing bad will happen." Yang Wanhua still felt uneasy. "Should we install a phone here? It would be good to get a call if something happens." Fang Wanwan thought for a moment. Having a phone at home would be more convenient. "Let's wait until he returns from Kyoto. Installing a phone here now would be a big hassle." "Okay," Yang Wanhua said, then went back to her room. Around 11, Su Cheng finally returned. Fang Wanwan took his coat and asked, "Why are you so late?" Su Cheng smiled. "My English teacher arranged everything for you." Hearing this, Fang Wanwan was deeply touched. "Su Cheng, you're amazing." She almost wanted to jump up and kiss his face, but thinking that Yang Wanhua was nearby, she restrained herself and said, "Your mom just came out a few times, asking about you. She's worried you wouldn't come back so late. Go check on her." Su Cheng hesitated but didn't move. Fang Wanwan smiled. "She really cares about you." Su Cheng nodded and went to Yang Wanhua's room, calling out, "I'm back." Though it sounded stiff and cold, Yang Wanhua knew her son truly accepted her now. Her efforts hadn't been in vain. She quickly got up and said with concern, "Where are you going next?"
You should tell us your plans.
Look at Wanwan. She's worried, walking around the hall and looking out the door. She knew what her son liked to hear. Su Cheng pursed his lips and nodded. "Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll go now." He then left Yang Wanhua's room, washed briefly in the bathroom, and went back to his room. "Recently, what has she done to you?" Su Cheng sat beside Fang Wanwan and asked. Surprisingly, his wife spoke up for him. Fang Wanwan raised an eyebrow.
"Who are you talking about?" she asked.
"Grandma of the children," Su Cheng replied, still refusing to call her mom. Fang Wanwan smiled. "I used to think she might be a bit proud, but I didn't expect her to be quite quiet. She hardly interferes in our affairs. Whatever we eat, she buys it, and she supports us a lot. Sometimes, she even helps take care of Fin. Fang Wanwan thought her mother-in-law was doing quite well. Su Cheng kept his head down and said nothing, but she sensed he might have changed his opinion a little. The next morning, Fang Wanwan stayed in the county town with Fin to visit Chunya, while Su Cheng drove with Hang to the military district. After requesting leave from Commander Wu, Su Cheng went straight to Wei Hua High School. When they arrived at the school gate, he told the security guard he wanted to see Teacher He. The guard recognized him as Fang Wanwan's husband and quickly let him in to find Teacher He. After getting permission, Su Cheng entered the office. This was the first time Teacher He saw Su Cheng. He thought to himself, no wonder such a talented girl married so early. Su Cheng explained his purpose to Teacher He. After hearing it, Teacher He didn't seem very surprised, just sighed. The principal warned her, but she still hasn't changed. The students are about to graduate, and it's a tight schedule. Where can we find a suitable English teacher so quickly? Our school's English scores are already poor. Without someone to teach, it'll get worse. Su Cheng was silent for a moment. I've already found a good English teacher for your school. He's experienced, has a teaching certificate, and has taught graduation classes in the county before. He's 35 years old and a male teacher. Teacher He was both excited and doubtful. Why would a teacher from a county graduation class come to our school? But thinking about Su Cheng's identity, he sincerely said, thank you very much. Hearing the word you, Su Cheng felt a bit uncomfortable. I'd like to meet this Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang isn't here today. He's injured and is getting for treatment at the clinic. Do you know which clinic? Su Cheng asked further. Teacher He thought for a moment. It's the clinic next to the supply and marketing cooperative. Okay, thank you, Teacher He.
Su Cheng replied.
Then he asked, should I tell the principal about this matter? Don't worry. The principal wanted to dismiss him last time, but since no suitable teacher was found, he only gave him a warning secretly. Unexpectedly, he not only didn't improve but became worse. It's really too much.
Su Cheng understood clearly.
I'll have the new teacher report to school the day after tomorrow. After saying this, he left Teacher He's office and drove to the nearby clinic. His car stopped at the clinic entrance, attracting many onlookers. When they saw Su Cheng get out, they gasped softly in surprise. Su Cheng closed the car door and headed straight to the clinic entrance. The nurse on duty hurried over. Sir, are you here for a checkup? Looking for someone. Is there someone named Wang Qingyan here? Su Cheng asked calmly. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Hearing that he was looking for Teacher Wang, the nurse quickly led Su Cheng inside to Wang Qingyan. Su Cheng sat down quietly beside Wang Qingyan without speaking. Wang Qingyan felt an unusual pressure. Who are you? Wang Qingyan asked nervously, looking at Su Cheng. He was sure he didn't have such a friend. A slight smile appeared on Su Cheng's face. I'm a family member of a student. A family member? Wang Qingyan tried to recall. He knew a bit about Lin Qingyue's family, a honest older brother, a father bedridden for many years, a thin sister, and a mother busy every day. It was impossible for her to have such a grand family member. Is there something you want? Wang Qingyan asked cautiously. Su Cheng's expression was unreadable, neither happy nor angry.
His voice was calm. Just want to talk to you. Speak.
Wang Qingyan felt nervous. This person looked gentle, but his presence was so intimidating. Su Cheng glanced at the 4-drip almost finished and smiled.
No rush.
After saying this, he sat beside him, closing his eyes to rest. Su Cheng's appearance and demeanor were very impressive, attracting everyone's attention. Wang Qingyan felt very uncomfortable, but Su Cheng ignored the gazes, sitting steadily until the 4 was finished. Payment was made, and they both stood up. Wang Qingyan walked ahead, feeling nervous. He quickened his pace and kept walking forward. Su Cheng calmly started the car, shifting to the lowest gear, and slowly followed behind Wang Qingyan. After walking a while, Wang Qingyan couldn't take it anymore and stopped. What do you want to do? Su Cheng stopped his car and got out. Seeing no one around, he approached Wang Qingyan and, without saying a word, punched him twice, making Wang's eyes spin. Then he grabbed Wang by the collar and warned, if you do such inappropriate things again, I will make sure you are unable to walk properly for the rest of your life. Wang Qingyan finally realized what was happening, panting heavily, and asked, Are you related to Wang Qingyue? Su Cheng replied coldly, You don't need to know whose family I am from. But if I hear you do such inappropriate things again, it won't end like this today. He threw another punch, and Wang was almost unable to defend himself. Su Cheng loosened his grip, and Wang collapsed to the ground. Su Cheng approached him and squatted down. You don't need to go to school anymore. A new teacher will take over for you soon. Since you're close to the clinic, just lie down inside for a few days. After saying this, he walked a few steps to his car, opened the door, and drove away quickly. Wang Qingyan stared blankly at the disappearing car. What was this guy talking about? He didn't need to go to school? Who does he think he is? Back in the day, he was the principal's top choice, hired from the county with a high salary that all the other teachers here couldn't match. Thinking of this, he wiped the blood from his lips, staggered to his feet, and, after regaining his strength, went back to Weihua High School. But as soon as he entered the school gate, he saw a notice posted at the entrance. When students saw him, they called out from afar, Teacher Wang is here. That was all. No one came forward, only strange looks in their eyes. Wang Qingyan pointed at Yang Guohong and said, Come here. Yang Guohong hesitated for a moment, but obediently walked over. Teacher Wang. Wang Qingyan asked, What does it say? Yang Guohong hesitated again, and then quietly replied, It's about your disciplinary action. Your dismissal notice. Hearing this, Wang Qingyan froze instantly. He almost couldn't stand. He hurried to the principal's office and saw the principal sitting at his desk with a dark face. Principal, what's going on? The principal stood up, his tone cold and serious. If you want to keep some face, pack your things and leave the school now. What did I do wrong? Do you even know what you did? Last time, I was careless. To avoid delaying everyone's exams, I let the parents swallow their anger. You didn't think you might do it again now? Seeing the principal's serious expression, Wang Qingyun realized he wasn't joking. He panicked. With the dismissal notice in hand, who would hire him now? Principal, I didn't do anything illegal, did I? If you had broken the law, you would have been taken to the police station long ago. There's no way they would have let you stay until today. Last time, I gave you a chance, but not only did you not change, you became worse. The principal said angrily. The other teachers also looked at Wang Qingyun. Then, what about the students' exams? The principal replied angrily, if you had thought of this earlier, you shouldn't have had such foolish ideas. It's not easy for these rural children to go to school, especially the girls. Wang Qingyun saw the attitude of the teachers and principal in the office. He knew this matter was settled. His initial stubbornness was shattered. He felt exhausted and limped out of the office. After Wang Qingyun left, Lin Qinghua returned, along with another girl who had also been harassed. They all felt relieved. The next day, a new teacher arrived at the school. The school also received a donation of 10,000 yuan to improve teachers' pay and students' meals for the year. This was a huge amount for Weihu High School. The donor requested to remain anonymous, so no one knew who it was. But Lin Qinghua probably guessed who it was. He was the one who came to the school to handle Wang's matter. After Su Cheng arranged everything, he started preparing to go to Kyoto. He had already spoken with Su Yanting on the phone. This time, Su Cheng planned to take Finfin and Hang with him. He also discussed with Fang Wanwan, planning to drive there. Su Cheng looked at his wife, busy packing clothes in the room, and said, you don't need to bring too much. If you run out, just buy more. You can buy some clothes during this wedding trip. Fang Wanwan thought for a moment and agreed. She reduced the clothes in the originally full box since her husband now had money. After breakfast, they all got in the car. Fang Wanwan held Finfin in the back seat, with Hang beside her. Yang Wanhua sat in the front passenger seat, looking very elegant and proper. After the car started, Hang and Finfin were very excited, chattering non-stop. Fang Wanwan patiently explained everything. The trip lasted about 3 hours. The car was quiet afterward. Su Cheng looked in the rear-view mirror and saw Fang Wanwan leaning against the seat, asleep. Was she so tired? She had gone to bed early last night. He glanced at the 2 lively children beside her, feeling inexplicably worried, perhaps about Chinya. But then he remembered she could even beat Wang Qingyun into the clinic, and he felt a little relieved. Since the journey was long, they stopped for a meal and stayed at a guest house. Fang Wanwan behaved normally, just like usual, so Su Cheng didn't think much of it. After 2 days of travel, they finally arrived in Kyoto. Fang Wanwan didn't expect that Grandpa Su had bought a courtyard house there. This old man's investment sense is quite ahead of its time, but she later found out that he didn't buy it for investment. He bought it to live in. Money really does make people reckless. She suddenly wondered if she was truly a wealthy second-generation girl in her past life. The yard is well taken care of, and Su Yanting had already prepared separate rooms for Su Cheng, Fang Wanwan, and their 2 children. When Su Yanting saw Yang Wanhua, he was reminded of someone and felt very sad and depressed. His son, so young, is buried underground, while she lives freely and elegantly. If it weren't for her grandson, he definitely wouldn't be so kind to her. His businesses in Pengcheng and Gangcheng could be easily disrupted by him at any time. But he thought that having his mother at the wedding would be good. Yang Wanhua was not in a hurry to show her feelings. Given Su Yanting's temper, it was rare for him to treat her this way. She was just waiting for the building to transfer to her son's name, then she would take over smoothly. She also liked the courtyard house. Everything belonged to her son. Sure enough, on the 3rd day, Su Yanting called Su Cheng to the study. Su Cheng, my nationality is no longer Chinese. It would be easier to transfer the building and this courtyard house to your name.
Su Cheng hesitated.
Grandpa, I often stay in the military and am not good at managing businesses. I'm not in Beijing either. Would it be a waste to give these to me? Su Yanting chuckled and waved his hand.
How could that be?
I will assign someone to manage it for you. I think your wife is quite good. Although she's a bit inexperienced, she's young. Once she gains some experience, she can take care of things. Thinking of Fang Wanwan, Su Cheng liked her very much.
Thank you, Grandpa.
In the afternoon, Su Yanting took Su Cheng to handle the transfer procedures at the relevant department. As soon as they returned, a servant ran up to Su Yanting and Su Cheng and said, "Sir, Miss Yang Wanhua has fainted." A flash of panic crossed Su Cheng's face. How is she now? The family doctor checked her and found no illness. They wanted to take her to the hospital for tests, but Miss Yang refused stubbornly. We couldn't force her. Su Cheng quickly took a few steps forward. I'll go see her. Su Yanting and Lu Xi followed closely behind. They entered Yang Wanhua's room and saw her lying weakly on the bed with Fang Wanwan, Fin, and Heng guarding by her side.
Su Yanting was the first to speak.
Nonsense. If you're sick, why didn't you go to the hospital? At this moment, Yang Wanhua finally
人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍忍忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍忍忍忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍
While they were talking, someone else arrived. Mr. Su, the lady's family has come. Fang Wanwan felt a bit awkward hearing the title lady, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she replied, "I'll go take a look." She turned and followed the staff member who brought the message to the courtyard gate. As she stepped outside, she saw Fang Huihui, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. Since staying in the city for a while, Fang Huihui looked paler and her style and demeanor had improved. "Wanwan, you've been here for so many days. Why haven't you gone back to see your mother? Dad called you many times, but you didn't answer," Fang Huihui said, surprised after hearing about Su Cheng's background. In her memory, Su Cheng had already passed away in the previous life. She never expected Fang Wanwan to have found such a good opportunity. Why did everything change? If everything changed, what was the point of her rebirth? It seemed even worse than before, as Chen Kai had broken off their engagement. But Fang Huihui was not someone who would easily accept fate. In her previous life, she managed well even without a detailed plan, and she believed she could do the same now. Losing Chen Kai wasn't a big loss. She had already lived enough in her past life. Fang Wanwan was a bit surprised she found this place. I plan to go see Su Cheng tomorrow. How did you find us? Fang Huihui smiled. Dad called Commander He several times. Look, this is our family matter, and it shouldn't be something outsiders are curious about. She looked around at everything here, her mind turning. This courtyard was worth a lot of money in later generations. After that, she looked forward to Fang Wanwan inviting her inside to sit. Although Fang Wanwan couldn't tell her true intentions, she wouldn't be so naive as to invite her indirectly. She simply said, "You should go back first. Tell Dad, I and Su Cheng will go tomorrow." Fang Huihui was a bit stunned and then said, "I heard you're going to hold a wedding again." Fang Wanwan was surprised. How did they find out while they were in Kyoto? But such things were hard to hide. She nodded and said yes. Fang Huihui smiled. Commander He also said he hopes Mom can recover soon and that he and Dad will attend your wedding. Fang Wanwan responded graciously, "That would be nice." Seeing that Fang Wanwan had no intention of inviting her inside, Fang Huihui smiled and said, "I'll go back now. Come early tomorrow to see Dad with my brother-in-law. What dishes would you like? I'll prepare." Fang Wanwan also responded politely, "No need for special treatment. Just cook whatever you usually do." Fang Huihui responded with a sound and then turned around sadly and left. When Fang Wanwan returned, she didn't go to Yang Wanhua's place again. Instead, she went back to her room and found Su Cheng there. Su Cheng asked her, "Who came?" It was Fang Huihui, Fang Wanwan said, feeling strangely upset and restless. She said we should go see my mom early tomorrow. Then go early. Do you want to invite them over? Su Cheng felt that Fang Wanwan was quite resistant. Fang Wanwan smiled and said, "They can find their way here. If we don't invite them and they come halfway, what will Grandpa and the guests here think?" Su Cheng sat down and held her hand. "Then let's invite them." Early the next morning, Su Cheng and Fang Wanwan went to the department store to buy 2 bottles of wine and a pack of cigarettes, then returned to the military family compound. Fang Qingshan, who hadn't been seen in a long time, looked a bit thinner. He saw Fang Wanwan and Su Cheng looking quite happy. He patted Su Cheng's shoulder and said, "Oh, I heard you got hurt in Pengcheng last time. I was so worried. I went to great lengths to invite Chen Kai, and I even went to see you guys. Luckily, everything was safe." Su Cheng couldn't deny this. He sincerely said, "Thank you, Dad." Fang Wanwan also stood nearby and thanked him. Then she placed the things she brought on the table. Fang Qingshan glanced at them, feeling a bit uncomfortable. After all, Su Cheng's status was no longer the same as before. Why did they bring so little? But Fang Qingshan was a patient man and kept his composure. He said calmly, "People coming is enough. Why mention things?" Fang Wanwan awkwardly smiled and said, "It's the right thing to do." Then she asked, "How is Mom now?" When talking about Wang Shufang, Fang Qingshan's expression suddenly grew heavy. He sighed and said to Fang Wanwan, "The best medicine in the hospital has been used. She's still lying there now. Who's taking care of her now?" "Recently, Hui was. I heard you're coming back soon, so I hired a caregiver. Hui came back to cook for you." Fang Qingshan finished and looked at Fang Wanwan with a meaningful gaze. "Wanwan, I know your mom may have gone a bit too far with you before, but she did take care of you for 18 years. Even among biological parents, there can be conflicts, don't you think? You can't just hold everything in your heart. Look at Dad. How many times has he reached out to you even at the risk of losing face?" Fang Wanwan thought to herself that Fang Qingshan was really good at playing the emotional card. If she didn't know Su Cheng's background and that she could make money, would he be so reluctant? She clearly remembered how eagerly this couple had pushed her out in the past. There are also the rumors spread by her and Fang Huihui, which caused the original owner to jump into the river. Although the original owner did some things, it wasn't enough to justify using such harsh methods to harm others. Su Cheng smiled and said, "When we were in the Northwest, Wanwan was busy with her studies and taking care of the children. Plus, the journey was far, and she didn't have a phone nearby. I was often busy and didn't inform her. If I was careless, I apologize to you on her behalf. Indeed, after hearing this, Fang Qingshan's expression improved a lot. However, Fang Wanwan looked a bit stunned. Who said Su Cheng couldn't speak well? His words were so polished. Who did he learn this from? It said that anyone who reaches this position can speak politely. Su Cheng's words were very appropriate and respectful. Seeing the surprised look from Fang Wanwan, Su Cheng felt a little uncomfortable. Then he said to Fang Qingshan, "Wanwan, and I will go see Mom." "Which hospital is she in?" Fang Qingshan gave the hospital's address and room number. After Su Cheng and Fang Wanwan left, Fang Qingshan went to the kitchen. "Don't speak carelessly this time. Be more tolerant of your sister. At least, pretend to be so on the surface." Fang Huihui nodded obediently. "Dad, I know what to do." Fang Qingshan was satisfied, crossing his arms and leaving the kitchen. After some time of training, she was becoming more like herself, more composed than when she first arrived, and she had learned what was important. After all, she was his own daughter. Unlike Fang Wanwan, who was hard to raise. Although she wasn't very obedient, she still couldn't be abandoned after raising her. Fang Wanwan and Su Cheng arrived at the largest people's hospital in Kyoto. They reported Fang Qingshan's name at the reception desk, and a nurse politely led them to Wang Shufang's ward. In the ward, Wang Shufang was lying in bed with an 4 drip in her hand. On the bedside table, there were various supplements and snacks, clearly brought by someone special. A caregiver nearby was feeding her something. When she saw Fang Wanwan, she pretended to struggle and sat up, leaning on the bed. "You're here?" Fang Wanwan placed the malted milk powder she bought at the store on the table and said gently, "Are you feeling better?" Wang Shufang's expression changed from her usual attitude towards Fang Wanwan. Her voice was weak. "Better?" "Same as always." After saying that, she glanced at the caregiver, who was feeding her porridge.
"You can go out now."
If people saw that her adopted daughter was not close to her and was gossiping behind her back, how could she continue to enjoy the benefits of the Su family? After the caregiver left, Wang Shufang grabbed Fang Wanwan's hand and pulled her to sit beside her. Fang Wanwan looked at her with a gentle, motherly expression, feeling a bit uncomfortable. She gently struggled, but was still held firmly. She awkwardly asked, "Have the test results come out? What's the illness?" Wang Shufang glanced at Su Cheng standing behind Fang Wanwan, signaling him to sit on the nearby chair, then turned to Fang Wanwan and said, "No clear reason has been found yet. It's just that she often feels a little uncomfortable in her chest, but she can't really die, and living like this is a bit of a suffering." Fang Wanwan didn't know what to say at first. Su Cheng spoke up instead. "Have you tried checking at another hospital?" Seeing Su Cheng speak up, Wang Shufang suddenly felt a bit happy. "We've checked at 3 hospitals, and they all say there's nothing serious." She heard her husband say that Su Cheng is different from before. Even Chun Kai has to step aside. Su Cheng was silent for a moment, then said, "Since the test didn't find anything, there probably isn't a big problem. Auntie looks quite good mentally. Just pay attention to your health regularly." Fang Wanwan also nodded with a smile. No one else spoke, so Fang Wanwan directly got to the main point. "Su Cheng and I plan to hold a wedding ceremony the day after tomorrow. If you can't go, just let Huihui accompany you, and Dad can go alone. Please rest well in the hospital." She personally came to pick her up, understanding her condition and letting her stay in the hospital. Even if she caused a fuss halfway, no one would blame her, since it was for her mother's health. Hearing Fang Wanwan's words, Wang Shufang's gentle motherly expression finally broke down. She suddenly looked very upset. "Wanwan, from when you were little, has Mom ever treated you unfairly?" Fang Wanwan nodded. "It's okay." Wang Shufang's tone grew serious. "You said your mom is still in the hospital, and you're rushing to hold a wedding, making it seem like our Fang family treated you badly. Why did your dad and I act like that? It was all because of you causing trouble." She looked at Su Cheng again. "That girl is so polite and kind to her, but she doesn't give her any face and even wants to show off in front of her. She won't let that happen." But Su Cheng's face remained calm, sitting quietly beside her. Fang Wanwan felt a bit speechless and nervously looked at Su Cheng, but couldn't see any emotion on his face. He's always like this. But for such things, Su Cheng doesn't need to show anything. Any man would be upset about this. She frowned and looked at Wang Shufang. It's all in the past. Why are you bringing it up now? We also need to work in the Northwest, and we can't always wait in Beijing for you to get better. Besides, I told you to rest properly. What did I do wrong? Wang Shufin was holding back her anger. You came to pick her up. As a mother, even if you're sick, you still have to go. Fang Wanwan. All right, then rest well. If you can go, go. If you can't, don't force it. We won't bother you anymore. We're leaving now. Wanwan. Wang Shufang called out as Fang Wanwan was about to leave. Is this how you thank me and your dad? If it weren't for your dad, you wouldn't have married Su Cheng. Fang Wanwan was speechless. What do you want me to do to thank you? Look at how worried your dad is for this family. Last year, the Chen family openly withdrew their money to break off the engagement with your sister. Isn't that because they looked down on me, Fang Wanwan, for having no power or money? Wang Shufang was very angry when she mentioned this. Didn't you and my dad take money from the Chen family? Wang Shufin said angrily. That can't be helped. It was their fault to begin with. Fang Wanwan didn't want to argue about the Fang and Chen families. She took a deep breath. They are in the wrong. You took the money, so isn't that settled? Besides, forced relationships aren't sweet. Hui hasn't learned her lesson from me yet. After saying this, she glanced at Su Cheng, who still had no expression on his face. Wang Shufin sat on the bed and snorted coldly. Don't talk to me about these. I am your mother. Then what do you really want to say? Fang Wanwan knew Wang Shufin wouldn't say these without reason. Fang Qingshan also wouldn't call Su Cheng so many times for no reason, asking her to come back. Wang Shufin paused. I heard that the building the Chen family was going to develop was taken over by Su Cheng's grandfather. Our family wanted to rent a few shops there. That shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Fang Wanwan immediately understood. Wang Shufin clearly couldn't stay calm, and her goal was obvious. Fang Wanwan said, I also want to get 2 storefronts, but do I have the right? The management rights of this building are in his grandfather's hands. He isn't easy to deal with. Wang Shufin didn't believe it and looked at Su Cheng. You married our Wanwan without taking any bride price. That's not right. Su Cheng nodded. Others have it, Wanwan will have it too. As for how much, I will discuss it with Wanwan. Wang Shufin nodded happily and then looked at Fang Wanwan. Let's discuss this properly. Don't let anyone say that my daughter married into a wealthy family, but is so stingy. Fang Wanwan rolled her eyes inwardly. Her expression was both urgent and unpleasant. She was not on the same level as Fang Qingshan, and she was even less impressive than Fang Huihui. Then you also need to prepare your dowry. The guests will want to see it. Otherwise, they will only hear about the sky-high bride price in Sioux City and think you're selling your daughter, Fang Wanwan said firmly. She didn't want to indulge Wang Shufin. And with all that arguing, what could be wrong with her health? Fang Wanwan thought Wang Shufin's illness was just a matter of scheming. Wang Shufin choked for a moment and then said, When did I say Sioux City should pay a sky-high bride price? Hearing this, Fang Wanwan suddenly smiled. Actually, if you want it, I can give it to you myself. From now on, I won't owe you anything. Wang Shufin had heard that this girl had opened a small workshop in the countryside and was earning quite a bit selling tapes. 5,000 yuan, Wang Shufin said. Fang Wanwan nodded. Deal. Consider this money as a token of your years of raising me. Once you take it, everything is settled. She was really fed up. Fang Qingshan's hypocritical way of pretending to be a father and making her do this and that, she thought it was better to tear everything apart completely. Break ties and end it so she wouldn't be constantly trapped by their family's sense of filial piety. If they dared say she owed the Fang family for raising her, Fang Wanwan would use this money as proof. Fang Huihui, as the main character, was someone Fang Wanwan also didn't want to provoke. Although everything had changed, she clearly was getting better and better. Wang Shufang didn't say a word. Fang Wanwan added, We're leaving with Su Cheng now. You should focus on recovering. Fang Wanwan left the room feeling inexplicably irritable. She had never met parents like this before. It was truly exhausting and frustrating. She silently walked ahead, and Su Cheng quietly followed behind. Until they left the hospital and reached a quiet street, Su Cheng suddenly rushed forward and tightly held Fang Wanwan's hand from behind. Wanwan, don't be angry. Fang Wanwan shook off his hand. I'm not angry. But Su Cheng held on very tightly, and no matter how she tried to shake him off, she couldn't. I can give them some money, Su Cheng said. He didn't know what else to say. He just knew she was in a bad mood, and it made him feel uncomfortable too. He didn't mind what Fang Qingshan and the others said. He only cared about Fang Wanwan's feelings. Fang Wanwan stopped and turned around, facing Su Cheng with a slightly confused and amused expression. Did my mom mention Wang Kai just now? Are you secretly angry? Su Cheng wanted to say that it wasn't her business, but hesitated and nodded. Yes, I am a bit angry. Haven't you ever done that for me? He wanted to shift Fang Wanwan's attention away from Shinfen. Fang Wanwan indeed looked nervous and quickly explained, everyone has their youthful, naive times. For example, haven't you ever chased after a girl? Su Cheng, who wasn't angry at first, felt a little uncomfortable hearing this. I have never chased a girl. Did she like other men in her world too? Fang Wanwan thought for a moment. Well, yes, girls used to chase you, right? But among all those girls, I think I'm the best.
Huh?
Su Cheng looked at her. Have you ever chased anyone else before? Fang Wanwan frowned. You already know, right? Kenki. Su Cheng sighed in relief, a faint smile on his lips. Before you started chasing me, I already liked you. Fang Wanwan was surprised. When? Back in the Kyoto military district. That was the first time you came to see me. On the way, you met your friends, and you were being quite assertive, putting hats on them and acting tough. After saying this, he held Fang Wanwan's hand more tightly. Fang Wanwan thought for a long time and finally remembered.
So,
you still dared to reject me? Su Cheng pursed his lips silently. Fang Wanwan patted her chest. Were you playing hard to get? Su Cheng paused, then took her hand and put it in his pocket. Maybe. Fang Wanwan was excited. Only dogs that can't bark bite. Su Cheng looked at Fang Wanwan's almost uncontrollable smile and softly asked, Is it that funny? Fang Wanwan jumped up and kissed his cheek. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Wasn't it because you were so obsessed with Chen Kai back then? Su Cheng suddenly said. Fang Wanwan choked and wanted to say it wasn't her, but such things couldn't be spoken aloud. She wrinkled her nose, pretending to be angry. Why are you so petty?
Su Cheng nodded.
Yes, I am petty. So from now on, you can only be willing to die for me. Fang Wanwan was stunned when she heard this.
You.
Su Cheng suddenly reached out and hugged her. All right, I can't bear to let you go. Fang Wanwan looked at Su Cheng in surprise. Such sweet words. Did Su Cheng say them? Oh my. She took his hand off her shoulder and then jumped up to kiss his face. Just as she was feeling happy and excited, she overheard some people nearby talking. Young people these days are so rude, hugging and kissing in the street. Yeah, the social atmosphere is bad. Fang Wanwan was embarrassed right away. She quickly jumped away from Su Cheng, wishing she could disappear on the spot. When she looked at Su Cheng, he remained calm, with no change in his expression or heartbeat, as if nothing had happened. He naturally accepted the comments and gossip from others. Fang Wanwan looked at his strong mental strength and thought, he really is. She lowered her head and walked far away, then stopped and turned around. She almost bumped into Su Cheng's chin. Su Cheng looked at her with a smile. What are you afraid of?
They.
The government doesn't say couples can't get along peacefully in public. Su Cheng's eyes still held a smile. He was still a young girl under 20, so cute. Fang Wanwan quietly said, feeling a bit uncomfortable. It's not good for our reputation. Who does it affect? Su Cheng asked softly. Fang Wanwan sniffed and said quietly, those ants just now. Su Cheng's smile didn't fade. They're affected by many things. Our little thing isn't a big deal. Fang Wanwan thought to herself, when did Su Cheng's skin get so thick? In the past, when she kissed him, He would blush shyly. They've been married for just over a year, but it already feels like they're an old married couple. Fang Wanwan felt very uncomfortable about it. Seeing her eyes darting around, Su Cheng took her hand again. Do you want to eat roast duck? Fang Wanwan nodded. Yes, I do. Let's go. I'll take you to that place from last time. Su Cheng led Fang Wanwan to the small alley shop where they had eaten roast duck before. Fang Wanwan looked at Su Cheng in surprise. You've only been there once, right?
Su Cheng nodded.
Yes, it's also my first time. He remembered very clearly that Fang Wanwan brought him there. Su Cheng stretched out his hand and ordered a roast duck and 2 bowls of kelp soup from the shop owner. At that moment, Fang Wanwan remembered the scene from last time when they came here to eat roast duck. The crispy, fragrant slices of duck, paired with the delicious kelp soup, were incredibly tasty. When the roast duck was served, Fang Wanwan completely forgot about her parents from the Fang family. Su Cheng took a pair of chopsticks and handed them to her, then took a pair himself. The two of them shared the meal, finishing a plate of roast duck in just half an hour and drinking all the soup without leaving a drop. Su Cheng looked at Fang Wanwan, who was smiling happily, and asked, Are you feeling better now? Fang Wanwan nodded heavily, yes. Let's pack one to take home for Fin, Hang, and your grandpa to try. Su Cheng agreed, and immediately ordered another one. After packing, the two held hands and left the restaurant, heading to the courtyard. Meanwhile, Fang Qingshan personally went to the hospital. Seeing Wang Shufan sitting stiffly on the bed with a serious face, he asked, What's wrong? Wang Shufan replied irritably, Don't make me try to please this ungrateful person anymore. I just asked her nicely, but she refused to agree. What did you say? Asked her to give us 2 shops from Grandpa Su Cheng's building. That's just foolish. Fang Qingshan was disappointed. Wang Shufan was unhappy immediately. What's wrong? Isn't that what you wanted? Fang Qingshan was so angry, he almost couldn't breathe. I told you to coax her. After the wedding, when you meet Grandpa Su Cheng, just tell him directly that he can decide. With such a big occasion, he won't refuse. Now you're telling her that? She won't promise anything and is even suspicious of us. And Hui might meet someone on the same level as Su Cheng. They're in the same circle, so their status shouldn't be too different. Hearing this, Wang Shufan panicked. So, what should we do? Fang Qingshan's forehead furrowed into a deep line. He took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. What else did she say? She told me to rest well in the hospital and let Hui take care of me. She said I should go alone. Wang Shufan's voice lacked confidence as she said this, and she glanced at Fang Qingshan's face afterward. Fang Qingshan's expression turned grim, and his tone grew heavier. What exactly did you say to her? You're old enough to know better than to speak or act without thinking. I just saw that girl looking unwilling and thought I wouldn't get anything out of her. So I asked for a bride price. I asked for 5,000 and she immediately agreed. She even said that once she paid the bride price, everything would go back to normal. Hearing this, Fang Qingshan suddenly stood up angrily and said, You're so naive. I put in so much effort to bring her here just for 5,000 yuan. Do you know who Su Cheng is now?
Huh.
I could get Chen Kai to pay 50,000 when he broke off the engagement. But here in Su Cheng, 5,000 yuan is enough to buy your relationship. I think you might as well stay in the hospital and focus on healing your mind. Wang Shufan couldn't hold back anymore. Fang Qingshan, are you even a decent person? Coming up with such a stupid idea. I've been staying in the hospital all this time, and you think you can just say whatever you want. You don't need to drag me into it. Who am I doing this for?
Everything is always about me.
Do I even have time to work? At home, besides cooking and washing a couple of clothes, what else do you do? All day long, you're just gossiping about others. Do you have any brains? Fang Qingshan also got angry. Wang Shufan pulled out a pillow from behind her and threw it at Fang Qingshan. How many outfits do you change every day? Hui needs tutoring, and there are guests to entertain. I'm busy all day, and I still get criticized for not doing enough. She was exhausted from working so hard, but still felt despised by this old man. Fang Qingshan didn't want to cause a scene in the hospital, afraid that acquaintances might see. He stood up and said, "Then you stay here and reflect on yourself." Wang Shufan suddenly tore off the foreneedle and said, "I'm going back. I've had enough of this hospital." She packed up her things and was about to leave.
Fang Qingshan snapped, "Fine. Fine.
Let's all go back." He then paid the medical bills and left. Fang Huihui saw Wang Shufan and was surprised. "Mom, why are you back?" Wang Shufan plopped onto the sofa. "Mom's better now. No reason to stay in the hospital. The day after tomorrow, we'll pack up and go to Fang Wanwan's wedding together."
But
this. Fang Huihui didn't know what to say. Fang Qingshan kept a stern face and said nothing. Fang Huihui asked Fang Qingshan, "Dad, what's going on with you and Mom?" Fang Qingshan replied impatiently, "Haven't you ever seen your mom so naive?" She directly asked Fang Wanwan for 5,000 yuan in bride price. Fang Huihui sighed. "I think my sister is eager to use that 5,000 to get rid of us." Wang Shufan said, "Do you think 5,000 is easy to get? They're even asking us to prepare the dowry." Fang Qingshan sighed again, feeling annoyed, and went upstairs. What kind of woman did he marry? Fortunately, he could still attend Fang Wanwan's wedding, so he felt somewhat relieved. The next day, the Su family sent an invitation, along with a gift of 5,000 yuan in bride price. Mr. Fang Qingshan frowned as he saw it. He immediately asked Wang Shufang to buy 4 pieces of gold jewelry at a jewelry store, costing 1,200 yuan. On the third day, the Su family sent a car to pick them up. It was clear they put a lot of effort into the wedding. Anyone who knew Fang Qingshan would say that the adopted daughter of the Fang family was very lucky. They thought that after rejecting Chen Kai and marrying Su Cheng, it would be just a simple marriage. But it turned out to be even better than the Chen family. Su Cheng's grandfather booked the wedding at the most luxurious hotel in Kyoto and hired a professional wedding host. When Fang Qingshan and his wife arrived, they prepared themselves mentally. At the hotel, they immediately saw Su Cheng and Fang Wanwan, both dressed in wedding clothes, looking very beautiful and matching well. Fang Huihui glanced around. There weren't many guests, mostly older people. She felt a little unhappy. Fang Wanwan saw Fang Qingshan confidently go over to greet her, and Su Cheng also approached. Fang Huihui looked at Fang Wanwan and Su Cheng, feeling strangely annoyed but still smiling politely. Fang Qingshan smiled warmly at Fang Wanwan. "Wanwan, I am really happy for you, Dad." Some guests gathered around to see what kind of family the Su family was. Fang Qingshan nodded politely to the visitors. "No wonder you raised your daughter so well. The in-laws seem very cultured." "Exactly, congratulations." Fang Qingshan looked at these people. He was wearing a luxury watch and a neat suit. They were very respectful to him, which made him feel a little strange. Thank you. Fang Qingshan said politely. Then he looked behind Su Cheng and asked casually, "I was about to go say hello to Mr. Su. Why isn't he here?" Su Cheng replied, "He made a new friend here and went to entertain him." "Please wait a moment." Since it was his own wedding, Su Cheng didn't want any mistakes and wanted to show respect to Fang Qingshan. Fang Qingshan felt a little unhappy again. Some relatives seemed more important than him as the in-law. The groom's family hadn't even sent a parent. That didn't seem right. While he was thinking, he saw Yang Manhwa walk over gracefully and greet him. "I am Su Cheng's mother. Welcome, parents of the bride and groom. Thank you for coming to celebrate a Cheng and Wanwan's wedding. If there's anything not well arranged, please forgive us." When she appeared, she immediately drew everyone's attention, especially Fang Qingshan, who was captivated. It was Wang Shufan who nudged him to bring him back to reality. He saw Yang Wanhua stretch out her hand, signaling them to sit at the main table. Fang Qingshan felt quite proud, while Wang Shufang thought the old man's behavior just now was embarrassing. But after being given attention, her mood improved a lot. Many people, holding wine glasses, came forward to congratulate Fang Qingshan. Yang Wanhua's mother also brought a fine cigar and handed it to Fang Qingshan, saying, "Please forgive us if there are any shortcomings in our hospitality." She acted like the host. Fang Qingshan took the cigar from Yang Wanhua's hand and kept polite. Our Wanwan has been sensible since she was young. When she married Su Cheng, she didn't expect anything in return. Please take good care of her in the future. Of course. How a Cheng treats Wanwan, you should have heard about it. It's really like stars in the sky, and the moon, beautiful but out of reach. At home, they hardly let her do any chores. I'm afraid it might sound funny, but I've been staying there for a long time, and I've never seen Wanwan cook a meal. It's only my Cheng who always caters to her. Yang Wanhua also had her own little plans. Although she acted generous in front of Wanwan, she was still uncomfortable inside. She hoped Fang Qingshan could understand. Wang Shufang immediately looked displeased. That girl has been spoiled by us. I've mentioned this before. Enough. A good marriage between husband and wife is the most important thing. Fang Qingshan interrupted Wang Shufang and shot her a stern look. Does this woman understand what kind of occasion this is? Fang Qingshan cared most about his reputation. That's true, but for a couple to get along long term, mutual respect is essential. It's for the future of the young couple. Sorry to bother you with these words, dear parents.
No.
It's all for the children. There weren't many guests from the Su family, mostly important people, and after everyone arrived, there were only 2 or 3 tables. Wang Shufan and Fang Qingshan were seated at the most prominent table. The dishes served were very generous and sincere. Watching this luxurious and exquisite scene, even 20 years later, most people would find it hard to match. The drinks, seafood, beef, and chicken and duck dishes were abundant and refined. Even Fang Qingshan, who was experienced, was a bit shocked. Because of the red wine on the table, which was the one he delivered to the Qin family that day, bought especially from the overseas store, costing over 100 yuan per bottle. Now, there are 4 bottles on the table. There are also other wines, though he doesn't recognize them. They are definitely good quality. The cigarettes given by Yang Wanhua are also the best and most expensive brand in the whole city. Wang Shufang was also dazzled. Fang Huihui originally wanted to say that although she was wealthy in her past life, she never owned a building in the most central part of the city. She remembered that in her previous life, that building belonged to Chen's family, and later it was worth hundreds of millions, with shares held by the Qin family and some investors. Now, it was taken over by Grandpa Su from Su City alone, making money abroad and spending it domestically, fully taking advantage of the era's opportunities. It was quite ironic. She also knew this hotel, which was considered top tier in the city. The Su family really has a strong foundation. No wonder everyone wants to climb higher. Fang Wanwan still believes that after surviving a great disaster, there is no need to expect good fortune afterward. She was originally the most talented girl of this era. Why has she changed in this life? She used to look down on Fang Wanwan, but now she feels a strong sense of rebellion inside. She should have died earlier in this life. Wang Shufang looked at the 12 dishes on the table, and she nudged her dazed daughter. Hui, try this steak. I heard they hired a foreign chef to make it, cooked to medium rare, very tender. Fang Hui finally came back to her senses. Seeing her mother's naive expression, she immediately felt annoyed. If you like it, then eat more. Someone at the table kept raising glasses to Fang Qingshan, who was drinking until his face was red. After dinner, there was the tea ceremony where the bride and groom pay respects. Important relatives and elders sit at the front to show their goodwill in front of everyone. At this moment, Grandpa Su returned, followed by Qin Jinming and Qin Hua. Fang Wanwan and Su Cheng quickly went forward to greet them. Fang Qingshan was surprised. Qin Jinming usually had a lot of face. In the military district, he had never seen him before. Now, he was attending Fang Wanwan's wedding. He couldn't quite tell how he felt. It would be better if Su Cheng married Hui, such a good match, really fate's joke. Now, Fang Wanwan was completely out of his control. Grandpa Su approached and greeted Fang Qingshan, then sat down beside him. Fang Wanwan held a tray to serve tea, while Su Cheng stood nearby pouring tea from the teapot. First, he went to Grandpa Su in Su City and handed over a large red envelope that took up half of the tea tray. A guest joked, "That's quite a generous gift." Fang Wanwan naturally accepted it with a smile. Next was Yang Manhwa, and a guest said, "Old master, Su has already made a splash. Don't overshadow the bride's family. If you want to give something special, do it privately. A simple gesture is enough." Indeed, some people had a very good impression of Fang Qingshan. Hearing this, Fang Qingshan immediately felt nervous. He had forgotten about it and quickly asked Wang Shufang to take out all the jewelry and money she brought. Wang Shufang only had Wanwan's bride price money, but she still handed it over. Fang Qingshan then asked someone behind him to help him get a red envelope, which he stuffed everything into. Turning around, he saw Yang Wanhua also had a thick stack of money. Of course, it was still much smaller than old Master Su's red envelope. Fang Qingshan looked at his own red envelope, which was much thinner. When Wanwan came over, he decided to go all out. He placed the 4 pieces of jewelry he bought on top of his red envelope. Although no one said anything, Fang Qingshan felt quite embarrassed. When it was the next guest's turn, they were all about the same. Chun Jin was no exception. After serving tea, the guests exchanged greetings for a while. Fang Qingshan looked at Su Yanting, who was surrounded by people, and felt a bit anxious. To attend this wedding, not only did he spend extra money on the bride price, but he also spent 1,200 yuan on jewelry for Wanwan. He had also subtly asked several people about Hui's marriage, but no one responded directly. It seemed like no one cared, which made him quite annoyed. When he saw Su Cheng finally finished, he quickly stepped forward with an elder's demeanor and said, "Congratulations. Seeing you and Wanwan like this makes me happier than anyone else as a father." "Thank you, Dad." Su Cheng was truly grateful to Fang Qingshan. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have met Wanwan. Although not entirely sincere, he appreciated it. Fang Qingshan nodded happily and said, "You see, I put a lot of effort into Wanwan's marriage. Hui is still young, but if you find someone suitable, keep an eye out." Su Cheng glanced at Fang Hui, who was sitting far away and about the same age as Wanwan, and asked, "Isn't she planning to take the college entrance exam?" "Yes. It's not too late to look after her after she graduates," Su Cheng sincerely advised him. Fang Qingshan looked a bit embarrassed and said, "If you find someone suitable, try to get to know her first." Honestly, Su Cheng doesn't have a good impression of Fang Hui. Several times, she has unintentionally targeted Wanwan and him in her words and actions. Considering her young age, he thought for a moment and said, "Among the people I know, she might not be the best match for someone her age." Fang Qingshan continued based on his words, "Someone your age is fine too. Look at Wanwan, she's pretty good with you, isn't she?" He felt he had made his point clearly enough. Su Cheng thought of Su Jiyun and said, "If you really have that idea, I do know someone like that." Fang Qingshan smiled and patted his shoulder. "All right, bring him over for a meal someday so I can see. That person is also familiar to me, but he's currently in the Northwest, so he might not come." The Northwest? After hearing this, Su Cheng's heart sank a little. Fang Qingshan asked again, "Who is it?"
Su Ji-un.
Fang Qingshan's gentle smile froze on his face. He took a deep breath and asked, "Is there no one else?" Feeling Fang Qingshan's displeasure, Su Cheng sincerely replied, "I don't know anyone else." Fang Qingshan calmly took another breath and said, "You go ahead and busy yourself. You don't need to worry about Hui." He turned around and glanced at Su Yanting, who was still surrounded by people not far away. Su Cheng walked a few steps to Wanwan's side and asked considerately, "Are you tired?" Wanwan shook her head and smiled. Not tired. After receiving so much money, how could she be tired? Although she was completely broke now, who would dislike having more money? Su Cheng looked at his wife dressed in a wedding gown and leaned in to say, "After you're done, I have something to tell you." "What's so mysterious?" A small dimple appeared at the corner of Su Cheng's mouth. "Let's talk about it after we're done." Wanwan also decided not to insist and thought that most of the guests had left, so she decided to go back. She was really a bit tired. As she turned around, she saw Fang Qingshan walking over to Su Cheng's grandfather, chatting happily and clinking glasses frequently. An uneasy feeling arose in her heart. She quickly said to Su Cheng, "I'm going to check on him." Seeing her cheeks already flushed from drinking too much, Su Cheng pulled her aside and said, "Don't worry. Grandpa has his own way of handling things. If you interfere, it might make things difficult for him." Su Cheng probably knew what Fang Qingshan was saying to his grandfather. Wanwan didn't move, and Su Cheng glanced at the guests who were almost done leaving. He asked, "Are you hungry?" He had been busy introducing Wanwan to the people who knew her grandfather and pouring drinks for them, so he hadn't had a chance to eat. Fang Wanwan softly said, then suddenly felt a bit nauseous. She covered her stomach and hurriedly ran to the bathroom. Su Cheng quickly followed and finally stopped at the door of the women's restroom. Su Cheng stood outside, listening to Fang Wanwan's vomiting sounds from inside, feeling a bit anxious. Fortunately, there was no one around, or a man standing outside the women's bathroom would definitely be judged. After a while, Fang Wanwan weakly came out from inside. She had drunk so much wine, though she wasn't sure what kind of red wine it was, and its effects were surprisingly strong. Su Cheng was quick to catch her and supported her, worriedly asking Wanwan what's wrong. Fang Wanwan felt weak all over and said, "I drank too much wine. My stomach hurts. Should I take you to the hospital?" Fang Wanwan looked at his worried expression, feeling both touched and amused. "It's not that serious. Just throw up and it'll be fine. Tomorrow I'll be okay." At this moment, her vision blurred a little as she looked at Su Cheng's face. "Su Cheng, I want to rest for a while. You watch over my parents. Don't worry. Nothing serious will happen to your parents. I'll take you to the banquet hall to sit for a bit, explain things to them, then send you home." Fang Wanwan nodded faintly, feeling dizzy. When they arrived at the banquet hall, they saw Fang Qingshan and Wang Shufin with their daughter preparing to leave. Their expressions showed no particular emotion. Su Cheng didn't pay much attention. He helped Fang Wanwan sit on a chair and then approached Su Yanting. "Grandpa, Wanwan isn't feeling well. I'll take her home first." Su Yanting was in a good mood, smiling warmly. "All right, it's been a long day. You must be tired." After saying that, his gaze shifted to the two children. They were being led by young Manhwa, looking around here and there. Seeing Su Cheng's concern, Su Yanting said, "Let them go with your mom today. You two can head back first." Su Cheng nodded and asked, "What did my father-in-law just say to you?" Su Yanting smiled. "He said your mother-in-law stays at home all day and is almost bored to illness. He wants to find her something to do. Coincidentally, he got a good project from a friend, and he asked for my opinion." Su Cheng thought to himself, this really sounds like Fang Qingshan's way of talking. "And how did you reply?" "Grandpa, with all my years in business, I understand what your father-in-law means." I gave him Lubo's contact info to see if his products are suitable for the market. If they are, giving him a shop space wouldn't hurt. After all, she's Wanwan's mother. Su Yanting wasn't petty about such small matters. He just didn't like the small-minded attitude of the Fang family. Now that he's so old, he's even less capable than his daughter. Su Cheng paused briefly, then said, "Wanwan might be upset." Su Yanting looked at his grandson and said, "You really take after your father." Su Cheng didn't reply. Su Yanting sighed. "Anyway, this building is already yours. You can decide what to do with it. Talk to Uncle Lu. Although someone is managing it, you should learn to read reports and understand the big picture." "I understand." Hearing this, Su Yanting was pleased. "When you go abroad, your grandpa will teach you slowly." Although Su Cheng said he had no talent for business, he knew his grandson wasn't stupid. His military rank wasn't easy to get, and at a young age, he became a regimental commander, the only one in the Northwest Army. Even his son, at his age, hadn't achieved such a position. "Okay."
Su Cheng agreed happily.
Young Wanhua occasionally looked toward her son, happy to see the respectful attitude between the grandfather and grandson. When she saw her son turn away, she quickly approached him. "Why not chat with your grandpa a bit more? Others have to wait in line to talk to him. Wanwan isn't feeling well. I'll take her back to rest." Young Wanhua looked at Fang Wanwan, who was resting her hand on the table, and said, "It's just a couple of drinks. It's no big deal. I'll take her home." She didn't mind small matters with Fang Wanwan, but she wouldn't let anything interfere with their relationship. Hearing this, Su Cheng felt an inexplicable dislike. You want to say you used to be like that? He stepped past young Wanhwa and directly approached Fang Wanwan, helping her out. Downstairs, someone greeted them. Mr. Su, do you need a ride home? They opened the car door. Su Cheng helped Fang Wanwan into the car, sat in the back seat, and gently held her in his arms. Fang Wanwan leaned weakly on Su Cheng's shoulder all the way to the courtyard. When they got out, Su Cheng saw Fang Wanwan was very uncomfortable. He immediately picked her up and carried her to the bedroom. He placed her on the bed, removed her high heels, and had someone bring hot water to wash her hands and face himself. Are you feeling better? Fang Wanwan was feeling fuzzy and groggy. When she heard Su Cheng's voice, she mumbled, very good. Very good. Su Cheng looked at her and found her quite adorable. He couldn't help but lower his head, wanting to get closer to her. Even though she smelled strongly of alcohol, he thought it was a nice scent and moved closer. However, Fang Wanwan pushed him away, saying, such a strong smell of alcohol.
Su Cheng.
He quickly took a deep breath, frowned, and got up to go to the bathroom to brush his teeth and take a shower. When he returned to the room, he felt refreshed. He closed the door, walked to the bed, took off his clothes, and lay down beside Fang Wanwan. He tossed and turned but couldn't sleep. Finally, he supported his head with his hand and lay on his side next to her. Because she was drunk, her face was still flushed with redness. She seemed to sleep uneasily, sometimes frowning, sometimes shaking her head. Her full, moist lips were slightly parted. Seeing her like this, Su Cheng remembered her falling into a trap and her playful, mischievous behavior earlier, and a gentle smile appeared on his lips. He reached into the blanket, took her hand, and placed it on his face, softly laughing and speaking in a tender, affectionate voice. Why are you so brave? What if? He suddenly stopped, recalling how she immediately jumped back when she sensed his change. This girl is really... Thinking of this, he couldn't help but press his lips to her face.
Su Cheng. Su Cheng.
Fang Wanwan called his name drowsily, and the smile on Su Cheng's face grew wider. He reached out and pulled her into his arms, holding her tighter. He then noticed her body was trembling. Only then did Su Cheng realize that she was probably having a nightmare. He quickly called out, Wanwan, Wanwan, wake up. Fang Wanwan was still groggy. Hearing Su Cheng's voice, she couldn't open her eyes no matter what. She felt a gentle shake and finally opened her eyes.
Su Cheng.
Did you just have a nightmare? He asked, holding her tightly in his arms. Fang Wanwan only felt dizzy and confused. When she woke up, she couldn't remember anything. Did I talk in my sleep?
Su Cheng nodded.
You were calling my name. Fang Wanwan became a little more awake and couldn't help but smile. Calling your name? Why is that a nightmare? It must be a sweet dream. She turned over and hugged Su Cheng's waist tightly. Honestly, with such a firm and slender waist, holding him felt really nice. She lazily snuggled into his embrace and mumbled, what exactly is a dream? Su Cheng held her back in a hug, thinking she was talking nonsense again. But drunk people often talk nonsense, and luckily, his wife didn't get drunk.
Su Cheng.
He heard her calling his name again.
Yeah, Su Cheng responded.
Will you disappear like in a dream someday? Fang Wanwan suddenly asked. Hearing this, Su Cheng chuckled softly and kissed her on the forehead. He understood that feeling. Sometimes he wondered if Fang Wanwan might disappear someday. He often felt anxious and uncertain, thinking this happiness might not be real. He wanted to do something, but just holding her like this was very hard for him. Looking at her now, he knew she probably couldn't handle much more today. He stayed like that all night, not moving at all, until the next morning when Fang Wanwan fully woke up. As soon as she woke, she asked hurriedly, "Where's my bag?" Su Cheng reached out a hand and rested his head on the bed, next to the chair by the wardrobe. Fang Wanwan quickly got up, took her black bag from the chair, and dumped all the red envelopes inside onto the bed. Smiling, she said to Su Cheng, "I'll count them." She first took out the biggest red envelope from Su Yanting. When she poured out the money, she was stunned. No wonder it was so big. There were 3 stacks of 100 yuan bills. She carefully counted 30,000 yuan. Then she counted the others. Yang Wanhua's envelope had 10,000 yuan. When she opened Fang Qingshan's red envelope, she was surprised. 5,000 yuan. The bride price was returned, and they also got the 4 gold pieces. The others ranged from 3 to 5,000 yuan. At this wedding, Fang Wanwan received nearly 50,000 yuan in gifts. While 50,000 might not be much in her previous life, in this era, it was definitely a large sum. Adding the 10,000 yuan Su Cheng had given earlier, they now had enough to buy land and build a factory, not to mention going to college. She looked at the money nervously and asked Su Cheng, "This money all belongs to me, right?" Seeing her excited expression, Su Cheng nodded. "Yes, all yours." Fang Wanwan stored the money carefully, then hugged Su Cheng's head and kissed his face hard. "You say I'm so lucky finding a wealthy family like this. I really am lucky. But you still need to get used to your new status. Look at Chen Kai, he's so impressive. Starting tomorrow, he'll change all his clothes, shoes, and watch." Su Cheng stared at Fang Wanwan intently. "I think that's good." Fang Wanwan shook her head. "Sai, you really are something. Anyway, I am now a rich lady's wife. When I go back, I'll need 2 people to serve me." "Okay." Su Cheng agreed without hesitation. Fang Wanwan just said that casually. After packing the money, she suddenly remembered something. "Sai, my dad returned the money, and he will definitely be upset with me again." Su Cheng said seriously, "It's not going to happen. I will agree to my dad's request and tell him that he shouldn't bother you anymore in the future." He was originally worried that Wanwan would be unhappy and didn't want to give him that chance. But with Fang Qingshan's personality, he wouldn't give up easily after returning the bride price. If he were more straightforward like Wang Shufang, it would be easier to deal with. But Fang Qingshan was different. He had methods and ways to do things that could annoy Wanwan. Hearing this, Fang Wanwan immediately felt unhappy. Isn't this exactly what he wants? Su Cheng smiled. "I won't let him get his way so easily. Besides, we managed to be together mainly because of him." He wanted Fang Qingshan to realize that trying to curry favor with Su Cheng would come at a cost. Otherwise, he would keep bothering them endlessly. No one would have the energy to deal with him. So, he decided to use these 2 shops to repay the kindness and vent the frustration. If Fang Wanwan knew what Su Cheng was thinking, she would probably laugh and say that a barking dog doesn't bite. Although Fang Wanwan was very reluctant, she couldn't say anything more after Su Cheng said this. "When are you going abroad?" Fang Wanwan asked, feeling a strange heaviness in her heart. Su Cheng looked at his wife's reluctant expression and pulled her into his arms. "I'll ask my grandfather tomorrow. I should be back within a month at most." Fang Wanwan didn't know if it was because of that time, but whenever Su Cheng mentioned going far away, she felt worried. If it was for work, she definitely wouldn't let him go. But if it was to treat Yang Wanhua's illness, life and death, she couldn't find a reason to stop him.